Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 150, Pursuit. The Gryffindor common room was in chaos, and the Weasley twins seemed ready to keep the party going. Professor McGonagall looked displeased as she slammed the door shut. She'd assumed it was just a celebration after Gryffindor's victory over Ravenclaw. Though she was happy herself, order still needed to be maintained within the school. Percy became the target of her scolding, with the reason being that he should have maintained order in the common room instead of using his head boy authority to approve the festivities. "It wasn't me who approved it, Professor." Percy looked both wronged and furious, his chest puffing out like an offended pufferfish. "I was about to tell them all to go to bed. It was my brother Ron who had a nightmare." "It wasn't a nightmare." Ron protested, outraged at this slander. "Professor, I woke up and saw Sirius Black standing next to my bed, holding a knife. He looked genuinely terrified, as if he were about to die from the memory alone. He also felt a bit resentful toward Percy. He was his brother, so how could he slander him like that?" Professor McGonagall stared at him in surprise, as if looking at a child muddled from sleep. A bit irritated by the disturbance, she snapped, "Stop making a spectacle, Weasley." She pointed toward the portrait hole and asked, "How could he possibly have gotten through the portrait hole?" "Ask him." Ron insisted, certain he hadn't been mistaken. He pointed to the back of Sir Cadogan's portrait and said, "Ask if he saw him." Still somewhat doubtful, Professor McGonagall opened the door and stepped out to inquire. "Sir Cadogan, did you let a man into Gryffindor Tower just now?" Sir Cadogan responded as if he were receiving a glorious medal of honor. "Why, of course, noble lady. I strictly followed my orders while guarding the entrance. That's what makes a true knight." His voice echoed through the common room and beyond, leaving everyone in stunned silence, as if to confirm Ron's words. Professor McGonagall, wide-eyed, stammered, You really did that? Was it intentional or a mistake?" "He had the password," Sir Cadogan declared proudly, lifting his head high. "He had the whole week's worth of passwords, my lady." He read them off a little slip of paper. "Intentional." Professor McGonagall dabbed her mouth with a tissue, her eyes wide, glaring at him with a gritted teeth expression as if she were staring down something extremely unpleasant. Her face pale, she stormed back into the common room. "Who?" she asked in a trembling voice, "which absolute fool wrote down this week's password and left it lying around?" As she finished speaking, two faces suddenly lost all color. Neville timidly raised his hand and, in a tiny voice, said, "I'm sorry, Professor. I can't remember the passwords after all." He looked as if he wanted to crawl into the floor, his entire body shaking. Professor McGonagall shot Neville a furious glare, clearly exasperated with his poor memory. She had to organize a castle-wide search right away, so she didn't deal with him just yet. In the crowd, Hermione's hands tightened around her books, her eyes wide in disbelief. Her face quickly lost color as if she'd heard something horrifying. Neville wasn't the only one who had written down the password on a piece of paper, Hermione had too. She had personally handed that paper to John. John held the Marauders map, focusing solely on following the black dot as it moved quickly ahead of him. This guy's really fast. As someone who trained regularly, John was frustrated that he couldn't keep up with Sirius Black. They both had 2 legs, didn't they? Or did he have a couple of extras? Activating his speed-boosting shoes, John suddenly gained a burst of speed. Earlier, the stairway's layout had made it difficult to accelerate, but now that he was on level ground, he didn't hold back. With his physical cheat mode activated, John's speed skyrocketed, closing the distance between him and the black dot in mere seconds. Reaching a section of the rotating staircase, John decided to take a leap down. As John reached the ground floor, he felt a gentle force lift him up. It was Hogwarts' safety measure to prevent anyone from falling down the stairs, bringing him even closer to Sirius Black. A chase through the castle ensued, with both runners being extremely familiar with its layout. John was gaining ground, and the exit was getting closer. A large black dog darted out of Hogwarts doors, with a blurred figure right behind it. Filch, lagging behind, tripped over his own feet, practically falling over himself as he chased them, cursing under his breath. He watched the blurring figure disappear and thought to himself that he must be too old to keep up with young people. John, oblivious to the fact that Filch had tried to intercept him on the first floor, had eyes only for Sirius Black. As they neared the edge of the Marauders' map's range, John made a quick decision and released the stored energy from his enchanted shoes. A glow burst from the shoes, accelerating him rapidly and leaving a shadowy trail behind. Ahead, the large black dog began to slow, seemingly out of breath. Big, shaggy, and almost bear-like. No doubt about it, that was Sirius Black. Without hesitation, John pushed harder, and with just 10 meters between them, he leapt forward with all his strength. The force of his jump left a small crater in the ground, his pose reminiscent of a certain green-suited character aiming a mighty kick at a centenarian dancer in the town square. Wind gusted around him as his kick aimed squarely for the dog's midsection. Whoa. Whether or not it was really serious, he was taking it down first and asking questions later. Sirius Black had failed to locate the traitor he was hunting. He sped out of the castle, knowing he couldn't risk staying longer or he'd be caught by Aurors. As the former king of mischief at school, there was no one better acquainted with the castle's secret passages. Taking advantage of these shortcuts, he had escaped effortlessly. The Shrieking Shack was no longer an option, so he turned toward the Forbidden Forest. Thanks to a new friend he'd made, he'd set up a hideout in the forest. Only problem was, he'd been eating a lot of dog food lately and had put on a bit of weight. Once, he could swim the ocean in one breath, but now he was feeling winded. Just as he was about to slow down, his nose caught a familiar scent. Before he could fully process the scent, the sound of rushing wind forced Sirius to turn his head, and he nearly wet himself in terror. John was flying toward him, foot outstretched in a powerful kick that landed squarely on Sirius's midsection. Whoa. He was sure his ribs had definitely broken. The impact launched Sirius into the air, sending him tumbling across the ground for at least a dozen rolls before slamming into the fence at the edge of the Forbidden Forest. When he finally managed to stand, he was coughing up blood in gasps, with bits of what felt like ruptured spleen tissue coming up, too. He stared in disbelief at John, who had skidded to a landing, his crouched form leaving 2 deep gouges in the ground. Is this guy even a little wizard? Where's his wand? Where's his magic? The blow left Sirius's vision hazy. He bit his tongue hard, the pain snapping him back to alertness. With a massive internal bleed, it was fortunate he was an animagus, his physique was tougher than that of most other wizards. Gore. With trembling legs, the big black dog glared intently at John. John raised an eyebrow, surprised. He withstood that kick. As expected from an animagus. John was now certain, this dog was indeed Sirius Black. Thanks to Tom and Crookshanks feeding him tirelessly, he hadn't immediately connected this round, plump dog to the scraggly, thin one he'd seen earlier by the gate. Drawing his wand, John aimed it squarely at Sirius and said coldly, "Sirius Black. Are you going to show yourself, or do I have to make you?" He kept his eyes fixed on Sirius. Compared to Rita Skeeter, Sirius's transformation skills were clearly far more refined. So refined that John had to activate his insight ability just to see faint traces of magical energy. The big black dog was silent for a moment. Then, with John watching, it slowly rose on its hind legs, its body beginning to shift and morph. In seconds, Sirius's real, ghastly form stood before him, looking as if he'd just risen from the grave. He wasn't quite as emaciated as the stories claimed, his skin was deathly pale, and his long hair, tangled and greasy, looked like a Collier, Messier version of Snape's. John figured he probably hadn't touched Potter brand shampoo in years. Sirius sneered at the sight of John's Slytherin robes, flashing yellowed teeth that made John wince. Yeah, it was nauseating. The guy clearly hadn't brushed in ages. Even from a distance, John could catch a whiff of his breath. "John Wick," Sirius rasped, glaring at him with one hand clutched over his left side, which was badly dented from the earlier kick. He coughed up blood, clearly in terrible shape. John sized up Sirius from head to toe. "Good. Now, you don't need to run. You're a very skilled wizard, I'll admit that," Sirius sneered, a strange glint in his eyes. "But you shouldn't underestimate a fully grown wizard." With that, Sirius pulled out a wand and pointed it at John. John's brow furrowed. Where on earth did Sirius get that wand? And why did it look somewhat familiar? That. Is that my spare wand from home? He hadn't anticipated having a thief right under his roof. At the same time, John wasn't one to let his guard down, he always believed in striking first. Without hesitation, a flash of white light shot from his wand, and Sirius cast a spell in return. The two of them clashed on the edge of the Forbidden Forest. Read 12 chapters ahead. Chapter 151, The Truth of Murder. As a former core member in the fight against Death Eaters, Sirius Black was certainly no weakling. Even after 12 years without a wand, he regained his instincts the instant he picked it up. Petrificus totalis. The noble black bloodline, dormant but potent, manifested itself in combat. If you ignored Sirius's ragged clothing, he could have passed for a gallant nobleman in this moment. John dodged the attack and raised his wand to counter. A white flash exploded on the ground, leaving a small crater. The two exchanged spells back and forth, like a proper duel. But this wasn't a duel. John transformed the fence into a snake that coiled around Sirius's ankle, almost causing him to fall. Sirius fired a spell that hit the ground beneath John, transforming it into a swamp that began to pull him down. Incendio. Using a fire spell to dry out the swamp, John braced his legs and yanked himself free. Flames circled the area, and with a flick of his wand, John transformed them into a blazing wall of fire surrounding Sirius. Sirius wasn't about to give up easily. In an instant, he broke free of the restraints, raising his wand high and shouting, "Finite incantatum." But the flames didn't stop. Instead, they continued to close in tighter and tighter. John's fire spell wasn't something to be taken lightly. He summoned wind elements to fuel the blaze. The flames swirled into a tornado, roaring upward with fierce intensity. Sirius's expression shifted. He transformed a section of the fence into a shield, using it to cover himself. The fiery tornado compressed and, when it extinguished, left only a few scorched shield fragments behind. John's gaze sharpened as he noticed an opening created in the fence. Without hesitation, he dashed forward. Just as he entered, a large black dog hidden in the shadows lunged and bit down hard on his leg. The powerful jaws seemed like they might crush his leg entirely, but John gritted his teeth and punched the dog square in the face, sending it flying. In an instant, Sirius transformed back, wand aimed at John, ready to strike. But John was faster. Levi Corpus. The spell hit Sirius, who went flying backward, his entire body suspended upside down, dangling from a tree. Expelliarmus. A red light hit Sirius, who had been about to make another move, sending his wand flying into John's hand. John casually pocketed it, his own wand steadily aimed at Sirius. "You're coming with me." He approached Sirius, step by step, wand unwavering. Sirius let out a laugh. "Your spell work is impressive." "Thank you," John replied, his expression unchanged, vigilance never wavering. But the upside-down Sirius seemed to have found his voice, asking, "Who taught you your spells? Is it that important?" John almost wanted to silence him. "Why so chatty?" "Of course," Sirius chuckled darkly. "That one was invented by that severe rusty snake ape." "You mean Severus Snape?" John wrinkled his nose. "Ha ha. So you know him, right? He's a teacher at school, my head of house." John's expression cooled, and Sirius looked surprised. "Him? He actually became the head of Slytherin. If you know Professor Snape well, I wouldn't mind delivering you to him." An idea sparked in John's mind as he remembered something his head of house had mentioned about a plot. "What's your relationship with Remus Lupin?" The mention of an old friend's name made Sirius pause, his expression unreadable. "Remus. He was a friend of mine once, but that was a long time ago." John scrutinized his eyes. "Professor Snape once brought up an attempted murder. I think you know what he's talking about." "Murder?" "He actually called it that." Sirius quickly understood, launching into a tirade. "That snake ape. He followed us there on his own. James was the one who saved him." "Oh. So Sirius was involved, then?" John raised his eyebrows, signaling him to continue. "It was a prank. Severus Snape was insufferable, even back in school. We didn't get along," Sirius admitted grudgingly, seeming to stall for time. "One day, Remus was going, well, I decided to play a little joke. It might have been dangerous, but nothing happened." When Sirius mentioned Remus's destination, his voice trailed off in a mumble. John, picking up on the connection to Remus, made a guess. "A prank? If you mean Remus transforming into a werewolf on the full moon, that's more than a simple joke." Sirius's eyes widened. He hadn't expected John to know about Remus's secret. But John didn't give him time to linger on his surprise. With a slight lift of his wand, he signaled for Sirius to go on. With a sigh, Sirius continued, All right. Remus goes to the Shrieking Shack during the full moon. Severus was always trying to catch us breaking the rules, so I purposely let it slip that pressing the knot on the Whomping Willow would make it stop moving." Sirius left the rest unsaid. John could guess the rest. Snape, eager to catch them breaking the rules, would have rushed straight there, only to find himself facing a frenzied, uncontrollable werewolf. Even if Professor Snape had managed to survive, his fate would have been to become a werewolf, shunned by the entire wizarding world. John narrowed his eyes and sneered. "That prank doesn't seem very funny." Sirius was ready. He sneered back, "What, you're going to avenge your head of house?" He assumed John wouldn't have the guts, but John replied coldly, "Why not?" In the next second, John's wand emitted a bright white light, a deadly warning ringing through Sirius's mind. He would die. Without hesitation, Sirius dropped low, transforming into a large dog and bolting away. The tree hit by John's blasting curse exploded violently from the inside out. John hadn't anticipated that Sirius knew the counter-curse for Levi Corpus, but he was ready to chase him down. Just then, he heard a loud shout. It was Hagrid. "Who's there?" They were close to Hagrid's hut, and the noise had alerted him. Hagrid approached with his crossbow, and John, momentarily distracted, turned back only to find that Sirius had already disappeared into the night. Fuck. He was waiting for that exact moment. Looking up, he saw Aurors arriving with Dementors, their dark forms sweeping the area. John's expression turned cold. He had underestimated the strength of someone capable of escaping Azkaban. Making himself invisible like a demiguise, John slipped into the forbidden forest without hesitation. The signs of their skirmish also attracted the Aurors, who began inspecting the area. Following the secret passage from Slytherin's chamber, John made his way back into the castle. By the time he emerged, professors were rushing about in search. Instead of returning to the dormitory, John spent the night in the Constellatin Society's hidden chamber. At dawn, he came out, pretending as if nothing had happened. What happened the previous night had terrified Ron. A female Auror spoke quietly with Professor McGonagall while a male Auror scanned the surroundings. Filch was there, swearing he had seen Sirius Black and describing how he had bolted like the wind. Sir Cadogan was unsurprisingly dismissed from the Gryffindor Tower, and the fat lady had returned to her post, now with a squad of burly troll guards patrolling the corridors. Harry and Ron were walking together and reached the third floor, where a passage led from Honeyduke's sweet shop into the castle. Harry felt uneasy, suspecting that Sirius Black may have entered that way. Ron, however, dismissed it. We know he wouldn't come in through Honeyduke's. Ron said, feeling clever, if he broke into Honeyduke's, we'd definitely hear about it. Ron's logic helped ease Harry's mind, and he was glad Ron had said it. This way, he didn't need to report anything to the professors and could still visit Hogsmeade. With this reassurance, they kept walking, until Harry suddenly stopped. Ron looked at him in confusion. Following Harry's gaze, he saw the door close behind John, who was now leaving. Harry didn't know why he instinctively hid, but he felt strongly that he didn't want John to notice him. Ron gave him a strange look. John. What's he doing there? Searching for Sirius Black, maybe. Harry replied, maybe he stayed there all night. Once John walked away, the two quickly approached the door. Carefully, they opened it, finding it just as empty as last time. Ron was puzzled, but Harry seemed to suspect something. Let's check around. There's nothing here, Ron grumbled. We might as well go fly on the firebolt. Ignoring him, Harry continued searching, though they found nothing. What is John hiding? Harry wondered. Was there treasure in here, or maybe something, or someone? He asked Ron if Black was rich, and Ron confirmed that he was very wealthy. This made Harry think of how generously John always spent his money, like he had an endless supply. Hey guys. I'm also working on a new story called Succubus System at Hogwarts. 5 chapters have currently been posted. You can check them out by searching the name or through my profile. I'm sure you guys will love it. Hardsuit. Read 12 chapters ahead. Chapter 152, The Upside Down Dog. Ron had suddenly become famous, and maybe he didn't mind being scared out of his wits if it meant all this attention. For the first time in his life, he was getting more attention than the Harry Potter. Though the lingering shock wasn't pleasant, he was already enthusiastically recounting his adventures of Ron to the crowd. I was sleeping, then I heard this tearing sound. I thought I was dreaming, you know. Ron spoke like an old-fashioned storyteller, and the young wizards around him couldn't help but feel a thrill of suspense. But then this cold wind hit me, and I woke up, and one side of my bed curtains had been ripped off. He was going into great detail when suddenly someone shouted. Look, there's a dog doing a handstand outside. In a flash, all the young wizards rushed out to see. Tom, the beagle, was balancing on her front paws, looking forlorn in the corner, his cute appearance making some of the girls want to go over and help him. But when they glanced at the Slytherin student standing nearby with a frosty look on his face, they didn't quite have the courage to step forward. The Weasley twins came over, looking stunned. Blimey, is that John? He loves that dog. What happened? As the school's most well-known dog lover, John was actually punishing Tom. The twins thought this was even scarier than hearing Filch had fallen in love. Some even speculated that this John might actually be someone else in disguise. Among those with this theory was Malfoy, who didn't hesitate to step up and rescue his friend's dog. And then Malfoy, clutching his bruised eye, snapped at Goyle and Crabbe, "You both knew he was real, didn't you?" The two quickly shook their heads, and Goyle, unable to hold it in, burst out laughing. Malfoy pulled out his wand, which sent Goyle sprinting away in fear. Daphne hurried over, taking in John's intimidating expression and asking with concern for Tom, "What's going on? What's going on?" Huh. With a cold smirk, John looked unmoved by Tom's pleading, nearly tearful expression. What was going on? This dog had actually stolen his spare wand and given it to Sirius Black. He should have figured, ever since Fong started coming around begging for extra treats, he should have known. Tom here had another dog on the side. And not just any dog, a wanted criminal. Don't plead for it, John said firmly. His rare sternness made Daphne stop in her tracks, exchanging a bewildered look with Pansy. Pansy, did you feed him something strange? Daphne, nope, I haven't even tried out the strawberry mapo tofu recipe from the ice cream shop yet. A quick exchange of looks between them made it clear they were both thinking the same thing. If it wasn't something he ate, then what could have made John so angry? They had no idea that John was still sore about getting bitten by the black dog. If Crookshanks hadn't been hiding out in Gryffindor, there would probably be a cat doing handstands here as well. John shifted his foot, a twitch at the corner of his mouth betraying the sharp pain. Damn, that fucker really bit hard. If John weren't as tough as he was, that bite might have taken a chunk out of his leg. Leaving Tom to do the handstand until the end of class, John turned, a flash of annoyance in his eyes. The last time he'd looked this rough was after being chased by those spiders in the web-filled forest. With that look on his face, no one dared to approach him. Ron, still a bit sour about losing the spotlight, muttered as he glanced over at John, "Do you think he found out about what we were doing this morning?" He was referring to the room he went to in the morning. Harry, eyeing John carefully, said, "No way, he didn't come over there." Walking with a bit of a limp to class, John headed to the infirmary to get his leg treated after it was over. Simple. Gold. With 100 galleons, his leg was completely healed. The coin spell had simply activated, and the healing magic restored his leg. John rubbed the spot of his former injury, now showing no trace of harm. The price was still absurdly high, though. John couldn't help but wonder if goblin magic had middlemen driving up the costs. With a spring in his step, he headed back to the edge of the forbidden forest from last night, staring at the tree he'd shattered. It seems he held back. John recalled the battle from the night before. Sirius hadn't used any offensive spells on him. Instead, he'd chosen spells to restrain and disarm. That final bite might have just been a last resort. Thinking this, John started walking toward the deeper forest. Just as he was about to step in, he stopped, catching Luna's gaze as she looked right at him. "Luna, what are you doing here?" John walked over, and Luna seemed to drift along in a daze. Her voice was ethereal, almost like a song. "I'm looking for the crumplehorn snorkack. Longbottom has a lot of raxperts around him, so I came out." Question mark. John's mind practically sprouted a question mark. Luna pointed at his face and said, "Now you have a lot of raxperts around you, too." Raxperts. He activated his insight spell but couldn't see anything. "They're invisible," Luna sang gently. "They float into your ears and muddle up your thoughts. But now they're flying away." John raised an eyebrow. His thoughts had indeed been a bit jumbled just now. Glancing at Luna, who seemed ready to move deeper into the forest, John said, "It's dangerous over there. When I have time, I'll help you look for the crumplehorn snorkack." That bite from the night before had thrown him off balance, but Luna's appearance grounded him. He smiled warmly, feeling a protective, almost sibling-like fondness, though he didn't actually have a sister. Luna nodded and skipped over to him, her bare, muddy feet moving freely. John frowned and asked, "Did someone hide your shoes again?" He knew Luna wasn't exactly popular in Ravenclaw, and it seemed like those little eagles had been a bit cruel. "My shoes are magical," Luna replied without concern. "They play hide-and-seek when I fall asleep." John thought for a moment, then nodded. "Then I'll give you a pair of shoes that won't play hide-and-seek," he said. Luna smiled, a rare expression for her. She usually looked as if she were daydreaming. John drew his wand and conjured a stream of water to wash the dirt off her feet, then took off his own shoes and placed them on her feet. A tap of his wand, and the oversized shoes shrank to fit. Standing barefoot, he shrugged and said, "Now these shoes won't play hide-and-seek. You can rest easy." Luna gazed at the charmed shoes and seemed genuinely happy. John walked ahead barefoot, asking, "Can you tell me what exactly the crumplehorn snorkack is?" Luna followed, her steps leisurely and dreamlike, and answered in her airy voice, "It lives in Sweden, can't fly, has curved horns, and looks like a little calf." Her voice, like a gentle melody, drifted through the quiet forest. Several people saw John walking Luna back to Ravenclaw Tower barefoot, and some Ravenclaw students fell silent as they noticed. Their lips moved, and John caught the words, "Loony girl." He looked up, and a silent pressure fell over the Ravenclaws who had been whispering. With a scream, a few of them scattered. When Luna turned her head, John simply waved with a smile. Leaving Ravenclaw Tower, John headed to Professor Snape's office. As John opened the door, he couldn't help but take a good look at Snape's hair. Not much better than Sirius Black's. Snape's gaze was icy, and his eyes lowered, noting John's muddy, bare feet. They stood in silence for a moment until John finally asked, "So, Professor Lupin wasn't the only one involved in that attempted murder, was he?" Snape's eyes narrowed, his tone dripping with irritation. "I told you already, John Wick, that werewolf is no saint. He and Sirius Black." John paused, fixing his gaze on Snape, and continued, "And Harry's father. If this is all you found after all this effort, then, Mr. Wick, I must say I'm disappointed, Snape sneered with an edge, as if mocking the simplicity of John's findings. Ignoring the barb, John stepped closer to Snape. So, the one who was almost killed, was you, wasn't it, Professor? At this, Snape's face darkened completely, and John could see a slight twitch in his expression. Mr. Wick, you've learned far more than you should. Perhaps Lupin was quite pleased to recount those days to you. In the end, Snape held his temper, his upper lip stiffened, clearly on the razor's edge of losing patience. No, John shook his head, watching Snape's nearly furious expression, and said calmly, it was Sirius Black who told me. What? Snape shot to his feet, his eyes locked on John with a piercing glare. His face trembled, and he squeezed out the words from his teeth one by one, you met him, the damned Azkaban fugitive, Sirius Black. His face was angry and embarrassed, and even mixed with murderous intent that people could see. Tell me, where is that damned guy? Read 12 chapters ahead of WN. Chapter 153, Snape's Past and Alliance. It was the first time John had ever seen his head of house lose his composure. Normally, no matter how many points Snape deducted, he'd at most be sarcastic and spiteful. But now, there he was, gritting his teeth, his eyes showing a glint of something close to murderous intent. Realizing he had slipped up, Snape quickly adjusted his expression. But memories of his younger self kept surfacing, memories of those 4 Gryffindor idiots, especially James Potter and Sirius Black. Those 2 were the worst, and from the very first day he boarded the train to Hogwarts, he'd been fated to clash with them. Not to mention the events that followed, which left him with a scar that would never fully heal. John watched as a kaleidoscope of emotions played across Snape's face, like a colorful dye factory spilling over, fury, sorrow, then back to a vengeful, teeth-gritting expression as though he'd like to murder someone. John was stunned. Was his head of house having a personality breakdown? Finally, all of that transformed into an icy stare as Snape fixed his gaze on John and said, where did you encounter him? Reason won out over impulse. Although Snape wanted nothing more than to pin Sirius Black down and introduce him to a Dementor, he couldn't ignore John's words. He's a dangerous man. The Forbidden Forest, John replied. He's hiding in there, though I don't want to tell the Aurors. Oh. Snape's eyes narrowed dangerously, laced with sarcasm. John Wick, perhaps you should know just how dangerous that man is. No one in this school is eager to join you in some hero act. He assumed John intended to capture Sirius Black on his own and bask in the glory of becoming a school hero. John shook his head with a small laugh. Isn't that what professors are for? Staring directly at Snape, he continued, don't you find it suspicious that Sirius Black went straight to Ron Weasley's bed last night? Without waiting for a response, John added, he was able to enter the Gryffindor Tower, obviously there is an insider. How could he not know the location of the savior Harry Potter? Snape was not a fool. A thoughtful expression appeared on his face. He sneered, then do you think the muggles he blew to death are innocent? He went to great lengths to escape from Azkaban just to kill Harry Potter. So, even if the insider didn't know or didn't told him Harry's bed. If he is the vicious man everyone says, would he just, oops wrong kid, after seeing Ron and go back when he is capable of blasting the whole dormitory with one spell? Snape's disgust for Sirius Black was clearly written on his face. All the more reason to capture him and get answers, don't you think? John pressed, as if fully expecting Snape's reaction. You should know, Professor, the man was the most loyal of the Dark Lord, he tricked his best friends and even Dumbledore to betray them in the end. Based on the rumors, Sirius Black is not the type to mix up bed locations and then go back. Though he would love nothing more than to have the Aurors throw Sirius to the Dementors, Snape admitted he was curious. With a long look at John, he sneered, you really think I'm going to help you? That would be helping the school, too. I believe the professor won't refuse. Knowing his own influence might not be enough, John added with a smile, and there's Harry. Snape's expression immediately darkened, and he promptly showed John the door. John shrugged. Typical, playing hard to get. When has Harry been in danger and Snape wasn't the first to appear? Now he's here acting reserved. Ah, classic Snape. Love so deep and brooding, no wonder he's the most devoted character in the Harry Potter series. Even though the girl he loved married his most detested rival, he'd still go to any lengths to protect her child. Honestly, I'm about to cry over this. Snape hadn't said it outright, but John knew he'd help. If only for the chance to land a blow on his old nemesis, Snape would be on board. With his head of house's assistance, John was confident that the next time he encountered Sirius, he'd catch him for sure. The Great Hall. John was eating less and less these days. He used to practically clean every dish in sight, but now it was just plain water and bread. Anyone watching might think he was on some sort of monk-like retreat. Because of his new diet, John's cheeks had become hollow, and he looked thinner overall, almost like he was dealing with anorexia. After finishing his meal of plain water and bread, a large flock of owls flew into the great hall. One owl landed in front of Neville. Aside from his usual timid personality, Neville had undergone quite the transformation. His formerly round face had slimmed down, and he'd gained significant muscle. His arms had bulked up, noticeably more than those around him. Now, Neville looked like he could take down any kid with just a punch, even without a wand. But the moment he received the red letter from the owl, he reverted to his old self. Even though he ran out of the hall with the howler in hand, the dreadful sound still tore through the silence. Lady Longbottom's skill at scolding was on par with Molly Weasley's. John noticed Malfoy's schadenfreude-filled expression and thoughtfully assigned him extra-weighted running exercises. Malfoy's expression quickly turned to one of pain, but he didn't refuse. John's training program genuinely helped people feel stronger. Despite the suffering, Malfoy was secretly starting to like the feeling of getting stronger. Meanwhile, the bulletin board announced that students would be able to visit Hogsmeade next week. John happened to run into Filch, who was astonishingly covered in sandbags. "What's this all about?" Filch sighed. "The other night, I lost to a student who was turning corners using his momentum. He was so fast, all I saw was black hair and his uniform." John. How do I politely tell him that upgrading his hardware has limits and that I was basically using a cheat mode? The fact that he'd been left so far behind that he couldn't even see the student's house crest had deeply affected Filch. As the object of the whole school's disdain, there was no way he could let himself be beaten in speed. Without saying more, Filch ignored John and began jogging back and forth down the hallway. John shook his head and headed toward the Forbidden Forest. At the forest's edge, he spotted Professor Snape. Like a giant bat, Snape strode forward with impressive speed, his cloak billowing dramatically behind him. He walked quickly up to John and said in his usual icy tone, "I hope we can find him before nightfall." John thought, it's not exactly something I can control, but one look at Snape's face convinced him to swallow his response. He nodded, and the two of them entered the forest in silence, moving in perfect sync. Meanwhile, not long after they'd gone, Hagrid invited Harry and Ron over to his hut, where he was awkwardly trying to play peacemaker, just like he'd seen John do. Hermione had been helping Hagrid organize Buckbeak's case lately, and he had become aware of the rift forming among the trio. But Hagrid underestimated Ron's stubbornness. Ron was furious and insisted that Hermione get rid of Crookshanks before there could be any chance of reconciliation. Being an animal lover himself, Hagrid could empathize with Hermione. He understood that certain instincts were just ingrained in an animal's nature. This wasn't John's first time in the Forbidden Forest, but it was the first time he'd come with the head of house. The two walked in silence, almost like strangers, not saying a word along the way. Yet, John could still feel Snape's gaze on him from time to time. Crouching down to examine a pool of blood, John realized that Sirius Black had been here. "He's injured," Snape said, his gaze shifting from the bloodstain to John, his expression dark and inscrutable. "You wounded him." A student who hadn't even graduated yet, managing to injure an Azkaban escapee Death Eater. As Snape's long-standing rival, he knew Sirius's abilities all too well. Annoying as he was, Black, like James Potter, was an exceptional talent. By the time he graduated, he was already at Auror level and was recruited into the Order of the Phoenix. Even after spending over a decade in Azkaban, his skills might have dulled somewhat, but he was still absolutely Auror caliber. A whirlwind of thoughts surged in Snape's mind, and he found himself wondering just what went on inside John's head. If he were aiming to become the next Dark Lord, then he, Snape, should key. Dangerous thoughts passed through his mind, but John suddenly turned, meeting Snape's gaze. Both were momentarily startled, but John quickly regained his composure, saying calmly, he held back. He didn't use any unforgivable curses or harmful spells. Snape nodded with a calm expression, as though the surge of emotions he'd just experienced had never existed. John stood and continued his search, following the blood trail. It disappeared at the entrance of a tree hollow. "He's gone." John picked up a piece of dried chicken breast that had fallen inside the hollow. Looks like he'd made a hasty retreat, with a snack along the way. But John was certain Sirius hadn't left the Forbidden Forest, which made things simpler. For the rest of the time, John and Snape tacitly continued their search through the forest. A few times, they found signs of a makeshift shelter or traces of recent activity, but each time, the person had left just before they arrived. With those tracking skills, no wonder the Aurors couldn't catch him. Read 12 chapters. Chapter 154, Sentient Silver Wick Sword. Today was the day to go to Hogsmeade, so Snape put the search on hold for now. Seeing Snape hurriedly walking through the school, John could guess he was off to catch someone. Folding up the Marauder's map, John made his way to the Constellation Society's secret chamber. Come to think of it, he hadn't been in there all week, and the firebolt that was originally placed in the Constellation Society was borrowed by Malfoy. He said that he wanted to use it as a secret weapon, so he did not advertise it. However, John saw Malfoy returning to the dormitory with injuries several times, probably from falling. Standing at the round table of the Constellation Society, the ceiling above shone with the light of 36 purple stars, casting a star map onto the table. With a snap of his fingers, the table split open from the center, revealing a hidden entrance. This was the armory, and a pair of half-finished shoes rested there. John hadn't had the time to finish them. Several enchanted rings were placed on the counter, and the silver Wick sword hung on the wall in the center. Raising his hand, the silver Wick sword trembled briefly before flying into John's grasp. Taking a bottle of prepared soul potion, John drank it down. He was about to attempt a bold experiment. He called it soul infusion. He waited for the effects of the soul potion to take hold. He took a purified, extracted soul from the cabinet. Raising his right hand, John watched as a silver ring spread over his entire arm like liquid. His silver, gleaming hand moved slightly, momentarily suppressing the injury on his right hand. Opening the bottle containing the soul, he placed it on the table. John's mouth moved, and ancient, cryptic syllables filled the air. The soul responded to his incantation, unraveling strand by strand, gradually entwining around the silver Wick sword. In an instant, the chamber burst into light. Magic drained rapidly, and John's gaze fixed unwaveringly on the silver Wick sword. The next second, the soul was fully infused into the sword. The sword's mithril-crafted blade shook violently, and John felt his own soul being tugged apart. Ug, anima, veni. With the spell cast, John forcefully suppressed the sensation of his soul being pulled away. Inside the silver Wick sword, the infused soul was restless. In that moment, it felt as if an invisible pressure was descending upon him. Gritting his teeth, John held steady as the soul within the silver Wick sword resisted fiercely. Even when he had once torn souls apart and ingested them, he had never encountered resistance like this. Is this the rebellion against touching the forbidden? A glint of determination flashed in John's eyes as the silver Wick sword flew out of his hand, hovering in midair. He hadn't used a levitation charm, this was the sword acting on its own. With his now free left hand, he drew his wand. Overhead, the 36 magical crystals embedded in the dome erupted with light, shooting beams directly downward. The concentrated beams transformed into an immense force pressing onto his wand. Under the strain, his arm lowered bit by bit, absorbing all the energy until the wand shimmered with an intense purple glow, nearly overflowing. His left arm bore thunder-like marks as the energy began to invade, carving patterns into his skin. He adjusted the wand with forceful control, aiming it at the silver Wick sword. A dazzling white laser burst from the wand's tip, landing on the blade, engraving intricate designs across its surface. This immense power coursed through his body like a conduit, forcibly infusing itself into the sword. The process went on for over 10 minutes, with the silver Wick sword nearly breaking free several times, restrained only by the specialized silver gauntlet he wore. Finally, as the wand expelled its last bit of energy, a wisp of black smoke curled from its tip. John's left sleeve was shredded, with only a few scraps hanging, though he paid it no mind. His eyes remained fixed on the silver Wick sword, which was now aglow with silver light, flames, and crackling arcs of electricity rippling along its blade. Ancient, mysterious patterns adorned the blade, chaotic yet uniquely beautiful. The most notable part was the hilt, where a magical crystal had formed cracks but, miraculously, had not shattered. It was both a success and not quite a success. John stepped forward, tentatively reaching out to grasp the hilt. An immense surge of power erupted from within, but the 6 magic crystals on his gauntlet activated, containing the sword's resistance. No matter how hard the sword struggled, it ultimately couldn't break free. In the end, the silver Wick sword relented. Yes, it surrendered. John could sense the sword's emotions, utterly chaotic, like a child babbling while having its candy taken away and unable to reclaim it. He aimed the sword at a human-shaped target in the chamber and swung. Though he didn't touch it, the target was sliced cleanly in two. The cut was sharp and clean, with a charred edge. It'll do, though I wonder how long that supercharged magic crystal will hold out. Returning the silver Wick sword to its original spot, John lifted his hand. This time, he didn't use magic, the silver Wick sword flew directly back into his hand. After infusing the silver Wick sword with a soul, John had forcibly created a consciousness within it. Initially resistant, that consciousness gradually yielded. Or rather, it was the soul itself. The supercharged magic crystal, formed by merging the energy of 36 magic crystals, shaped the soul into a conscious entity with intense magic. In a way, John's actions had already ventured into an unforgivable realm. But with no one else knowing, it was as good as non-existent. Magic itself is rooted in belief, and John, equally at ease, relied on that belief. Returning to the upper level of the secret chamber, he noticed that the 36 magical crystals in the ceiling had dimmed somewhat. There was no need to recharge them, the chamber itself, designed as a massive alchemy furnace, would continuously replenish the magic crystals as long as a tiny bit of magic acted as a catalyst. If the magic crystals became fully charged, the excess magic would simply contribute to forming additional crystals. When constructing the Constellation Society's secret chamber, John had modeled it on the room of requirement. He held a handful of galleons, and as they dwindled, the broken components of the chamber quickly regenerated. John looked down at his left hand, where fierce, lightning-like patterns remained, almost like a tattoo. In one brief flashback, he even glimpsed a thunderbird. It seemed that the intense magical impact had transferred the damage to his left hand, leaving a mark. Once he'd finished restoring what had been damaged by the magical shock, John stepped out of the chamber. As soon as he stepped out, John saw Harry, sweating profusely, caught red-handed by Professor Snape near the statue of the one-eyed, hunchbacked witch. Despite Harry's frantic explanations that he hadn't gone to Hogsmeade, it was futile. Snape was dragging him off to his office. John watched for a moment but didn't linger. He continued on his way. Soon he ran into Hermione, looking flustered, her hair sticking to her forehead from urgency. "John." She halted abruptly upon seeing him. After hesitating for a while, she finally spoke up. "John, there's something I want to ask you." Seeing her anxious expression, John paused and asked, "What's up?" Hermione's clear eyes darted over to the giant troll security statue in the corridor. She bit her lip and said, "Let's go somewhere more private." John scratched his head and nodded in agreement. Around the corner, Daphne, who had been about to greet John, stopped in her tracks. Her expression shifted, the initial joy on her face fading away. The pineapple pizza she'd painstakingly made slipped from her hand onto the floor. Hermione led the way, with John following behind her. Every so often, he glanced down at the lightning-like pattern on the back of his hand, thinking to himself that it actually looked pretty cool. Unlike the scar on Harry's forehead, John's mark was both intimidating and strangely beautiful. When they reached the covered bridge, Hermione, who had been silent the entire way, finally spoke. She stared at John for a moment, then asked, hopefully, "John, do you still have the password note I gave you?" John was taken aback, thinking back to when he'd fought Sirius. He'd used a fire spell to dry out the swamp, and the note had turned to ash. So he replied honestly, "It's gone. Burned up." Burned up? Hermione hadn't expected that answer. It seemed absurd to her. After a long pause, she walked away without saying another word. John, puzzled, rubbed his chin and guessed, does she not want me feeding the cat anymore? Well, that was fine. He still had to track down Sirius Black, so his time was limited. Turning away from the bridge, he bumped into Daphne. From this angle, he could see the bridge clearly and wondered why she was here. With a victorious smile, clearly in a good mood, Daphne walked over and tugged on his sleeve. "I've mastered Italian pineapple pizza and Chinese strawberry dumplings." She looked very happy. John took a breath of cold air when he heard the names of these dishes. Pineapple pizza. Strawberry dumplings. How could anyone come up with this? Didn't you say last time that you studied cooking for 2.5 years? I liked you very much, smiley face. Why do you have to pick on fruits? You should be banned from the kitchen. Read 12 chapters ahead. Chapter 155, Aftermath and Valentine's Day. John had underestimated the cost of dabbling in forbidden magic. He'd started to grow feathers. Yes, feathers. Golden feathers had first appeared on his arms, and at first, he thought he'd accidentally brushed against something. But when they wouldn't shake off, he reached to pluck one out, yelping in pain as he did. He realized they were real. Within a day, feathers had started spreading rapidly over his body. John brewed a potion to fix it, but after drinking it, nothing happened. He suspected the massive surge of magic that had flowed through his wand into his body had caused this transformation. And considering his wand's core was a thunderbird feather, John was starting to feel uneasy. Am I turning into a bird? His mouth twitched slightly, but thankfully, the transformation wasn't entirely disadvantageous. He discovered he could control the weather within a small radius. Just moments ago, a bolt of lightning had struck right at Malfoy's feet, making him jump. John lazily raised an eyebrow, saying calmly, 2 more laps. An exhausted Malfoy glanced at Neville, who was now only a figure in the distance, and a surge of stubbornness sparked within him. Gritting his teeth, he dragged his weary legs forward, lugging a rock nearly as big as his head, which looked like it might snap his spine at any moment. Heavy footsteps left 2 lines of marks by the Black Lake. John glanced down at his own hands. They were thinner than before, his long fingers moved slightly, and arcs of electricity danced between them. Guess it's a good thing, he muttered. Even he wasn't sure if this was a blessing or a curse. With this power, it felt as though he'd been given a free infusion of magical blood. The side effects, however, were more than he'd bargained for. John had no desire to turn into a thunderbird. Rolling up his sleeve, he saw more golden feathers growing under his clothes. Fuck. Expressionless, he rolled the sleeve back down. 2 options for a cure came to mind. One was using Animagus transformation, a stronger transfiguration spell to reshape his body. The other was to wait until the end of term and reset it with a magical blood infusion surge. Either way, what he needed now was to wait. After flushing out the Thunderbird bloodline, he might lose this power, but John wasn't about to live with a bird face. No, no, no. I like my face very much. Not everyone has the courage to go around noseless, right? Looking at you, Voldemort. He felt despair. Slap. This isn't a time to go into depression, John. He slapped himself and then tried to cheer himself up. Let me tell you a joke. If Voldemort made his nose into a Horcrux, I would never be able to find it in my lifetime. Voldemort snorted, his nose held high, arrogant of his genius. Oh, by the way, he has no nose. Valentine's Day was here. With Lockhart gone this year, there was finally no fear of some chubby little dwarf dressed as Cupid leaping out to cling to one's leg with a love confession. In the Great Hall, a few Slytherins who were fairly familiar with John started whistling. Remembering last year's events, the Slytherins figured they could do the same. It seemed everyone had quietly decided that this was John's day to be embarrassed. Malfoy, even more eager than usual, stood up and shouted, "Anyone who wants to send John a love note, I can deliver it for you." His words sparked laughter across the hall, and the Weasley twins exchanged whispers, clearly plotting some light-hearted prank for the occasion. John thought it was just casual banter, until an origami crane drifted over from who knows where. It landed directly in front of him, with Malfoy leading the chorus of whistles. The way they looked, it was as if they were saying, "Let's see who sent a love letter to our Slytherin Dark Lord." John glanced around and figured it wouldn't hurt to entertain the little snakes a bit on this holiday. He unfolded the paper crane, revealing graceful handwriting in emerald green ink. The familiar script, John recognized it immediately as the same person from last year. That love letter was still stashed in his drawer, he just hoped his dad wouldn't find it. This time, at least, there was no mention of his eyes being like salamanders or his hair like oil-slick silk. Before Malfoy could peek over, John smoothly tucked the note away. Malfoy, disappointed, slumped back into his seat and raised an eyebrow in Harry's direction, almost tauntingly. "Potter, didn't your little admirer from last year send you a note?" Harry, catching on, couldn't resist glaring back. Admirer? It was a prank, pure and simple. He fumed while Hermione, ever the calming influence, tried to soothe him. Yes, they'd made up yet again. Their relationship was like putty, cut it into pieces, knead it together, and it would form a lump all over again. Ron's eyes were wide as saucers, as if sheer force of will alone could knock Malfoy flat. The day Snape caught Harry was a truly grim one. Snape had torn into his father's name and had nearly burned the Marauders map, only for Professor Lupin to step in and save both Harry and the map. Back in the common room, Hermione arrived with a letter from Hagrid. Buckbeak had lost the case. This meant he was sentenced to be beheaded. One piece of bad news after another, and Hagrid was crying his heart out. Just then, Malfoy came back, still bitter from being pranked by Harry in the invisibility cloak, and retaliated with some venomous insults. Ron pulled out his wand, ready to curse him, and Malfoy wasn't one to back down. The two faced off, and it was Harry's intervention that calmed things down. Harry noticed that Crabbe and Goyle were itching for a fight. Slytherins had gotten quite the reputation for being scrappy lately. If a brawl started, Ron would definitely get the worst of it. Harry's intuition was spot on, he could see the eager gleam in Malfoy's eyes. In the end, neither side cast a curse, though Hermione seemed distracted, only reacting after they'd all returned to the common room. What the actual fuck? Today, John managed to receive a chocolate spiked with a love potion. He got a lot of chocolates, girls just tended to like his type. Tossing the suspicious chocolate aside, John, with his level 5 alchemy skills, could spot an added potion a mile away. He gave Goyle, who was eyeing it hungrily, a warning. He genuinely feared that the big lug, who'd eat any random cake, might pick up the chocolate and eat it too. Without a sense of taste, John had no interest in chocolates anymore. After all, chocolate without flavor felt like wax. Without taste, it was just a block of black wax. Not being in the habit of eating wax, he stashed the chocolates in his drawer. Maybe one day, if his taste returned, he could try a sample of these Hogwarts witches' handiwork. Since getting punished, Tom had become incredibly subdued, like a dejected dog, leaving John disappointed. "A love-struck fool never has a happy ending, Tom," he muttered. All you could say was that the poor little girl, naive and inexperienced, had been deceived by a big black dog. John had 3 wands in total, one with a thunderbird tail feather core in red oak, one with a unicorn hair core in cherry wood, and a yew wand with a dragon heartstring core. The one taken out was the unicorn hair wand, and John scolded it sternly, "Look at you, 3-legged toads are hard to find, but 4-legged dogs are everywhere, and yet you fancy an animagus." Tom lowered her head onto her paws, his big eyes glancing up with a look of sheer grievance. Seeing this expression, John sighed in resignation. Fortunately, he found out Sirius Black and uncovered the secret. It's good that Black met John since John is powerful. If it was some other student in place of John. Even if Sirius hadn't gone for a kill shot, the student would have been seriously injured. Ignoring Tom's pitiful expression, he confined her to his room, placing her under Basil's watch. The snowy owl, Basil, sat atop a cabinet, his eyes fixed on Tom. Should the dog dare to leave, Basil would be within his rights to give him a good swatting. In the common room, some young witches were eyeing him hopefully. John had just walked in when someone tugged on his sleeve. Turning, he saw Daphne's beautiful face, raised with a prideful and slightly haughty expression, as if to stake her claim. Ever since she'd seen Hermione bite her lip and leave that day, Daphne had maintained this demeanor. The young witches around took this in and quietly gave up on their plans. Pansy's eyes shone, seeing her friend finally find the courage to step forward. Daphne immediately stood up and scanned the room, as if silently daring anyone to approach her friend Wick. She didn't need to say a word, after all, she was Daphne Greengrass, the flower of Slytherin. John looked at the hesitant young witches, then at Daphne's proud little expression. He suddenly felt a chill down his spine. Got it. He bent down slightly, as he was a bit taller than Daphne, and leaned close to her fair ear, whispering, "Did you make some more food?" His warm breath tickled her ear, making it feel slightly itchy. Daphne's proud expression nearly slipped as a blush crept up her face. John noticed, confirming his suspicion. Of course, she had made a new dish. With a knowing look, he then hesitated, gritting his teeth. As long as it's not fruit-based, I'm good. He was truly scarred by creations like strawberry mapo tofu and strawberry dumplings and pineapple pizza. Can't you let go of the fruit? Right. Daphne's face lit up, and immediately asked in surprise, "How did you know I made Wellington beef chocolate today?" Ah, beef and chocolate. It's good that she didn't put any fruit this time. Wait. Do you yourself listen to what you are talking about? Beef and chocolate. How can you put them together? Read 12 chapters ahead at Chapter 156, Storm and Green Dragon. After forcing down a Valentine's Day Wellington beef chocolate, John felt completely numb. He couldn't imagine who had taught Daphne to cook like this. Most people aimed for balanced nutrition and flavor. Not her. No taste, no smell, no color, and forget about balanced nutrition, it was a complete mess. Who pairs beef with chocolate? Both high-calorie on their own, this combination went off the charts. Only John, without a sense of taste, could manage to choke it down. Heinrich looked on with a rare hint of admiration. Incidentally, Heinrich received chocolates too. For once, his pale face had some color as he opened one and took a bite. Garlic-flavored. Rumor had it that afterward, the Weasley twins got cornered at Gryffindor Tower. If Professor McGonagall hadn't shown up, at least one of them would probably have ended up in the hospital wing. Time passed day by day. Sirius Black continued to evade capture, and John even began to wonder if he was hiding in the Forbidden Forest. March 6th. Under the gray sky, winter had passed, and all dormant life waited for a signal to emerge. An oppressive atmosphere spread through the castle, and the students disliked this kind of weather. Outside the castle, John looked up at the sky. He knew the time had come. Grabbing his small satchel, he headed to the Forbidden Forest. This time, he wasn't searching for Sirius Black, he was waiting for a storm. Under the influence of the Thunderbird, John could feel a powerful rainstorm brewing within the dark clouds. He needed to reach the spot where he had buried the mixed potion ahead of time. After a year, the burned spider nest, scorched by cursed fire, still remained barren. Standing at the entrance of the nest, he waited for the lightning to strike. Taking out his pocket watch, he checked the time. 30 degrees past the hour, the first raindrop fell. A large drop landed in his palm, and in the next second, a torrential downpour began. Mist cloaked Hogwarts in a gray veil as lightning tore across the sky. Boom. It was Jingja, the day when all life awakens. The time had arrived. John dashed to the spot where he'd buried the mixture, dug through the soil, and uncovered a bottle of blood-red potion. He had succeeded. Grabbing the bottle, John dashed through the storm to another chosen location as quickly as possible. The transformation required a spacious, safe area. While the Forbidden Forest was filled with magical creatures, it was free from human presence. Upon arrival, John exhaled forcefully into his palms, and a mist rapidly spread, obscuring the surroundings. Pointing his wand at his heart, John recited the incantation he knew by heart. Amato animo animato animagus. With the words complete, he downed the blood-red potion in one gulp. Is that it? Did I fail? Why isn't anything happening? Intense pain surged through him, and a second heartbeat echoed in his ears. Ugh. John hunched over, bracing his hands on his knees as the pain traveled through his body, feeling as if it were splitting his bones open to cleanse the marrow within. A chaotic consciousness flooded his mind, battering against his brain, but John forced it down. The transformation started with his hands, as sharp claws extended from his fingernails. His school robes turned into scales, his pupils narrowed into slits, and fangs pierced through his lips. John's body was growing taller, and his heavy breathing no longer sounded human. The clothes fully merged into his skin as an itch spread across his back, and something began to push through. Spiny ridges emerged one by one, forming wings that resembled those of a bat. Horns sprouted, and his tail brushed against trees, snapping them effortlessly. Grr. Through the dense mist, a pair of brown eyes opened. Huff. John exhaled, and a flicker of flame shot out, startling him. He was now a massive creature reaching 50 feet in length, likely the largest animagus ever recorded. Dark green scales shimmered like jade, and with a gentle beat of his wings, the mist in front of him blew away. He had transformed into a dragon, green yet so dark it appeared black, not the native Welsh green of Britain. Judging by his size, he was at least on par with the ferocity of a Hungarian horntail. Roar, boom. Feeling an intense heat welling up in his throat, John opened his mouth, and a huge fireball crashed into the ground, vaporizing the rain into swirling steam. He could see farther, his lantern-sized eyes blinking and catching sight of things hundreds of meters away. Rain pattered on his scales as the dragon, solitary and majestic, looked down upon everything, his innate draconic aura making nearby animals cower in fear. Grr. After spending some time adjusting to his animagus form, John closed his eyes and pictured his original self. His body began to shrink, the scales gradually receding. Phew. When he opened his eyes again, John had returned to human form. So I am really a fucking dragon. Wicked. Rain fell on him as he picked up his fallen wand. John rolled up his sleeve, and the Thunderbird feathers on his left arm had disappeared. This was good news, the Thunderbird's weather control ability was still his. With a gentle flick of his wand, John summoned a lightning strike, which hit a tree nearby. Boom. Flames flared up instantly, only to be doused by the rain moments later. Ha. Ha ha. Bah ha ha. Those annoying feathers. A blessing in disguise, indeed. He laughed like a crazy madman and then exhaled, controlling his inner feelings. A proud smile appeared on his face as John used transfiguration to conjure an umbrella. With a tap, the rain slid off him, leaving him dry save for a few damp strands of hair. Walking out of the forbidden forest in the rain, John noticed the Quidditch players in red flying across the field, undeterred by the downpour. Not long after he left, a soaked black dog came scrambling through, looking thoroughly bedraggled. The dog stared at the area, which looked as if some monstrous creature had plowed through it, a hint of terror in his eyes. What sort of beast is that terrifying? Just now, all the animals nearby were paralyzed in fear. Sirius had no idea what terrifying creature lurked within the forbidden forest, but from the signs, it had to be at least a dragon to exert such intimidation. There were many magical creatures in the forbidden forest, but dragons were not among them. He fell into deep thought. The Slytherin vs. Gryffindor showdown was set for April. Right now, the teams from both houses were training like mad. Gryffindor's practice ended abruptly when Wood was struck by a lightning bolt. A group of them hurriedly carried Wood to the hospital wing. John ran into Harry, who was in such a rush he didn't even notice him. The Weasley twins joked that if Harry was a magnet for school disasters, then Wood was a magnet for Quidditch disasters. Every game, something had to happen to Wood. None of these mishaps could dim Wood's passion, true love, you could say. John lingered a moment as the Slytherin team swiftly took over the Quidditch field. Goyle and Crabbe stood like gatekeepers, blocking the entrance to keep others out, while Draco Malfoy, under the gaze of all, strutted in with his firebolt. The team now revolved entirely around Malfoy, even Flint couldn't compete with his authority. John, remember to cheer for us, Malfoy called out. John waved and walked off, squinting as he thought to himself that this weather was perfect for a grand spectacle. The Ministry of Magic was in trouble yet again. 3 Dementors had disappeared almost overnight, and even the Aurors couldn't find any clues. They were nearly losing their minds, with Dawlish angrily blaming Sirius Black for it. John returned to the castle with the 3 Dementors he captured. Skillfully, he dismantled the Dementors, their remaining souls providing enough power for John to fully heal his arm, and the ring turned completely black. With 1 month until the match, Malfoy was obsessively focused on training, which wasn't helping his classroom performance. John, on the other hand, continued to perform perfectly, impressing Professor Flitwick enough in charms that he added 20 points to Slytherin. Hermione looked exhausted, and John hadn't seen her during morning classes. This only made Daphne happier. By afternoon, John's divination class had become a free period. Hermione, however, seemed unusually irritable and, for the first time, spoke rudely to a professor, outright quitting divination. John was a bit surprised, it didn't seem like her usual character. Of course, Professor Trelawney's comment about her lack of talent had hurt Hermione. It also fulfilled Professor Trelawney's earlier prediction that someone would leave the classroom. 4 days remained until Easter, and John kept up with his daily dose of soul elixir. By the time Easter arrived, his hand had stopped shaking, though his fingers were still a bit stiff. But that didn't matter much, the remaining soul elixir would be enough to fully heal his hand. He hadn't forgotten about searching for Sirius Black either, occasionally shifting into his animagus form to look for him. Once, he nearly startled a centaur in the Forbidden Forest, and his presence filled Sirius Black with apprehension wherever he went. In the wild, scent is a key factor in marking territory, and as John roamed, Sirius was convinced a big dangerous dragon was claiming land all around him. John didn't realize he hadn't actually found Sirius yet but had certainly frightened him several times. Eventually, he gave up the search, instead carrying the Marauder's map with him each day. Since Black was bound to be the one looking for someone, John decided that lying in wait was more efficient than aimless searching. Read 12 advanced chapters. Chapter 157, 157, Firebolt and Firebolt. In April, the diligent students had already started preparing for their exams. Tom was chewing on a wand-shaped teething stick, a defective product from one of John's failed attempts at crafting. He figured it would be a waste to throw it out, so he repurposed it as a chewing toy for Tom. It had to be said, the quality was impressive. Tom had been gnawing on it for over a year, and it was still as sturdy as ever. John glanced at the dog, grounded for 2 months, then picked up his book and left. Tom wagged her tail, wanting to follow, but Basil unfurled his wings dramatically, making Tom retreat. When Daphne saw John coming out, she naturally joined him and asked with some concern, still not letting Tom out. John used to let the dog run around freely, but it had been locked up for 2 months now, which showed just how upset he was. It lost a wand. And gave it to Black without even thinking about me, he added in his mind. So it needs to take responsibility. When they reached the Great Hall, John sat down, and Daphne eagerly took out her latest creation. This time, she had tried her hand at Eastern cuisine and had even asked a wizard from overseas to get her a proper setup. This is called Chung Fun, a type of breakfast dish from China, Daphne announced proudly. This time, she hadn't failed, in fact, she had done exceptionally well. John looked intrigued. After trying things like strawberry pizza recently, surely this Chung Fun couldn't have fruit in it, right? Though John couldn't taste, experiencing a spicy dish's smell was still enjoyable for a foodie like him. As he looked expectantly at the covered dish, Daphne confidently lifted the lid. Daphne, be honest with me, who exactly taught you how to cook? John stared blankly at the plate of chocolate-filled rice noodle roll, feeling a mix of emotions. Daphne looked puzzled, she had tasted it herself and thought it was sweet and delicious. It's from a recipe I bought from a wizard with the last name Chen. Why? John sincerely replied, could you tell me his address? I'd like to send him a gift. He was set on it, as soon as he had the address, he'd send Tommy and his people to finish that scoundrel off. Daphne tilted her head, looking adorably confused. I actually don't know where he lives. Well, what a pity. He could have rid China of a maniac, but the guy had escaped in advance. Judging by her skill level, she'd clearly been practicing this for quite a while. Just then, Malfoy came running over, looking a bit guilty, as if he'd done something to let John down. John, I heard Tom lost your wand before. Malfoy looked uncharacteristically awkward, fidgeting like a bashful debutante. It's not that serious, right? Maybe you could let him off. John was surprised, since when did Malfoy care about his dog? Could it be that after walking the dog a few times while he'd been too busy, Malfoy had developed a soft spot? John's expression turned cold. If she made a mistake, she has to face the consequences. Surely, I don't need to explain that again, do I? Malfoy forced a smile and hurried off to another table. What's up with him? John turned to ask Heinrich, who had been quietly observing the scene. Heinrich paused, looking off in another direction, and said, today is the Slytherin vs Gryffindor Quidditch final. John suddenly understood, no wonder Malfoy was rushing over to discuss tactics with his teammates. Heinrich's gaze was still fixed intently in one direction. Following his line of sight, John saw the Weasley twins quickly duck their heads. You're not seriously thinking about putting them in the hospital wing before the game, are you? Seeing the violent glint in Heinrich's eyes, John knew exactly what he was contemplating. Heinrich nodded without hesitation, a hint of madness flashing in his eyes. Honor cannot be compromised. With that ruthless expression, he could easily be mistaken for a Death Eater. John massaged his temples and said, they're Percy's brothers. You shouldn't do that. In the end, it was the united front of the Constellatin Society that managed to curb Heinrich's reckless idea. If Percy found out about such tactics, the two might end up at odds. It seemed even fate favored this match. The weather was clear with a light breeze, though it was nothing serious. Both teams gathered in the locker rooms to strategize. John noticed Cedric approaching, looking slightly uncomfortable. Cho Chang is going to cheer for Gryffindor, he said, a bit embarrassed. John thought it made sense. During Slytherin's last match, Cho had been bumped by Malfoy at least 8 times and tugged on 3 times. After that many fouls, anyone would feel reluctant to cheer for Slytherin. We respect her choice, it's just a game. It won't affect your friendship, John said, emphasizing the word friendship with a smirk. Cedric nodded, though his ears turned red. Right before the match, Daphne and Pansy arrived. Pansy had just dragged her friend to the locker room to cheer on Malfoy. Daphne naturally took a seat beside John, while Pansy leaned over, fuming, the commentator's a Gryffindor. It's going to kill the team's morale. Pansy was fuming, and John noticed Lee Jordan, the notorious anti-Slytherin commentator, was already in the commentator's seat. Thinking quickly, John turned to a Slytherin student behind him. Blaze, could you do me a favor and fetch Ernie? I need to talk to him. Blaze Zabini, clearly thrilled to be addressed by John, nodded eagerly and hurried off. A few moments later, Ernie Macmillan from Hufflepuff arrived. John brought them both over to Professor Snape. Wick, not sitting with others to cheer your friend Draco. Hello to you too, Professor. And about the match, I believe that there are several factors that could unfairly influence a match, he stated with conviction. If the commentator is biased, it would be unfair to the other team. I suggest that another house takes over the commentary. With that, he nudged Ernie forward. Ernie swallowed nervously, clearly surprised to find himself thrown into the spotlight by John. Your words. Snape looked impassively at Ernie Macmillan, which made Ernie nearly piss his pants, but then, with a hint of approval, said, have a point. I'll discuss this with Professor McGonagall. Tisk. Snape was now slightly frustrated. Gulp. Ernie was left sitting behind the commentary area, while Snape directed a death glare at Lee Jordan, causing him to shiver involuntarily. Both teams emerged from the locker rooms, with all eyes on Harry and his firebolt. After the match with Ravenclaw, the entire school was well aware of this high-quality broomstick. Harry's tiny spark of pride was satisfied, though he remained fully focused on the match. Ron exclaimed, we've got this, there's no way Malfoy's Nimbus 2001 can keep up with a firebolt. He sounded incredibly proud, as if he were the one riding the broom himself. Hearing his words, Hermione instinctively looked over toward John. The next second, an earth-shaking cheer erupted from the Slytherin side. Hermione, a bit bewildered, turned to the pitch, where the Slytherin players were emerging from their locker room. Most eye-catching of all was the brand-new firebolt in Malfoy's hand. Malfoy led the team, with even Marcus Flint naturally falling in line behind him. It was like watching a prince with his entourage. 6 Nimbus 2001s and the firebolt in Malfoy's hand instantly became the center of attention. Malfoy smirked, raising an eyebrow at Harry, as if to say, you're not the only one with a firebolt. Ron yelled, impossible. How did he get one? It was hard to accept, and silence fell over the Gryffindor side. The firebolt they had considered their secret weapon had lost its advantage. It was now one king against another. This match's outcome would rest entirely on Harry. Gryffindor's gear was far inferior to those 6 Nimbus 2001s, and they could only hope Harry would catch the golden snitch. The match began. Brooms soared into the sky. Malfoy hovered close to Harry, sneering with a mocking glint in his eyes. Potter, you're not the only one who can get special help. At this, Malfoy nearly ground his teeth. Why did Harry Potter get every privilege? He joined the Quidditch team as a first year, had a broom gifted to him by Professor McGonagall, and the moment he joined, he became the team's shining star and center of attention. Malfoy, on the other hand, had to rely on his father's sponsorship to join the team, and when they lost a match, he had to put up with all kinds of criticism. Was it simply because Harry was the chosen one? Or just because Dumbledore liked him? Points flowed his way effortlessly. If it hadn't been for John, Slytherin's glorious 9-year winning streak would have already been shattered. Slytherin didn't have Dumbledore. But we have John Wick. Recalling his own relentless daily training and the grueling practice even during holidays, Malfoy took a deep breath, and his gaze turned resolute. Harry sensed something different about Malfoy. Or perhaps, Malfoy had been changing all along, but Harry had simply never paid much attention to him. His body had grown stronger, his flying skills improved, and his grades went up. Unknowingly, Malfoy had changed so much. Without another word, both of them grew more focused than ever. The game itself was intense, Slytherin's dirty moves met with the Weasley bludger counterattacks, and the teams nearly came to blows. Wood guarded Gryffindor's goalposts, his skill was so good that even with Nimbus 2001 brooms, Slytherin found it hard to score. Slytherin chaser Montague fouled Katie, blocking her from intercepting the quaffle. Lee Jordan's commentary was filled with excitement, he even forgot that Slytherin's head of house was right behind him, letting words like dirty and shameless fly out of his mouth. Professor McGonagall looked displeased, while Snape, stone-faced, pulled Lee Jordan away and sat Ernie Macmillan in his place. If you can't provide fair and impartial commentary, then we'll replace you. Snape's razor-sharp glare made Lee suddenly remember he was there. Professor McGonagall couldn't argue since Lee was clearly biased. Lee tried to get back to the commentary, but Goyle and Crabbe flanked him, towering over him on either side. With his slight frame, there was no way he could escape. Ernie was a little dazed at first, but his talkative nature and love of attention soon took over. He quickly got into the role, speaking without bias toward either Gryffindor or Slytherin. Then, in the heat of the game, the golden snitch appeared. 2 pairs of eyes locked onto it simultaneously. Read 12 chapters ahead. Chapter 158, A King and a King. By Muggle standards, it was like 2 top-tier race cars revving their engines. As their eyes met, they became like red and green arrows in the sky. Without hesitation, they pressed forward on their broomsticks, and the firebolts shot out. They had only one target, the glimmering golden snitch. The current score was 30-80, with Slytherin in the lead. Even though would seem to have the spirit of a gatekeeper, the 6 Nimbus 2001s, combined with training as rigorous as Gryffindors, had transformed Slytherin. They had one focus in their eyes: victory. Slytherin beater Derek aimed the bludger and smashed it in Harry's direction. The bludger, under his control, flew straight toward Harry. Harry spun his broom, dodging the hit, and in his peripheral vision, he caught a glimpse of the figure chasing him. Refusing to be outdone, he picked up speed, trying to put some distance between himself and Malfoy. The golden snitch was the key. In this intense game, if he caught it, Gryffindor would win. Wood, now in his 7th year, loved Quidditch so much. Harry didn't want him to leave with any regrets. He had to win the cup for Gryffindor. With this thought, Harry accelerated and maneuvered deftly in the sky. Increased speed also meant increased control difficulty. The golden snitch darted through the Gryffindor stands, and Harry pulled up sharply to keep his momentum. Almost got it. He thought, eyes fixed intensely on the snitch. As he closed in, a split second later, his body was struck by brute force. Irk. His face darkened, about to shout at Malfoy for playing dirty, but then he saw that Malfoy hadn't even looked his way. Malfoy's eyes were locked solely on the golden snitch. His hair was plastered back by the fierce wind, but he didn't care. He urged his firebolt forward, recklessly accelerating, and Harry matched him. The 2 left blurred trails in the air, and the snitch suddenly dived downward. Chasing beneath the familiar stands, both of them held their breath. The rickety wooden structures loomed as obstacles, but Harry, with his exceptional talent, managed to avoid each one at the last possible moment with his incredible flying skills. Sweat beaded on Malfoy's forehead, but he didn't dare let go of the broom handle to wipe it away. Now the sweat beads, slowly shifting in the wind, edged ever closer to Malfoy's eyes. Flying at this speed beneath the stand filled with obstacles, the sight drew gasps from the watching students. They couldn't see the riders, but they could see the cloth panels below billowing as the 2 streaked by. 2 figures, one right behind the other, separated by barely half a body length. Harry realized he was slowing down. He grew furious, convinced Malfoy was pulling some trick again. But in the next instant, platinum blonde flashed into his view. He hadn't slowed down, Malfoy had sped up. Malfoy was still accelerating, racing through this perilous course. Refusing to be outdone, Harry sped up too. Neither of them slowed, instead, they kept gaining speed as they flew beneath the stands. The golden snitch shot out, with only the faintest blurs trailing in pursuit. Marcus Flint saw this and remembered the countless hours of training. In those moments, it was as if Malfoy had turned into someone else, utterly relentless. No matter how grueling or exhausting, while others groaned, he never gave up. Gradually, Malfoy had taken on the responsibilities of captain, inspiring the entire team to persevere. Seeing Malfoy like this, how could Flint possibly lose? With reddened eyes and a shout that tore through his throat, Marcus Flint roared, "We are Slytherin." It was rare for him to act this way in a match. Usually, he relied on sly tactics. But that shout jolted every player awake. They yelled back, "Noble Slytherin, sworn to defend our honor to the death." The 6 of them let out a fierce battle cry, embodying a fearlessness far from the Gryffindors' usual view of Slytherins as cunning and underhanded. Katie, caught off guard, lost control of the quaffle, allowing Montague to steal it and score. The Slytherin stands erupted in cheers. John watched this unfold. "We rise from the mire. We crave power. We are full of ambition. We are strong and composed. We are graceful and poised. We have no regrets. We are Slytherin." The voice echoed clearly across the Quidditch pitch, and the once boisterous stands fell silent. He continued. "We pursue glory. We defend glory. We witness glory. We are glory." In that moment, every Slytherin's eyes shone with a fervor. As if witnessing a king, they clenched their fists. No one knew who started it, but soon a single word was on every Slytherin's lips. Glory. 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 It was madness, as if everything had spiraled into a frenzy. The unified chant of glory from one house alone drowned out the noise of the other three houses combined. The Quidditch pitch was engulfed in glory, that sea of green gathered into a terrifying force. Every Slytherin felt as if an endless power surged within them, making the 6 Slytherin players seem even stronger. The score gap widened quickly, and Wood grew anxious as he dared not glance toward Harry's side of the field. Since that first chant of glory, the Slytherin team seemed as if they'd been injected with pure adrenaline. He even saw Warrington, usually a bit of a wimp, take a bludger to the nose without so much as a whimper. They looked like fervent devotees, with glory as their creed. Malfoy, still chasing the golden snitch, heard that rallying call, and scenes of grueling training flashed through his mind. What was all that for? For glory. So why wait? Malfoy cranked his speed to the max as the snitch suddenly plummeted toward the ground. How familiar this scene was, and without hesitation, Malfoy dove after it. Ugh. Gotta keep up. Harry aligned himself with Malfoy, plunging rapidly toward the earth. Everyone's hearts leaped to their throats. Hermione and Ron stood up, watching with intense anxiety. The old Malfoy had once given up. The Malfoy of today would not. Malfoy roared, "Get over here, you slimy snitch." Both hands lunged for the golden snitch almost simultaneously. Boom. Gasp. They crashed off their broomsticks, skidding across the ground in 2 parallel drag marks, forming a V shape. Everyone stood up, watching with bated breath. Ron, nervously muttering under his breath, whispered, "Please let it be Harry, please let it be Harry." Hermione watched anxiously. She could tell from Harry's fall that it must have hurt badly. All the students from the 4 houses fixed their gaze on the tightly clenched hands, Harry's right hand and Malfoy's left. Harry, finally shaking off the dizziness from the fall, clenched his fist. In the next moment, a smile broke out on Harry's face as he opened his right hand and raised it high. The golden snitch rested in his palm. "I caught it." The Gryffindor stands erupted in deafening cheers, while Slytherin's spirits dropped as if in mourning. Madam Hooch blew the final whistle. The match is over. Slytherin wins. The smiles froze, and the Gryffindor students were stunned. Ron glared furiously at Ernie Macmillan, who had made the announcement. Professor McGonagall looked shocked, her face pale, while Snape's lips curved in a smile. Hey! The scoreboard locked in place. 180 to 190. That 10-point difference had come from Montague, who'd thrown the quaffle through the hoop, breaking his nose in the process from a bludger hit. Blood streamed steadily from his nose. No one had anticipated such a dramatic turn. Harry had caught the golden snitch, yet Gryffindor had lost the match. Malfoy sat on the ground, his gaze dazed, but upon hearing the announcement, a light rekindled in his eyes. Stumbling to his feet, he looked at Harry, opened his mouth as if to say something, his expression complex. Finally, he said, "You beat me, but you'll never beat Slytherin." According to the law of conservation of energy, smiles don't disappear, they merely transfer to someone else. In the Slytherin stands, the cheers were deafening. The players rushed to Montague, each one leaping onto him in jubilant celebration. Malfoy looked momentarily forlorn, but in the next instant, he was pressed to the ground under the weight of 5 or 6 teammates celebrating on top of him. "We did it, Draco, we defended our honor. You flew incredibly. When you dropped from the firebolt, I was terrified." Unlike the last time they'd lost to Gryffindor, this time Malfoy was buried under cheers. "Yes. We won," Malfoy murmured, slowly realizing it. A grin stretched uncontrollably across his face, growing into a triumphant laugh. Gryffindor's king was Harry Potter. Then Slytherin was the king among all the houses. The new king failed to rise, Slytherin had defended its honor. "We are honor. Honor to Slytherin." Dumbledore was responsible for the award ceremony. This was Slytherin's 8th championship. But this time, a complex look flashed in Dumbledore's eyes. He watched the boy standing and cheering with the others, the one who had forged Slytherin from sand into a green glass. And he would be Slytherin's king. John Wick. Read 12 chapters ahead. Chapter 159, The Dog Catchers and Snape's Revenge. The cheers of Slytherin echoed through the stadium. From the field to the Great Hall, then back to the common room. All of Hogwarts was filled with that hint of green, with the words glory and honor restored. This was Slytherin's 8th championship. Aside from the cancelled Quidditch season in their 2nd year, they had held the title for 7 years. Strangely, it had never felt like this before. Winning the championship filled them with such joy. Malfoy became the center of attention, the badge on his chest shining like a star. "John, did you see it? John. We're the champions. Where is John?" Holding the trophy, Malfoy looked around for John. Daphne said, "John had something to take care of, so he left early." He wanted me to tell you that right now, you're shining like a star. She felt a bit annoyed, really. She'd hoped to take advantage of the excitement to hold John's hand and take a big step forward, but John had glanced at a piece of paper and left immediately. Though John wasn't there, the celebration continued. Malfoy's relentless one-on-one with Harry in that intense chase left no one thinking that failing to catch the golden snitch was anything less than honorable. It was precisely the pressure Malfoy placed on Harry that ignited the fighting spirit in Slytherin's players. He and Montague, as the team's star players, were tossed into the air with cries of excitement. John had left the field early, not joining in the celebration. Watching the Marauders map, he saw Crookshanks moving and arrived at a conclusion. The Forbidden Forest. Leaving Crookshanks here was definitely the right call. Hehehe. With Tom shut away, John had left Crookshanks to make contact with Sirius Black. Writing a brief message on his badge, John cast a disillusionment charm on himself. He didn't get too close, as he realized Sirius had sharp anti-tracking skills. Even with the disillusionment charm as a backup, Sirius would still sense him nearby. To avoid alerting him, John kept his distance, hiding about 200 meters from the edge of the Forbidden Forest. With a blink, John's eyes shifted to slitted pupils, allowing him to see Crookshanks approaching the forest. Under his watch, a shadowy figure seemed to form in the dark of the Forbidden Forest. As Crookshanks arrived, the shadowy figure stood up. He was highly cautious, his eyes darting around and occasionally sniffing the air. Sirius Black, John murmured, watching the cat and dog meet up. Sirius looked thinner than he had during their last encounter in the Forbidden Forest, his fur was a complete mess. Too bad I can't understand dog speech. John knew some mental magic, but it was at a low level, requiring direct contact to work. At this distance, he couldn't hear their conversation. After a moment, Crookshanks seemed to have received the message and started running back. John quietly began moving toward Sirius, noting that Sirius seemed to rely on scent for tracking. The meteor shoes he'd given to Luna were still being remade, so John temporarily lacked flying ability, but it didn't affect his stealth. Following behind Sirius at a safe distance, John kept to the shadows, remaining completely invisible. Sirius weaved his way through the Forbidden Forest, eventually returning to its edge. There was no denying how clever he was, knowing that the most dangerous place could also be the safest. Neither John nor Snape had even thought to check the perimeter. They all naturally assumed that the deeper the hiding spot, the better. At the edge of the forest, Sirius found a tree and climbed up. The thick canopy provided perfect cover. Motherfucker is a strategist. John almost felt like applauding. No wonder Sirius had managed to escape Azkaban, he was impressive. As time ticked by, John decided to act. Writing a line in the emblem once more, he quietly moved closer. With Sirius's sharp nose, first things first, take away that advantage. John released a mist from his palm, which spread through the trees like natural forest fog. Sirius didn't suspect anything, though soon, a small, dark sphere rolled to the base of his tree. In the mist, he could only see its outline. Puff. Suddenly, the sphere exploded. A suffocating stench burst out, and Sirius was hit so hard he started tearing up, sniffling as he reeled from the foul odor. With his sharp sense of smell, he now had only one overwhelming scent: manure. Not good. Realizing things had taken a bad turn, Sirius hurried to escape. But the dense fog obscured every path, making it hard to see even 2 meters ahead. He suspected this was some kind of magic. Damn it, when did this happen? Sirius transformed into a black dog, bounded forward, and accelerated to burst out of the mist. But John wasn't going to let him get away so easily. Just as Sirius dodged a tree, he felt a powerful force strike his waist. Ow. The familiar sensation made him think of something, and as he tumbled forward, he looked up to see that it was indeed that Slytherin student. John wasn't about to let him escape. His wand shot out beams of light in various colors. Sirius struggled to dodge, but his injured waist slowed him down considerably. Gore. Gritting his teeth, Sirius transformed back into human form, deflecting the incoming Stupefy spell with his wand and firing back at John. John paid no heed and sent a trio of spells barreling his way. A Shield Charm, Stupefy, and Expelliarmus. The 3 spells came one after another, and amidst the clash of offense and defense, a voice sounded, barely containing excitement, hatred, and a hint of strain. Avada, Expelliarmus. The voice seemed to skid to a stop, quickly switching to Expelliarmus. A burst of red light exploded like a fireball against Sirius's back. Though it was only a disarming charm, it erupted with explosive force. Sirius's wand flew from his hand, and he was sent sprawling, colliding with a tree, blood streaming down his forehead. John looked over to see Snape standing there nonchalantly, wand raised. If it weren't for that near slip with Avada, John would have thought it was just an honest mistake by his head of house. Well, look who we have here. Snape didn't even bother acknowledging John's stunned expression. He sneered at Sirius, tone dripping with disdain. Sirius Black, a filthy, despicable, shameless. After what seemed like an entire essay of insults, Snape sneered darkly. Just give me one good reason to kill you right now. John watched his head of house deliver every possible insult to Sirius. After a moment of hesitation, he interjected, he's already knocked out. Ah. Snape's expression stiffened, clearly not expecting Sirius to be so easily taken down. John offered a friendly reminder, your disarming charm back there might have been a tad too powerful. He was being polite, really. If it hadn't been for John's presence, that spell might not have been a disarming charm at all, it could well have been the killing curse. Snape's expression didn't change. He had done it on purpose, every memory of Sirius's past misdeeds made him want to beat him to death right here. I know a place where we can hide him, John said, calculating his own moves. He had questions for Sirius, and he knew that Sirius could play a key role in whether Rufus Scrimgeour, the acting minister, managed to secure his position permanently. Recently, Scrimgeour had been getting rather full of himself. John saw this as a good opportunity to remind him of the reach and influence of Johnny Silverhand. With that thought, John added sincerely, Professor, you wouldn't want him to just slip away, would you? Snape wouldn't kill Sirius outright, not while his favorite, John was watching. But the chance had passed anyway. With a calm tone, Snape replied, very well. Though, I am curious, Mr. Wick, who exactly do you intend to turn him over to? He gave John a scrutinizing look, but John's face remained relaxed as he smiled. Why, to the place he belongs, of course. Snape regarded him intently, then used a spell to levitate the unconscious Sirius in a zombie-like float. As Sirius trailed behind them, John noted to himself that this spell would be pretty handy for transporting things around. As the dense fog cleared, John and Snape led Sirius into the spider nest in the Forbidden Forest. This spot was completely isolated, far outside the range of the Marauder's map, making it the perfect place to hide someone. With Sirius secured, John retrieved his spare wand, pretending not to notice the half-amused look Snape was giving him. Using a transfiguration spell, he created a makeshift prison. Magic made this all too convenient. Sirius was locked inside, fully cut off from any contact with the outside world. To prevent any escape attempts, John also cast a monitoring spell on the door. If anyone tried to open it, the spell would trigger an alert. Now. Once everything was in place, John conjured a stream of water with the Aguamenti charm, dousing Sirius to wake him up. Read 12 chapters ahead. Chapter 160, A Truth and the Truth. The wizarding world may live like it's stuck in the last century, but some things really are convenient. For example, right now, Sirius was groggily waking up after being doused with cold water. With his sense of smell ruined by John's dung bomb earlier, he hadn't noticed Snape sneaking up on him and was caught completely off guard. He heard a vaguely familiar voice, though his brain hadn't fully caught up. Come on, dear, time to drink your medicine. Half conscious, he felt a cup pressed to his lips, and, without thinking, he gulped down the liquid. It was only after swallowing that he jolted to his senses. Looking up, he saw John cheerfully holding a water cup, looking unsettlingly caring, like he was doting on a patient. Then he noticed a pale, sallow face hovering beside John. Instinctively, Sirius muttered, Snivella Snakeape. John observed that Snape's face somehow grew even darker. Wait. Realizing the situation, Sirius flew into a rage. What did you make me drink? Veritaserum, of course. Didn't I just say it was medicine? John replied innocently. Sirius felt a chill run down his spine. From his perspective, this duo was the ultimate nefarious tag team. This was his old school days nemesis, the one he clashed with constantly, and now being at his mercy felt no different than being back in Azkaban. Seeing the effects of the Veritaserum kick in, John was very satisfied. He conjured a chair, sat down, and smiled. So, this isn't exactly our first meeting, is it, Sirius Black? You're pretty skilled, that mist was your work, wasn't it? Unable to resist, Sirius sat on the damp ground and said, but before I answer, I have something to say. Please, go on. John noticed Snape still wore an icy expression, as though he might whip out his wand and fire a killing curse any moment. John, for his part, wanted to dig up more secrets, especially any related to Voldemort. After all, he and Voldemort were sworn enemies, and John had already destroyed 2 of his Horcruxes. While Sirius had been unconscious, John had learned a lot. Snape had revealed that Sirius was responsible for the deaths of the Potters. This made John all the more eager for any secrets. As a double agent, Sirius surely knew more than the average Death Eater, right? After 12 years in Azkaban, Sirius's mental state was a little unhinged. He looked at John, his expression heavy. I'm not a murderer. It was him, the one hiding. As he spoke, he broke into a shout, bordering on hysteria. Out of reflex, John slapped Sirius across the face, and, being a swordsman by trade, he didn't hold back. Sirius's face swelled immediately and he snapped back to his senses after the slap, mumbling, "It was him, that coward. He betrayed James, he betrayed James." John glanced at Snape, wondering if the hit had jarred something loose in Sirius's head. Snape, however, looked at Sirius's swollen face with something close to eager anticipation. "All right, so you're saying you're not the murderer? Then who is?" John had intended to ask about Voldemort, but seeing Sirius in this state, he decided to follow along. "Peter Pettigrew." Sirius's bloodshot eyes were wild with fury. Snape sneered mockingly. "Peter Pettigrew. You might have forgotten, but that man was killed by you 12 years ago." His face twisted with derision, and he turned to John with a note of impatience. "All right, Wick, turn him over to the Aurors. The Dementors will make him remember." At the mention of Dementors, fear flashed across Sirius's face. John, hearing Pettigrew's name, thought back to Ron's pet rat. Something clicked. Snape had agreed to assist John, but he had his own reasons for wanting answers too. Moving closer to Sirius, Snape's expression turned menacing as he asked, "Tell me, who helped you escape Azkaban and get into Hogwarts? Who was your inside man? Was it Remus Lupin?" He looked at Sirius expectantly, eager to hear him say Lupin's name. But things didn't go as expected. "No, it wasn't Moony. I only had 2 friends helping me," Sirius forced out, not wanting to answer his old nemesis's questions, but unable to resist the effects of the truth serum. After a moment, he managed to say, "Crookshanks and Tom. They helped me catch Peter Pettigrew." At the mention of Tom, John's face fell. Twirling his cherrywood wand in his hand, he said coolly, "So this wand was really Tom's idea too, wasn't it?" A pang of disappointment hit him. Tom wasn't just any dog. Tom understood human speech and knew full well the significance of a wand to a wizard. As he mulled over this betrayal, Sirius spoke up again. "No, it wasn't," he said. "I found this wand near the Whomping Willow." "What the?" John froze. It hadn't been a gift from Tom. He fixed Sirius with a hard stare and asked, enunciating each word, "Then who gave it to you?" It seemed impossible that his wand had just sprouted legs and walked off on its own. John questioned Sirius again, but the answer remained the same: it had been found near the Whomping Willow. Frowning, he turned to Snape and said, "Professor, is it possible the truth serum is wearing off? Should we add a bit more?" Hearing this, Snape gave a cruel smile, took out the truth serum, and, gripping Sirius's mouth, poured an entire small bottle down his throat. Sirius tried to resist in rage and shock, but Snape, thrilled at the chance to drown his old enemy in truth serum, looked as if he would have used a cauldron if possible. With the whole bottle in him, Sirius began revealing even the most trivial truths, like the age he stopped wetting the bed. At the same time, John learned the truth, that Sirius was not responsible for the death of the Potters. The Potters had used the Fidelius charm, which requires a secret keeper. As long as the secret keeper remained silent, even if Voldemort stood at their doorstep, he wouldn't be able to find them. James Potter had trusted only Sirius, his brother from another mother and father. Even Dumbledore wasn't considered as an option. But Sirius, feeling he'd be an obvious target for the Death Eaters, convinced James to switch the secret keeper to Peter Pettigrew. "We trusted him completely, didn't even consider Remus," Sirius howled, voice full of grief. For 12 years, he had lived with overwhelming remorse. He blamed himself for the death of his best friend. This guilt had destroyed him after Peter Pettigrew faked his death. He lost all will, allowing himself to be captured by the Aurors and sent to Azkaban. Then, seeing the newspaper and realizing that the traitor who had destroyed the Potters was still free, he escaped from Azkaban, swam across the sea, and came to Hogwarts. Snape and John listened in silence. Barring the possibility that Sirius was a master of occlumency or that the truth serum had failed, his words exposed a tremendous scandal within the Ministry of Magic. "Professor, how do you plan to handle him?" Breaking the silence, John was the first to speak. Snape glanced at him, as if not quite understanding what he meant. John gave a slight smile, revealing 8 teeth, and said, "I mean, don't you think it's time to settle your old grudge with him?" "Ah." Sirius also looked up at John, who, in his Slytherin uniform, spoke in a calm, harmless tone. "No one knows he's here, not even the Aurors. We could just say he attacked a student, eliminate him on the spot, or hand him over to the Dementors to have his soul sucked out." A chill ran through the hearts of the 2 adult wizards, who looked at John, shock and horror in their eyes. Snape's reaction was one of astonishment. He hadn't expected John to say something like that. Sirius's reaction was one of terror. John knew the truth, yet could calmly speak such words. This meant John didn't care in the least about the life of an innocent person. Terrifying. Both wizards felt a deeply unsettling fear creep over them. Snape, his expression stern, reprimanded him, "Mr. John Wick." John shrugged and said, "All right, the professor is being generous. If possible, I'd like to keep him locked up for now. After all, we still need to verify what's true." Snape's expression softened a bit, as John refrained from voicing any more disturbing ideas. In fact, John planned to use Sirius as leverage in discussions with the Ministry of Magic. Now, knowing the truth of this 12-year-old case made things even juicier. Peter Pettigrew had been awarded the Order of Merlin, First Class, for his so-called heroic sacrifice, and was celebrated as a hero. But now, the fate of this hero was solely in John's hands. If Rufus Scrimgeour continued with his current stance, John wouldn't mind making the truth public, letting people see the Ministry scandal, the real truth of the wrongful conviction and their honoring of a Death Eater as a hero. But if Scrimgeour continued to be a reliable partner to Johnny Silverhand, John could keep the truth buried, giving Scrimgeour a big favor and letting the Ministry's reputation remain intact. With Professor Snape present, however, John chose not to speak so bluntly. After securing Sirius, John and Snape left the Forbidden Forest side by side. Snape's steps were brisk, and John watched as he departed. Regardless of the choices ahead, tracking down Peter Pettigrew was essential. With a deep gaze, John ran his fingers over his ring, a pitch-black ring, cursed with a terrible spell. Through the dark gemstone, it looked like a pool of shadowy water swirling within. Read 12 advanced chapters. Chapter 161, Saitama Training. The celebratory mood over the victory lasted into the next morning, though the tasks in class began to temper the excitement a bit. In the Slytherin common room, John was still mulling over how his wand had managed to disappear. Malfoy shuffled over awkwardly. Under John's gaze, he finally spoke up, looking embarrassed. "John, I have to tell you something." John tilted his head, signaling for him to continue. Taking a deep breath, Malfoy nervously admitted, "Actually, I was the one who lost your wand." A question mark practically popped over John's head as he stared, dumbfounded. "You're saying you took my wand from my room?" John looked at him, trying to piece together how Malfoy might be connected to Sirius. Malfoy scratched his head, then fiddled with his fingers. Unable to hold back anymore, he confessed, "That day, you asked me to walk your dog, so I thought I'd bring Tom a toy to play with. You know she only has one, the chew toy wand." The more he talked, the quieter his voice became. "So I played fetch with Tom, and I sort of used your actual wand as a chew toy. I might have thrown it a little too hard." After he finished, he looked up and saw John's murderous glare. Shivering, he quickly added, "It's not entirely my fault. You only said the chew toy was in the drawer. How was I supposed to know it was an actual wand?" John raised his voice, gritting his teeth. "I said it was in the lower drawer." The truth had come to light. Malfoy had taken the real wand out, mistaking it for a chew toy, and thrown it too hard, launching it near the Whomping Willow and failing to retrieve it when he couldn't find it. No wonder Tom had looked so aggrieved, it was all Malfoy's doing. This kid was clearly taking advantage of a dog's inability to speak, wasn't he? John's gaze turned dangerous as he glared at Malfoy. Malfoy shuddered, swallowing nervously and chuckling. "Could you, maybe forgive me? You know, for helping Slytherin win the championship." John smiled. "Didn't you fail to catch the golden snitch, though?" Malfoy. "John, now, there is no hope." TSK. "What do you mean?" Malfoy gulped. "John, Kakik. J. John." In the end, Malfoy's training workload rose significantly, with John assigning Heinrich to supervise him. Heinrich. He's not allowed to go to the dormitory unless he does 100 squats, 100 sit-ups, 100 push-ups, and 10 kilometers run. For how many days he'll follow that? Heinrich asked with a crazy smile while Malfoy was on the verge of collapsing. Until he goes bald. Back in his dorm, John saw Tom lying in her dog bed, tail tucked and eyes full of pure, silent misery. John crouched down and, for the first time in days, patted Tom's head, sighing, "You really went through a lot, didn't you, buddy?" Tom perked up as his owner finally petted her again, her tail wagging once more. His eyes brightened, and he licked John's hand in a show of affection. John chuckled, looking over at the bag of dog food. "You didn't take my wand, but cutting Fong's dog food to give it to Black, well, I haven't forgotten that." Tom's wagging tail froze, and she immediately flopped back down, once again assuming the appearance of a dog with no hope left in life. "Ah, poor baby, I'm just messing with you. You're free to play, but only within the common room," John said while petting Tom, deciding to lift her confinement. After all, Sirius had used human-level intelligence to befriend her, which was a bit unfair to the dog. John had gained a lot of information from Sirius, including tidbits about both a cat and a dog. Crookshanks had dutifully chased rats, while Tom was simply captivated by the big black dog's charm. In fact, Tom's only contribution had been offering dog food to keep the big black dog around. Aside from that, he hadn't done anything useful. What's more, from what Sirius claimed, he was innocent, so this whole situation hardly seemed to matter. With that in mind, John rubbed his chin, thinking aloud, if Sirius Black is really innocent, and from what Hagrid said, he's Harry's godfather, should I tell Harry? After a moment's consideration, John decided against it for now. Setting aside everything else, there was Ron, that stubborn asshole. Without any concrete proof, he'd probably refuse to believe it. He might even think John had taken money from Sirius and was intentionally luring him in to harm Harry. After all, in Ron's eyes, his Scabbers was dead, and he certainly wouldn't want to shoulder that blame. But the fucker isn't even showing on the map anymore. Did Crookshanks really ate? Nope. There was no way John believed Peter Pettigrew was dead. An animagus, dead from a cat bite. No way, he was definitely hiding. According to what Sirius had spilled under Veritaserum, Peter had faked his death by cutting off a finger years ago. No doubt he'd just pulled the same trick again. If Sirius Black didn't catch him, and he's not in the castle, who knows, maybe he'll try to get back to Ron. After working it all out, John felt a pang of exhaustion. Ron was the type who constantly felt like dead weight. For now, John was tentatively aligned with Professor Snape. Snape hadn't mentioned that they'd captured Sirius, suggesting he was waiting to see how John handled things. With this in mind, John decided to write a letter to Rufus Scrimgeour. Heading to the Chamber of Secrets, he drank the final vial of soul potion. Just as he'd hoped, his right hand was finally healed. Moving his fingers, John picked up a quill with his right hand. If he was going to test Rufus Scrimgeour's stance, he needed a reason to reach out. An idea struck him: Buckbeak. Hagrid had taken Buckbeak to London, where his appeal had failed. This matter wasn't particularly big, but it wasn't small either. The case had already been decided. Whether or not Scrimgeour would step in on this issue would reveal his stance. With a plan in mind, John wrote a letter with his newly healed right hand, stamping it with the Johnny Silverhand insignia. Since owls couldn't enter the Chamber of Secrets, John left to return to his dormitory. Turning a corner, he accidentally bumped into someone, and the letter almost slipped from his pocket. John quickly reached out to catch it, looking up to see who it was. "Ah, Mr. Wick, are you all right?" The gentle voice belonged to Lupin, who was watching him with concern. John assured him he was fine, shoved the letter back into his pocket, and continued on his way. Lupin smiled, his eyes holding a glint of something deeper. Near the end of term, in divination class, John stared at a crystal ball, speaking out predictions. Professor Trelawney was thrilled, and as class was about to end, John glanced over at the trio's corner. Hermione hadn't attended, she'd likely given up on divination after getting frustrated last time. With all the academic pressure, even John was starting to feel a bit overwhelmed. John had thinned out considerably. He used to have a bit of flesh on his cheeks, not quite a round face, but certainly nothing like this gaunt look now. Daphne felt a pang of sympathy and promptly made him a bowl of colorful creamy fried rice. John wanted to say it wasn't necessary, but seeing her eager expression, he forced himself to finish it, despite not tasting a thing. "So, how was it, John? Your cooking is improving." "Really? Thank you. I'll try to improve more. Not like I have any taste left anyway," he thought. Complimenting Daphne's improving cooking skills was not a bad decision, right? He couldn't taste it, but just from the look of it, her skills were indeed getting better. Girls probably liked the bright red and green colors, though the ingredients were still somewhat questionable. The members of the astronomy club were each busy with their own tasks. Percy was preparing for his NEWTS, the Weasley twins were sitting for their OWLS, and Heinrich hadn't had his usual garlic extract lately. Since he was an exchange student, Heinrich would take his OWLS at Hogwarts. Judging by his demeanor, he wasn't the least bit worried. His confidence came from his own strength and John's guidance, so he didn't fear the exams at all. Hagrid, sensing the pressure of exam season, had shifted his class content to puffskeins, gentle, fluffy creatures meant to soothe the student's stress. John was grateful. Puffskeins had an incredibly soft, squishy feel. But Hagrid was quite down, his Buckbeak was still facing execution. John reassured Hagrid, "It'll be okay." Yet, a heaviness settled in his heart, his letter had sunk without a trace. It seemed Rufus Scrimgeour truly didn't appreciate being restrained. John was willing to offer equality, but equality required respect for Johnny Silverhand. Being acting Minister of Magic didn't mean Scrimgeour could disregard his words. After comforting Hagrid, John, expressionless, headed to the room of requirement. In the training area, a flash of silver swept through. Human-shaped targets split apart like paper as John wielded the silver Wixword with his fully healed right hand. "Ego sum Draco," he whispered. Flames erupted along the blade, fueled by the supercharged magic crystal. Then the flames transformed into a sea of fire, spreading instantly across the entire training area. Targets disintegrated into ashes the moment they touched the flames. The scorching fire gathered into the shape of a dragon, and with a swing of his sword, silver light glinted within the fire as he slashed downward. The unfortunate targets couldn't last 3 seconds, they all vanished. Lowering the silver sword, John drew the flames back into the blade as the surrounding fire gradually dissipated. The power is even stronger than a fire charm. So, this is the strength infused by a soul, huh? John was pleased, almost turning into a thunderbird hadn't been in vain. He glanced at the super magic crystal at the end of the sword, where purple energy pulsed and jumped, with cracks appearing dangerously close to breaking. I still have to be careful with this. After all, it was an enhanced boost from the magic crystal. The super magic crystal couldn't handle such a surge for long. Unleashing this force was like detonating a massive bomb in a confined space. Who knew if his hand would survive it? Read 12 chapters ahead. Chapter 162, Rebellion and Examination. The Minister of Magic, who was supported to take office, is a little rebellious. What should I do? A week before exams, John received a letter from Rufus Scrimgeour. In it, Scrimgeour claimed he'd been busy with ministerial duties and had only just seen John's letter. At that, a cold smirk appeared on John's face. What nonsense. Letting it sit for days only to send a response like this. Between the lines, the message was clear: being newly appointed, he couldn't afford to let anyone catch him slipping and had to handle matters strictly by the book. And what did that mean? Basically, Buckbeak's head was as good as chopped off, even Merlin himself couldn't save it, or so Scrimgeour implied. Was he throwing this in John's face, thinking the title of acting minister was some kind of honor? John didn't bother replying or writing to anyone else. He simply filed the letter away with a blank expression. If Rufus wanted to fly solo, John would let him fly as high as he dared. He wouldn't humor him any further, so John ramped up his search for Peter Pettigrew. The Marauders map was now running 24/7, and if Peter showed up, John would hunt him down. Feeling slightly better, John tossed the chew toy wand for Tom to fetch. Sitting on the lawn, John appeared unusually relaxed. Daphne was too busy to cook now, which meant John could avoid her dark cuisine for a while. Since exams were coming up, classes had less going on, giving everyone plenty of time to review. John was fiddling with a badge in his hand. Last time, he'd used it to contact Professor Snape. As a result, Snape learned about the Constellatin Society. Not that it mattered, John hadn't been trying to hide it. The badges allowed for mutual communication, though the ninth one still hadn't been assigned. Judging from Snape's reluctance to wear the badge, it seemed he had no interest in joining the Star Society. And fair enough, what professor would join a student club? Besides, Snape had always been Dumbledore's man. If he were to join anything, it would be the Order of the Phoenix. So, for now, the ninth badge had no owner, and John put it away. He wasn't sure if Snape would tell Dumbledore about all this. Sirius Black remained hidden in the Forbidden Forest, and John checked on him every few days. For someone in confinement, Sirius was behaving quite well. Compared to Azkaban, anywhere else was paradise, I guess. Meanwhile, Hagrid was still fighting for Buckbeak, with Hermione helping by gathering information to aid in Buckbeak's case. It was a mystery where Hermione found all that time. Given her studious nature, shouldn't she be entirely buried in exam prep by now? John headed to the library, where students were already packed in, reviewing for exams. Only a few seats were left, and John glanced over at the restricted section but decided not to go there. He was just there to return books. He'd borrowed several restricted books for quite a while and had already gone through all their contents. As he placed the stack of books down, he noticed Madame Pance's eyebrows nodding up. Apparently, she hadn't expected him to have borrowed so many restricted books. With the books returned, John settled into prepping for exam week. A week passed. June 3rd. The first subject was Transfiguration, with tasks like turning a teapot into a turtle. Since John had an arithmancy test after Transfiguration, he was scheduled to take the first slot. Entering the exam room, he saw Professor McGonagall overseeing the test. John took out his wand and, with a practiced flick, transformed the orange teapot before him into a slow-moving turtle. "Excellent work, Mr. Wick," Professor McGonagall praised with a smile. John nodded and proceeded to the next exam room. The arithmancy professor, Septima Vector, was there. Embarrassingly, this was John's first time meeting her in person. Professor Vector looked curiously at the student who had missed her class for nearly the entire year. The exam consisted of a single piece of parchment and a quill. John passed the arithmancy test. At lunchtime, he just grabbed some bread and water, but Daphne swapped his meal out for a plate of mango pasta, so he reluctantly finished the yellowish dish. Transfiguration this morning was so hard, Malfoy groaned, looking defeated. Transfiguration wasn't his strength. Hearing this, John glanced at Daphne. She was a top student and skilled at Transfiguration, so she had no trouble. In the afternoon came the charms exam. Professor Flitwick looked eager, seemingly waiting to see if John would modify the cheering charm. John was paired with Goyle, and as soon as John cast the charm, Goyle started laughing uncontrollably while tears came out of his eyes. "He won't die laughing, right?" Goyle's performance managed to bring John to tears. "Well done, Mr. Wick, excellent cheering charm." "Goyle, you still need practice, at the very least, try to avoid turning it into a crying charm." Despite failing, Goyle walked out grinning as if he'd aced the test. After finishing his charms exam, John headed to Ancient Runes, by far the easiest subject for him. Professor Bathsheba babbling stared in shock, her mouth agape, as if doubting the difficulty of her own exam. With his level 5 proficiency in runes, John was practically qualified to teach the subject himself. As he translated the final passage, John wrapped up his first day of exams. He wasn't nervous, just aimed to perform at his usual level. During dinner, Daphne leaned over, talking about how hard the exams were. But her expression barely hid that she was either the second or third highest scorer. Malfoy, on the other hand, looked completely defeated, knowing he still had training after exams. For concealing the missing wand's truth, his punishment was the Saitama training sessions until the end of the term. Let's see if he goes bald by then. The next day. John couldn't quite understand Hagrid's logic. After studying so many magical creatures, Hagrid's final Care of Magical Creatures exam involved caring for a flobberworm, with the goal being that it was still alive an hour later. John gave Hagrid a look, thinking, could you make it any more obvious you're going easy on us? Even left alone, a flobberworm wouldn't die in an hour. This could be considered the only exam of the week where he didn't need to think or do much. He even noticed Hagrid chatting with the trio while casually checking on the flobberworms to see if they were still alive. In the afternoon, it was time for the potions exam, and cries of despair echoed through the classroom. At this moment, Malfoy seemed to perk up, casting smug glances at the whining Gryffindors. This was his home turf. The task was to brew a confusing concoction. This potion causes confusion in whoever drinks it. The biggest challenge was achieving the right thickness, but for John, it was straightforward and simple. He was the first to finish, handing his potion to Snape for inspection. Snape's expression remained unreadable as he awarded John full marks without a word. John glanced at Harry, who was still scratching his head, and wondered if he should give him a hint. Maybe not. He is the chosen one, after all, getting a hint might hurt his pride. Feeling quite pleased, John left the classroom. Later that evening, astronomy class was held on the rooftop of the tallest tower. It wasn't far from the divination classroom. Day 3 of exams. History of magic was as dull as ever, and John even began to suspect that Professor Binns had some sort of hypnotic spell. Despite his sleepless endurance, why did he feel so sleepy just from looking at that ancient, lifeless face? The exam content was just as boring as the lectures. He wrote down things about medieval witch hunts and called it a day. In the stifling classroom, he couldn't help but crave a scoop of nutty ice cream. Students hunched over, the scratching of quills filling the air. When it was time to hand in the parchment, Professor Binns had the same lifeless look, though technically, he was dead. The heat persisted through the afternoon herbology exam. The greenhouse baked under the sun, and a Slytherin student nearly fainted. Once it was over, everyone fled the greenhouse, desperate for fresh air. Thursday, the last day of exams. Professor Lupin was still everyone's favorite teacher, and his exam was the most enjoyable. An outdoor obstacle course. John passed through a pond with Grindylows lurking within, but they were so intimidated by him that they hid. In a pit full of red caps, not one dared to pop up. In the marshy ground, the Hinkapunk had already curled up into a ball, seemingly hoping John wouldn't notice it. Finally, it was a battered old chest, and inside was a boggart, which transformed into a chocolate rice noodle roll that got swiftly slapped back into the chest. Keep fruits and chocolates out of the fucking food. The last 2 exams were divination and Muggle studies, and John didn't even need any real prophecies, he aced them effortlessly. It was a rare, satisfying experience to be given a leg up like that. Before he left, Professor Trelawney gave John a cryptic message: the prophecy was nearing. John paused, recalling the prediction he'd made at the start of term. After answering what a rubber duck is used for, Muggle studies was also over. As John left the exam room, an owl landed on his arm with a letter from Hagrid. Buckbeak's appeal had failed. Looks like Scrimgeour is dead set on doing this. John stared at the note. Buckbeak's incident was neither too serious nor trivial, and his attempt to get that Slytherin student to withdraw the claim hadn't worked. It was probably Rufus Scrimgeour's doing. Last time, John had asked him to help save Hagrid. This time, he wanted to use Buckbeak to test Johnny Silverhand and plan his next steps. Hey, well played. He probably thinks Johnny Silverhand wouldn't turn on him over a hippogriff. John chuckled coldly. In one phrase, it doesn't hurt, but it's disgustingly annoying. So, read 12 chapters ahead. Chapter 163, Execution. Rufus Scrimgeour was panicking. He had dispatched additional Dementors to Hogwarts. During his tenure, he had boasted with great confidence, but now, nearly an entire term had passed, and there was still no sign of Sirius Black. In fact, due to Sirius Black, a dozen Dementors had gone missing. The Ministry of Magic's reputation was in shambles, and the only way Scrimgeour could remove the acting from his title and restore the Ministry's face was by capturing Sirius Black. John encountered a grim-faced Rufus Scrimgeour in the castle and figured he was having a rough day. Scrimgeour had graced Hogwarts with his presence, accompanied by members of the Committee for the Disposal of Dangerous Creatures and an executioner. For a magical creature to warrant the personal attention of the minister. If it were Fudge, perhaps it would make some sense. But Scrimgeour, with his aura background and tough stance, shouldn't concern himself with such trivial matters. His arrival clearly had ulterior motives. Is he thinking Johnny Silverhand is unreliable and wants to find a new backer? Squinting slightly, John watched Scrimgeour head toward the headmaster's office. Clearly, there was a conversation to be had. What a pity. If Scrimgeour were the actual Minister of Magic, perhaps he'd have some leverage. But as of now, Scrimgeour was merely an acting minister, and his personality wasn't one to win over Dumbledore. Execution at sunset, huh? Buckbeak has become a pawn in this game. Thinking about Hagrid's letter, John felt a pang of guilt. I'll go comfort him later. With a sigh, John headed to the Constellation Society's secret room. The holidays were approaching, and there were still some things in the room that needed attention. Arriving on the 4th floor, John glanced at the magic he'd left behind. Aside from Constellation Society members, someone else had tried to enter. However, the intruder hadn't discerned the enchantments on the wooden door, so John decided to let it slide for now. Opening the door and stepping inside, he noticed that the firebolt had been cleaned and carefully placed back in its spot. It was obvious who had done it, Malfoy. John then opened the passage to the armory. Entering the armory, John raised his hand and summoned the Silverwick sword. There was now an additional crack on the super magic crystal. His gaze shifted to the new pair of shoes on the table, and he completed the final adjustments. Slipping on the new shoes, he turned his attention to the enchantment ring. The ring on his right hand had turned pitch black, the gemstone now entirely dark, like a bottomless abyss. The soul-devouring curse shouldn't be overused, he muttered. After inspecting it for a while, John noticed a barely visible crack. The ring, after all, wasn't a particularly powerful vessel. Even magical crystals shattered under the strain of too much magic, let alone this ring. He packed the Heart of Silence and the enchantment ring he had crafted recently into a small briefcase. Items like these weren't casually sold in Johnny Silverhand's boutique. The shop carefully selected its clientele, only those who passed the vetting process could make a purchase. Of course, some dark wizards could also buy them. After all, what's Nocturne Alley without a little grey market trade? However, the prices for such items were anything but friendly. Once both items were packed, the small briefcase grew significantly heavier. Though it had an undetectable extension charm, it didn't make the contents weightless. This particular alchemical creation by Nicholas Flamel had also been enchanted with a levitation charm, ensuring it always felt lightweight. Originally, it seemed to have been designed for Madame Flamel. But when the couple decided to leave this world, they gifted it to John as a parting gift. With everything packed, including 10 magical crystals, 5 from the Constellation Society's secret room and 5 he had crafted himself, John was finally ready. Feeling unusually punctual, he headed to dinner. As soon as he entered, he saw Malfoy, fresh out of exams, bragging loudly about how effortless everything had been. It almost gave people the illusion that anyone with hands could succeed. John sat quietly after finishing his meal, watching Malfoy put on his little show. Perhaps his "watching an idiot" expression was too blatant, as Malfoy gave an awkward laugh and sat down. The moment his seat touched the bench, John asked, "Have you finished your training tasks?" Malfoy froze and touched his hair. He clearly didn't expect that he'd still have to train even during final exams. Meeting John's gaze, he shivered and hurriedly said, "I'll go right now." With that, he bolted from the Great Hall. Goyle and Crabbe stuffed a couple of pieces of bread into their mouths and rushed after Malfoy. Daphne, surprised to see John dining at a regular time, hadn't even prepared one of her infamous dishes yet. When John saw her preparing to unleash her culinary talents, he panicked, quickly stuffed bread into his mouth, and claimed he was full. As he finished, he noticed the Golden Trio finishing their meal, their faces filled with worry as they discussed Hagrid while heading out. John decided to follow them but stayed unnoticed as they exited the hall. As he passed a broom closet, John paused in his tracks. "Which couple's being this brazen?" he muttered. With a peculiar expression, John glanced at the closet and muttered again, "Not even nighttime yet, and they're already sneaking around for a date. In a place like this." Shaking his head, he continued on his way. Not long after he left, 2 heavy sighs of relief came from inside the closet. A boy's voice, tinged with alarm, whispered, "Did he see us?" A girl's uncertain voice responded, "Probably not. After all, we just walked past him earlier." On his way, John spotted Rufus Scrimgeour, the acting Minister of Magic, descending the stairs with a sour expression. Two members of the Committee for the Disposal of Dangerous Creatures followed closely behind. This brief encounter delayed John a little. By the time he reached Hagrid's hut, he saw Buckbeak tethered in the pumpkin patch outside. Looks like Harry and the others are inside comforting Hagrid, John thought. The sound of a jar smashing came from inside, a clear sign that Hagrid was not in a good mood. Locking eyes with Buckbeak, John suddenly remembered he'd never ridden the creature before. He stepped forward and bowed. Buckbeak, tied to a wooden stake, bowed back in return. John approached to gently stroke its feathers, considering the possibility of taking Buckbeak away right now. But doing so would undoubtedly implicate Hagrid. Go in peace, John whispered softly beside Buckbeak's head. His gaze turned cold as he added, broken pieces must be removed. He patted Buckbeak's head lightly before turning to leave. He decided against entering the hut. Having been of little help in this matter, John didn't feel like facing Hagrid. Just as he turned away, he stopped again. With a faintly puzzled expression, he turned toward the forest behind the pumpkin patch. The forest was eerily quiet, but John had a vague feeling he'd seen something. To confirm, his eyes narrowed into vertical slits. The presence within the forest seemed startled and quickly retreated. John frowned, fixing his gaze on that direction, debating whether to investigate. Tick, tick. In the silence, John heard a faint sound. Taking out a golden pocket watch from his pocket, he glanced at the time and then looked up at the setting sun. The sun was descending toward the forbidden forest, and in the distance, a group of figures appeared, silhouetted against the light, heading toward the castle. It was the team from the Committee for the Disposal of Dangerous Creatures, Rufus Scrimgeour, and Dumbledore. With such a formidable lineup, John knew he couldn't pull the wool over Dumbledore's eyes. Reluctantly, he gave up his plan and ran in another direction. Not long after John left, the trio slipped out of Hagrid's hut, cloaked in the invisibility cloak, sneaking away through the back door. Once everyone had gone, heavy breathing could be heard from the forest behind the pumpkin patch. Bloody hell, why does it feel like John always manages to spot us? A voice echoed in the quiet, as the sunset's golden light filtered through the trees, revealing two familiar faces, Harry and Hermione. Both had bandages on their faces. Harry hadn't expected that, apart from their own group, John had also planned to rescue Buckbeak. Hermione, meanwhile, had a gleam in her eyes that was almost alarming. Around her slender neck hung a gold chain with a shimmering hourglass. As if struck by inspiration, she whispered, "Do you remember what Professor Dumbledore said?" Harry was puzzled. What did Dumbledore say? Seeing his confusion, Hermione gave him a look of exasperation, like a mother frustrated with her child's slow understanding. She reminded him in a hushed voice, "If all goes well tonight, you might save more than one innocent life. If things get difficult, perhaps seek out help." Hermione took a deep breath and said, "We need help, Harry." Meanwhile, inside Hagrid's hut, the death sentence for Buckbeak was being read aloud. The Committee for the Disposal of Dangerous Creatures has ruled that the hippogriff Buckbeak, hereafter referred to as the guilty creature, shall be executed on June 6 at sunset. Sentenced to decapitation, to be carried out by the executioner appointed by the committee, Walden McNair. Rufus Scrimgeour wore a grim expression, while Dumbledore remained exceptionally cheerful, engaging Scrimgeour in conversation as though he hadn't just refused to intervene in the headmaster's office earlier. During the sentencing, no one noticed a shadowy figure sneaking into the pumpkin patch from the forest. When Buckbeak saw the person, it bowed in greeting. The figure returned the gesture with a bow of their own. "Buckbeak," this person bowed, "safe to approach." "Harry, Buckbeak, come on, let's go." Read 12 chapters ahead. Chapter 164, the fire transformed into a dragon. Now that he was here, John was going to check on Sirius. That guy had his uses, so John needed to confirm whether he was alive or not. The weather today was quite nice, and the evening would likely follow suit. Upon reaching the spider lair where Sirius was being held, John immediately sensed that something was off. Quiet. Too quiet. Normally, Sirius would at least howl a bit to vent his frustration, even when there was nothing to do. Now, however, there was complete silence. Feeling uneasy, John quickly approached the door and opened it. Inside, the room was empty, and in one corner, a pile of dirt was heaped up. Stepping closer, John's face darkened. How is he so skilled at digging tunnels? He muttered angrily. At the spot where the dirt was piled, there was a tunnel leading straight outside. Using a detection charm, John determined that the tunnel had been dug through nearly 10 meters of solid ground. Sirius had escaped. John's expression grew grim. Although Sirius had already spilled plenty of information under the influence of Veritaserum, this was crucial leverage in his dealings with the Ministry of Magic. Without hesitation, John left the spider lair to track down Sirius. Harry's perspective with the time-turner. "Where is it?" the committee member shrieked, his voice sharp and grating. "Where is that beast?" It was of no use. Buckbeak had already been whisked away by Harry ahead of time. Hagrid was overcome with joy, tears streaming down his face as though a miracle had just occurred. Dumbledore wore a knowing smile, ushering Rufus Scrimgeour to join him for tea. Meanwhile, after leading Buckbeak away, Harry and Hermione dashed to a thicket near the Whomping Willow, where they waited. Before long. Get away, get away. Scabbers, come here. Harry spotted his best friend, Ron, chasing after Scabbers, or rather, Peter Pettigrew. Harry's eyes burned with hatred as he locked onto the rat, his fury bubbling over. At that moment, he wanted nothing more than to end him right then and there. Hermione grabbed Harry's arm, stopping him. Don't do anything rash, she whispered. This scene unfolded after the trio had left Hagrid's hut. Crookshanks had appeared, scaring Scabbers off. Harry begrudgingly admitted that he had disliked Crookshanks for quite some time. But now, all he could think was why the cat couldn't run faster. Ron, in his chase, ended up outside the range of the invisibility cloak. From Harry's perspective, Ron suddenly appeared out of thin air, followed shortly by himself and Hermione as they stepped into view. Because Ron tackled Scabbers, Harry and Hermione almost fell onto him. At that exact moment, the big black dog, or rather, Sirius Black, his godfather, appeared. With his paws lightly tapping the ground, Sirius moved so quickly he seemed like a shadow darting over. He slammed into Harry, knocking him aside. From an observer's perspective, Sirius's eyes never left Scabbers for even a second. His massive jaws clamped down on Ron's right leg, and the sharp sound of bones cracking echoed clearly. Harry, one of the trio, rushed forward to rescue Ron, landing a kick squarely on Sirius's left flank, causing him to let out a muffled groan. But this didn't stop Sirius at all. He dragged Ron, along with Scabbers, into the tunnel beneath the Whomping Willow. On his way in, one of the willow's branches struck Harry hard. That hit hurt, a lot. Even now, Harry shuddered at the memory. The trio eventually entered the tunnel after Crookshanks pressed the knot that froze the Whomping Willow. As they waited for events to unfold, they noticed Snape rushing over. He picked up the invisibility cloak and, clearly aware of the Willow's weakness, easily entered the tunnel. Harry couldn't help but pout. Hermione, is the helper you mentioned supposed to be John? There was still some time left, and Harry wasn't about to sit idle. He blinked his brilliantly wise eyes and asked Hermione. Hermione nodded and said, John doesn't know about what we're doing. He's an outsider, which makes him our final key. But, how do we find him? I mean, he already left. Harry hesitated before voicing his concern. Hermione didn't know the answer either, so she asked Harry what had happened at the end. I'm not sure, Harry replied hesitantly, but I think I saw my father. Recalling the events involving the Dementors, Harry's face showed a mix of fear and longing as he continued. There were at least 100 Dementors. When one of them leaned in close to me, this big silver thing came rushing from across the lake and drove them away. Harry paused before adding, it was a Patronus, a real, powerful Patronus. Who cast it? Hermione wondered aloud, falling into deep thought. Could it have been John? From what I know, only he and Professor Lupin can use a Patronus. Hermione immediately thought of John. She had seen him repel and capture Dementors at the Quidditch pitch with her own eyes. She had previously suspected that John might have been helping Sirius Black. However, during their confrontation in the Shrieking Shack, Sirius, despite his swollen face, had firmly denied it. He even claimed that John had captured him and locked him up. Hermione felt a pang of guilt for ever doubting her friend. The two continued discussing the matter while Hagrid, beaming with joy, stepped outside with an empty tankard. He was clearly over the moon. Harry remained convinced that it was his father who had intervened. Hermione decided not to challenge him for now since they were about to leave. Meanwhile, Buckbeak grew restless. He pecked Harry's hand, causing him to let go with a yelp, and then trotted off into the forest. Harry wanted to chase after Buckbeak, but Hermione held him back. Inside the tunnel leading to the Whomping Willow, Lupin was the first to climb out. He brought along Peter Pettigrew, now back in human form, and Ron, followed by Sirius, Harry, and Hermione. Seeing this scene, Harry almost rushed out but was stopped in time. Are we just going to watch Pettigrew escape again? Harry said bitterly, his voice full of frustration. Hermione knew that trying to catch a rat in the dark was nearly impossible. The priority now was to ensure everyone's safety. Harry reluctantly agreed, leaving them no choice but to watch what unfolded next. The moon emerged from behind the clouds. Lupin glanced at the bright full moon and froze in realization. But it was too late. Tonight was a full moon. His limbs stiffened, and he began transforming into a werewolf. Underneath the Whomping Willow, a chorus of panicked screams erupted. Harry instinctively wanted to intervene again, only for Hermione to grab hold of him. Without Hermione, this group would probably fall apart entirely. Hermione took a deep breath, resisting the urge to punch her impulsive son. Sirius, his swollen face now turning into his animagus dog form, leaped forward to fight the werewolf Lupin, buying time for the others to escape. However, amidst the chaos, no one noticed Peter Pettigrew picking up Lupin's fallen wand. By the time they realized, it was too late. Ron had been struck by a spell from Peter Pettigrew, who then transformed into a rat and escaped. From afar, Harry and Hermione anxiously watched as the werewolf Lupin and Sirius disappeared from sight. Howls and barks echoed in the distance, only for the barking to eventually turn into a mournful cry. The werewolf Lupin began heading back toward the Whomping Willow. Harry grew even more worried. Why hadn't the wolf's howl that was supposed to lure Lupin away happened? Hermione, however, had a sudden idea and mimicked a wolf's howl from their hiding spot. The werewolf heard it, turned his head toward the woods where they were hiding, and seemed puzzled. Werewolf Lupin, whose cub is this, howling with such terrible grammar? Determined to correct this wolf cub's atrocious howling skills, werewolf Lupin abandoned the three near the Whomping Willow and headed toward the woods. Seeing Lupin heading their way, Harry and Hermione panicked and ran off as quickly as they could. But then, an even worse scene unfolded. Through the gaps in the trees, they saw a swarm of Dementors filling the sky, blocking out the moonlight. After much scrambling, they eventually found Buckbeak in the woods. Buckbeak, unimpressed by Lupin's refusal to bow, launched himself at the werewolf, swiping at him with his claws and successfully driving him away. "Quick, we have to go," Hermione, barely catching her breath, urged. Harry, however, was filled with excitement. He grabbed Hermione's hand and started running. They rushed to the lakeside. From a distance, they saw the countless Dementors obscuring the moonlight. "This is where my dad appeared," Harry said, his eyes wide with determination, unwilling to miss the moment his father showed up. However, he was disappointed. His father never appeared. On the other side, his past self was struggling desperately but ultimately collapsed under the pressure. If they kept waiting, both he and his godfather would die. Harry stepped forward, raising his wand high on the lakeshore. Expecto Patronum. A silver stag materialized, galloping into the swarm of Dementors, driving them away from his godfather and his past self. The scene was identical to what Harry had seen before passing out earlier. His emotions were complicated. After all, it wasn't his father who had saved him. Hermione screamed, "Harry!" Snapping out of his thoughts, Harry noticed the overwhelming number of Dementors. While the Patronus was powerful, it couldn't fend off so many at once. Panic overtook them as they watched the Dementors close in on Sirius, ready to suck out his soul. Some of the Dementors also turned their attention toward the two of them. Harry struggled to maintain control of the Patronus, barely holding them back. In her desperation, Hermione came up with an idea. Gritting her teeth, she raised her wand and flung it upward with all her strength. Lumos Maxima. A glowing orb of light erupted from the tip of her wand, soaring high into the sky before bursting into a blinding brilliance. "Hermione, what are you doing? The Patronus charm is the only thing that works against Dementors," Harry shouted, thinking she didn't know. But Hermione kept her gaze fixed on the sky, muttering a silent prayer. "John, you have to see this." More Dementors gathered, blotting out the sky and far exceeding 100 in number. Just as the silver stag Patronus began to falter, a streak of silver light appeared in the sky. Moments later, a swift albatross flew into the swarm of Dementors, carving a path through their ranks. "John!" Hermione exclaimed in delight. The albatross tore through the Dementors, clearing a route. Down that pathway, another radiant light descended at incredible speed, crashing into the center of the lake. Boom! A wave of force rippled outward from the impact, sending water surging onto the shore. From the lake's surface emerged a sword. In the next instant, the hilt of the sword was grasped by a hand, long fingers, distinct knuckles, with silver and black rings adorning the middle and ring fingers. A voice, low and enigmatic, resonated in a strange language that seemed part ancient script, part dragon tongue. "Ego sum Draco." The silver sword ignited with flames, its violet crystal emitting a continuous stream of magical energy. As the blade swung, flames erupted. The fire transformed into a dragon, spreading its wings and soaring, melting the frozen lake as it passed. The Dementors fled in fear, unable to resist the fiery onslaught. Harry and Hermione stared in awe at the figure's dramatic arrival. He descended beneath the stars and moon, walking atop the lake's surface, flames coiling around him like a dragon. With a single swing of his sword, he ignited the battlefield. And burned everything to ash. So cool. Read 12 chapters ahead. Chapter 165, Shattering in Time Vortex. How did John realize something had happened to Harry and the others? It's a long story, so let's cut to the chase. After leaving the spider's nest, he heard a wolf howling. Following the sound, he ran into a werewolf. Just as the werewolf was about to attack, Buckbeak, who was supposed to be dead, suddenly came charging in. "Buckbeak, don't mess with anyone who's bowed to me, you punk." "Ack!" A whoa. The werewolf was slapped silly with one swipe and fled before John even had to lift a finger. Puzzled about why Buckbeak was still alive, John then spotted a sky full of dementors swarming about. Realizing something was wrong, he noticed a glowing light ball exploding in the sky. Honestly, this kind of throwing a massive flare into the heavens strategy is pretty hard to miss. John promptly rode Buckbeak over. At first, he wanted to assess who was behind it. But when he saw a sea of dementors closing in on Hermione, he didn't think twice, he jumped into action. As for why he used a sword. With a mount already under him, how could John not use a sword and honor his knightly flair? Thus, the epic descent from the heavens scene occurred. Ding! Challenge mission triggered, repel the dementors. Reward, +2 arbitrary points. So stingy, couldn't even toss in a blessing. Standing on the lake's surface in his new boots, John tilted his head to the sky and complained. This year's system had been absurdly tight-fisted. Aside from the Hogwarts series of tasks and maintaining his rank at the top, there had been nothing else. Now, finally, a challenge mission appeared, and it didn't even come with a buff. John clicked his tongue silently. The system was getting more and more miserly. He shifted his focus back to the fight. The flames only forced the dementors to avoid him, they couldn't actually deal damage. The albatross zipped around within the swarm, and John began to wonder if Rufus Scrimgeour had brought every single dementor from Azkaban to this spot. He glanced left, 2 people were sprawled out on the shore. He glanced right, oh, Harry and Hermione. John was momentarily dumbfounded. Wasn't Harry supposed to be lying unconscious over there? Did he have a stand-in now? Wait, is this one the real Harry or the double? The relentless dementor snapped John out of his idle musings, forcing him to focus as he directed his Patronus charm to fend them off. The silver stag vanished before Harry's eyes, leaving his jaw hanging open as he watched John's flashy entrance. John, watch out. Seeing a dementor creep up on John, Hermione shouted in alarm. But the albatross Patronus swooped in, snapping its beak to drive the dementor away. Realizing John was a difficult target, the dementors turned their attention to Sirius, preparing to extract his soul. John noticed immediately, his expression darkening. Oh, so that's your game. As if I'd let you succeed. The albatross swiftly shielded both Sirius and the Harry who might be real or a stand-in, while John dashed toward Hermione. The dementors, sensing his move, swarmed toward John, forcing Hermione and Harry to try intervening. But Harry, having used the Patronus charm earlier, was barely holding himself upright. There are too many dementors. This isn't good, Harry muttered, his voice faint. As John landed near the lake's edge, the dementors surrounded him completely. Some of them seemed to recognize him and were particularly eager to extract his soul. Fine, John thought grimly. If that's how you want it, then I won't hold back. He raised his right hand, and from the black ring on his 4th finger, countless threads shot forth like living tendrils. Soul-devouring curse. Swoosh. Kree KRR. The approaching dementors were ensnared by the black threads, immediately emitting bone-chilling screams. Realizing they faced a natural nemesis, the dementors didn't flee. Instead, they doubled down, determined to destroy John at all costs. They knew the threads were a mortal threat to their kind. If they didn't eliminate them now, this would become the greatest fear for dementors in the future. Relentlessly, they charged forward, only to be devoured by the curse's black tendrils. Hermione watched in disbelief as every single dementor was restrained by the writhing threads. John looked like a weaver at a loom, pulling strands of the dark curse together into a growing, shadowy ball. Souls began to float up around him, glowing faintly, but John had no time to pay them any attention. Snap. The sharp sound echoed. John's expression changed dramatically. The black ring on his finger was fracturing, the crack spreading wider and wider. In the next instant, the entire ring was covered in fissures. As the cursed energy poured in, the ring shattered completely, exploding in a burst of black energy. Fuck. The black gemstone in the center continued absorbing the energy, and John instantly knew something had gone terribly wrong. Without hesitation, the silver ring on his other hand transformed into a gleaming silver arm and seized the black gemstone tightly. The 6 magical crystals operated at full capacity, their surging power forming a cage to contain the growing curse. With the original container shattered, John had no choice but to temporarily transfer the curse into the limited gauntlet. Black threads, as thin and fragile as nerves, extended from the silver arm, seeping from his palm as the curse pushed back uncontrollably. Damn it. Breaking down at a time like this. John cursed under his breath, increasing the power of the gauntlet to trap the curse. The 6 magical crystals emitted an ominous purple glow. The sudden turn of events caught him off guard. The curse now seemed almost sentient, thrashing violently and resisting his control. The dementors, sensing danger, had stopped their attacks. The fuckers were fleeing. The black threads tore through their shadowy forms relentlessly. The Dementors were utterly terrified, retreating rapidly toward the sky. Even as they escaped, nearly 20 were devoured by the curse. That's amazing. Hermione was elated, seeing John still standing amidst the chaos. She called out, "John, let's get out of here." John remained motionless. Time was slipping away. Hermione grew anxious. If they didn't leave soon, someone else might show up. They still needed to save Sirius. There was no room for delay. So she rushed over to pull John away. As she approached, John let out a low growl, "Get out of here, now." Hermione froze in her tracks. From John's hand, the black thread surged straight toward her. Her eyes widened in shock, and as she dodged, the time turner she wore was struck. In an instant, a crack appeared in the hourglass of the time turner. Sand began to spill out, and John felt a wrenching sensation, as though he were being forcibly ejected from this dimension. Without thinking, he grabbed the hourglass with his left hand. Now his left hand held the time turner, while his right hand struggled to contain the soul-eating curse. John's face twisted as he snarled, "Get out of here. I'll be fine." Even someone as clever as Hermione was completely thrown off at this moment. She could see that John was in terrible shape. Harry grabbed her arm firmly, his expression serious. "Hermione, listen to John." Although known for his occasional recklessness, Harry never faltered in critical moments. Pulling Hermione along, he ran quickly away. He believed John would be fine. After all, earlier he had seen himself safely back in the hospital wing. Moreover, since Dumbledore had told them to find John, it meant that John must not have come to any harm afterward. Harry glanced toward the opposite side, where someone was emerging from the bushes. Gritting his teeth, he tugged Hermione along and left. One John could still be explained, but two Harry Potters? Absolutely not. Worried but determined, Harry half-pulled, half-dragged Hermione away. Once they had gone, John finally had his hands free and no more distractions. The sense of separation grew stronger and stronger. The sand leaking from the hourglass began to merge into his body, and John saw the scenery before him constantly shifting. One moment it was daytime, the next it was night. Time magic. Two major taboos of the wizarding world, time and soul magic. And, as luck would have it, John now held both in his hands. The soul-eating curse wriggled and slithered toward the hourglass, attempting to consume the time turner. Whoosh! Unable to suppress it any longer, the soul-eating curse erupted, transforming into an overwhelming tide of darkness that enveloped John entirely. Golden sand poured out, and John was drawn into a temporal backlash, the scenes before his eyes shifting and jumping chaotically. He glimpsed a dark-haired boy being hoisted into the air by 4 Gryffindor students, the leader mocking him cruelly and threatening to pull down his trousers. The scene shifted again, showing a young girl running over to stop the black-haired boy. However, the boy didn't appreciate her intervention. He said something curt, causing the girl to leave in tears. Before John could contemplate why the black-haired boy seemed so familiar, a strong pulling force swept him away once more, and the scenery changed again. This time, it was a handsome youth angrily confronting a large student. "Hagrid, I can't just stand by and let you endanger the school." The scene shifted once more. The handsome youth was now stroking an ancient-looking book, his eyes filled with greed and desire. The book's cover read, "Advanced Dark Magic Unveiled." The imagery jumped again, and this time John saw a male professor conducting a lesson. It was a defense against the dark arts class. The session involved a boggart. A freckled boy faced the boggart, which transformed into an office desk, eliciting roars of laughter from the class. The professor chuckled good-naturedly, but his laugh suddenly faltered. He turned to look back. John saw those eyes meet his own for a brief moment. The professor seemed about to say something, but John was pulled away again. This time, he found himself back by the lake, where a bunch of biting cabbages rolled toward him. Startled, John jumped back, but thankfully, this stop was even shorter than the others. The jumps continued, one after another, as if John were caught in an endless vortex. Meanwhile, the soul-eating curse intertwined persistently with the time turner, creeping through the gaps in his fingers. John watched it stubbornly press forward, realizing with a sinking feeling that he had no way to escape this chaotic loop. "I need a massive explosion, one powerful enough to generate the immense magical energy required to free me from this endless jumping," John muttered to himself. Such power, however, was beyond John's own capabilities. But his gaze shifted to the silver sword, which had been drawn into this chaotic time vortex with him due to its proximity. John's expression hardened. Resolute, he made his decision. "Fred." After yet another disorienting leap, John suddenly heard George's voice echoing in his ears amidst the chaotic mix of other voices. Fred turned his head toward the shattered wall, perhaps sensing death's imminent arrival. Everything before his eyes became unusually vivid. Shards of stone flew through the air alongside a dark curse, hurtling straight toward Fred. Was this it? Was he about to die? At that very moment, Fred saw someone entirely unexpected. John stood before him, his face filled with urgency. Fred, shocked and uncertain, barely managed to mouth 2 words. John. There was no time to explain. Gritting his teeth, John let go of both his hands. In an instant, the soul-eating curse consumed the hourglass, morphing into a grotesque human face. Without hesitation, John grabbed the nearby sword of Silverwick. Both hands gripping the hilt tightly, he drove the blade with all his might straight into the face. The moment they made contact, the overwhelming magical energy suppressed by the supercharged magic crystals was unleashed in full force. The crystals shattered, and cracks rapidly spread across the blade, its silver fragments scattering like glittering sparks. Centered around John, a massive surge of magical energy erupted, radiating outward in waves of purple, black, white, and gold. If not for the containment of the temporal field, the explosion might have consumed the entire castle. Fred could only watch as John was engulfed by the explosion, his form vanishing entirely in the blinding burst. The curse that had been aimed at Fred was obliterated by the blast, leaving him to be thrown violently through the air by the magical shockwave. Read 12 chapters ahead. Chapter 166, Time Flash and the Door. Time, frozen. Sound, silenced. Space, shrouded in darkness. A crack appeared in the void ahead, barely wide enough for one person to pass through. John raised the sword of Silverwick, now reduced to 1/3 of its original length. The supercharged magic crystal at the hilt was gone, leaving only the intense purple hue of residual magic. He stepped forward, expecting that the massive explosion would have left him severely injured, if not dismembered. But it seemed the magical force hadn't inflicted as much damage as he feared. The magic crystals on his limited gauntlet had been destroyed. Tentatively, he extended the sword of Silverwick into the crack. The moment it entered, the sword vanished. John stared blankly at his right hand, gone. No warning, no sign, just as if the sword of Silverwick had never existed. The space remained unchanged. If he didn't step through, he would be trapped here forever. Taking a deep breath, John gripped his wand tightly. Glancing at his arm, he noticed golden markings glowing faintly beneath the skin of his left hand. No matter how hard he tried to wipe it away, the black mark remained on his other hand as well. Guess I have no choice but to go in. John had lingered in the space for what felt like an eternity. He took out his pocket watch and glanced at it. It had stopped. Time itself was frozen. Summoning his courage, he stepped toward the crack once more. Beyond the fissure lay a void. There was no up or down, just countless shattered mirrors scattered in every direction. If the shifting labyrinth was minimalist art, then this place was a complex, dazzling masterpiece. John placed his foot on one of the mirror shards. Crunch. The fragment creaked as if it might shatter at any moment, but it held steady beneath his weight. Standing fully on the surface, John found it surprisingly intact. With no idea where the exit might be, he could only press forward. He also realized that his sword was nowhere to be found. Did it fall into a different place? After some thought, John chose a direction and began walking. He wasn't sure how long he had been moving when he suddenly came face to face with a mirror. The moment John touched the mirror, the reflection within began to shift. He saw a disheveled man frantically adding ingredients into a cauldron. The man's expression was wild, almost deranged. A woman, presumably his wife, approached and berated him viciously. In response, the man cut off his own hand and threw it into the cauldron. The wife fled in terror, but the man didn't care. He continued his alchemy, day after day, year after year, for a decade. Yet, as death approached, he still hadn't achieved the thing he had been seeking. John stared at the mirror, thoughtful, then moved on to touch another. In this one, another alchemist appeared, but he was quite different from the first. This man was elegant in demeanor, affectionate toward his wife, loving to his son, and kind to his friends. He seemed like the perfect person, a good husband, a caring father, a loyal friend. But every night, under the cover of darkness, the man would slip away to a hidden workshop filled with alchemical materials. His life appeared idyllic at first. However, as time passed, his wife died, his son grew up and left home, and his best friend lost a leg in an adventure. With each loss, the man's obsession with his goal deepened. He spent every waking moment submerged in his experiments. By the age of 50, he died alone in his secret workshop, his life's purpose unfulfilled. John moved to yet another mirror, and then another. Each one told a similar story. Some alchemists were happy, others sorrowful. Some were wealthy, others destitute. But without exception, they were all alchemists, travelers on an unending quest for something just out of reach. Suddenly, in the next mirror, the reflection changed to show a man. He was looking at John with a faint, enigmatic smile. "John Wick, I'm pleased you've made it here," the man said. John realized this wasn't a mere reflection, it was a living being. No, calling him a living being didn't seem entirely accurate either. John stayed vigilant as the men stepped out of the mirror. He wore a robe made of feathers, resembling a large white bird. The man appeared to be in his 20s, holding a staff carved from oak. "You know me?" John asked cautiously. The man chuckled, stepping fully out of the mirror and replying, "Of course, I know you. I know every alchemist. You're the most unique one, having arrived here through time flashes." "Time flashes?" John echoed, following the men instinctively. "Yes, random leaps through time. The last person I saw arrive here ended up as nothing but bones. You're the first to survive it in quite a while." The man's eyes were an unusual pink, as though they could peer straight into John's soul. Ahead of them appeared a door. It seemed entirely ordinary, yet in this peculiar space, it felt both harmonious and out of place. The men stopped in front of it, turning to John with a broad smile. "You're one of the rare few to make it here over the years. You can call me the Zero Alchemist, Alchemist Zero, or Number Zero, whatever you like. And this." The Zero Alchemist gestured toward the door, his tone imbued with reverence and solemnity as he proclaimed. "This is the gate of matter or the gate of things, call it whatever you want. The only thing you need to know is that this gate is the ultimate boundary that only those who have reached the pinnacle of alchemy can cross." John looked at the door. It appeared simple, unremarkable, giving no hints of anything extraordinary. Unwilling to accept it at face value, John used insight, and at this moment, the door in front of him changed, and countless chaotic garbled codes rushed into his brain. John's face turned pale as he staggered back 2 steps, gasping for breath. He dared not look again. "You're even more remarkable than I imagined, being able to perceive the uniqueness of the gate of matter," said the Zero Alchemist with an approving expression. He patted John on the shoulder, his tone kind and encouraging. "Go ahead. That door holds your reward. Push open the gate of matter, and you'll gain everything you desire, be it magic, wealth, or power." His voice was laden with temptation, but John raised his head to meet the man's gaze. His own eyes were sharp, penetrating, and unyielding as he asked coldly. "And, what's the price?" The Zero Alchemist seemed taken aback by the question, momentarily stunned. John straightened himself, his demeanor calm as he spoke. "The fundamental law of alchemy, nothing can come from nothing." "Haha, you're clever," the Zero Alchemist said, his smile fading into a neutral expression. "Most alchemists who make it here tend to forget that simple truth." He didn't bother to conceal anything further, explaining openly. "The price? Any price. It might be your arm, your eyes, your body, or even your soul." When he uttered the last 2 words, his smile returned, faint yet laced with an unnerving undertone. "But you seem to have plenty to spare, don't you? The gate of matter is the ultimate reward for any alchemist, its significance surpasses even the philosopher's stone. Surely, you wouldn't want to give up such an opportunity." Having said his piece, the Zero Alchemist fell silent. John stood quietly, staring at the door. The gate of matter represented the pinnacle of alchemical achievement, capable of realizing any transmutation, even the most forbidden one, the manipulation of souls. As long as he pushed it open, any wish could be fulfilled. Correspondingly, he would have to pay the price. This was equivalent exchange. From the moment he entered this strange space, John had been contemplating how to get back. The gate of matter seemed like a viable option. John walked toward the door. As he passed the Zero Alchemist, the latter's eyes glimmered with a faint, mocking smile. Reaching out, just as his fingers were about to touch the door, John paused and turned around. "The highest reward for an alchemist." "Of course," the Zero Alchemist replied without hesitation. But John smiled, tilting his head slightly as he asked, "Have you ever heard of someone named Nicholas Flamel?" "Nicholas Flamel?" The Zero Alchemist froze in confusion. Seizing that moment, John suddenly lunged forward, accelerating at full speed. His wand, gripped in reverse, struck like a viper. Before the Zero Alchemist could react, a sharp tearing sound came from his neck. The tip of John's wand pierced cleanly through. "Ha, uck." As John pulled it out, the Zero Alchemist finally realized what had happened. His body collapsed to the ground, disbelief plastered across his face. Do you know what you're doing?" Clutching his neck, his voice rasped, each word escaping through the leaking wound in faint, gasping breaths. John sneered disdainfully, his cold laugh cutting through the tense atmosphere. "Did you forget we just met outside?" Christies. A droplet formed at the tip of John's wand, not blood, but something as black as ink. Before being dragged into this strange space, John had seen that cursed face solidify. It wasn't unfamiliar to him, after all, the owner of that face had tormented him every time he consumed a Dementor's soul using the soul potions. Christies, the creator of Dementors. That young face now appeared in this realm. When John tried casting a spell with his wand, nothing happened. Well, that's reassuring. If no one could use magic here, wasn't this essentially John's happy place? Nicholas Flamel created the Philosopher's Stone. He is, without question, the greatest alchemist ever. You don't even know his name means he never came here. So tell me, how much of what you've said can I believe? John's expression was dripping with mockery. Acristes, likely unprepared for the revelation of Nicholas Flamel, had faltered visibly upon hearing the name. Now that his identity was exposed, Acristes' face darkened ominously. But then he smiled. John Wick, he said, his tone unsettlingly cheerful. Thanks to you, I was able to come to this place. And because of you, I can awaken once again. Acristes' arms unraveled like strands of silk, each black thread floating eerily around him. With a mocking smirk, he raised an eyebrow and sneered, as gratitude, I'll turn you into my newest masterpiece. That won't be necessary, John replied coldly, his grip tightening on his wand. This scheming old snake had actually pretended to be an NPC to trick him into opening the gate of matter. Damn it. Let's see if I can wipe the floor with you. Read 12 chapters ahead. Chapter 167, Sacrifice. Acristes could wield curses because he himself was essentially a curse, though his abilities were limited to manipulating flesh. He had already died long ago, but due to the curse left on the Dementors combined with the Time Turner, he regained his consciousness. Initially, John had wondered why Acristes would go to the trouble of torturing people to create Dementors. That kind of purely malicious, self-sabotaging evil seemed like the work of a lunatic. Now it all made sense, lunatic, yes, but not entirely without purpose. An accidental creation had birthed an immortal Acristes. If he could escape this space, Acristes would achieve complete immortality. What a bargain. John couldn't help but want to laugh. In fact, he did laugh. Fantastic. John covered his face as he laughed, his chuckles rising from a low rumble to a wild cackle. Through the gaps in his fingers, his eyes glinted with unrestrained greed, so much so that even Acristes looked puzzled. It seems you're quite confident, Acristes sneered, clearly unsettled by John's expression. He had always been the one in control, and even now, he believed that to be the case. But John's gaze, as if appraising a mere object, threw him off. What are you laughing at? Acristes asked coldly. Me. I just remembered something delightful, John said, his voice light as he struggled to suppress the grin tugging at the corners of his mouth. Still smiling, he added, you want me to open the gate of matter so you can use it to return to the world, right? Acristes, caught off guard, let out a maniacal laugh. You figured it out. No matter, I'll send you through myself. Oh no, John quickly waved his hands, his tone playful. What I mean to say is, isn't it possible that I had the same idea? A mirror floated between the two of them, and by the time it drifted away, John had vanished. Acristes' eyes widened in disbelief. He hadn't detected any magical fluctuation, how had this happened? Suddenly, a whisper tickled his ear. Tell me, how much do you think a man who's lived for centuries would be worth? Acristes whirled around, his black thread smashing into a nearby mirror, shattering it into pieces. But there was no one there. Come out, he roared. The white feathers adorning him darkened, turning pitch black as unease crept into his heart. The feathers scattered outward, morphing into curses that shot through the space like bullets. Meanwhile, John flitted ghost-like between the mirrors, weaving in and out of reflections as if he belonged to them. In the fleeting moment when Acristes paused his onslaught, a silver hand silently reached out and clamped over his nose and mouth. Wah! Before Acristes could react, John's left hand, holding his wand, pierced through Acristes' neck. For an ordinary person, such an injury would have been fatal. But Acristes, a body formed of curses, could only stare wide-eyed, nearly popping his eyeballs from their sockets. His body erupted into a black tide, surging forward to engulf John. But John brushed against a nearby mirror, and in the next moment, he emerged from behind another drifting mirror. How? Acristes quickly reformed his humanoid shape, his pink eyes glaring menacingly at John. John, casually twirling his wand between his fingers like a serpent, remarked, a wizard without magic. You think that makes me powerless? He tilted his head with a mocking smile. You only managed to come here by hitching a ride with me. Looks like you weren't much in life either. Acristes' rage boiled over, his composure utterly shattered. When two great taboos meet, the gate of matter will open to the ultimate path, Acristes growled, his voice low and menacing. Beyond the gate lies everything you've ever longed for, your regrets, your desires, fulfilled. Ah. No wonder you created Dementors, John said, his expression one of sudden realization. Dementors were a twisted form of soul research. Acristes must have intended to purify enough souls to unlock the gate of matter. When that failed, he turned his attention to the Dementors themselves, aiming to achieve his goal through them. No wonder John had always thought of Dementors as walking soul distilleries, it turned out he was right. Unfortunately for Acristes, his opponent was John, someone who, apart from his magical prowess, was also a grandmaster of combat strategy. Acristes launched another attack, but John casually sidestepped, avoiding it with minimal effort. Then, crouching low, John dashed behind a mirror and disappeared from sight once more. Acristes, driven mad with rage, launched a frenzied assault. Mirrors shattered one after another, yet he still couldn't find John. Suddenly, a massive force struck his lower back, sending him sprawling forward. Ack! I will kill you. He rolled straight to the gate of matter. As he looked up, his face twisted from anger to sheer terror as he saw John standing there, cheerfully opening the gate. Ah! Hey, John grinned and addressed the gate of matter. I offer you this creature, a fusion of soul and curse, an abomination beyond the realm of the living, as payment. Send me back. The gate of matter operated like the coin exchange curse of ancient goblin magic, but on a far grander scale. Instead of trading with gold, it demanded anything and everything of value. By sheer worth alone, John knew he couldn't compete with the cursed body Acristes had crafted and refined over centuries. The moment John spoke, a shadowy, black arm reached out from within the gate. This can't be. Acristes turned to flee, but the hand seized his leg before he could escape. More shadowy arms emerged from the gate, pulling Acristes closer to the abyss. Ugh. No. Leave me alone. It should have been you who got tricked by me. No. Desperate, Acristes clung to the doorframe, his once pink eyes now entirely black. Fixating on John with utter malice, he screamed, "No. Please. John, why you are a good person, right? Help me. Help me or I won't let you get away with this." His roars were wild and feral, like a trapped beast, his composure utterly shattered. John stepped forward, calmly crouching beside Acristes. With a smile that was almost too friendly, he began prying Acristes' fingers off the doorframe, one by one. "Rest assured, I'll live well with the conditions you've created for me," John said with mock sympathy. "No. Please no. I will do anything." With only one finger left clutching the frame, John waved a reluctant farewell, though his actions betrayed no hesitation. "No. Yes. No. Yes." He pried off the final finger. Acristes was pulled completely into the gate of matter, which slammed shut with a resounding boom. On the surface of the gate, a design emerged, a tree made of interwoven lines and circles. When the gate opened again, it revealed a space of pure white. Much like the once disorienting illusionary realm, this one also had 3 doors standing upright. One was a white door representing life and death. Another was a golden door representing the past and future. The last was a silver door representing creation. Don't ask how John knew this. The moment he stepped in, the knowledge of the door simply appeared in his mind. At the same time, the system chimed in again. Ding. Task triggered, choice. Reward, +1 to any stat, bonus determined by the chosen door. This was the first time John had encountered such a task, one offering no fixed path but letting him decide instead. Walking to the golden door, John realized that opening it would return him to the exact moment he disappeared. Doesn't look like there's a rule saying I can only open one door, right? Just as he was about to push the golden door open, John paused, an intriguing idea forming in his mind. What would happen if I opened all of them? The greedy thought flashed through John's mind, and he almost lost control, his feet veering toward the silver door. Quickly regaining clarity, cold sweat trickled down his face. Because etched above the silver door was a line of words. Those tainted by greed, selfishness, or humanity's myriad vices shall never approach. John shuddered, realizing just how close he'd come to falling for it. Abandoning the silver door, he moved to the golden door, placing his hand on its handle. Just as he was about to push it open, he felt a gaze on his back. Turning around, he saw the kind, charitable old man with his wife on his arm. The golden door swung open, and as John was fully pulled into its radiance, he saw a sword hurtling through the air. He also caught a glimpse of the old man's gratified expression as he waved goodbye. John awoke beneath a vast, starry night sky. A meteor streaked across the heavens. He turned his head and raised his left hand, gripping his wand. Softly, he murmured. Lumos. The tip of the wand glowed with white light, a reassuring sign. It meant he was back in his world. The effects of the time ripple brought by the time snap left John feeling unsettled. He propped himself up and sat by the lakeside for a long while. Today had been a lot. First, the Dementors. Then the curse outbreak. After that, the chaotic time snap, and finally, Acristes. He had even glimpsed the gate of things or matter, the pinnacle of alchemy. Closing his eyes, John took his time to process it all. By the lakeside, the Dementors had long since fled. The 2 Harrys were nowhere to be found either. Rising unsteadily to his feet, John was about to leave when something caught his eye. From the corner of his vision, he spotted something in the lake water, a sword, its blade embedded in the lake bed. Half of the sword was submerged, emanating a faint, otherworldly glow. Teacher. Inside the gate of things, John had seen his mentor, Nicholas Flamel. He remembered the moment when Flamel had thrown the sword outward. John approached the place where the sword stood and reached out to grasp it. It was the silver Wick sword. The once shattered blade had been restored, and as John held it, he felt an aura both familiar and unfamiliar coursing through it. John ran his hand gently along the blade. The silver Wick sword seemed to radiate a sense of excitement. A sudden realization struck him, and his eyes widened. Equivalent exchange. Sacrifice one soul, and you receive another in return. Truly deserving of the title of the most evil wizard in history. Worth every bit, John thought gleefully. Ding. Task complete, decision. You have earned +1 task point and the blessing, Rewinder. Rewinder allows the user to revert events within a scene or reverse the state of objects. Seeing this enhancement, John's eyes nearly popped out of his head. This ability seemed borderline overpowered. As he turned his head, he locked eyes with a pair of small, beady eyes. And instantly, he knew. Target acquired. It was that rat. Peter Pettigrew had been careless. Drawn to the faint golden light shimmering in the lake, he'd made a critical mistake. Now, caught under John's piercing gaze, he panicked. Read 12 chapters ahead. Chapter 168, Furious Temporary Minister. We have 30 minutes before Dumbledore seals it off, we need to hurry. Hermione and Harry quickened their pace, but time was running too short. At the castle gates, they spotted the executioner heading off to notify the Dementors. It seemed they wouldn't make it in time. Buckbeak descended with a ferret clamped in his beak, who knows where he caught it, and was enthusiastically devouring his prize. Seeing this, Harry's eyes lit up. Quickly, he signaled Hermione to climb aboard. Riding Buckbeak, they soared towards the 8th floor, where they spotted Sirius Black at the window. Harry was overjoyed at first but immediately noticed something off. There was someone else present. Both he and Hermione's expressions shifted. Hermione exclaimed in shock, "It's the acting Minister of Magic." Rufus Scrimgeour stood at Sirius's door, a smug smile plastered on his face as he declared, "We've been searching for you for quite some time. You should know that." Sirius stared at him in silence. Scrimgeour didn't seem to care. After all, capturing Sirius meant his victory. Soon, he would be officially promoted to the Minister of Magic. At that point, even Johnny Silverhand would have to tone down his arrogance. People were fickle like that. Back when he was just the head of the Aura Office, Scrimgeour thought Johnny Silverhand was a great ally. As soon as Scrimgeour envisioned himself in the minister's chair, he suddenly found Johnny Silverhand an eyesore. Especially since Silverhand had pulled the strings to bring Fudge down, which posed an even greater threat to Scrimgeour's ambitions. "If you're willing to name the person who helped you escape Azkaban, I can promise you a better outcome," Scrimgeour said, giving Sirius a penetrating look. His meaning was clear: if Sirius was willing to implicate Johnny Silverhand, Scrimgeour would ensure the Dementors didn't suck out his soul. But Sirius Black was no ordinary man. He sneered, unmoved by the offer. Harry and Hermione, hidden nearby, were growing increasingly anxious. With Scrimgeour lingering, there was no chance of getting Sirius out. Just as time was about to run out, the executioner who had left earlier rushed back, whispering something urgently into Scrimgeour's ear. Scrimgeour's face shifted drastically, and he quickly left the scene. Harry and Hermione wasted no time. They swooped down on Buckbeak, landing at the cell. In her haste, Hermione didn't even bother with an unlocking spell. Instead, she blasted the lock off with an explosion charm. Even Sirius was momentarily stunned by her ferocity. Without wasting any more time, they freed him. There was barely enough time for goodbyes. Harry and Hermione hastily told Sirius to escape on Buckbeak. Once Sirius was airborne, the two sprinted through the castle at breakneck speed. With less than 5 minutes left, they raced up the spiral staircase, only to hear Scrimgeour's voice echoing down the corridor. "Johnny Silverhand is at Hogwarts." Without any warning. Scrimgeour's footsteps echoed as he moved away, leaving Harry and Hermione to quicken their pace. They narrowly avoided running into Peeves, sparing themselves unnecessary trouble. Just as Dumbledore was closing the hospital wing's door, the two of them came skidding in at the last second. Dumbledore, unsurprised, turned around. A wide smile spread beneath his silver beard as he softly asked, "How did it go?" "We did it." Harry and Hermione leaned heavily against the wall, one clutching their shoulder, both panting and pale. Harry felt his stomach churn as if his insides were tying themselves into knots. "You both look a bit tired," Dumbledore remarked, his ears keenly listening for any sounds from the hospital wing. "Oh, and since you've also managed to escape, go inside. I'll have to lock you in." Clever as ever, Dumbledore was ensuring an alibi for the trio's absence. As they were about to enter, Hermione tugged on Dumbledore's sleeve and whispered, "Professor, something happened to John." Dumbledore paused for a moment before replying with a kind expression, "I know. You go in first." Once the door was locked, Dumbledore turned and walked away, his steps noticeably more hurried than before. A few minutes later, distant roars echoed through the corridors. The iron-fisted Auror-turned acting Minister of Magic was uncharacteristically furious. Harry and Hermione exchanged puzzled glances. "Is it because of Sirius?" Harry asked. They strained their ears and realized the shouting wasn't just about Sirius, they distinctly caught the name Silverhand amidst the chaos. "Pleasure to meet you, Sir Johnny Silverhand." Dumbledore greeted the legendary figure, his wise eyes glinting behind half-moon glasses. Standing before him was a man in a silver mask and emerald robes. "Likewise, Headmaster." Johnny Silverhand's voice was low and raspy as he shook hands with the headmaster. Before Dumbledore entered the room, someone else had already arrived. Rufus Scrimgeour's expression was stormy, as if Johnny Silverhand had just told him something particularly unpleasant. "Apologies, but I must take my leave. That damned Sirius Black must face justice." Scrimgeour shot a dark glance at Johnny Silverhand before striding away with the executioner and Snape in tow. Left alone in the room with Dumbledore, Johnny let out a soft chuckle. "Headmaster Dumbledore," he began, "I've heard rumors that Hogwarts intends to reinstate the Triwizard Tournament. I'd like to offer a sum as sponsorship for the prize." "Oh." Dumbledore grew even more curious about how Johnny Silverhand had learned of this. The Triwizard Tournament revival was still in the planning stages, and fewer than 4 people were aware of it. "Sponsorship? May I ask how Sir Johnny Silverhand plans to sponsor this?" Dumbledore asked calmly, his expression unreadable. Johnny tapped the table lightly with his fingers. "I've always been committed to nurturing young witches and wizards. This event presents an excellent opportunity for outreach. If Headmaster Dumbledore agrees, I'm willing to provide 5,000 galleons as the prize." The amount, several times higher than the 1,000 galleons they were going to give, seemed to give Dumbledore pause. Noticing Dumbledore's deliberation, Johnny added, "Additionally, the Johnny Silverhand exclusive shop will offer a complete set of the Zenith series products and will also cover maintenance and upkeep." The Zenith series. Dumbledore's interest visibly piqued. The Zenith series from the Johnny Silverhand exclusive shop was highly coveted, even Aurors found it difficult to obtain. The value of this equipment was nearly equivalent to the galleon prize itself. The most significant offer, however, was the ongoing maintenance. Some components of the Zenith series required periodic magical recharging, and this included maintenance, which could save substantial effort. For the student fortunate enough to win this prize, it would undoubtedly be a fast track to excellence. After a moment of contemplation, Dumbledore nodded in agreement. Just then, Scrimgeour stormed back into the room, his face thunderous. "You. It has to be you," he roared at Johnny Silverhand. "What happened?" Dumbledore feigned ignorance, while Scrimgeour, like an enraged lion, roared and fixed his bloodshot eyes on Johnny Silverhand. Johnny responded indifferently, "I'm not sure what the temporary minister is accusing me of." The word temporary hit a nerve, causing Scrimgeour's face to turn even redder as he glared at Johnny. "You helped Sirius Black escape, Johnny Silverhand." "I know it was you." Johnny let out a cold laugh. "Since setting foot in Hogwarts, I haven't left this room." "That's a very serious accusation, temporary minister." Scrimgeour's face darkened with rage. Just then, Snape returned, his expression as grim as ever, and said, "Perhaps it was Potter. His antics have caused similar troubles before." Scrimgeour immediately led a group to storm into the hospital wing. Unfortunately for him, Dumbledore, the ever-prepared old bee, had already set everything up perfectly. Harry, with award-worthy acting skills, convincingly insisted he knew nothing. Left with nowhere to vent his anger, Scrimgeour could only leave in frustration, ordering his Aurors to search the area. Both Johnny Silverhand and Dumbledore remained completely unbothered. Adding insult to injury, a reporter from the Daily Prophet arrived, demanding an interview. Scrimgeour, humiliated, stormed off in a fury. Johnny also prepared to leave, but before departing, he glanced at Harry and asked, "So this is the famous savior, Harry Potter?" Harry, nervous and about to respond, was cut off as Johnny shook his head and muttered, "Doesn't look like much." Johnny Silverhand had arrived at Hogwarts in a carriage drawn by 3 flying horses. Once inside the carriage again, he removed his silver mask, revealing the face of a mature man. "How I should win an award for this performance." Facing the boy across from him, he complained, "Sir, could you please not make me handle these situations in the future?" John, with a cheerful smile, asked, "So, how did it feel to face Dumbledore?" Tawny grimaced. "Terrible. My instincts as a former Auror tell me that man is extremely dangerous. In front of him, it feels like I have no secrets at all." "I feel the same way," John laughed heartily. Once the carriage left the boundaries of Hogwarts, he stepped out. Barty Crouch is someone worth building a relationship with. He's extended goodwill, and we should reciprocate. The sponsorship spot for the Triwizard tournament is secured. Let Rita do a good job with the publicity. As for our temporary minister. John paused mid-sentence, his gaze falling on the seemingly lifeless rat inside a cage. With a meaningful smile, he added, let's hope he appreciates this gift. Tommy nodded knowingly, closed the carriage door, and drove the flying horses away. John made his way from the shrieking shack back to the castle. Read 12 chapters ahead. Chapter 169, Constellation Society Gathering in Stars. The Secret Chamber of the Constellation Society. John picked up an apple, took a bite, and placed it on the table. Extending his left hand, a golden magical ring appeared, resembling the branching patterns of a tree on the gate of objects. The magical ring encircled the apple. With a gentle twist of John's hand, the apple that had been bitten into grew back to its original form. Reversion, huh? This is quite interesting. John stared at the reversion effect. This ability consumed the golden sand within his body. Each reversion consumed half of it, meaning John could only use it twice in a single day. By the next day, the golden sand would regenerate and emerge from the golden mark. This enhancement was incredibly practical. If used correctly, it could be considered a divine artifact. Lowering his gaze to his right hand, he noticed the black mark emanating an aura of malevolence. He opened his hand, and black threads extended from his fingers, wrapping around the apple. Before long, the apple withered rapidly, crumbling into dust. It was reminiscent of the soul-devouring curse from before, except this time, there was no trace of a Christie's consciousness. Golden time, black soul. Two types of magic were now etched into John's body. He withdrew the soul-devouring curse. On the table lay a finely crafted hourglass. Unfortunately, there was a crack on the hourglass, causing all the sand within to vanish. A machine capable of manipulating time, and Dumbledore handed it to a student. John fell into thought. Was this because of the protagonist group's plot armor? He had every reason to suspect that the many Hermiones he had seen on the map previously were the result of this very machine. Yet, he felt a tinge of dissatisfaction. Apparently, Dumbledore didn't find him trustworthy enough. An idea formed in his mind: he could use the power of reversion to repair the hourglass. This way, he would essentially possess a device capable of controlling time. However, he needed to ensure that Dumbledore was aware the hourglass was broken first. Otherwise, if he repaired it and Dumbledore took it back, it would all be for nothing. As these thoughts ran through his mind, members of the Constellation Society began to trickle into the chamber. John was the person who spent the most time in the Constellation Society's secret chamber. With the holidays approaching in a few days, the other members had arrived of their own accord. Upon entering, they didn't disturb John and instead took their seats at the round table. Sitting closest to John was Heinrich, who took the seat to his left. Beside Heinrich sat Daphne. To John's right, the seat was empty. Further to the right sat Cedric, followed by Neville. When Malfoy arrived, his lack of tact was on full display. He tried to take the empty seat to John's right, only to be forced into sitting next to Daphne by the sheer intensity of Heinrich's glare. Percy arrived late as usual and naturally took the empty seat to John's right. Unbeknownst to them, the members had already silently established their seating hierarchy. John snapped out of his thoughts as Percy apologized. Sorry, I've been swamped with things. As the head boy and a soon-to-be graduate, Percy had a lot on his plate. John nodded in acknowledgement. Percy glanced at the hourglass, his usually stiff expression betraying a hint of surprise as he asked, a time turner. You recognize it? John looked at Percy. Startled, Percy replied, Isn't this yours? Any student taking 12 subjects is eligible to get one. This was something Professor Dumbledore applied for from the Department of Mysteries. In Percy's mind, John, as one of the top students and someone taking 12 courses, naturally deserved to have a time turner. Hearing this, John's face darkened. So, the clown was himself all along. It was one thing for the protagonist group to have one, but Percy too. Was it just because he wasn't a Gryffindor that he wasn't deemed worthy? Taking a deep breath, John suppressed his annoyance. Right now, he was living under someone else's roof. Dumbledore likely had his reasons for not entrusting him with one. Looking at the nearly full seats around the table, John calmed his emotions and smiled. I'm very glad that everyone has come together here in the Constellation Society. A lot has happened this year, and it has made us more united than ever. Neville, I'm genuinely impressed by your discipline. Your transformation has truly surprised me. He glanced at Neville, who was on the verge of becoming a fitness coach. It had to be said, Swordmaster talent really hit differently. Those arms were growing bulkier day by day. If it weren't for Neville's face, John might not have recognized him anymore. At this rate, if Neville kept training, forget being a Swordmaster, he might just become a boxing king, capable of tearing Death Eaters apart with his bare hands. Haha. Thanks. Neville, flustered by the compliment, scratched his head awkwardly. John turned his gaze to Cedric. Lately, this big-hearted boy had showcased a charm that transcended both Slytherin and Gryffindor stereotypes. Even the usually standoffish Heinrich had taken a liking to Cedric, which left John feeling very satisfied with his own eye for recruiting members into the team. As for Malfoy, he had gone from skinny in clothes to muscular without. Beneath his unassuming robe lay a set of 8-pack abs capable of withstanding some serious hits. Oh, and his platinum blonde hair was still intact. Daphne, a combination of bookworm and enchantment queen, handled spells with effortless mastery, but her cooking was a complete descent into darkness. Heinrich remained second in power only to John himself. And Percy was about to head to the Ministry of Magic as an assistant to Bartemius Crouch, a key figure for John's future cultivation of connections within the ministry. The Constellation Society's network was already beginning to take shape, and John felt deeply gratified. In front of everyone, a golden goblet appeared. John gently tapped his own goblet. Above the dome, starlight cascaded down into the goblets. A sweet aroma wafted from the golden cups as they filled with a golden, fragrant liquid. John raised his goblet. To the Constellation Society. The others followed suit, raising their glasses. Percy hesitated, his lips parting as if to speak, but upon seeing the joyful expressions around him and catching the scent of what was definitely not pumpkin juice, he decided against citing the school rules. One sip in, Neville's face flushed bright red, and Malfoy burst into laughter before taking a single step and promptly collapsing. Heinrich remained stoic as ever, while Daphne gazed at John with a dreamy smile plastered across her face. Cedric and Percy exchanged glances, bewildered. 7 people in total, and 3 were already down after just one drink. The drink was indeed extraordinary. After consuming it, a pleasant sensation filled them, along with a small boost in magical power. Cedric and Percy looked at each other again, this time noticing the astonishment reflected in each other's faces. This drink doesn't have a name yet. How about we call it Constellation? John, lacking a sense of taste, didn't feel much after drinking it. The drink was actually created from the surplus magical energy stored in the Constellation Society. Every drop of the golden liquid contained pure magical essence, making it immensely beneficial to consume. Cedric tended to the flushed and tipsy Neville, while Heinrich calmly subdued Malfoy, pinning him to the ground with ease. Daphne didn't need any special attention, she was simply sitting there, letting out occasional silly giggles. The dignified image of the young lady she usually maintained had completely collapsed. John pulled a ring from his pocket, a spellcaster's ring set with a magic crystal. Once you start working with Bartemius Crouch, you'll become his assistant. John, does this have something to do with you? Percy asked, fixing his gaze on John as he voiced his suspicion. John didn't hide it and nodded. Yes, it does. You. Percy hesitated, then asked gravely, I know I probably shouldn't ask, but how exactly did you get involved with the head of the Department of International Magical Cooperation? Ah, naturally, through certain means, John replied with a mysterious smile. Once you become Crouch's assistant, you'll see the real me. Percy frowned instinctively at John's words, a habitual expression of his. Noticing this, John paused mid-sip and looked at Percy intently. Percy, you can be modest, but never humble. Remember, you are a member of the Constellation Society. Your posture should not be one of groveling. John's comment was prompted by observing Percy's habitual slight stoop when dealing with authority figures. It was likely a result of Percy's deeply ingrained sense of hierarchy, but John calmly added, humility doesn't make people remember you. Your brilliance should never be hidden. Percy lowered his gaze, as if lost in thought. The gathering of the Constellation Society continued into the evening. Even Percy, who normally followed the rules so strictly, didn't dampen the atmosphere. They had only had one drink each, but it was enough to make everyone highly energetic. By the end of the night, Neville and Malfoy had gotten into a fight. Malfoy refused to accept being ranked behind Neville. One of them had astonishing arm strength, while the other had incredible resilience to blows. When the two wizards fought, they somehow shared an unspoken agreement not to use their wands. The final outcome was Neville sitting squarely on top of Malfoy, declaring his victory. Both of them were thoroughly drunk, and when they returned to their dorms, it left others wildly speculating about what had happened. In Gryffindor, a rumor spread that Neville had gone out and fought a troll, leaving it battered and bruised. If this had been said back in their first year, everyone would have burst into laughter. But now, seeing Neville's arms, which had begun to resemble tree trunks, the story seemed oddly believable. Over in Slytherin, the rumor was even more absurd. Someone started saying that Malfoy had spent the night with a banshee. As expected, the person who started this rumor became the target of a full-blown manhunt organized by Malfoy himself across the entire school. Read 12 ADV chapters. Chapter 170, Lupin's Speculations and Hermione's Apology. After returning, John essentially stayed holed up in the Constellation Society. Whenever someone wanted to find him, they couldn't. skipping the rest of his classes with complete confidence, only he could pull that off. Naturally, this had Snape fuming, his temple veins throbbing with rage. When Snape finally saw John, his expression was far from pleasant. "Mr. Wick, if your brain isn't entirely made of pumpkin juice, you might recall what you've neglected," Snape said in his usual sarcastic tone. John, long accustomed to this attitude, shrugged it off. His head of house had always been a professional at passive aggression. He thought for a moment, realizing there was indeed one thing he hadn't addressed yet. The werewolf. Snape gave him a cold glance, which was all the confirmation John needed. Knowing the truth made no difference, Snape was simply bitter about Lupin being allowed to serve as a professor. John wanted to point out that the position of defense against the dark arts professor was practically cursed to begin with. Why would he need to lift a finger? But seeing Snape's expression, John could piece together some of the subtext. From Snape's perspective, the so-called heroic Gryffindors must seem unbearably hypocritical and repugnant. "I understand," John nodded, and as he stepped out of the room, Snape called him back. "John Wick, you left something here," Snape said coldly. Following the reminder, John noticed the badge lying on the desk. His expression flickered momentarily, but he managed to smile. Almost forgot. He pocketed the badge and left the room with a blank expression. Earlier, he had intentionally left the badge behind to gauge Snape's attitude. Now it was clear, the men genuinely wanted nothing to do with him. Tisk. Is the Constellation Society really so beneath notice? John's face twitched slightly. It was impossible not to feel disappointed. If Snape had joined the Constellation Society, John could have avoided a lot of trouble. But it seemed Snape was firmly in Dumbledore's camp. Smoothing out his emotions, John headed toward the Defense Against the Dark Arts office. He knocked on the door, and Lupin's voice called out, "Come in." Opening the door, John found Lupin grading assignments. Lupin's expression sharpened when he noticed John entering. John sat down without hesitation, his face calm, and said with a pointed tone, "Professor, you seem to be quite wary of me." From suspicion to cautious probing, Lupin was gradually confirming his assumptions. Lupin put down his quill, looked at John seriously, and said, "Johnny Silverhand." John froze. "What the hell, did I just get exposed?" "John, you're a follower of Johnny Silverhand. Aren't you?" The rest of the sentence landed, and Lupin saw John's momentarily stiff expression, further solidifying his suspicion. With a bitter smile, Lupin said, "I knew it. From the first time we met, I noticed there was something different about you." Lupin took a deep breath, recalling his encounter at Johnny Silverhand's specialty shop. He advised earnestly, "John, that person is very dangerous. You shouldn't get too deeply involved. Idolizing someone like that will only lead you down a dark path." Idolize. A dark path. John fell into deep thought. Am I idolizing myself? Lupin, however, took his silence as contemplation, his expression growing more somber. From John's subtle mimicking of Johnny Silverhand's gestures, Lupin had long since deduced John's admiration for the men. If Lupin hadn't witnessed a gruesome and horrifying scene firsthand, he might have admired the all-controlling Mr. Johnny Silverhand himself. But there were no ifs. Playing with souls was a forbidden art, and not even someone like Johnny Silverhand could change that. John finally realized what was going on. Clearly, Lupin thought he was just a die-hard fan of Johnny Silverhand. John was more than happy to let this misunderstanding persist. With a faintly embarrassed look, as though his secret had just been uncovered, he steeled himself and said, "You're a werewolf, aren't you, Professor?" Lupin nodded, as if he already knew what John was going to say, and preemptively responded, "I know. Werewolves have benefited from Mr. Johnny Silverhand's efforts, and I respect him, but I can't become like him." Despite being indebted to Johnny Silverhand's actions, Lupin had no intention of exposing the men for breaking taboos. A werewolf becoming a professor, isn't that all thanks to him? John pressed, his tone sharp. Lupin didn't deny it and nodded. Only someone like him, who had faced severe discrimination, could truly understand the value of equality. He said with a conflicted expression, "I admit all of this is true. That's why I've decided I won't continue in this position. I don't want to stay, even though Professor Dumbledore has promised I can." "John," Lupin said, gazing at Hogwarts' brightest student with a sigh, "I sincerely hope you don't become like him." "I won't. Because I already am him." John replied with a straight face while internally rolling his eyes. Lupin seemed reassured by John's earnest tone, even looking a bit relieved. He then revealed John's scores ahead of schedule. Unsurprisingly, they were perfect. As John left, he glanced at the now neatly packed office, a clear sign that Lupin hadn't been lying about his departure. Still, Lupin's words left John feeling irked. "What do you mean by someone like Johnny Silverhand, anyway?" John silently scoffed to himself. "I've done nothing but good things for the wizarding world. Aren't I the model citizen?" Judging from Lupin's attitude, The odds of him revisiting the Johnny Silverhand exclusive shop anytime soon seemed slim. With a twinge of regret, John decided to let it go. When he arrived at the Great Hall and had just taken a seat, Hermione pulled him aside in a hurry. Assuming she wanted the time-turner back, John immediately produced the broken hourglass and began reciting the apology he had prepared in advance. "Sorry, this thing broke. John, I want to apologize to you." They spoke at the same time and froze mid-sentence. Hermione was the first to recover. She glanced at the damaged time-turner and quickly shook her head. "It's fine. I'll turn it into the professor and say I accidentally broke it." Rushing through her explanation, she then fixed her gaze on John, her expression heavy with guilt. "I'm sorry, John. I doubted you." Doubted me? When did that happen?" John was baffled. He hadn't noticed anything out of the ordinary. But Hermione, still looking deeply apologetic, seemed determined to get her feelings out. She considered her suspicion of a friend a grave insult. Even though her suspicion had never been voiced, Hermione still chose to apologize. "That time Sirius Black got into the Gryffindor common room, I suspected it was you who gave him the password." As she spoke, Hermione's face was tense with worry. She was afraid of losing this friend. She could have hidden this doubt, kept it to herself, and no one would have known. John would have remained her friend as if nothing had happened. But Hermione couldn't accept that. To her, friendship required honesty, not suspicion or concealment. John listened, silent for a moment. Hermione's palms grew clammy, and the color drained from her face. Is he angry after all? Suddenly, John chuckled softly. Seeing Hermione's cheeks regain some color, he said seriously, "Hermione, I accept your apology." That one sentence made Hermione let out a deep breath of relief, her pale face finally brightening. "Maybe it's because I have too many secrets, making it hard for me to be completely honest with others," John said, looking directly at Hermione, his very first friend since stepping into Hogwarts. Their time together had grown shorter and shorter, but their friendship had withstood the test of time. "But, Hermione, I would never hurt a friend." When John spoke those words, he meant every one of them. Hermione nodded, she believed him. She swallowed back the question lingering on her lips about what had happened by the lake that day. She knew whatever had transpired must have been full of danger. Seeing John return as if nothing had happened, Hermione chose not to press the matter. Instead, the two of them focused on the broken time-turner. After some discussion, they decided to explain the situation together to Dumbledore. For this, John put on an extra long-sleeved shirt under his robe. Although his right hand had healed, he still felt a little tense as they headed to the headmaster's office. Treacle Tart. Having learned the password from Professor McGonagall, the two ascended the spiral staircase. Upon entering, they were greeted by the familiar sight of the sorting hat and an assortment of peculiar silver instruments. However, this time, there was something new. John's gaze fell on the wand resting on the desk, and his pupils contracted. The Elder Wand. In the office, the kind and benevolent silver-haired old man seemed unsurprised by their visit. "Miss Granger, Mr. Wick," Dumbledore greeted them warmly. 2 chairs were already placed there. After John sat down, he looked up and met those wise, piercing eyes. He immediately stiffened, activating a clemency. "I'm sorry, Professor, the time-turner broke because of me," Hermione was the first to speak. She was a bold witch, speaking loudly, "It's all because I was so careless." Dumbledore's reaction was unexpectedly calm. He chuckled softly, shaking his head. "Miss Granger, it's merely an object, and like all things, it was bound to break one day. I'm simply relieved that its damage did not harm you," Dumbledore said, his tone that of a kind, doting grandfather. Then, Dumbledore shifted his gaze to John and said, "Mr. Wick, I'm glad you chose to accompany Hermione here." After a brief pause, Dumbledore's expression turned contemplative. "I will explain everything to the Ministry of Magic, though it may take some time. Their interim minister is dealing with a bit of trouble." John blocked out any attempts at reading his thoughts, focusing his mind and showing no reaction. Hermione, however, couldn't contain her curiosity. "What happened at the ministry?" Dumbledore smiled gently. "It concerns a grave miscarriage of justice from 12 years ago. I believe today's Daily Prophet will provide a detailed report." He winked, and Hermione, being the clever witch she was, immediately thought of Sirius Black. She couldn't sit still any longer and quickly stood to excuse herself. John was about to leave as well when Dumbledore stopped him. "John, I hope you can let go of certain things. On the path of magic, not everything is just," Dumbledore said, his tone unconsciously carrying a mix of seriousness, gravity, and even a hint of reprimand. John stopped and turned back to ask doubtfully, "Professor Dumbledore, did you only apply for one time-turner?" With that, John briskly walked away. Dumbledore opened the drawer and looked at the intact time-turner lying quietly inside. He sighed. Read 12 chapters ahead. Chapter 171, Scandal and Another Resignation. The Muggle world changes rapidly, with trends that might be popular one day becoming obsolete the next. The magical world is no exception. The Ministry of Magic's announcement that Sirius Black had been captured was splashed across the Daily Prophet that night, with witches and wizards everywhere cheering for Rufus Scrimgeour. By morning, however, they were greeted with news of Sirius Black's escape due to the Ministry's incompetence. Some people hadn't even processed the first report when Scrimgeour pressured the Daily Prophet to halt further coverage. Unfortunately for him, he underestimated the boldness of the Daily Prophet. Scrimgeour personally took to the podium, delivering a speech about Sirius Black's escape, implying that certain malicious forces were behind it. In his capacity as minister, he issued a kill-on-sight order for Black, authorizing the use of unforgivable curses against him. He also criticized the chaotic state of Nocturne Alley and expressed outrage at some wizards acting as self-proclaimed rulers. Scrimgeour announced plans to mobilize the ministry's resources to clean up the dark wizards in Nocturne Alley thoroughly. For a brief moment after this speech, it seemed he had escaped the tide of public opinion. However, not even a day had passed before a storm swept through the magical world in the form of an article titled Hero. Traitor. Even Scrimgeour could never have imagined that Peter Pettigrew, the war hero thought to have died a glorious death, would one day appear before the Wizengamot. Former Auror Tommy Shelby was seen smiling as he shook hands with his old superior, Barty Crouch, even presenting him with a friendly gift. The man who was once thought dead, hailed as a war hero, and posthumously awarded the Order of Merlin, First Class, Peter Pettigrew, was now standing there, alive. He was locked in a cage, utterly disheveled, his beady eyes filled with fear. A single testimony landed a brutal slap on the Ministry of Magic's face. 12 years ago, we sent a true hero to Azkaban, while the traitor who betrayed the Potters shamelessly took everything that should have belonged to him. The speaker was a man named Pius Thickness, dressed in a sharply tailored suit, his neatly trimmed black goatee lending him an air of precision. Facing the members of the Wizengamot, he spoke with eloquence and conviction. Pointing at Peter Pettigrew, who was caged like an animal, he roared with righteous indignation, 12 years, 12 whole years. The ministry's hasty and baseless conviction condemned a hero to 12 years of torment in Azkaban. Is this not a scandal that should serve as a sobering lesson for all? Is it not a brutal punch to the face of the Ministry of Magic? Pius Thickness' words flowed like a torrent, his speech so compelling that some present closed their eyes, unable to bear the thought of a person suffering 12 years under the Dementors. Rufus Scrimgeour stared daggers at Pius, his fists clenched so tightly they creaked audibly. The kill-on-sight order he'd issued mere moments ago was now overshadowed by revelations of the true culprit's identity. This is nothing more than your one-sided story. Scrimgeour had barely opened his mouth when Pius Thickness smirked. Spreading his arms wide in an inviting gesture, he declared, Acting Minister of Magic, the man is right here. You are free to interrogate him at your leisure. The word acting stabbed at Scrimgeour like a barbed insult, his face twitching with suppressed anger. He tried to respond, but Pius relentlessly cut him off, pressing forward with his argument. Tell me, why would Peter Pettigrew disguise himself as a rat and hide for 12 years, 12 whole years? As he finished, Pius swept his gaze around the chamber, his expression resolute as he bellowed, Voldemort fell 12 years ago. Why would Pettigrew still be hiding? The room fell deathly silent. But moments later, it erupted like boiling water, gasps of shock and disbelief echoing across the chamber. He actually said the name. When did Pius Thickness become so fearless? Doesn't he know that name is still cursed? The murmurs spread like wildfire. Even after so many years, the fear of the Dark Lord still gripped many in the wizarding world. They avoided uttering his name, terrified that doing so might summon Death Eaters to their doors, as it had in the past. Pius's audacious act of defiance earned him a reputation for bravery. The attention soon shifted back to Peter Pettigrew, who was subjected to a series of questions. At first, Pettigrew vehemently denied everything. But the evidence against him was overwhelming. Just as Pius had argued, if there wasn't something deeply incriminating, why would Pettigrew have chosen to live as a rat for 12 years? When the Veritaserum was brought forward, Peter Pettigrew trembled uncontrollably and confessed the truth. This scandal, now exposed to the public, dealt a severe blow to Rufus Scrimgeour. It wasn't just because he was the acting Minister of Magic, but also because he had issued a kill-on-sight order against an innocent man, a true hero. The Daily Prophet ran with the story, distributing an avalanche of reports, nearly every witch and wizard had a copy in hand. Amidst the explosive revelations about the ministry scandal, other seemingly minor news items were tucked away, such as reports of Johnny Silverhand's efforts to reform Nocturne Alley. What seemed minor at first glance was, in truth, quite deliberate. Under the shadow of the ministry's disgrace, the transformation of Nocturne Alley, an area previously condemned in Scrimgeour's earlier speech, painted a stark contrast. Some curious individuals ventured to Nocturne Alley and were surprised to find it much improved. Gone were the hooded dark wizards pushing love potions in the open. The streets were clean and orderly, rivaling the charm of Diagon Alley itself. The grey market hadn't vanished entirely, it had merely gone underground. Regulation, not eradication. Johnny Silverhand had established new rules. Unless one had the guidance of a trusted insider, it was almost impossible for the average wizard to stumble upon illicit dealings. By the time John left the headmaster's office, news of the ministry scandal had already spread throughout the school. Acting Minister Rufus Scrimgeour, ashamed of his failure to thoroughly investigate the truth, has stepped down from his position. He has also issued an apology for the Dementor attack on Hogwarts students and has been reassigned to the Department of Magical Accidents and Catastrophes. Pius Thickness has been appointed as the new head of the Aura Office, while Amelia Susan Bones is considered the leading candidate for the next Minister of Magic. Peter Pettigrew has been stripped of all honors and will spend the remainder of his life in Azkaban. The Daily Prophet was passed from hand to hand among the students at Hogwarts. Ron groaned in frustration, saying, "And to think I used to like Rufus Scrimgeour." Hermione turned to Harry and congratulated him. "This is wonderful news, Harry. Sirius's name has been cleared." Harry was overjoyed. He had long dreamed of living with his godfather, and now things had changed for the better. "Maybe I won't have to go back to the Dursleys after all," Harry said, excitement lighting up his face. He could hardly wait to write Sirius a letter and share the good news. Ron, noticing Pius Thickness' name in the article, leaned in and whispered, "My dad says Pius Thickness is a slippery character. I never really liked him much before." In this scandal's aftermath, there were 3 prominent beneficiaries. The first was Amelia Susan Bones, the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, now widely regarded as the frontrunner for the next Minister of Magic. The second was Bartemius Crouch, whose unyielding integrity played a key role in uncovering the truth. Although he did not receive a promotion, his reputation within the ministry had been greatly restored. The third beneficiary was Pius Thickness. Upon becoming the head of the powerful Aura Office, he wasted no time securing a significant defense fund for his department. Insiders revealed that this funding came from Johnny Silverhand's specialty store. The students enthusiastically discussed the dramatic events of the year, 2 ministers, or rather, a minister and an acting minister, being ousted within such a short span. As Harry flipped through the Daily Prophet, he came across the news of Johnny Silverhand's efforts to reform Knockturn Alley. It reminded him of something Hagrid had mentioned about Johnny Silverhand. He had also seen him briefly during his stay in the hospital wing. Johnny Silverhand was a wizard shrouded in mystery. No one had ever seen the face behind his silver mask. While the Daily Prophet praised his philanthropic deeds, Lupin had shared a different perspective with Harry. "He's a very dangerous man, Harry," Lupin had warned. "I hope you never have to interact with him." On the final day of the school year, Harry caught up with John to thank him. "Thanks to you, John, Sirius and I are both alive," Harry said sincerely, still grappling with the shame of his earlier doubts. Harry admitted that he had once questioned the source of John's wealth, suspecting Sirius had been secretly supporting him. But Sirius had written to Harry, clarifying that he had never given John any money, leaving the matter an unsolved mystery. Meanwhile, even after having his name cleared, Sirius was still recovering and would need a significant period of rest. Because John had kicked him twice, both times in the same spot, and Snape, working in tandem with John, seemed to have done something unusual. The swelling on his face couldn't be healed with magic. Adding to Harry's frustrations, Dumbledore had refused to let him move in with his godfather, leaving Harry with a small grudge about the whole situation. As he boarded the train back home, John settled into a compartment. Passing Slytherin students glanced at him with a mix of admiration and hesitation, too awed to disturb him. The system began tallying up the rewards. Adding the 1 point that was not used last semester, a total of 8 arbitrary points. Read 12 chapters ahead. Chapter 172, The Muggle World and Watson's Trouble. The train pulled into platform 9 3/4. John bid farewell to his friends. "See you next term, John. I promise I'll learn more delicious recipes by then," Daphne called out, waving reluctantly behind him. "Why, yeah." John stumbled a little at her words, hastily quickening his pace to leave. Outside the station, he spotted the Dursley family with expressions of nervousness and forced enthusiasm, their unease almost tangible. Mrs. Wick approached and pulled her son into a warm embrace. "You've grown taller, but also thinner," she said, her voice tinged with concern as she stroked John's noticeably slimmer cheeks. John glanced around. "Where's Dad?" Not spotting Watson Wick, he assumed his father was off preparing some new surprise. A flicker of unease flashed in Mrs. Wick's eyes, but she quickly masked it. Her voice was soft and reassuring as she said, "He's at home waiting for us, had a bit of an upset stomach." "All right. Hey, let's just hope he doesn't gain weight from eating too much chocolate," John replied, shrugging, not questioning her words. As they got into the car, John caught sight of Harry looking startled by the Dursley family. It was as if Harry couldn't believe how much they had changed. Even though, during Christmas, Harry had been baffled to receive an elegant and expensive handkerchief from the Dursleys, he had chalked it up to a mistake on their part. However, the Dursleys now seemed nothing like they had been when Harry left, leaving him feeling uncomfortably flattered by their sudden change in demeanor. Mrs. Wick's driving was notably smooth, unlike Watson Wick, who had a fondness for slamming the brakes unexpectedly. This was the first time since John started school that Mrs. Wick had come to pick him up alone, which felt strange to him. Tom rested her head on John's lap, while Basil, rather than staying in the cage, dozed off atop Tom's back, occasionally kneading his paws into her fur. "John, I've been thinking, it's been a while since we went on a vacation." The car glided steadily along the road as Mrs. Wick gripped the steering wheel. Glancing at John's reflection in the rearview mirror, her tone was calm but tinged with a subtle nervousness as she tentatively asked, "How about we take a trip this holiday?" John didn't seem to mind. Watching the scenery blur past outside the window, he replied casually, "I'm fine with that, but it'll have to be a week from now." Hearing his response, Mrs. Wick's face visibly relaxed, a smile of relief forming. John sensed something was off. He glanced up at her, and Mrs. Wick quickly averted her eyes. Frowning slightly, he asked, "Mom, is something wrong?" "Nothing," Mrs. Wick replied, trying to maintain her composure. But the restless tapping of her fingers on the steering wheel betrayed her anxiety. John's gaze lingered on her for a moment before shifting back to the view outside. It seemed as though nothing had happened, but deep down, John knew something might be wrong at home. "That's good then." John's expression remained calm, his gaze distant and contemplative as he stared out at the horizon. The car hadn't yet reached their house when he spotted two black vehicles parked out front. John noticed a driver in one car smoking a cigarette while another man, who looked like a bodyguard, surveyed the surroundings with vigilance. Standing near the house was a burly man whose muscles stretched his suit taut, his sharp eyes fixed in the direction of their approaching car. Mrs. Wick grew visibly agitated, something uncharacteristic for her. She muttered a rare curse under her breath, only to catch herself upon remembering her son was with her. Forcing a smile, she said, "A new Panda Express opened up nearby. I remember how much you love Asian spicy food, let's head there and give it a try." John's eyes flicked toward the suited muscle man and noticed his expression darken. Just as Mrs. Wick attempted to steer the car away from the house, angry voices erupted from inside. John's enhanced hearing picked on them easily. "Watson, Fine Wallace trusted you more than anyone. Are you seriously expecting me to believe you don't know anything about his dealings?" "Enough. I'm just his financial manager like other clients of the Continental, I don't handle your dirty business." The two voices made the atmosphere tense. John's eyes locked on the man next to the black car. The man had put his hand on his waist. After a while, a man opened the door heavily and left the house with a gloomy face. John saw clearly from the car that the man went in with a weapon. As the men got in the car, the two black cars left the door. Mrs. Watson finally stopped the car at the gate. Inside the house, nothing seemed out of the ordinary at first glance. However, Watson Wick was uncharacteristically serious, sitting on the couch deep in thought. Hearing the door open, he turned to see his family return. His grave expression faltered, and he quickly plastered on his usual smile, as if nothing were wrong. Who were those people outside? Before Watson could respond, John tilted his head up, looking at the ceiling. Mrs. Wick followed his gaze and gasped. There was a small hole in the ceiling, clearly the result of a bullet. She covered her mouth in shock. Watson grimaced, tugging at the corners of his mouth awkwardly. His son's keen observation skills never ceased to amaze, or frustrate, him. It left no room for a father to maintain any sense of authority or mystique. Unable to keep up his facade, Watson rubbed his face roughly with his hands, smearing away any remnants of a forced grin. Those people were from London, he finally admitted. Fine Wallace has been killed, and some of his legitimate assets were tied up in investments I managed for him. Watson explained further, this wasn't the first group to show up. In recent weeks, more people had come, all with the same goal, to seize Fine Wallace's assets. As a professional with principles, Watson refused to hand anything over. And even if he were to relent, he argued, those assets should go to Wallace's family, not to some random crime bosses looking to capitalize on his death. Things like this should be handled by the Continental, right? Well, Wallace hadn't posted a will to the table as he wasn't concerned about dying this early, Watson explained while rubbing the back of his head. And now it's become free for all, huh? They threatened you, didn't they? John asked with a steady tone, as if he already knew the answer. He wasn't about to believe that people operating in gray areas of the law would approach things diplomatically. Watson hesitated, then scratched his head awkwardly. Well, yeah. One of them did say something about kidnapping my son. Why don't I see even a shred of concern on your face? John looked at his father and thought about how their family had gotten entangled in such a mess. He had always maintained a non-interference, non-involvement policy when it came to the Muggle world. Taking action against Muggles could lead to violations of the Statute of Secrecy, which would cause endless trouble for John. As for his father's work, John had a vague understanding of it. His father worked as the financial manager for the Continental Associates, managing investments for wealthy clients. Because of this, Watson had connections with many people, including those in gray areas of society. Fine Wallace was one of them. He had a close relationship with Watson, so close that almost all of Wallace's legitimate businesses were managed by him. Fine was the biggest crime boss in London, and the wealth tied to his businesses was enormous. Their relationship had always led people to assume that Watson was the Wallace family's trusted strategist. When Fine was alive, this status kept many problems at bay. But now that he was dead, it only invited trouble. "Don't worry, I'll handle this," Watson said with forced ease, clapping his hands as if to dismiss their concerns. He turned to John with a look of pride. "You've matured. From now on, I'm counting on you to take care of your mom." "Wait, what? Didn't you just say you'd handle this? Now you're leaving your last words?" John's expression turned strange. "Dad, you really have no idea about what kind of man your son is." And even without magic, John was a Grandmaster-level assassin with level 7 proficiency in short weapons. Worst-case scenario, he could just eliminate all those crime bosses. "Don't say things like that." It seemed this whole ordeal had truly frightened Mrs. Wick. Just as Watson was preparing to comfort his wife, he saw her pick up the phone. "Ah, who are you calling?" Watson asked cautiously. Mrs. Wick, with a determined expression, replied firmly, "I'm calling Andre to come over." "No, don't. Please, no." The mere thought of this caused Watson to panic more than having a gun pointed at his head earlier. He reached out to stop her, but Mrs. Wick quickly dialed the number. Watson froze mid-motion as a voice on the other end answered in a familiar Russian accent. "Natalia." It wasn't her younger brother Andre, it was her eldest brother, Serioza. Hearing the familiar voice, Mrs. Wick's eyes immediately reddened, tears threatening to fall. She spoke with a trembling voice, "Serioza, Natalia, what's wrong? Speak up." Her hesitation made her family back in Russia so anxious they sounded like they might crush the phone in their hands. Watson, meanwhile, wore a look of utter defeat. He could already picture the impending chaos when his brothers-in-law showed up. That was far more terrifying than any bullet. After a while, the voice on the other end changed to someone else. John recognized the voice on the other end, it was his aunt. The women were speaking softly to each other. Hearing her older sister mention calling Andre to protect her brother-in-law, Rulaus glanced at the men who were already eager to spring into action. Calmly and without revealing her thoughts, she assured her sister she would handle everything. After the call ended, Mrs. Wick collected herself, regaining her usual elegant demeanor. Watson, however, was left looking utterly defeated, muttering to himself, "Is it too late to start training in martial arts?" Regardless of his reluctance, there was no avoiding the inevitable. In a rare display of decisiveness, Watson tapped into his seldom-seen sense of authority. He booked a trip abroad for John and Mrs. Wick, hoping to temporarily shield his family from the chaos brewing. Before their departure, a call came in from Fane Wallace's son, inviting Watson to attend his father's funeral the next day. John had a clear understanding of what this so-called funeral would entail, likely another arena for power struggles. He decided to accompany his father to protect him in case things went south. Read 12 chapters ahead. Chapter 173, The Muggle World and Dark Wizards. Watson Wick, in a rare departure from his usual flamboyant red tie, donned a dark one instead. He styled his hair into a more mature look and put on a sleek suit, exuding a rare aura of sharpness and sophistication. This wasn't John's observation but Mrs. Wick's. She seemed transported back to their courtship days, clutching her chest dramatically as if gazing at the Watson of yesteryears. "Hey." Watson, noticing her reaction, tilted the corner of his mouth upward, his expression carrying a hint of aloof charm. For a moment, he really did look the part. John insisted on accompanying his father to the event. Watson initially resisted but quickly caved, knowing that with his in-laws en route, refusal would likely result in his brothers-in-law demonstrating their version of smashing Watson's chest. Though Watson had little concept of his son's true abilities as a wizard, he reluctantly acknowledged that John had grown up. Driving the car himself, Watson took the wheel while John sat in the back seat. John's attire mirrored the somber mood, a dark ensemble paired with a dignified air. On his chest, a finely crafted badge stood out as a unique accent. When they arrived at the Wallace estate, the security guards at the gate recognized Watson. After a brief exchange, they allowed the car through. "Mr. Wick, Sean is waiting for you," said the middle-aged, bald-headed butler, who was a black man. Approaching the father and son duo as they got out of the car, the butler's eyes briefly landed on John. "My son. Don't mind him too much," Watson said casually, brushing off the butler's curiosity. "Let's not keep Sean waiting." Watson Wick brought along several contracts, documents related to the shares and funds that had been entrusted to him by Fine Wallace for investment. The butler, seeing this, refrained from further questions and led Watson through the front hall and upstairs. John noticed that the once chatty elites in the room fell silent as soon as Watson entered. Their gazes landed on the stack of contracts in Watson's hands, unmistakably filled with greed. Dad really is a prize target, John muttered to himself with a deeper understanding. Quietly committing the faces of these individuals to memory, John followed his father upstairs. Sean Wallace, Fine Wallace's eldest son, sat waiting in an upstairs room. His expression was dark and heavy, the grief of his father's death etched deeply into his furrowed brow. The moment he saw Watson arrive, some of the shadow in Sean's demeanor seemed to lift. "Watson, I'm so glad you're here," Sean said, standing to greet him. Since the funeral began, Sean hadn't offered a warm reception to anyone, nor had he shaken hands with any of the attendees. He refused to shake hands with people who might have been responsible for his father's death. But when Watson gripped his hand firmly, Sean's guarded gaze softened slightly, a flicker of trust apparent in his eyes. "Those people downstairs," Sean began, his voice tight with suppressed anger. "Any one of them could have killed my father. I know you wouldn't." A flash of hatred crossed Sean's face as he spoke, his fists clenching momentarily at his sides. Watson Wick allowed himself to be pulled into a chair by Sean, then calmly opened the file bag he had brought with him. "These are the investment projects that Mr. Wallace entrusted to me. Aside from these, there are shares in several companies and funds held in trust," Watson explained as he placed document after document on the table. Each file represented investments worth millions, if not billions. Sean glanced over them briefly before signaling to the butler with a subtle nod. The butler, understanding the unspoken message, quietly left the room, taking Sean's son, who also worked for the Wallace family, with him. Once the door closed, only 3 people remained in the room. Sean leaned closer to Watson, lowering his voice as he spoke. "Watson, you're the only one I can trust to help me find out who killed my father." His expression was earnest, and his tone was laden with emotion. "My father always told me you were the person he trusted most. I've always seen you as family." Watson was visibly moved by Sean's words. After a moment of thought, he offered a wry smile and replied, "Sean, you know I only handle investments." "Watson." Sean interrupted him, his tone becoming more insistent. "Help me, and I'll ensure you're remembered as the Wallace family's most respected friend." But the truth was that Watson had no clue who the killer might be. He was skilled at managing money, but the dark games played by these power-hungry elites were far beyond his expertise. He shook his head again, declining the request. This time, Sean's expression darkened noticeably. Taking a deep breath, Sean's voice hardened, laced with a faint threat. "You control all my father's legitimate businesses, a fortune beyond imagination. Those people downstairs won't leave you alone." When appeals to familial loyalty failed, Sean shifted tactics, turning to intimidation. A cold sneer appeared on his face as he continued, "You're clever, Watson, but those people have no humanity. They'll come for the ones you hold most dear. They'll take your wife, your son. They'll cut off your son's fingers one by one. You know what they're capable of." John's expression turned odd. "I'm right here, you know. Isn't that statement a bit much?" Predictably, Watson's face darkened. The last thing he wanted was for his family to be dragged into this mess. Sean, confident in his position, leaned back on the sofa with a relaxed demeanor. Watson wavered. He knew that some of his clients might have access to information about Finn Wallace's murder, but his professional ethics made him reluctant to delve into such matters. From outside the room, a knock interrupted them, reminding Sean he was needed to oversee the funeral proceedings. "Think it over carefully," Sean said as he stood up, patting Watson on the shoulder. As Sean approached the door, a sudden voice rang out behind him. "If my father refuses to help, does that mean Mr. Wallace will also count us among his enemies?" Sean froze, shocked. He had assumed only 2 people were in the room. The unexpected voice startled him, and he glanced around the room warily, trying to pinpoint its source. John emerged from the shadows, his steps measured and deliberate. He stopped beside Sean and stared directly into his eyes. Sean's face went pale with fright. The way John appeared, as if out of nowhere, was chilling, like a specter materializing before him. If this had been an assassin, I'd already be dead, he realized with a sinking feeling. "Who are you?" Sean stammered, the idea of calling in his bodyguards flickering in his mind. Cold sweat dampened his back. "John Wick." John stared directly into Sean's eyes, enunciating each word clearly. "I'm the son of Watson Wick, the one you mentioned would have his fingers chopped off." As he spoke, John raised both hands, as if to emphasize, "Look, all my fingers are still intact." Sean's expression shifted uneasily, doubt and suspicion flickering across his face. He even considered asking where this kid had come from. Before he could say anything, Watson stood up and spoke. "Sean, I'll hand over everything that belonged to Mr. Wallace. But forgive me, I won't get involved in any of this." Sean's face darkened. "Watson, that's your choice. John, noticing his father's decision, shifted slightly to the side, making way for Sean to leave the room. Sean walked out with a grim expression, his face clouded as he prepared to deliver his father's eulogy. Watson led John downstairs. When they saw the body of his old friend, Watson couldn't help but feel a pang of sadness. John glanced at Finn Wallace's body. An old man, shot in the head, he observed. Other than that, he felt nothing. Sitting beside his father, John's attention shifted. His expression subtly changed as he noticed a man standing not far away. His lips moved slightly, barely audible, "Wizard." At this gathering of powerful figures, John spotted a wizard. He narrowed his eyes, noting the man's appearance. His nose was missing half its bridge. Clearly, he didn't look like someone from the legitimate side of the magical world. Tilting his head slightly, John looked in another direction. There was yet another wizard there. In total, 5 wizards were present at this gathering of powerful figures. It was clear that they didn't know each other, each remaining cautious of the others. So, even wizards worked for muggles. Unnoticed by anyone, John's expression remained indifferent as his scrutinizing gaze laid bare the nature of these wizards. They weren't legitimate practitioners, nor aurors. Most likely, they were dark wizards. Working for muggles, stuck in mediocrity, their capabilities were probably unimpressive. To ordinary people, such methods would be near impossible to guard against, but John could think of at least a dozen ways to eliminate them without breaking a sweat. During the funeral, someone abruptly left. Sean's eyes fixated on the man's retreating figure, struggling to suppress the urge to pull out a gun and shoot. Once the ceremony ended, Watson prepared to leave with John. At that moment, a towering black man approached. Broad-shouldered and imposing, he was flanked by 4 or 5 similarly intimidating men. "Watson, I hope you'll give this some serious thought." The man's gaze swept over John, carrying an unmistakable air of menace. John met the look with a calm, unbothered expression. Watson's face turned cold. Without a word, he ushered John into the car, and they drove away. As they were leaving, John noticed the black mob boss standing next to the wizard with the missing piece of his nose. The two appeared to be talking. The mob boss said something that made the dark wizard nod with a cruel smile. "Looks like there's some action coming tonight," John muttered to himself. After returning home, John was immediately embraced by Mrs. Wick, who gave him a thorough once-over to ensure he was unharmed. She then turned her attention to her husband for the same inspection. Dinner time. To the couple's astonishment, John ate just a little before excusing himself and heading to the basement. Scratching his head, Watson hesitated before guessing, "Do you think he got scared today?" He assumed the gathering of powerful figures had intimidated his son. Mrs. Wick, on the other hand, thought her cooking skills might have declined. More than anything, though, she was filled with concern for her child. She had originally believed John's recent weight loss was due to his growth spurt. Now, it seemed it might be the poor food quality at Hogwarts. "I can't let that happen." Picking up the phone, she dialed a number. After 3 rings, a lazy female voice answered, "Hello. Lucy, remember the recipes you bought from that master chef, Chen, the little master of heavenly cuisine? Send them over to me. I'll pay double. A/N, fuck. That's the chef Chen Daphne mentioned, for all. Read 12 chapters ahead. Chapter 174, Uncles. Night fell, and Privet Drive was quiet. Apart from the occasional meowing of stray cats and the sound of cars passing by, there was little noise. Previously, Vernon Dursley's booming voice, yelling at Harry, could often be heard. Tonight, however, there was an unexpected harmony. Apparently, Vernon had come to understand the gap between himself and wizards. John had made it clear to him, not attending school didn't mean Harry couldn't use magic. If you push him too far, he might just hang around casting spells on you all day. That'd be the end of you, John had warned. Down in the basement, John was busy with his own matters. His parents had long grown accustomed to his habits over the past few years. The basement had been renovated and was becoming increasingly sophisticated. John had even installed a fireplace connected to Johnny Silverhand's office in Knockturn Alley. On the table sat a vial of magical blood, along with 3 additional bottles. The first bottle contained something that could loosely be described as blood, extracted from a boggart. The second bottle held unicorn blood, generously donated by Weiwei the unicorn. The third bottle was blood from a bird snake raised by Hagrid. John stared at the 3 bottles in deep thought. His fingers brushed past the unicorn blood. Despite its allure, he decided the risks were too great. The image of Professor Quirrell's ghastly appearance in his first year remained fresh in his mind. For now, experimenting with unicorn blood was a risk he wasn't willing to take. The bird snake's blood was intriguing, particularly because of its ability to alter its size depending on spatial conditions, a trait potentially linked to spatial magic. But for the moment, John didn't see an immediate use for it. John was far more intrigued by the boggart. Its impressive shape-shifting abilities, combined with its powers resembling legilimency, made it a fascinating subject. In the end, John chose the boggit's blood. The small swirl of black mist in the bottle shifted constantly, and upon contact with the vial of magical blood, it quickly fused with it. Almost immediately, the magical blood began to change. Its color shifted from red to light blue, then to black, and finally back to red. The consistency transformed as well, going from liquid to something resembling a misty vapor. "This is the first time I've seen magical blood like this," John muttered, shaking the bottle lightly. The reddish mist swirled within, almost alive. He wondered if it could even be consumed safely. For now, he set it aside. Turning his attention to the candle on the desk, he lit it. The candlelight illuminated the room, and the nearby scrying mirror suddenly emitted a piercing sound as it spun rapidly. The eye of truth, a warning signal. Someone had entered the house. John tapped lightly on the desk, and the items laid out on it neatly packed themselves into two large chests. With the desk cleared, a projection of starlight emerged, displaying a detailed floor plan of the Wick household. On the map, a single set of footprints was moving in the living room. John narrowed his eyes. This was a tool he had devised by combining the human presence charm with tracking spells, inspired by the Marauder's map. His parents had gone to greet the uncles, so the intruder was clearly none of them. John zoomed in on the footprints, revealing the image of the black wizard with the missing half of his nose. Watching the black wizard fumble around, not even reaching for the wand at his waist, John smirked. "Tisk, tsk. What a coward," he muttered, shaking his head. The black wizard jumped in fright at the sight of a fake owl perched in the living room. John couldn't help but chuckle as the intruder hesitantly reached out to pinch the owl, only to realize it wasn't real. His disbelieving expression was almost comical. John, however, quickly grew bored of the farce. He tapped on the tea table icon on the projected map. In the living room, the tea table transformed into a much larger version of Tom. With a single leap, it pounced on the black wizard, sinking its teeth into his foot. What? Crunch. Scream. The sound of bones snapping filled the room, followed by the black wizard's agonized scream. John then tapped on the sofa icon. The living room sofa stood up, its armrests morphing into fists that began pummeling the intruder mercilessly. Dazed and battered, the black wizard finally seemed to remember he was a wizard. He pulled out his wand and began to mutter an incantation. Only for a flying slipper to land squarely in his mouth, gagging him. As he choked, the sofa casually removed one of its cushions and pressed it firmly over the black wizard's face. Deprived of air, the black wizard soon passed out. The sofa calmly returned to its original position, thoughtfully dusting off the cushion before tossing it into the laundry for cleaning, as it was now damp with drool. The oversized tea table, transformed into a large dog, dragged the unconscious black wizard down to the basement. His head bumped against the steps with repeated thud, thud, thud sounds. "Big Tom. Good job. Now back to your post. There'll be more visitors for you to handle tonight," John said, waving dismissively. The dog obediently trotted back upstairs, reverting to its original tea table form. About half an hour later, another intruder sneaked into the house. As with the first, this one also couldn't escape the fate of being beaten senseless by the sofa and bitten by the tea table. By the end of the night, the Johnny Silverhand shop's basement had 4 new occupants, all wizards, professional hitmen judging by their gear. When the first black wizard regained consciousness, he found his wand neatly placed on the table in front of him. A silver mask materialized before his eyes. The moment he saw it, he began to tremble uncontrollably. "So, it seems you recognize me," a low, hoarse voice echoed through the room. How? The black wizard completely broke down, collapsing to the floor in terror, his entire body shaking like a leaf. "Our respectable Johnny Silverhand, sir," he stammered, not daring to lift his head. "Who in the magical world didn't know that iconic silver mask? I found you sneaking around a muggle's home," the figure growled, his cold gaze piercing the black wizard. "Tell me, Defoe, what were you planning to do?" Defoe, the black wizard, had all his secrets pried out by John within less than an hour. Trembling with fear, Defoe stammered, "Respectable Johnny Silverhand, sir, I never intended to oppose you." "I seem to recall I set certain rules," John said, leaning lazily in a luxurious leather chair. His voice was very calm. "You broke those rules without my consent, disregarded my authority, and now you claim to respect me." Defoe's body wavered as if he might collapse. Regret consumed him. Why had he succumbed to the temptation of the muggle's offer? Johnny Silverhand hadn't eradicated the black wizards outright but had instead brought order to their chaotic and lawless market. Most black wizards were content with this arrangement. To defy it was to risk the same fate as the rogue who'd been cast out of the werewolf community, an example none dared to follow. "My lord, how can I prove my loyalty?" Defoe gritted his teeth, kneeling. He banged his head hard enough to bleed, tears streaming down his face, hoping his pitiful display might earn leniency. John glanced at him indifferently and said, "Brand yourself with my mark, so I know where your loyalty lies." The mark. Defoe shuddered violently. The mark was a permanent seal of submission, an irreversible symbol of servitude. But compared to death, it was a price he was willing to pay to survive. Dragged away, Defoe knew his chance to oppose Johnny Silverhand had been permanently stripped away. Still, compared to the others who were shipped off to Azkaban, he considered himself incredibly lucky. After dealing with the Black Wizards, Tommy Shelby entered the room. Bowing respectfully, he reported, "Sir, the gathering in 7 days has been arranged. Invitations have been sent to Lucius Malfoy, Barty Crouch, and others." After Tommy finished his report, he hesitated slightly and added, "Rufus Scrimgeour. It doesn't matter. He should understand his place. His betrayal of Johnny Silverhand ensures his fate," John replied with a lowered gaze and a deep voice. "Pius Thickness is a clever man. He's adept at navigating relationships and, more importantly, knows his position." Tommy bowed in agreement, then, after some thought, said, "The Ministry of Magic is planning to hold Sirius Black accountable for the disappearance of the Dementors. Should we intervene in this matter?" John's eyelid twitched. He had almost forgotten about eliminating all those Dementors. Considering that Dementors didn't reproduce, the sudden disappearance of dozens of them must have given the Ministry quite the headache. Have Rita Skeeter publish an article questioning whether the Ministry of Magic can effectively manage Dementors. Use the incidents where Dementors attacked wizards at Hogwarts as examples. Keeping his expression neutral, John was determined not to let his involvement with the missing Dementors be exposed. Tommy nodded and went off to carry out the instructions. Once the matter was settled, it was time for John to handle another issue. He returned home through the fireplace and was greeted by the sound of the front door opening. A loud, familiar flurry of rapid-fire Russian filled the air. Mrs. Wick was beaming with joy, while Watson looked distinctly put out. "My dear Yadani, your Uncle Serioza has come to visit." Uncle Serioza's voice boomed through the house. Uncle. He had a square face framed by a thick, prickly beard, a buzz cut, and broad, imposing shoulders. His hulking frame could easily pin Watson down with one hand. And he hadn't come alone. Along with him were John's other uncles, Andrei, Anton, and Alexei. The moment they arrived, the unmistakable energy of their rugged Russian origins filled the house. Unfortunately, trouble was brewing outside. A delivery truck rolled to a stop on Privet Drive. The driver pulled out a phone and made a quick call. "Watson Wick is back," he reported. The voice on the other end replied coldly, "Take care of him." The driver hung up, got out of the truck, and opened the back door. From the shadows of the truck emerged a group of men, their expressions hard and menacing. "Move," the driver commanded tersely. The group began donning masks and armed themselves with iron hammers, steel pipes, and knives. They didn't need guns to handle Watson Wick. Using firearms would attract the police, and that was a headache they preferred to avoid. The mob began marching toward the Wick house. The Wick family was immersed in the scene of the uncle and nephew gathering and couldn't extricate themselves. Read 15 chapters ahead. Chapter 175, The Jovanovic family. Serioza was the eldest son of the Jovanovic family. Straightforward and generous, he also carried the steadiness expected of an elder brother. His features were classic Slavic, buzz-cut, square face, and a thick, prickly beard. His powerful arms were so imposing that even someone like Neville right now couldn't compare. Ruffling John's hair with a massive hand, Serioza grumbled disapprovingly, "Look at our Yadani. He's been starved to skin and bones." John's gaunt cheeks filled Serioza with dissatisfaction as he turned his sharp gaze to Watson, who shrank like a scrawny chick. The look on his face said it all. How dare this Englishman mistreat my nephew? Watson frantically shook his head. What did this have to do with him? He wasn't the one cooking. Andrei, the eighth child of the Jovanovic family, narrowed his wolf-like eyes and shot Watson a glare filled with menace. Though he also sported a buzz cut, his demeanor exuded a savage energy. Anton, the seventh in line, had come to visit his sister. For the occasion, he'd smoothed back his usually disheveled black hair with gel, the slick-back look adding a touch of silent intimidation. Alexei, the ninth child, wore glasses and had a scholarly, refined air. He was lean and long-limbed, a stark contrast to his twin brother, Andrei. If John hadn't witnessed Alexei impale a wild boar clean through with a single throw of a spear when he was younger, he might have mistaken him for a Model University student. Anton's expression shifted slightly as he wordlessly exited the room. Alexei seemed to notice something. Casting a glance at the departing Anton, he signaled Andrei with a subtle nod. Andrei understood the signal and cracked a feral grin, tilting his head to the side as his neck let out a series of sharp crack sounds. "Yadani, we brought you a gift. Hope you like it," Alexei said with a smile, casually nudging his sister and Watson toward the living room. Watson, oblivious to any underlying tension, focused solely on making himself as inconspicuous as possible, desperately hoping the Jovanovic brothers wouldn't find any excuse to target him. John, however, sensed something was up. His eyes flicked to Alexei's seemingly innocent smile. There was definitely going to these uncles' minds. Of course. Anyone who managed to stay alive and independent in that place wasn't simple. Playing along, John called out cheerfully, "Uncles." His greeting caused Serioza's face to light up with joy. From their motherland, Serioza had brought along a crate of vodka. Originally, there had been several crates, but thanks to a drunken pilot, an engine explosion on the right wing mid-flight, and other complications, only one had made it through. Watson, catching sight of the vodka, instantly shrank in terror. He prided himself on being a so-called man who never gets drunk, but every single time he visited the Jovanovic family, he'd been carried out horizontally. Alexei had indeed brought a gift. But when he cracked open the lid of the box to reveal it, Mrs. Wick immediately slammed it shut with one swift motion. "Alexei, your brother-in-law would love to have a proper drink with you," she said with a sweet smile. If John hadn't been paying close attention, he might have missed a brief glimpse of the contents, something that could go rat-a-tat-tat. And there wasn't just one. Meanwhile, Watson had already been pinned down and force-fed vodka. Serioza lit his cup of vodka on fire with a lighter, shouted "Ura" at the top of his lungs, and downed it in one go. John silently gave Watson a thumbs up. "Dad, good luck. You're on your own." Anton and Andrei returned. Andrei's fists were smeared with blood, and without hesitation, he joined the vodka-fueled Ura festivities. Anton, the silent one, headed to wash his hands, his face carrying the chilling look of a predator that had just finished its hunt. F*******. F******. At #UN. A man bolted down Privet Drive, panting heavily as he cursed aloud. His face was as pale as a sheet, devoid of the slightest trace of blood. He stumbled into a narrow alley, hands trembling as he pulled out his phone to make a call. They're maniacs, two absolute lunatics. Even now, he couldn't steady himself. Those two men were like demons straight out of hell. 15 well-trained enforcers, gone, just like that. Beaten to death with bare hands. Especially that guy with the slick back hair. Right in front of him, the man had casually gouged out one of his subordinates' eyes with his bare fingers. The other one, the crew-cut brute, wasn't any better. He had literally smashed someone's skull open with his fists. Blood and brain matter splattered all over the driver's face. His knees buckled, and he wet himself on the spot out of sheer terror. His fingers fumbled helplessly on the phone, pressing the wrong buttons again and again. He was so shaken he wanted to scream. The driver angrily pounded the wall. "Let me help you." A slender hand reached from behind and snatched the phone away. Before the driver could react, he looked up into a pair of cold, reptilian eyes, framed by glasses. The gaze alone sent shivers down his spine. The driver tried to run, but the men grabbed him by the throat, pinning him against the wall and lifting him effortlessly. "Shoo, be quiet." The glasses-wearing man scrolled through the call log and redialed the last number. A deep voice answered on the other end, "Is it done?" The driver watched in horror as the man with glasses curled his lips into a chilling smile. "We found you." With that, he ended the call, and the driver's life. A tiny puncture wound was on the driver's neck. He collapsed in the alleyway, his face turning a sickly shade of blue. Late into the night, Serioza and Watson continued drinking. Well, mostly Serioza drank. Watson was already unconscious, occasionally roused with a slap to take another sip before passing out again. "The situation back there isn't great," Serioza said, leaning back in his chair, holding another glass of vodka. "But St. Petersburg's got a decent mayor now. Father thinks highly of him. He's much better than those officials who devour everything and leave nothing behind. I really respect the man." The mayor even invited Father to work with him, but Father declined, saying he was too old. Someone near the house kept hearing howls. Valerie went to check it out, caught two sneaky guys, and even broke 2 wooden sticks over them. "Yadani, do you remember Valerie? He's the uncle who took you winter swimming," Serioza rambled on. As Serioza chattered, John caught snippets about what was happening back at his grandfather's place. The region had just gone through upheaval, and things were still unstable. Fortunately, St. Petersburg had a decent mayor this year. The harsh winter brought some hope of change, though his grandfather had declared himself ill and withdrawn from public matters. John noticed Alexei step again out and return a while later, now holding a phone. The rumble of a truck engine sounded outside, and after a while, Anton also returned. Neither of them mentioned what they had done, but John could guess. Later, his uncle sprawled across the living room, fast asleep in various positions. John quietly retreated to the basement. Activating the map and using the playback function, he reviewed what had happened outside. He saw Anton gouging out someone's eyes with his fingers and then watched as Andrei, like a rabid dog, smashed another person's head to literal pieces. John sat in thought. Why does it feel like my uncles don't exactly have normal human physiques? Smashing someone's skull with their fists, truly, completely pulverizing it, was far from ordinary. This situation was starting to feel a bit absurd. No wonder Dad was so afraid of them. Look at how casually they treated human lives. The Jovanovic family, could they even be considered normal? The next day, John's uncles left early in the morning, saying they were going out to look around. But if they were just sightseeing, surely they wouldn't have needed to take that whole box of gifts with them, right? Sure enough, by lunchtime, the uncles returned. They were chatting and laughing as they came in. Watson greeted them respectfully, though his stomach still hurt from the previous night's festivities. Andrei plopped himself onto the couch with a carefree swagger, but under Mrs. Wick's piercing death glare, he immediately corrected himself, sitting upright like a proper child. Watson turned on the family TV. The screen showed a news report. This morning, a mass death incident occurred. According to informed sources, the deceased were members of a group known as the Jungle Gang. Their bodies were discovered in a gruesome state. Watson stared blankly at the image in the top right corner of the screen. This was before censorship by mosaics became common on television, so the scene was graphic and unmistakable. None of that mattered as much as one particular detail: the boss of this gang had once threatened Watson. The police speculated it was the result of a gang war. John, however, noticed the faint smile playing on Serioza's face. His uncles had clearly been the ones to act. Swift and efficient. This incident temporarily brought Watson some peace amid the chaos of the Wallace family drama. Meanwhile, in London, the big players were on edge. They couldn't figure out where this group of ruthless individuals had come from, annihilating an entire gang so decisively. Their motives were clear, and what made it even more terrifying was their habit of gouging out eyes. Eyes are the windows to the soul. Not only were they killing, but they were also breaking spirits. Sean Wallace called, his tone heavy with concern. "Watson, we need to talk." Watson picked up the phone and, after a brief pause, replied, "All right." The death of that gang boss had clearly rattled Sean. John had originally planned to deal with these matters himself before going on vacation. Now, with his uncles around, there was no need for him to lift a finger. And so, by the 7th day of the holidays, the police had dredged up a truck from the river. Inside, it was packed with bodies, shocking all of London. Watson had been extremely busy lately, but with Andrei accompanying him, nothing serious happened. John, meanwhile, was in his basement, gently shaking a vial of magically infused blood. Taking a sip, he smacked his lips. It still had no taste. The magic-infused blood spread rapidly throughout John's body as he drank it, its power coursing through his veins. He had no fear of its effects spilling outside. After that incident with Harry, John had reinforced his basement. Now, no trace of magic could escape from it. This time, he had a specific idea in mind. Shifting his gaze to a prepared pile of materials, John allowed the magic within him to surge uncontrollably. Harnessing this wild energy, he focused all his attention on the materials before him. Under the force of the rampant magic, the pile of materials began to transform rapidly. Chapter 176, Benthorn Snorbeast. John tried his best to keep his mind clear. After the long period of magical energy running rampant, everything finally settled down. Ding. Magic-infused blood has concluded. Obtained Boggart-related traits: Panic, Metamorphosis, Insight, and Mind Lock. Panic releases an aura of terror. Metamorphosis, enhanced transformation abilities. Insight increases perception, allowing the ability to sense shifts in thoughts and emotions, as well as identifying what someone fears most. Mind Lock, enhanced resistance to external mental intrusions. As expected, there were 4 traits, and as anticipated, his transfiguration skills had improved, now reaching level 5. Not only that, but Mind Lock had upgraded John's occlumency, and Insight granted him a new ability akin to legilimency. However, unlike legilimency, Insight was passive, enabling him to sense others' emotional fluctuations and inner thoughts. John could even identify their greatest fears, an immensely useful advantage in combat. Mind Lock. Could it be due to the Boggart's timid nature? The last trait was surprising. John speculated that it stemmed from the fact that Boggarts themselves were inherently cowardly magical creatures. Moo. As John pondered, something bumped into his leg. Looking down, he saw a small, fuzzy creature with curled horns, a white body, and a long tail dragging along the ground. What the fuck? It was clinging to John's pant leg with its tiny paws. This was a creature that had never been seen before. John pinched the back of its neck like one might with a kitten and lifted it up. It was about the size of a newborn kitten. The little creature noticed John looking at it and shyly pulled its tail around to cover its face. Its voice sounded like a cow's moo, but it occasionally made soft gurgling noises, like someone snoring. Did it work? John stared blankly at the little creature, then at the pile of materials, which had vanished entirely. Placing the creature on the table, it excitedly rolled over, nearly tumbling off the edge. John watched it closely, muttering to himself. Vital signs are stable, and it has independent consciousness. He wiggled a finger, and the little creature scurried toward him. It moved on all fours but would amusingly sit on its backside when it stopped. John patted its head. It seems a bit weak. With a flick of his finger, the little creature rolled backward like a ball. John opened his right hand, and black threads of magic shot out from his palm. The little creature cowered in fear, trying to hide. When there was nowhere left to go, it seemed to strain for a moment, and with a soft pop, it reappeared on John's shoulder, mooing indignantly at the black threads as if scolding them. A magical creature, John said with a grin. He had succeeded. By channeling the immense magic overflow from the power surge, he had successfully transformed materials into an entirely new magical being. Benthorn Snorebeast. John declared. After playing with the little Benthorn Snorebeast for a while, John smirked and set it down. He thought about writing to Luna. She'd probably be so thrilled she wouldn't sleep for days. Shame there's only one. The chaotic surge of magic had only been enough to create a single creature, which he found slightly disappointing. Seizing the opportunity, John decided to upgrade his skill panel. Naturally, he couldn't ignore alchemy and runes. Those two skills, if left to self-study, might not even reach level 6 by the time he graduated. With a few adjustments, the two mastery levels turned gray, signaling their enhancement. Next, John upgraded Greatsword Mastery, which had been stagnant for quite a while. After leveling it up, it reached level 6. Shield Charm was upgraded to level 5, and Patronus Charm also reached level 5. His frequent use of apparition over the past few weeks had already boosted it to level 4, and he decided to push it to level 5 with another point. After making his rounds through the skill upgrades, he still had 2 spare points remaining for future use. Stats Overview. Magic, level 4, 3700/5000. Spells. Levitation Charm, level 4. Transfiguration, level 5, includes Dragon Form option. Disillusionment Charm, level 5. Incendio Maxima, level 5. Reducto, level 5. Fiendfire, level 4. Acclemency, level 5. Patronus Charm, level 5. Shield Charm, level 5. And more. Skills. Short Weapon Mastery, level 7. Greatsword Mastery, level 6. Firearms Proficiency, level 2. Runes Mastery, level 6. Alchemy Mastery, level 6. Ancient Magic Mastery, level 3. Blessings. Enhanced Strength. Quick Attack. Precision. Academic Scholar 2.0. Pilot. Runner. Sword Dance. Night Stalker. Troll Nemesis. Night. Fire Swallow. Intimidation. Hardening. Dragon Tongue. Botanist. Diligent Learner. Forethought. Invisibility. Insight. Seer. Soul Walker. Recaller. Panic. Omniform. Mind Lock. John calculated that he was only 1,300 points shy of upgrading his magic level. If he worked hard, he figured he could reach it after the school term began. His wandless magic had also grown increasingly adept. He could now cast the same spell with his bare hands at 80% of its wand-powered strength. Additionally, his skill with silent spells had advanced to the point where even if someone sealed his mouth, he could still activate his abilities without issue. In the basement, John tested the Omniform Blessing. His control over transfiguration had become significantly more refined. He could grow dragon horns from his head or sprout dragon wings from his back. Moo. These displays left the bicorn Snorling sitting there, seemingly stunned and wide-eyed. Exiting the basement, John tucked the bicorn Snorling into his pocket. Uncle Serioza greeted him with a goofy smile as John passed by, and John gave a polite nod in return. Huff woof huff. Upstairs in the attic, Tom was circling the bicorn Snorling curiously. The creature lightly bumped into him, causing Tom to leap away in a panic. Now that I think about it, could the dog withstand magical power? John stared at Tom, making the dog shiver. Tom turned her head and immediately saw Basil glaring at him, which prompted him to scramble toward a cabinet in an attempt to climb it. That dim-witted intelligence seemed hopelessly out of place in a house full of such clever beings. With a sigh, John opened a letter from Tommy. The arrangements for the banquet were complete, and he could attend it tomorrow evening. John wrote a quick reply and sent it off. When he went back downstairs, he overheard his parents discussing potential travel destinations. Since only the two of them were going, Mrs. Wick suggested traveling to America. Wick Watson, however, had his reservations. He felt it would be better to explore the unique cultures of places where life was thriving in other ways. Uncle Serioza chimed in, proposing a trip to their hometown. Alexei opposed the idea, insisting that India would be a better destination. He'd heard that a single tour of the sacred rivers there could complete the entire periodic table. The group bantered back and forth as though they were the ones planning to travel. In the end, Mrs. Wick overruled everyone. America was hosting Fashion Week, and all objections were rendered invalid. "John, where do you want to go?" Mrs. Wick, ever considerate, asked her son, who was supposed to join her on the trip. "I'm fine with anything," John replied casually. "America sounds good too." In his mind, he recalled that their intern was attending Ilvermorny School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Besides, Ilvermorny shared some history with Hogwarts. Its founder was a descendant of Salazar Slytherin. As a Slytherin himself, visiting Ilvermorny seemed perfectly reasonable. Hearing that John was fine with the plan, Mrs. Wick promptly finalized the destination. Humming happily, she began packing for the trip, scheduling it for the day after tomorrow. Conveniently, this timing didn't overlap with John's banquet, proving that a mother and son's minds are truly connected. The condition was that Mrs. Wick didn't call her salon socialite friends to join her on a shopping spree. John already saw Watson there, holding the bills, calculating if they'd have to survive on spaghetti from next month onward. Middle-aged men truly have it rough. The next day, the Benthorn Snorebeast was stuffed into a cupboard. Like a boggart, this creature loved dark, confined spaces. John entered the basement and used the Fleur network to appear directly in his office. He had constructed an independent Fleur network system, separate from the Ministry of Magics. He even considered setting up a personal Fleur network system exclusive to Silverhand Johnny, though that idea was temporarily shelved. Not long after arriving in the office, he heard a knock at the door. Tommy Shelby entered, his expression respectful. "Sir, Lucius is here." John waved his hand, signaling his acknowledgement. Shortly after Tommy exited, Lucius Malfoy entered. His complexion looked less than stellar. "Lucius, my friend, is it difficult for you to attend my party?" John asked in a deep voice. Lucius looked visibly flustered. He turned around, stuck his head out the door to check the surroundings, and only after confirming no one was around, closed the door behind him. Approaching John, he couldn't conceal his nervousness. "Sir Silverhand, it's reacting," Lucius said, rolling up his left sleeve. A faint twinge of pain flickered across his face as he revealed a familiar mark. Hearing this, John raised his hand to interrupt, placing the Heart of Silence down to activate a soundproof barrier. He gestured for Lucius to continue. Lucius suppressed the panic in his eyes and said, "Since yesterday, the dark mark has reacted. This is the Death Eaters calling for me to go back." As he spoke, Lucius couldn't help but plead, "Sir, you have to help me this time." Lucius knew Johnny Silverhand was aware of his background, which was why he had rushed here the moment the summons arrived. In his eyes, Johnny was the only one who could help him now. Thanks to Johnny Silverhand's influence, Lucius had regained his position on the Hogwarts Board of Governors and elevated the Malfoy family's prestige. Compared to his constant fear while serving under the Dark Lord, Lucius much preferred the security of Johnny Silverhand's camp. After listening to him, John replied calmly, "Don't panic, Lucius. If you trust me, I want you to answer the Death Eater's call." Wah. This made Lucius's heart sink. Was Johnny Silverhand abandoning him? Sensing his inner turmoil and guessing his thoughts, John chuckled and shook his head. "Relax. I'm not abandoning you. I'm asking you to find an opportunity among the Death Eaters." "An opportunity?" Lucius repeated, his expression bewildered. John's voice carried an air of mystery. "An opportunity to completely sever your ties with the Death Eaters. I can remove that mark for you, but first, you'll need to re-enter their ranks and use it to your advantage." Lucius understood now, he was being sent in as a spy. The prospect of finally freeing himself from the dark mark filled Lucius with hope, and he agreed without hesitation. Read 12 chapters ahead. Chapter 177, Banquet and Big Shots. Merry Christmas, guys. Thanks a lot for your incredible love and support, Heartsuit. Stay warm, stay magical, and don't let the elves steal your cookies. With the wealth John now possessed, purchasing an estate was an easy feat. The former Shafik estate had been renamed Silverhand Manor. Some rarely seen, important figures were arriving at the manor, each holding an invitation in hand. Stationed at the entrance were members of the Silverhand security team, some retired Aurors, others professional dark wizard hunters. Without exception, all of them were elites. The guests attending were inwardly astonished. This force alone could rival any pureblood family. It was no wonder the Shafiks had been ousted so miserably. Among those present were pureblood families, ministry officials, and even wizards from foreign countries. Damocles Alex, the potions master, arrived dressed regally in a sapphire blue robe, carrying an elegantly adorned staff. The Merlin first-class order hanging on his chest gleamed prominently. Lucius Malfoy had arrived alongside John, dressed in a black velvet suit with a pigeon-egg-sized gemstone ring on his left hand. Witnessing this, many began re-evaluating their opinions of Lucius Malfoy. Yet most eyes followed the figure wearing the silver mask. Smiles of flattery appeared on countless faces, filled with obvious sycophancy and reverence. "I'm delighted to have you all here at my banquet," Johnny Silverhand said, the silver ring and emerald on his left hand gleaming under the light. The room fell into a unified silence as everyone instinctively ceased their chatter. Barty Crouch was among the crowd, his gaze fixed on Lucius. "In this gathering, we have officials, individuals who once erred, academics, and essential cogs in the machine that keeps the magical world turning." Under the glow of the chandeliers, his gaze swept across ministry officials, potions masters, former Death Eaters, all gathered harmoniously within the manor. Purebloods, half-bloods, muggle-borns, and werewolves. Groups that might otherwise have been in opposition had come together here, drawn by the reputation of the King of Nocturne Alley and the generosity of Johnny Silverhand. John concluded his impassioned speech with a final toast. "So, let us raise our glasses to this world, which has brought us together. To our friends, who stand by us in times of need. And to the challenges ahead. They may be daunting, and they may even kill us, but if they don't, they'll only make us stronger." He raised his glass high, the liquid within radiating a rich, inviting aroma. With a single drink, John gracefully stepped down from the platform. This banquet was not only a means to consolidate his power but also to create opportunities for deeper connections among these people. Ministry officials discussed matters with scholars, dark wizards clinked glasses with former adversaries, and potions masters negotiated with material suppliers. Every clink of glasses, every burst of laughter, forged stronger ties within this network of mutual interests. And at the very center of it all was the man known as Johnny Silverhand. As long as Johnny Silverhand existed, these connections would remain unbreakable. Only Johnny Silverhand could bring such a diverse group of people together. The newly appointed head of the Aura Office, Pious Thickness, approached John with a glass of wine in hand. "Your Excellency, may I have the honor of toasting with you?" Pious, well-versed in the art of diplomacy, something John himself had once praised, knew exactly how he had climbed to his position of power. Bowing respectfully, he clinked glasses with John. "We'll need to allocate the Aura defense funds for acquiring a batch of specialized combat gear," he added smoothly. A true pragmatist, huh? Pious knew how to play the game. The funds he had secured thanks to John's influence were now being funneled back to him as a gesture of loyalty. John, impressed by this savvy maneuver, nodded in approval. "You'll get a discount," he replied with a meaningful smile. "And only you." Pious's face lit up with delight, and he eagerly poured himself another drink. However, in his enthusiasm, he downed it too quickly, his face flushing unnaturally. As he reached for yet another glass, John placed a hand over his, stopping him. "Good wine is meant to be savored," John said calmly. "With so many important figures present, you shouldn't let yourself lose control." "Ah, true." The reminder jolted Pious into realization. He thanked John profusely, adjusted his posture, and moved on to mingle with other guests, still holding his glass but now with more restraint. At that moment, Tommy approached John and spoke in a low voice. "My lord, Mr. Bartemius Crouch Sr. is waiting for you in the study." Setting his wine glass down, John politely declined an academic's request to converse and made his way to what was once Sean Shafiq's study. Inside, Bartemius Crouch Sr. was already seated on the sofa. His impeccably combed gray hair and neat attire gave off an air of discipline, though his expression betrayed a hint of unease. When John entered the room, Bartemius instinctively stood up, but John gestured for him to sit back down. "Bartemius, my friend." John settled into the chair behind the desk, his right hand absently rubbing the ring on his left. "You don't look well. Is something troubling you?" Bartemius Crouch Sr.'s expression was conflicted. Yet, after witnessing everything that had unfolded today, a surge of bitter regret once buried deep within him rose to the surface. He stood and approached the desk, his emotions unclear. With a bitter tone, he said, "Sir Silverhand, I made a mistake, a grave mistake. I was once so close to that position, but because of my son." He closed his eyes in anguish, the memories of Voldemort's downfall flooding back to him. At that time, as head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, Bartemius had been tasked with prosecuting the crimes of the Death Eaters. And it was on that day that he learned his own son was among them. The son he had once been so proud of became the source of his deepest shame, dragging him into an abyss of despair. Even though Bartemius had been firm and unyielding, sending his own son to Azkaban, it wasn't enough to quell public criticism. The scandal shattered his reputation and cost him his chance at becoming Minister for Magic. That single mistake led to a cascade of others. Sigh. Lowering his head, Bartemius spoke in a hoarse and sorrowful voice. I made a terrible decision. My wife, she begged me to save our son. She was willing to give up her life for it, and so I. Under the guise of a visit, his wife had used Polyjuice Potion to swap identities with their son, Barty Crouch Jr. Not long after, she passed away in Azkaban. Everyone believed it was Barty Crouch Jr. who had died, completely unaware that he had successfully escaped. Bartemius confessed everything, and John listened intently, his gaze deep and thoughtful. Motherfucker, my friend, your honesty humbles me. As a reward for your candor, what is it you wish for me to do? Bartemius wasn't revealing all this without a reason. There had to be a motive behind his confession, and John could already guess what it was. I want to fight for it again, Sir Silverhand, Bartemius said, lifting his head, his eyes filled with a mixture of determination and lingering regret. The position he had once lost out on, Minister for Magic, was now back within his reach thanks to his involvement in the Peter Pettigrew case. This time, Bartemius didn't want to miss his chance. He wanted to fight for it, and the key to his success was none other than John, the powerful Johnny Silverhand himself. To secure John's support, Bartemius resolved to present himself with utmost sincerity. John, upon hearing Bartemius's ambition, chuckled softly. I'm glad, Bartemius. I've been waiting for you. John stood, stepping forward to clasp Bartemius's hand firmly. Inside John's mind, another reputable character I can use don't break character, don't break character. With a serious expression, he said, my friend, I will provide you with the space you need to make your mark. Bartemius was deeply moved. He knew there were others in the running for the position, but John's words were unequivocal. They were a declaration of support. The Triwizard Tournament presents an excellent turning point, Bartemius, John continued. I will help you, because we are friends, friends who may not share blood but are bonded by something just as strong. Leaning closer to Bartemius's ear, John added in a low voice, I know you love your son, but at this critical moment, he is also the most important factor. Bartemius stiffened slightly. He knew exactly what John meant. It was his son who had caused him to lose his footing in the past, and now his son was the key to regaining it. If it were to be discovered that Bartemius was harboring his Death Eater son, it would undoubtedly spark yet another scandal. Bartemius's expression was complicated. Though he resented his son, the boy had once been his pride. To Bartemius, his son's downfall was a reflection of his own failure as a father. John could see the conflict written plainly on Bartemius's face. Understanding his inability to be ruthless, John patted him on the shoulder and said, my friend, if trouble finds you, come to me. After Bartemius left the office, John watched his retreating figure thoughtfully. Poor guy, indeed. If it were me, I'd hide his son somewhere, a voice remarked. Turning toward the sound, John saw someone entering through the side door of the study. Golden eyes filled with uncontainable fervor met his gaze. Heinrich, your idea isn't bad, John said with a light laugh. But it's far from a perfect solution. The man was none other than Heinrich Edgar. Since John had confirmed the members of the Constellation Society, Heinrich was the first one he revealed himself to. As one of John's most loyal followers, Heinrich understood that being entrusted with this secret meant he had been fully accepted. Heinrich Edgar had always aligned himself with power, just as his uncle had once followed the Dark Lord. This time, however, the person Heinrich had chosen was destined to be the strongest. Looking at Heinrich's pale face, which seemed out of place in the grand manner, John smiled. I'm about to go on a trip, John said. Care to join me? Perhaps I could even introduce you to a new friend. Kim Lettisley meeting Heinrich would surely be entertaining. Heinrich nodded subtly. His loyalty wasn't to Johnny Silverhand but to John Wick alone. Amid the clinking glasses and lively chatter of the banquet, Lucius encountered several others who, like him, were former Death Eaters. They gathered together, quietly discussing the recent stirrings of the Dark Mark. By Lucius's side stood a wizard with half a nose and a pronounced limp, listening attentively with an air of deference. Lucius seemed intent on introducing this man to the other Death Eaters. Read 12 chapters ahead. Chapter 178, 178, Ilvermorny and Kowalski. In 1945, both the Muggle and magical world saw the end of their respective battles. Grindelwald was defeated by Dumbledore, and the Muggle world witnessed the conclusion of the Second World War. As a victorious nation, America experienced rapid development. Unlike Britain, it was filled with a lively and vibrant atmosphere. This energy extended into its magical schools as well. Ilvermorny, a school established by a descendant of Salazar Slytherin, stood out among them. Founded in the 17th century, the school was built atop Greylock Mountain in Massachusetts. Initially, it was merely a stone cottage constructed by Isolde Sayer and her husband, James Stewart. Over time, it expanded and flourished, eventually becoming the foremost magical school in America. Much like Hogwarts, Ilvermorny is divided into 4 houses. Horned Serpent, known for favoring scholars and lovers of knowledge. Thunderbird, which welcomes adventurers. Wampus, which values warriors of great determination and courage. Pukwudgie, which selects healers known for their kindness and nobility. The structure closely mirrors that of Hogwarts' 4 houses. But instead of using a sorting hat like Hogwarts, Ilvermorny sorts its students in a unique way. Students stand atop the Gordian knot engraved on the stone floor of the hall. 4 statues, representing the houses, choose the students. If more than one house welcomes a student, the final choice lies with the student. One of the most famous examples is Seraphina Pickquery, the former president of Makusa, who was chosen by all 4 houses. She ultimately chose Horned Serpent. Sounds like Hogwarts' sorting hat with extra steps, John remarked. John and Heinrich arrived outside the school just as the morning mist began to rise. The castle-like structure loomed amidst the fog, shrouded in mystery. From their vantage point, the two watched in silence. Ilvermorny had been enchanted with powerful protective spells, rendering it invisible to muggles, or rather, no-mages, as American wizards called non-magical folk. On his international excursion, John couldn't resist visiting this renowned school. Meanwhile, Mrs. Wick was engrossed in Fashion Week, glued to the runway shows. It seemed likely his father's credit card was about to max out. John's travel companion, Heinrich, was a prodigy in his own right. By his 5th year at Durmstrang, he had already mastered apparition. Given that Durmstrang didn't adhere to strict trace laws, Heinrich had simply used a portkey to travel to America. From there, he operated directly to the summit of Greylock Mountain. John donned his mask as the mountain wind whipped his robes, making them billow dramatically. Before long, they spotted a winged horse soaring toward their location. The Pegasus, backlit by the sun, looked like a child of the heavens descending from the skies. On its back sat a golden-haired boy with bright blue eyes, his carefree smile as radiant as his windswept hair. Upon landing, he leapt off the Pegasus and ran toward John. "Sir Johnny Silverhand. I didn't expect you'd come looking for me." Kim Lettisley, once a holiday worker at Johnny Silverhand's specialty store, now stood before them. Seeing his former employer was an incredible surprise for Kim, who had hoped to return to the shop this break. Unfortunately, with the Quidditch World Cup around the corner and a ticket landing in his hands, his plans had changed. John's voice carried a hint of amusement as he greeted him. "Kim, even though you've left Johnny Silverhand's specialty shop, I'll always consider you a friend." "Sir, that's an honor," Kim replied, flashing his brilliant white teeth in a dazzling smile. Turning his attention to the pale-faced figure beside John, Kim extended his hand enthusiastically. "Kim Lettisley, Ilvermorny student." Heinrich barely lifted his eyes, clearly uninterested in shaking hands. But Kim's relentless cheer wasn't so easily deterred. He grabbed Heinrich's hand firmly, ignoring the disdainful look in his eyes, and gave it a vigorous shake. Heinrich yanked his hand back forcefully, his expression filled with revulsion. He immediately pulled out a handkerchief and began scrubbing his hand as if trying to erase the encounter. John took in the entire scene, not missing the glimmer of amusement in Kim's eyes. "Looks like a seemingly honest and straightforward one, but turns out to have a sly streak," he muttered to himself. Still, he considered the introduction between Kim and Heinrich a success. John firmly believed in one truth: youth was the greatest asset. That was why the people he nurtured often included students like Neville or Percy. Kim Lettisley was also one of his chosen protégés. During his time as a temporary worker at Johnny Silverhand's shop, Kim had showcased his unique talents. He had a profound understanding of alchemy and considerable magical prowess. There had even been an incident where a reckless dark wizard tried to stir up trouble. Without needing the security team's intervention, Kim had single-handedly taken care of the intruder. For the foreseeable future, John decided Kim would act as the host and guide Heinrich around America. Kim, being a Thunderbird House student, had an adventurous spirit akin to a Gryffindor's, always eager for exploration. This would give the two a chance to get familiar with each other. Heinrich, as a member of the Constellation Society and privy to John's other identities, required no further introduction. Kim, as one of John's protégés, needed to establish rapport with his future colleague. Watching Heinrich's barely contained frustration as he restrained himself from retaliating, John couldn't suppress his laughter. Using apparition, John left Mount Greylock and reappeared in New York. Heinrich probably understood John's intentions. Hopefully, they wouldn't end up fighting. In New York, a fashion show was taking place, and Mrs. Wick had dismissed John under the pretext that he wasn't mature enough to join her. "Women, when it comes to shopping, reason just flies out the window," John muttered. Seeing no sign of his mum emerging from the event anytime soon, John hailed a taxi. He wandered through the city aimlessly, and by the time he got out of the cab, he found himself in the Lower East Side. This part of town still retained plenty of unique architecture and was dotted with street graffiti. Dressed in a waistcoat and suit, John looked distinctly out of place here. Patting his forehead, he muttered, "Spending too much time in the wizarding world, even my sense of style's starting to match theirs." As he strolled around, he noticed a quaint cafe offering afternoon tea that looked promising. A nearby bakery also caught his attention with its inviting charm. Curious, John pushed open the door and stepped inside. Tig Tiningulg. The bell above the door chimed softly, and a young man behind the counter looked up. He must be the owner. The shop was small but radiated warmth. Shelves were lined with freshly baked bread, custom cakes, and a variety of cookies. John's gaze landed on one particular loaf of bread. Why does this look so familiar? The bread was shaped with big, round eyes and a fluffy, goofy expression. It instantly reminded John of a certain wide-eyed, furry niffler he'd encountered before. John's eyes widened as he looked at the other breads on display. Each loaf had a unique design, some resembled erumpents, while others mimicked the appearance of mooncalves. Are these all magical creatures? Turning to the plump baker behind the counter, John cautiously asked, do you happen to know the 12 uses of dragon's blood? Dragon's blood. The baker gave him a blank stare, looking genuinely puzzled. John could sense that the man wasn't pretending. This raised even more questions in his mind. If this baker wasn't a wizard, why were these loaves shaped like magical creatures? Purchasing a few of the whimsical breads, John stepped out of the bakery. As he walked outside, his eyes caught the shop's sign. Kowalski Bakery, he murmured, testing the name on his tongue. He speculated, either someone in this shop's history had wizarding ties, or they had somehow seen these magical beasts. Not long after John left, a freckled young boy walked into the bakery. Opening the door, he called out to the baker, Mr. Kowalski, is Quentin around? Rolf, take some bread home, your grandfather will love it, the plump baker said with a wide smile. Rolf's commander scratched his head sheepishly before nodding. New York certainly had its charms, especially Chinatown. The food there still retained its authentic flavors, not yet modernized or dulled to suit broader tastes. Fuck my life. Unfortunately, everything John ate was completely flavorless. Did you say something, dear? No, Mum. You heard something. I think. Well, that doesn't matter. Please eat now. You look too skinny. Eat to your heart's content, and don't make Mommy too worried. Fuck my life. Faced with the delicacies of Asian cuisine, John ended up eating more than usual. Even though the food tasted bland to him, at least its aroma and presentation were a little appealing. This eased Mrs. Wick's worry slightly. Her son's usual lack of appetite had been a significant source of anxiety. If this trip could make John eat a proper meal, then it's worth every penny, Mrs. Wick thought, feeling a newfound urgency to master the art of Asian cooking. They rented an apartment in New York, and every day, Mrs. Wick would call back to check in with Watson. Watson assured her to enjoy the trip, as everything back home had been mostly settled. For reasons unknown, several prominent figures who had recently made threats against Watson had met untimely ends. Some drowned, some fell to their deaths, and others simply disappeared without a trace. This left Watson with little to worry about, except for Sean, who refused to leave him alone. Sean was convinced that these mysterious incidents were Watson's way of flexing his power. It only strengthened Sean's belief in Fane Wallace's unshakable trust in Watson. The latter had now earnestly invited Watson to become the second-in-command of the Wallace family, which left the law-abiding Watson feeling overwhelmed. After reading this, if you are still craving to read something, you can check out my other book, Succubus System at Hogwarts. The name is like this, but it's not a lewd book. Heart Suit. Give it a try, you'll love it. Read 12 chapters ahead. Chapter 179, Johnny Silverhand's Branch. The 2-week overseas trip didn't particularly excite John, but Mrs. Wick was thoroughly enjoying herself. She would drag John around, dressing him up in various styles under the pretense of fashion. However, when it came to the hip-hop style, complete with a huge gold chain and a backward cap, John drew the line. Of course, the trip wasn't without its inconveniences. A woman traveling abroad, especially a beautiful one, inevitably attracted attention. That's when her little knight would step in. John would drag those unwelcome suitors into an alley, breaking a few fingers or knocking out a couple of teeth. On one occasion, he knocked out all of a thug's teeth. The men, convinced another gang was responsible, sparked a skirmish that led to both sides exchanging gunfire, causing quite a stir. Because of that, the streets were rather unsettled for a while. John also made a side trip to the Plymouth colony, where a branch of the Johnny Silverhand specialty store had recently opened. The store was managed by a stunning Asian woman who relied on a wheelchair for mobility. Some people had entertained sinister ideas about her, but after 2 wizards ended up as gibbering idiots, no one dared to act on those ideas openly. The large Johnny Silverhand logo sat prominently in the center of the settlement. A bald, bronze-skinned man with a fierce expression stood at the door, glaring equally menacingly at everyone who passed by. This was the security guard for the American branch, and one of the many followers of Johnny Silverhand quietly taking root around the world. Johnson, step aside a little, will you? Who's going to dare come in with you standing there? Behind the security guard, a man in a suit and monocle grumbled in dissatisfaction. Johnson shot him a glare but silently shifted his position. The men behind him stiffened momentarily, took a deep breath, and reminded himself not to argue with the brute. As a proper salesman, even if the manager hadn't instructed him to drum up business, he felt it was his duty to take the initiative. Straightening his bow tie, the salesman raised his head with a haughty air and strode out the door, ready to meet with several wizards he had appointments with. Meanwhile, John strolled toward the Johnny Silverhand store. Standing at the entrance, Johnson spotted him and silently raised a hand to block his path. "Are you a student?" Johnson asked bluntly. "There's nothing here for students. You should try the shop across the street." John chuckled and asked, "Why?" Johnny Silverhand himself said, "We must protect the future blossoms of the magical world. The things here are extremely dangerous and unsuitable for students," Johnson explained patiently despite his intimidating demeanor. That was, indeed, something Johnny Silverhand had said, or rather, something Rita Skeeter had fabricated for one of her articles. The intention was to highlight Johnny Silverhand's kindness, and surprisingly, the quote had earned him quite a bit of favor among family-oriented wizards. John shrugged and said, "I'm here to see your manager. Please inform her that John is visiting." "The manager?" Johnson stared at John suspiciously for a moment before pulling a hemp rope near the entrance. A delicate orchid blossomed from the rope, and the flower spoke in a gentle voice. "Johnson, what's the matter?" "Miss Nagini, someone named John is here to see you." "John?" A delighted voice came through the orchid. Nagini's tone was urgent. "Let him in." Johnson blinked in surprise but stepped aside to let John pass. As John entered, the shop revealed rows of magical items on display. However, John knew these were just the visible wares. When he initially planned the American branch, its niche was defined as a firearms store with local flair. Each display case had been enchanted to conceal unregistered wands and offensive magical devices. Inside, a few customers were browsing, each wearing a monocle. The monocles were enchanted, only by wearing them could one see the hidden stock beneath the counters. Good, very good. 3 salespeople were present, enthusiastically explaining the merchandise to the customers. 2 guards stationed at the entrance to a deeper section of the shop noticed John as soon as he stepped inside. As he approached the door, they respectfully stood and opened it for him, clearly informed in advance about his arrival. John entered, and beyond the door was a room quite unlike the storefront, a cozy space resembling a living room. Nagini was seated in a wheelchair, dressed in an emerald green dress. The wheelchair moved on its own without needing to be pushed. "John, you're here." Nagini's face lit up with happiness as she saw him. Noticing he looked thinner, she expressed concern. "You shouldn't overwork yourself." "It's nothing, just a minor issue," John replied as he approached Nagini, his gaze lingering on her. To John's sight, the chaotic particles that once plagued her body were now gone. "You've recovered well," he said with a faint smile. Walking naturally to her side, he continued, "How's the business running? Are you adjusting well?" Sending Nagini to develop within the American wizarding community had been a spur-of-the-moment decision. At the time, when John planned to open branches in various countries, the American branch had been chosen as the test site. John had promised her that she could always call on him for help if she encountered trouble. But Nagini had never reached out even once, instead relying on herself to establish a solid foothold in the local community. "It's all thanks to your reputation," Nagini said, her smile warm and voice gentle. "The wizards here resonate with your ideals. They admire strength, and using your name, I was quickly able to gather a group of followers. There have been a few troublemakers, but fortunately, the ring you gave me worked wonders." She lightly stroked the emerald green ring on her finger. Once, someone had pointed a wand at her head, triggering the ring's protective magic and turning the aggressor into a fool. Because of that incident, she earned the local nickname, Lady Serpent, seemingly passive, but lethally dangerous when provoked. As they passed a wine rack, John casually picked up a bottle of red wine, only for Nagini to snatch it from his hand. With a motherly tone, she chided, "John, you're not an adult yet. You can't drink." "You're just like my mom," John muttered, exasperated. Come to think of it, strictly speaking, Nagini could be considered from his grandmother's generation. He sighed, admitting defeat. After letting her take the wine, John retrieved a box from his small satchel. "Speaking of which, I haven't given you a gift to celebrate the opening of your shop." As a proper boss, he couldn't appear stingy. Handing the long box to Nagini, John smiled and added, "Go ahead, open it." "Really? What is it?" Nagini, intrigued, opened the box. Inside, a beautifully crafted wand rested on a velvet cushion. The wand was black, measuring 11¼ inches, with intricate patterns etched along its surface and excellent flexibility. At the wand's tail, a spiral pattern encased a sapphire. It was a wand so beautiful that Nagini couldn't help but be mesmerized. John explained, "Purple heartwood with a thestral tail hair core. This is a wand meant for one who has been reborn." The tail end is embedded with Philosopher's Stone fragments, which can amplify magical power and aid in healing the body. The Philosopher's Stone fragment was one of John's new creations, an experimental supermagical crystal resembling the legendary artifact. It could enhance spell potency, absorb magical attacks, and convert the energy into magical feedback for the wielder. The Philosopher's Stone fragment also served as an enormous reservoir of magical power. While it lacked the ability to produce the elixir of life or transmute materials into gold, it was effectively a weaker version of the legendary Philosopher's Stone. Nagini gently touched the wand, noticing an inscription on the handle. To celebrate Nagini's rebirth. Her heart trembled with emotion. Who could ever truly understand the torment she endured during those years trapped as a serpent? Now reborn like a phoenix, Nagini couldn't hold back her tears. Holding the wand, she smiled through her tears and said with deep gratitude, "John, thank you." A simple phrase, yet one she had uttered many times before, and still, it never felt enough. I also brought some other things. John rubbed his nose, looking slightly embarrassed. John took out various series of accessories from his bag and handed them to Nagini. Nagini, who had never owned many ornaments before, suddenly looked like a jewelry model adorned with items, each with its unique function. She couldn't help but chuckle and sigh as John placed a stack of books on the table as well. These books are meant to help you quickly improve your spellcasting skills. You should take a look, John said. Now that she had reverted to human form and the blood curse within her body was removed, Nagini could begin learning magic again. John naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity to encourage her to study hard. Given her current condition and with her soul gradually healing, Nagini could regain the ability to walk after some time. The damage to her soul had been severe, nearly devoured completely. Even after saving her, much of her soul remained fragmented. John was even considering whether to capture a few dementors to raise and later use them to create soul restoration potions. Relying solely on unicorn horn remedies would take far too long. Managing the Silverhand specialty store alone was proving to be challenging. John planned to enlist Kim Lettisley's help in running the shop. But before that, he had other matters to attend to. For instance, dealing with the Ministry of Magic's aura inspections. The store's profits were too substantial, and it was only natural that some people would get jealous. Secretly sabotaging was one thing, but the truly ruthless would go so far as to try eliminating Nagini outright. John was determined to nip such threats in the bud. At this moment, he sat in the blind pig bar, wearing a silver mask, while a trembling goblin across from him stammered out over a dozen names. "Respected Johnny Silverhand, I have no intention of opposing you," the goblin pleaded. This was an underground bar in New York, a hub for all sorts of shady characters and a hotbed for intelligence exchange. The bar's owner, a goblin, was also the biggest rogue around. But at this moment, the once brash goblin was trembling before John. Just moments earlier, Johnny Silverhand had walked into the bar and effortlessly knocked out 3 wizards who dared to make a move. Then, with a flick of his wand, he had pulled the goblin's soul out of his body, only to shove it back in. Well, he may or may not have tortured his soul a little bit. The good part was that the goblin, now devoid of his usual arrogance, only wished to avoid reliving such a horrifying experience. Works like a charm, hee. Read 12 chapters ahead. Chapter 180, Sweet Dates and Big Sticks. The Blind Pig Bar. Normally a bustling place, the bar was now eerily empty. The goblin owner wore a forced grin as he respectfully served drinks to his guest. The scattered round tables had been transformed with deft transfiguration into a single long table. At the head of the table sat a man in a silver mask, his expression obscured. Sweat dripped from the goblin owner's palms. He had followed instructions to invite everyone targeting the Johnny Silverhand specialty store. As the most notorious rogue around, the goblin still had enough clout to bring them all in. He had no idea what this dangerous man wanted to do, but he knew one thing: this person was exceedingly perilous. After a while, a series of loud bangs echoed through the blind pig. One after another, figures began apparating into the bar. The newcomers clearly hadn't expected that they weren't the only ones invited by the goblin owner. The wizards eyed each other suspiciously, and one of the more short-tempered ones swore loudly, "Damn it, Bobby. What the hell are you up to?" Bobby, the goblin owner, would usually have cursed right back. But now he played dead, pretending not to hear. "Take a seat." A voice rang out, cold and commanding, leaving no room for argument. In total, 13 wizards had arrived. They were the key players controlling various underground trades in New York's magical world. After hearing the command, the short-tempered wizard who had spoken earlier shouted angrily, "Who do you think you are, telling us what to do?" Some of the others smirked, clearly expecting to enjoy the spectacle of someone defying the masked figure. But then, "I said, sit down." A wave of oppressive energy erupted from John, like a predator fixing its gaze on prey. The wizards felt a bone-deep, primal fear clawing its way out of their souls. John tilted his head slightly, his voice calm but chilling, if chairs aren't necessary, I can make sure there's a fresh flower planted on your graves. Wait. That mask. The instant they saw the silver mask, their confidence faltered. A wave of recognition and dread swept through the group. They knew that mask all too well. After all, they had been scheming against the very shops owned by the men wearing it. Silently, they shuffled to the chairs around the long table. There were exactly 13 chairs, but none of them dared to sit at the far end of the table where they would have to face the silver mask directly. This hesitation nearly caused a brawl as they jostled for the less intimidating seats. In the end, the short-tempered wizard was shoved into the 13th seat. His face darkened, and he sat there breathing heavily, his anger barely contained. No one dared speak first. They waited, holding their breath, for John to break the silence. My father once told me, John began in an even tone, that business shouldn't be handled in a way that leaves things too messy. A deep, gravelly voice crept into everyone's ears as John rubbed the ring on his finger and said in a low tone, perhaps my shop has infringed upon your interests. For that, I offer my apologies. This opening baffled the group. None of them expected someone so domineering to soften his stance. This was the same man who had driven the Shafiq family out of Britain. How could he possibly act like a docile lamb? The short-tempered wizard couldn't resist himself again. He sneered and said, good that you understand. I'm a reasonable person. As long as you hand over half the goods in your shop, I'll give you a way out. He puffed up with self-importance, raising his head and looking down at John as if through his nostrils. John laughed softly. The low chuckle sent a wave of unease through the room. Lifting his head, John locked eyes with the brazen wizard. I am indeed considering allowing certain individuals to act as agents for my merchandise. The goods will be sold at 1/5 below market price. The proposal made everyone's eyes light up. Silverhand's shop inventory was in such high demand that even at prices 50% above market value, the items couldn't stay on the shelves. The prospect of buying low and selling high promised an extraordinary profit. Just as the wizards began to think that Lord Silverhand Johnny was a reasonable person, John's tone abruptly changed. Leaning slightly forward, he fixed his gaze on the short-tempered wizard, baring his fangs as he said, I won't disrupt the delineation of District 13 in New York, but I'll need an area to set up shop. Are you prepared to show me some sincerity? Even through the mask, they could feel John's sharp gaze piercing into the short-tempered wizard's soul. The once smug wizard froze, realizing too late that the atmosphere in the room had shifted drastically. John leaned back in his chair, his tone nonchalant but commanding, you may begin. You wouldn't dare, right? Guys. He's just a foreigner. The short-tempered wizard shouted loudly, as if raising his voice could give him a greater sense of security. Turning to the wizard he thought was his ally, he exclaimed, let's take him out. The goods will be ours all the same. For a moment, the other wizard seemed to consider his words, even feigning realization. But just as the short-tempered wizard began to smile, the flash of red light from a spell hit him squarely. His grin froze. Every person's curse also hit him. In a matter of moments, the short-tempered wizard was on the ground, unmoving, his breathing silenced under the barrage of curses. Well then, shall we now discuss the shares? John smiled faintly and snapped his fingers. The 13th chair transformed into a flower, settling softly on the body of the fallen wizard. Folding his fingers in a cross beneath his chin, John continued, Silverhand Johnny will allocate 30% of the goods across 12 districts. This includes spirits, potions, and equipment. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a wizard to his right erupted in protest. 30%. We just killed someone for you, and all we get is 30%. His face flushed with dissatisfaction. John's eyes flicked to him, his fingers tapping lightly on the ring he wore. A pulse of magic rippled outward from John's seat, and suddenly, shackles extended from the chairs beneath each wizard, locking them in place. Fuck. The protesting wizard swore loudly, struggling against the restraints. John rose leisurely from his seat, his gaze sweeping over the now panicked crowd. His voice remained calm, even gentle, as he said, don't misunderstand. The reason I'm negotiating with you isn't because I'm afraid. He strolled over to the protesting wizard, whose face had turned pale. Trembling, the wizard screamed, what are you going to do? Shoo. John's wand rested lightly on the wizard's shoulder, signaling him to be silent. In a voice as soft and chilling as a devil's whisper, he murmured, Anima, river tear at me. White smoke began to rise from the wizard's body. Watching this horrifying scene, the goblin owner, Bobby, couldn't stop his legs from giving out, collapsing weakly onto the floor. He had experienced this very treatment earlier and knew all too well the terror it brought. Under the wide-eyed, horrified gazes of everyone present, the rebellious wizard's soul was forcibly drawn out of his body. Gone was the earlier bravado. Now the wizard's face was etched with pure terror. Tell me, John said, his voice unnervingly calm, the silver mask on his face enhancing the menace. Why do you resist me? Through the glint of the mask's eye slits, his pupils shifted into reptilian slits, a chilling vertical gaze that sent shivers into the very essence of the soul it bore down on. The combination of draconic intimidation and overwhelming panic was devastating. Sir Silverhand Johnny, I meant no offense. The wizard's shriek was piercing, his fear palpable. The others at the table were equally petrified, screaming in panic and begging John for mercy as they watched helplessly. John's eyes seemed like deep, endless voids, swallowing all hope. But I don't believe you, John said coldly. Since the moment you entered this bar, you have radiated malice toward me, like a relentless tide of greed threatening to engulf me. As he spoke, the other wizards began to notice something deeply wrong. White smoke started to rise from their own bodies, just like it had from the first wizard. They thrashed and struggled violently, but it was all in vain. Apologies, but I don't have much time to waste on you all, John said calmly. Drawing out 12 souls simultaneously had visibly taken a toll on him, a flicker of exhaustion crossing his eyes. One by one, he carefully returned the extracted souls to their respective bodies, leaving behind a mark on each. Do you know, John said with a faint smile, Silverhand never treats his friends unfairly. After finishing his work, he released the restraints binding the 12 wizards. In an instant, 12 wands snapped up, all aimed directly at him. But John simply raised his gaze, his voice steady and commanding as he uttered, "Put them down." To their utter horror and confusion, the wizards found their arms lowering their wands against their will, their hands refusing to obey them. Terror and bewilderment painted their faces as they struggled to understand what had just happened. Without sparing them a second glance, John turned and walked toward the door. His voice rang out, firm and unyielding, "The 3% share will be divided into 12 parts for all of you. I never shortchange my friends. But I am never merciful to my enemies." As he passed by the corpse of the volatile wizard, John snapped the fingers of his left hand. Flames erupted around the body, consuming it until nothing but ash remained. "Bobby, clean this up," John said casually. The goblin owner scrambled over with a broom, hurriedly sweeping away the ashes. When the door of the Blind Pig bar closed behind John, the cacophony of curses and furious outbursts from the remaining wizards was left confined within its walls. From that day onward, the underground wizards of New York silently and unanimously purged the remaining followers of the volatile wizard. The very next day, they indeed received 3% of the goods from the Johnny Silverhand's shop. At first, they assumed 3% would be a minuscule amount but had vastly underestimated its value. That share was more than enough to generate immense profits. This realization filled them with regret. Had they known the volume was so substantial, they would never have antagonized Silverhand Johnny in the first place. Now it was too late, and they could only rue their decisions. Meanwhile, Nagini rose to prominence, becoming a sought-after figure in the New York wizarding community. Many wanted to establish connections with her, even a mere meeting was enough to boast about for weeks. This also caused the Ministry of Magic to shift their attention elsewhere. The focus they had previously directed at Nagini was now entirely diverted toward the other 12 districts. This was precisely why John had kept those wizards alive. Not only did it eliminate those who might work against him, but it also served to draw the Ministry's gaze away from Nagini. It wasn't until a week later that Nagini learned about these events. She promptly wrote a letter to thank John. When her letter arrived, it coincided with a letter from Fleur. Read 12 chapters ahead. Chapter 181, Fleur's invitation and Peter's prison break. Quidditch World Cup. Reading Fleur's letter, John remembered he still had the tickets sent by Barty Crouch. Andre. A commotion arose from downstairs, likely Uncle Andre accidentally angering Mrs. Wick. Since returning from his trip to America, John had noticed that Mrs. Wick had somehow acquired a cookbook claiming to be written by a master chef. She'd been fervently working on improving her culinary skills ever since. Uncle Andre tried to help, but every time he did, he made things worse. John's father, Watson Wick, had mostly sorted out his own affairs, except for the peculiar rumors spreading outside. Apparently, there was talk of some mysterious, London underworld boss tied to the Wick family. What nonsense was that? Whatever it was, it had somehow been resolved, but now Watson was on the verge of becoming London's new underground king. This had caused Watson quite a bit of grief. Every time he got frustrated, Uncle Serioza would hand him a shot of vodka, urging him to forget all his troubles. London's power dynamics had undergone a complete upheaval. Every big shot stepping outside seemed ready to shove their head into their trousers in fear. One day, a Romani wanderer-turned-mob boss approached Watson, hoping he could help his son. The man's son was the one who had killed Fane Wallace, and Sean Wallace had been hunting them down like a madman. From the evidence the Romani mob boss presented, however, it appeared there was someone else pulling the strings behind the scenes. The mastermind had spent just 20,000 to take down a highly renowned figure. Life was truly fragile. Watson was on the phone with Sean Wallace, discussing something about the investors. By the end of the call, Watson was so furious he nearly smashed his phone. In contrast, the Jovanovich brothers remained completely calm. None of this had much to do with John. He trusted his uncles to handle it. For now, his focus was on advertising for Johnny Silverhand's store. Yes, don't think the wizarding world doesn't have advertising. The upcoming Quidditch World Cup was an excellent opportunity for promotion. John leveraged his connections to secure an ad spot from Barty Crouch. The local Ministry of Magic was in a bit of chaos at the moment. The Minister of Magic position was vacant, leaving the responsibility for the World Cup to fall squarely on Barty Crouch. As the head of the Department of International Magical Cooperation, this was his chance to rebuild his prestige, provided he managed the event flawlessly. Johnny Silverhand's store's sponsorship came at the perfect time. John also offered discounted prices on small merchandise. The task of arranging the advertisements was handed over to Mundungus Fletcher. While Fletcher had a reputation for being slippery, that was precisely the kind of person needed to deal with ministry officials. Meanwhile, John summoned Tommy to his office and assigned him a different task. A betting pool. Hearing John's plan to set up a betting pool, Tommy was a bit surprised. Although it's never been done openly, there are plenty of secret ones already. Exactly. I believe many would jump at the chance to make some money during such a lively Quidditch match. John smiled lightly and said, "Of course, the premise is that we know the outcome." "My lord, you mean?" Tommy instinctively glanced at the crystal ball on the desk. John nodded and replied mysteriously, "Control the odds properly. This will be a significant windfall." Inside the crystal ball, the Irish team was shown lifting the trophy. Tommy immediately understood how massive this opportunity was. With tens of thousands, potentially over 100,000, people watching the Quidditch World Cup every year, if each person bet even a galleon, the total would be astronomical. This required someone trustworthy to handle it. Tommy took a team of subordinates and headed to the Department of Magical Games and Sports. It could have been done secretly, but there was no need for that. Allowing a small portion of the profits to leak out would save a lot of trouble. That kind of money wasn't something John cared about. The approval process was surprisingly fast. Ludo Bagman, head of the Department of Magical Games and Sports, was absolutely thrilled when he heard about the betting pool. He even subtly inquired if there could be any discounts for officials placing bets. Ludo Bagman is a compulsive gambler, Tommy reported back after his meeting, shaking his head. He's already lost everything he owns and still can't resist betting. He used to be the best beater for the Vimborn Wasps, but now his belly could fit a barrel of ale. You know him. John picked up on something different in Tommy's tone. Tommy hesitated for a moment before answering honestly, "I used to be a fan of the Vimborn Wasps. Back then, I worked alongside Oz and Lippy for the Ministry of Magic." As he reminisced, a trace of melancholy appeared on Tommy's face. If not for the incident where he was bitten by a werewolf, he might still be struggling for a promotion in the Ministry of Magic. During this visit to the ministry, he had also run into his old friends, Oz Hild and Lippy Cobble. They were still stuck in the same positions, which left Tommy feeling both nostalgic and wistful. John, without lifting his gaze from the ministry documents he was reading, commented, "You can catch up with your friends properly. There's no need for you to hide anymore, is there?" Tommy froze for a moment. After confirming the documents were correct, John set them aside and looked at the still-dazed Tommy. With mild exasperation, he said, "Don't tell me you spent an entire day there and didn't even try to meet up with them." Embarrassed, Tommy scratched his head, his expression sheepish, making him look like an awkward, bashful young man. Stepping into the fireplace, John glanced at Tommy and added, "I don't mind if you have your own friends, Tommy. Everyone has their social circles. I don't need to control everything." With that, blue flames engulfed John, and he vanished from the office. In the silence that followed, Tommy's mind wandered to a bright, cheerful face from his past. Once, they had been inseparable. Before the werewolf attack, he had never imagined they could ever be apart. Once filled with lofty ambitions, now wasting away in the Ministry of Magic. Tommy made up his mind. He walked out of the Silverhand exclusive shop, not even noticing when one of his subordinates called out to him. He headed to a nearby flower shop and, somewhat awkwardly, purchased a bouquet. "It's been so long since we've met. Bringing a gift is the least I can do," he muttered to himself. Recently, Dudley had started dieting. John often spotted him jogging along Privet Drive. Whenever Dudley passed by the Wick family's house, he ran as though a dog were chasing him. Besides the eyeball that Watson had found while mowing the lawn a few days ago, John figured it probably had something to do with his 4 intimidating uncles. By now, the Dursley family had fully convinced themselves that the Wicks were no different from the notorious big shots they'd seen in movies. After all, they had personally witnessed several ominous-looking men step out of a line of cars parked in front of the house during the last holiday. Men who looked like they belonged in prison. Harry's treatment at the Dursleys had significantly improved. Uncle Vernon no longer roared at him without reason. Occasionally, he would instinctively yell, but then he'd panic and awkwardly apologize afterward. Even Aunt Petunia no longer wore her perpetual frosty expression. One day, when Aunt Petunia handed him some new clothes she had bought for him, Harry genuinely thought someone had cast the Imperieuse curse on her. His room was no longer locked, and he didn't have to sneak around to do his homework. However, due to Dudley's diet, Harry was now forced to join him in eating vegetables. Harry, who had been eating nothing but vegetables for a month, was utterly miserable. He wrote letters to his friends, hoping they might send him something tasty to eat. Of course, the key was making sure Dudley didn't find out. Dudley couldn't control his cravings these days. On a few occasions, he had sleepwalked into the kitchen, only to find the fridge completely empty, leaving him on the verge of tears. Harry had suggested that Dudley try visiting John's place, where there was bound to be plenty of delicious food. Dudley was tempted, but his childhood trauma quickly resurfaced. Shaking his head, he firmly refused to go. Back when they were kids, 3 children had stolen John's dumplings, and John had promptly pinned one of them down and performed the infamous disappearing pencil trick on his hand. That incident left Dudley deeply scarred. For a while, he had nightmares about pencils chasing him, even insisting on sleeping in his parents' bed for an entire week. Harry had also been writing letters more frequently, most of them addressed to Sirius. He could never run out of things to say to his godfather. Because of this, Hedwig's previously plump frame had become noticeably slimmer. Basil, on the other hand, loved to perch by the window and sneer at the busy Hedwig flying back and forth. If it weren't for the window separating them, the 2 snowy owls would undoubtedly have fought. As Harry waited with eager anticipation, his birthday finally arrived. Hagrid, Hermione, Ron, and Sirius each sent Harry a large cake. On the day Harry was joyfully celebrating, however, John sat silently, staring at the Daily Prophet in his hands. The atmosphere around him was unnervingly quiet. The Ministry lost Peter Pettigrew. John looked up at Piers. Piers, trembling with fear, replied, "A week after being sent to Azkaban, Peter Pettigrew vanished without a trace. He escaped." "A rat through and through," John said flatly, setting the newspaper down. He should have seen this coming. If Sirius could escape, then so could Peter Pettigrew. Read 12 chapters ahead. Chapter 182, Invitation. Peter Pettigrew disappeared without a trace after leaving Azkaban. Unlike Sirius, this time Peter Pettigrew just disappeared from the face of the earth. With the Ministry of Magic in chaos and leaderless, Pettigrew seized the perfect opportunity to slip away. Piers was deeply worried that this incident might jeopardize his position as head of the Auror office. "Don't worry, this won't affect you." Hearing the comforting words of Johnny Silverhand, Piers finally relaxed. In truth, this situation wasn't directly related to him anymore. The matter had already been handed over to Azkaban. The Aurors had fulfilled their duty. If anyone was to be blamed, it would fall on the Dementors overseeing the prison. Recent events had already shaken public confidence in the Dementors, especially the attack on students earlier. Now, with Peter Pettigrew's escape, doubts over the Dementors' ability to guard Azkaban reached an all-time high. Replacing them, however, would have to wait until a new Minister of Magic was elected. In the meantime, the Ministry was doing everything it could to shift the blame onto the Dementors. Rita Skeeter, whose recent hard-hitting articles had garnered significant attention, had just secured herself a promotion to editor-in-chief at the Daily Prophet. With greater influence and a larger platform, Rita's ability to steer public opinion was now unparalleled. At John's subtle encouragement and under the Ministry's tacit approval, Rita launched a scathing exposé. Her article, "Are Uncontrollable Dementors Still Fit for Duty?" pinned the entire fiasco of Peter Pettigrew's escape on the negligence of the Dementors. The article ignited a storm of public outrage. The wizarding community engaged in fervent debate, with angry letters pouring into the Ministry, demanding the immediate dismissal of the Dementors. The Ministry of Magic received all the letters of complaint, but how to address them would ultimately fall to the new minister once appointed. This wait-and-see attitude further exacerbated public dissatisfaction over the Dementor issue. If not for the news of the upcoming Quidditch World Cup diverting attention, there might have been a mass movement demanding the immediate dismissal of the Dementors. By leaking the news, Bartemius Crouch managed to re-establish his presence on the political stage. He now had to coordinate with magical ministers from other countries about the World Cup arrangements. The Bulgarian Ministry of Magic representatives were particularly insistent on securing better seats, forcing Crouch to send them packing after much negotiation. Oddly enough, he felt somewhat grateful for his current position. While not at the core of power, it placed him in the perfect spotlight for the moment. By comparison, the Department of Magical Law Enforcement wasn't faring nearly as well. No one seemed to care about anything Amelia Bones was doing these days. Leveraging the buzz around the Quidditch World Cup, Crouch quickly returned to public attention. Heinrich walked into the Johnny Silverhand specialty store, his expression so grim that John thought twice about making a light-hearted remark. He had considered asking if Heinrich had enjoyed his time at Ilvermorny, but the sight of that gloomy face stopped him. "How's it going with Kim?" John finally asked, breaking the silence. Heinrich visibly tensed at the mention of the name, taking a deep breath as if trying to calm himself. Now John was curious, he had never seen even the twins irritate Heinrich to this extent. I hate that guy, Heinrich muttered through clenched teeth. Kim Lead-Isley was like Heinrich's complete opposite, a personality diametrically contrary to his own. If Heinrich was darkness and restraint, Jean was a blazing sun, radiating light at all times. For someone like Heinrich, who abhorred brightness, Kim's presence was nothing short of blinding and unbearable. Worse still, Kim had an uncanny knack for showing up wherever Heinrich happened to be. No matter how far Heinrich thought he had escaped, Kim would always appear in the next moment, cheerful and persistent. Time spent with Jean was, without a doubt, Heinrich's most irritable. Oh. John hadn't anticipated such extreme incompatibility between the two. Casually glancing at the letter Kim had sent him earlier, he noted with amusement how Kim described his time with Heinrich as fun, even calling them good friends. Did you duel him? John asked, knowing Heinrich's disdain for weakness. He suspected a fight might have been the cause of all this frustration. And he was right. Heinrich and Kim had indeed fought. Just as expected, the two were polar opposites in every sense. Heinrich specialized in dark curses and all manner of dark magic, while Kim Lead-Isley was a top student in defense against the dark arts. Heinrich's forte was fire spells, but Jin's best spells were extinguishing charms. This inherent clash made Heinrich feel stifled and frustrated, as if constantly countered at every turn. It only drove Heinrich to train harder, determined to improve. Watching him, John sighed and offered, "All right, but I've got Quidditch World Cup tickets. Want to come along?" John extended an invitation to Heinrich, but Heinrich, with a barely concealed look of distaste, replied, "That guy already gave me a ticket." All right then, it seemed the extra ticket John had might be harder to give away than expected. He started thinking about the people he knew. Fleur would be going to the World Cup with the Beauxbatons delegation. Hermione and Harry had already arranged to attend with the Weasleys. Luna was going with her father. Neville would be staying with his parents at the hospital. Cedric would be attending with his father. As for Draco Malfoy, the moment he got his ticket, he had broadcasted it to everyone he knew. Going down the list, John eventually thought of Daphne. Taking out his badge, John tapped it lightly, and 8 names floated to the surface. Selecting Daphne's name, he sent her a message. It wasn't long before Daphne replied, though her writing seemed a bit rushed. "This is wonderful, John. I've been wanting to go. Thank you for the invitation. See you at the Quidditch World Cup, then. I can't believe he invited me. He. Reading John's words on the badge, Daphne couldn't help but roll around on her bed, excitement bubbling over. With her face buried in her pillow, she kicked her feet back and forth, her pajama-clad frame wriggling in delight. Her younger sister, Astoria Greengrass, opened the door just in time to witness this love-struck display. Astoria tilted her head, staring at Daphne with a mix of curiosity and bemusement, catching her sister in the throes of giddy, girlish excitement. "Sis, Mom and Dad already have Quidditch World Cup tickets," Astoria said. "Ah." Daphne abruptly stopped rolling around. Pulling the pillow off her face, she replied with a deadpan expression, "Tear them up." Astoria blinked in confusion. Huh. After graduating, Percy Weasley entered the Ministry of Magic and secured a position working under Bartemius Crouch. Initially, Crouch had some doubts about Percy, but as Percy consistently completed his tasks ahead of schedule, Crouch began to change his opinion. For the upcoming Quidditch World Cup, Crouch decided to bring Percy along to assist with the event. Percy was thrilled by the opportunity and eagerly shared the news with his family. Molly Weasley, who was busy sticking stamps onto envelopes, paused to add a few more stamps as Percy spoke. If there was anyone prouder of Percy's achievements than Percy himself, it was undoubtedly Molly Weasley. But upon hearing about Percy's involvement in the World Cup, she expressed concern, "Does this mean you won't have any time to watch the match?" Percy reassured her in a loud, confident voice, "Don't worry, Mum. Mr. Crouch gave me light duties. I'll still get to watch the game." Arthur Weasley's face lit up with a smile. "That's wonderful." The couple was overjoyed at the thought of Percy working and enjoying the game at the same time. Meanwhile, Ron and the twins rolled their eyes so hard they might as well have been looking at the back of their heads. In Molly's eyes, Percy was becoming the golden child. Ginny was lost in a daydream, imagining herself living in a house with Harry. Her face turned bright red with embarrassment. As this happened, Molly Weasley kept adding more stamps to an envelope, covering it in a nearly absurd number of stamps. This particular letter was addressed to the Dursleys. Arthur Weasley was planning to pick up Harry to take him to the Quidditch World Cup, and sending the letter in advance seemed like a good idea. Originally, Sirius Black had wanted to fetch Harry himself, but with his face still swollen, he had reluctantly left the task to the Weasleys. Of course, Sirius planned to attend the World Cup regardless. What none of them realized was that only one stamp was needed to send the letter. "Oh, by the way, Ron, isn't your classmate John Wick staying near Harry?" Arthur Weasley suddenly asked, recalling the extra ticket they had and not wanting it to go to waste. Ron froze, confused for a moment before replying, "He lives right across from Harry." "That's fantastic. We could bring him along to the World Cup," Mr. Weasley said enthusiastically. "He's your good friend, isn't he?" "But John probably doesn't need a ticket," Ron muttered reflexively. "He's rich." Percy nodded in agreement. "Ron's right. John already has tickets. He'll be there." "What a shame," Mr. Weasley said with disappointment. "I heard he was really interested in my car." The mention of the car immediately darkened Molly Weasley's expression. Mr. Weasley, sensing the danger, wisely decided to drop the subject. Instead, he turned his attention to Percy and asked curiously, "Percy, are you close with John?" Ron could somewhat understand being mentioned in connection with John, but Percy and John were several years apart in school, and yet Percy's tone suggested the two were quite familiar with one another. Ron realized this too. He couldn't recall any instance where Percy and John had interacted. The twins turned their sharp, inquisitive gazes on Percy, clearly just as skeptical. Percy, however, raised his chin and puffed out his chest with pride. "We're in the same society. Mark my words, he's destined to become someone important." Society. Ron was utterly clueless about this. Percy tapped the meticulously polished badge he cherished so dearly, the Constellation Society. Read 12 chapters ahead. Chapter 183, The Rod of Dominion. Creating a Philosopher's Stone was no simple task. John had been holed up in the alchemy room for 2 weeks straight. Before him, the cauldron emitted a dazzling array of lights, green, red, blue, and purple, illuminating the entire room. As the radiance finally dimmed, a blue stone appeared within the cauldron. "A Philosopher's Stone, TSK seems it still needs some refining." Picking up the stone, the blue Philosopher's Stone shimmered with a flowing light in his hand. Unlike the red Philosopher's Stone of legend, this blue stone had consumed nearly all the materials in John's warehouse. Even so, John's expression remained calm, though there was a trace of disappointment in his eyes. Clutching the Philosopher's Stone, John could feel his magical power growing stronger. This was the third Philosopher's Stone he had successfully crafted to date. The first had been fashioned into a wand, which he gifted to Nagini. The second was embedded into the silver Wick sword. As for the third, John had other plans for it. The silver ring on his finger transformed into a sleek gauntlet. He carefully inlaid the Philosopher's Stone onto the back of the glove. With just one stone, the glove began to emit waves of blue light. The 5 additional magic crystals channeled their energy into the Philosopher's Stone, amplifying its power several-fold. With just a raise of his hand, John reshaped the objects before him. A teapot disintegrated into raw clay, and a chair reverted to its original wooden form. Taking out his wand, enhanced by the combined power of the magic crystals and the Philosopher's Stone, even a simple reducing charm could now obliterate an object into nothingness. This can boost a spell's power by nearly a whole level, John calculated, estimating that the strength of his reducing charm had increased by roughly 1 tier. It was essentially a spell amplifier. The gauntlet retracted back into a ring as John raised his hand and made a grasping motion in the air. The silver Wick sword materialized in his hand, its silvery blade now adorned with delicate, golden crack-like patterns. I need to add something more." He glanced at the sword's blade, where flickers of fire and arcs of lightning danced faintly. Speaking an unusual incantation under his breath, he uttered, "Forge through brambles and thorns." The blade seemed to be coated in an invisible, glass-like film as it sliced effortlessly through a block of gold without leaving a mark on its surface. John raised an eyebrow in curiosity and reached out to pick up the gold. Half of the gold block had been sliced clean through, leaving the other half with a perfectly smooth edge. This was the effect of the powerful severing curse John had created. What was severed by this spell could not be restored with a reparo charm or any other means of magical repair. Permanent damage, what is stripped away can never be healed. Rather than just cutting, stripping away, was a more accurate description of its effect. With a single slash of the silver Wick sword, John could even sever magic itself. It was a devastatingly lethal enchantment. Dispelling the magic, John set about inscribing new enchantments onto the silver Wick sword, further enhancing its capabilities. After spending a while longer in the alchemy room, he finally stepped out and headed to his office. In his hand, he carried a new creation, the Rod of Dominion. The name was undeniably overbearing, but its functionality in the wizarding world was just as earth-shattering. This artifact was strictly single-use, completely irreparable after activation. Once triggered, it generated an unalterable suppression field with a 50-meter radius. Within this field, all individuals would temporarily lose their ability to fly or apparate, and all magical effects, whether cast by oneself or others, would be suppressed. Neat, right? Of course, there were exceptions to everything. This artifact, relying on a magic crystal as its core medium, essentially used the crystal's energy to blanket the surrounding area. As long as the opposing magical power exceeded this threshold, the artifact could be bypassed. John had calculated that the effective limit was roughly equivalent to level 4 magic power. In other words, this item was effective only against opponents within that range. For those beyond this level, the Rod of Dominion would fail. John hadn't produced many of these, it was extremely rare. In fact, he only kept one in his office. When Tommy visited and noticed the scepter-like artifact, he was curious but wisely refrained from asking too many questions. "My lord, Mundungus has already handled the advertisement arrangements," Tommy reported. Mundungus had been particularly proactive this time, likely hoping to restore his reputation with Johnny Silverhand. John nodded casually. With the Quidditch World Cup approaching, Barty Crouch was appearing in the newspapers with increasing frequency. It was a good sign, enough so that Peter Pettigrew seemed to have faded from everyone's memory. Piers had been searching around Azkaban. Aware that Pettigrew was an unregistered animagus, he had started capturing every rat he could find in the vicinity. At this point, aside from the Ministry of Magic, it seemed like the only person who still remembered Peter Pettigrew was Sirius Black. To clear his name, Sirius Black had visited the Ministry of Magic. In the past, he always avoided such places, but this time he walked in openly, making Sirius feel rather uncomfortable. Covering his face with a scarf, he made a strong demand to the Ministry to let him search Azkaban personally. The Ministry, unsurprisingly, refused his request outright. No one wanted to be bossed around by someone else. Infuriated, Sirius was about to start cursing, but when he opened his mouth, he couldn't decide who to blame. Fudge had been ousted, and Scrimgeour had been reassigned. Now there wasn't even a suitable target left in the Ministry for his anger, leaving Sirius to sulk and retreat. It was rumored he had visited St. Mungo's Hospital for magical maladies and injuries several times, hoping to find a cure for the swelling on his face. Unfortunately, the spell was one of Snape's unique creations. The counter-curse, naturally, was also known only to Snape, a man Sirius despised most in the world. In the end, he had no choice but to appeal to Dumbledore, who finally convinced Snape to lift the curse. The price? Sirius was mercilessly humiliated, nearly to the point of a breakdown. John, pondering Peter Pettigrew's escape, had a theory. Recalling Lucius Malfoy's earlier mention of a summoning mark, he speculated that Pettigrew had gone to find Voldemort. This guy's life really is like a cockroach, he just won't die. John clicked his tongue twice, marveling at the resilience of that master-servant duo. Voldemort's survival was a mystery. John still didn't know the exact location of that forest. Originally, Voldemort had been clinging to life by feeding on Nagini's venom. But after John took Nagini away, Voldemort, stuck in that dilapidated shack, still managed to survive somehow. As for Peter Pettigrew, after being force-fed so much Veritaserum, his mind was practically mush. For someone like Pettigrew to escape under those circumstances was nothing short of a miracle. Reflecting on the saying, "Evil lasts 1,000 years," John sighed. Meanwhile, far away in the Albanian forest, Peter Pettigrew appeared. He had somehow stolen a wand from some unlucky wizard and now wandered aimlessly, his mind in a haze. Time passed, day by day. August 22nd. This day marked a turning point for Watson. The so-called investors had started to make their move against him. These were powerful individuals with immense resources, the shadowy elite controlling London's underground. Even a big shot like Fane Wallace was nothing more than a pawn in their hands. Fane Wallace's aggressive attempts at legitimizing himself had angered the investors, setting the stage for everything that followed. Sean Wallace somehow obtained intel on those people and planned to retaliate. Watson got dragged into the chaos, prompting Uncle Serioza to make a personal appearance. Meanwhile, John found himself staring at a dish that Mrs. Wick had proudly prepared, lost in thought. "Mom, why did you add dish soap when you were washing the rice earlier?" "That's how you make it clean, my dear." Mrs. Wick elegantly took her seat as John stared at the plate of banana mango chicken wings with rice before him, sinking deeper into contemplation. He distinctly remembered that Mrs. Wick didn't use to make things like this, dishes that might warrant banishment from the kitchen. If she had just said this wasn't an Asian dish, he might have let it go. But Mrs. Wick insisted with utmost confidence that this was a famous Chinese delicacy. Her unwavering conviction, had John not spent time with Nagini, might have actually convinced him. This is something only Daphne could come up with. As he debated how to tactfully inform Mrs. Wick that this dish might earn her a one-way ticket out of the kitchen, a loud explosion suddenly rang out. Boom. What the? The sound was deafening, like something had blown up. The noise clearly came from across the street. Stepping outside, John was greeted with the sight of the Dursleys' shattered windows. What followed was the unmistakable roar of Vernon Dursley. Same old formula, same familiar flavor. Vernon bellowed at the top of his lungs, and John noticed an electric stove flying out of the house. "What's going on over there?" Mrs. Wick, noticing the commotion, asked curiously. John shrugged nonchalantly. Maybe the fireplace exploded. What he didn't realize was that his offhand remark was, in fact, true. Inside the Dursley home, covered in soot and ash, the Weasley family had attempted to use the Fleur network to retrieve Harry. What they hadn't anticipated was that the Dursleys had long since bricked up their fireplace. To make their way out, Mr. Weasley had resorted to blasting the fireplace open with a spell. Vernon Dursley was on the verge of a coronary. He had tried so hard to be cordial this summer, and this was how those wizards repaid him. Unable to contain his rage any longer, Vernon let loose all the pent-up fury he had been bottling up for the entire holiday. Read 12 chapters ahead. Chapter 184, Save My Son. That day, Vernon Dursley's roaring overshadowed everything else as he unleashed his full fury. This left Mr. Weasley feeling that Vernon was terribly rude, though he held back from losing his temper. He instructed his sons to take Harry's luggage through the Fleur network first. Whether intentional or not, Fred spilled an entire handful of toffees on the floor just before leaving. Feigning urgency, he exclaimed as he hurriedly cleaned up, deliberately leaving one piece behind. Dudley, for all his flaws, always reacted first when it came to food. As Harry stepped into the fireplace, he reflected on how the Dursleys had been relatively decent to him this summer and decided to bid them farewell. Unfortunately, Vernon was still in a state of rage and fear and completely ignored him. Mr. Weasley, slightly annoyed, muttered, "Didn't you hear him? You won't see your nephew again until next summer, you should at least say goodbye." Vernon looked like he was about to explode. "You destroyed my living room, and now you're forcing me to say goodbye." He wanted to snap, but seeing the wand in Mr. Weasley's hand, he swallowed his anger and begrudgingly said, "Fine. Goodbye." His face turned an alarming shade of reddish-purple, clearly seething. "Goodbye," Harry replied, 1 foot already in the green flames of the fireplace. "Oh." At that very moment, a horrifying retching sound erupted. Aunt Petunia shrieked in terror. Harry saw Dudley kneeling by the coffee table, a sticky, purplish-red tongue about a foot long protruding from his mouth. Dudley, his tongue blocking his throat, gagged and made garbled noises, unable to speak. At his feet lay a brightly colored toffee wrapper, the very same toffee Fred had accidentally dropped and left behind. Harry immediately realized this was Fred's doing. He almost laughed but managed to suppress it. Dudley was in visible distress, looking like he might choke. Petunia lunged at her son, grabbing at his tongue and desperately trying to pull it out. Vernon flailed his arms wildly, shouting curses and yelling at the Weasleys to get out, all while glancing nervously at Dudley, his small eyes filled with worry. Mr. Weasley also recognized this as one of Fred's pranks and stepped forward, wanting to help fix the situation. But Vernon, assuming he would harm Dudley, grabbed whatever was left intact in the room and hurled it at him. Mr. Weasley had no choice but to deflect the objects with his wand. "Oh, please, stop that." Mr. Weasley pleaded desperately. "The solution is simple. It's all because of that toffee. Fred, my son, is always pulling pranks like this. I can fix it." Vernon, already furious, turned redder than ever when he heard it was Fred's doing. He looked like he might storm off to grab his shotgun. "Get out. All of you, get out." Vernon's stubby finger trembled as he pointed at Dudley, who was still in agony. Turning to Petunia, he said, "Go find that Wick boy next door. Beg him to save Dudley." John was the only person Vernon could think of who wasn't openly hostile toward his family. In his mind, all these wizards were bullies, especially the Weasleys. They had blown up half his living room and turned Dudley into this. Petunia struggled to support Dudley as she hurried outside. Mr. Weasley reached out as if to stop them but ultimately held back. Vernon, like a wild boar protecting its young, blocked the door and snarled, "Not unless you step over my dead body." Mr. Weasley, at a loss for words, could only leave reluctantly. Still, a flicker of anger rose within him. As the head of the Misuse of Muggle Artifacts Office, Mr. Weasley had spent his life fighting against wizards abusing Muggles. And now, it was his own son who had become a bully to Muggles. He stepped into the fireplace, hurrying back to reprimand his sons. As soon as Vernon saw him leave, he rushed outside to find his wife and son. John had been on his way to the basement to conduct some experiments when a frantic knock sounded at the door. The knocking was urgent, and when John opened the door, he was startled by the sight of a nearly 4-foot-long purplish-red tongue. Dudley. Staring in shock at Dudley's near-death state, John listened as Petunia tearfully pleaded, "Please, I beg you, save my son. He's dying." John furrowed his brows as he ushered them inside. He drew his wand and pointed it at Dudley's tongue. Finite incantatem. Dudley's tongue began to shrink back to its normal size. John frowned and asked, "What happened?" Seeing her beloved son out of danger, Petunia finally breathed a sigh of relief. Just then, there was another knock at the door. John heard Vernon's heavy panting from outside and waved his hand casually. The door opened. Vernon, gasping for air, rushed inside. Seeing that Dudley was fine, he heaved a deep sigh of relief. The couple had clearly changed into their best clothes earlier, but now they were in a state of disarray, especially Vernon, who had some cuts from smashing decorations in his fury. Mrs. Wick appeared quietly, offering tea to the Dursleys, who were not frequent visitors. "That little shit, Harry." Vernon began, but seeing John, he swallowed his anger and continued, "We put on our best clothes to welcome those Weasleys, and they blew up my house." Vernon recounted, in loud and animated detail, what the Weasleys had done. John quickly pieced the situation together. To be fair, this time, the Weasleys were indeed in the wrong. They were there to pick up Harry, and Vernon had no objections. In fact, he fully supported it. The Weasley family likely never anticipated someone sealing up a fireplace. They had a friend connect the Fleur network, only to end up in a sealed-off hearth. Having no better understanding of the situation, Mr. Weasley simply blasted through the wall. The force was so strong it blew up half the living room. The Dursleys had even dressed up to welcome Harry's guardians. If they'd been standing any closer to the fireplace, the whole family might have ended up hospitalized. Rubbing his slightly aching forehead, John could tell that Vernon was filing a complaint. John had just advised Vernon last term to treat Harry a little better, and now half his living room had been destroyed. This was indeed the Weasley family's mistake. "I'll help you repair your living room," John said with a sigh. Wizards often misunderstand the Muggle world. Mr. Weasley probably didn't realize that ordinary people need to hire workers to fix damages like this. Hearing John's words, Vernon finally calmed down a little. John turned to look at Dudley. Dudley shrank back in fear, moving closer to Petunia. "Dudley's currently on a diet, right?" "I have a very effective training plan that works best with the right diet," John said. Dudley flinched at the mention of diet, recalling the dreadful green salads. He was about to protest when John continued, "Actually, the best way to lose weight isn't just eating vegetables. A balanced diet is key. Beef and chicken breast can really help with weight loss." Dudley didn't hear much of the rest but latched onto the part about eating meat. Immediately, he began begging Petunia to agree. Petunia sighed helplessly and agreed to the plan. As promised, John went over to help repair the Dursleys' house. Walking into their home, John couldn't help but think about how childish pranks were understandable, but Mr. Weasley's lack of basic common sense was another matter entirely. Raising his hand, John waved his wand, and the damaged items in the living room began to restore themselves. In less than half a minute, everything was back to normal, including the sealed-up fireplace. As John left the Dursley home, he was met with an enthusiastic send-off from the entire family. Vernon, in particular, seemed to have completely changed his attitude. What had once been a perception of John as a meddling wizard defending Harry had transformed into respect for someone reasonable and fair-minded. When John returned home, he saw Mrs. Wick holding a basket of broken plates and teacups. "John," Mrs. Wick said, looking at him expectantly. John immediately understood. With another wave of his wand, all the items in the basket were as good as new. Feeling a bit drained, John didn't forget to write a letter to Percy, urging him to have a serious talk with the twins. Pranks like these on Muggles posed significant safety risks. Unlike wizards, Muggles lacked the physical resilience to withstand the twins' antics. The next day, after getting up and washing, John informed Mrs. Wick that he would be going out for a few days. When Watson learned that John was heading to the Quidditch World Cup, he almost got on his knees to beg his son to take him along. "Have you finished handling your own affairs?" John said casually. Watson immediately lost his nerve. He still had a pile of things to take care of. When the time came, John prepared to leave. He double-checked the items he needed to bring, as he would be camping overnight at the Quidditch World Cup grounds. Fortunately, he had already asked Tommy to transport most of the gear ahead of time, so he only needed to carry a few additional items himself. Stepping outside, John disappeared with a soft crack as he apparat. Crack. When he reappeared, he found himself in a desolate, misty swamp. Walking forward through the dense fog, a door came into view, followed by a small stone cottage. From the Muggle caretaker, Mr. Roberts, inside the stone cottage, John collected his tent and then headed toward the area behind the cottage. There, hundreds of uniquely shaped tents were already pitched, stretching all the way to the horizon, where the silhouettes of a dark forest loomed faintly in the distance. Read 12 chapters ahead. Chapter 185, Bowsbatten and Daphne. John walked to the edge of the forest at the far end of the grounds, where a large open space awaited. He casually tossed the tent he had picked up onto the empty ground. Without any need for assembly, the tent began to construct itself neatly and efficiently. In no time, a luxurious tent was fully set up. If you didn't look carefully, you might have mistaken it for a circus tent. John was momentarily speechless. Tommy went a little overboard with this, he muttered. The tent had been arranged by Tommy. John hadn't intended for anything too extravagant, but it seemed there was no escaping the fact that his shop was in the business of selling such things. This was a portable tent crafted by Silverhand Johnny's shop, a state-of-the-art creation that required no manual setup. You simply placed it down, and it assembled itself. Inside, the decor was extremely luxurious, equipped with everything one could possibly need. John even spotted a portable kitchen. Thanks to the use of the undetectable extension charm, the interior wasn't cramped at all but instead felt incredibly spacious. This fully automated portable tent had been a hit with wizards ever since its release. Of course, wizards like the Weasley family, who enjoyed experimenting with Muggle-style manual setups, were still in the minority. After the tent was fully assembled, John received a message from Daphne. He left the tent temporarily and headed toward a nearby area in search of her. On the way, he encountered Fleur Delacour and Madame Maxime. John. Fleur, now even more radiant and graceful, ran over with delight. "We just arrived." "How long have you been here?" she asked excitedly. Beauxbatons had come as a group, their camp consisting of several large, sky-blue tents. "I just got here too," John replied, his gaze falling on the badge Fleur wore on her chest. With a smile, he added, "I've founded a society called the Constellation Society. If you don't mind." He gestured to the badge on his own chest. Fleur's eyes lit up with excitement, and her smile was dazzling. "Of course. I'd be honored to join the Constellation Society." He had left a spot for her since starting the club and was glad she didn't refuse. "What the? How is she so beautiful?" A few young men who had been aimlessly circling nearby froze at this interaction. One, utterly distracted, walked straight into someone else's tent, causing a commotion of squawking and shouting inside. "That's fantastic," John said cheerfully. He then asked Fleur to hand him her badge. With the badge in his palm, John clapped his hands together. A complex magic array, composed of overlapping circles, quickly enveloped the badge. "What's that?" Fleur asked, her curiosity piqued. She had never seen such a method of enchantment before. John chuckled lightly. "It's a type of enchantment. Now you can use the badge to contact me." He demonstrated by gently tapping his own badge. A list of names appeared in midair. Selecting Fleur's name, John sent her a greeting. "Hello." Fleur's badge lit up in response, and she gasped in surprise. As she examined the badge further, she noticed other small names on it. The name Heinrich Edgar brought back the memories of that day. Intrigued, she asked about it, only to learn that Heinrich had also joined the Constellation Society. Fleur smirked playfully and said, "John, your ambitions are quite large." "Of course," John admitted with a nod, his eyes gleaming. "Will you help me?" Feigning deep thought, Fleur sighed dramatically before breaking into a radiant smile. "Of course." John then went to greet Madame Maxime. In the presence of the towering headmistress, he maintained a demeanor of humility and respect. "John, perhaps I truly should have kept you at Beauxbatons," Madame Maxime remarked, a trace of regret in her voice. "Having Nicholas Flamel's student at another school is a loss for Beauxbatons after all. Even without me, Beauxbatons remains exceptional, doesn't it?" John replied with a sly smile. Hearing this, Madame Maxime chuckled and teased, "Flatterer, of course." Meanwhile, a few Beauxbatons students peeked out from their tent, curious about John. Among them was Fleur's younger sister, Gabrielle Delacour. Gabrielle, 8 years younger than Fleur, bore a striking resemblance to her sister. With her waist-length silver hair and radiant smile, she was just as beautiful. She ran over, tugging at her sister's skirt while her bright eyes remained fixed on John. "It's getting late," John said, excusing himself with a polite smile. "I need to find someone. See you at the stadium." John checked the time and bid Fleur farewell. Fleur waved with a bright smile, while Madame Maxime let out a deep breath after John departed. "Madame Maxime, what's wrong?" Fleur asked curiously. Waving her hand and patting her chest adorned with a luxurious ring, Madame Maxime spoke with lingering unease. "We should be thankful that John Wick isn't old enough to participate in the Triwizard Tournament." As one of Madame Maxime's favored students, Fleur was already aware of the Triwizard Tournament. However, she couldn't understand why John's absence was such a relief to Madame Maxime. In truth, Madame Maxime herself couldn't fully explain it. It's just that when she faced John directly, she felt an inexplicable pressure. It was as if John were a giant hunter wielding a knife, exuding an aura that was both formidable and unsettling. She truly felt fortunate. While John was undeniably extraordinary, his youth spared others from competing against him in the tournament, where pride and glory were too tempting to surrender. John found Daphne just as her younger sister, Astoria, was busy smearing dirt all over her face, turning herself into a messy little painted cat. When Daphne noticed John approaching, she immediately tossed the tent she was struggling with to the side in exasperation. "Daphne," John said as he moved closer, glancing at the half-assembled, unstable tent. It was obvious to him that the sisters weren't particularly skilled at setting up camp. Unable to bear the sight any longer with a flick of his wand, the tent quickly erected itself into a proper structure. "That's amazing!" Astoria exclaimed, her face lighting up with joy. "Where are your parents?" John asked, glancing around but seeing no sign of the greengrass couple. "They ran into some friends," Daphne replied, trying to sound confident. "I figured I could handle things myself." "Handle things, my foot." John suppressed an eye roll. If only Daphne could be as competent in practical matters as she was in academics. Daphne tilted her head curiously. "John, did you come here alone? Where's your tent?" John casually pulled a Quidditch World Cup ticket from his small pouch and handed it to Daphne. "I came alone, but I've arranged to meet up with Fleur. The three of us can watch the match together." As he spoke, he failed to notice the brief crack in Daphne's smile. "My tent's on the other side," he added. "Want to come check it out?" John glanced at their barely functional tent, noting that there were still essentials like casting an extension charm and then bedding and supplies to sort out. Turning to Astoria, who looked a little forlorn, he offered, "Astoria, why don't you come along too? I've got some snacks prepared at my place." Astoria's eyes lit up instantly, and she nodded enthusiastically, her head bobbing like a little bird pecking at seeds. Daphne snapped out of her thoughts. She temporarily brushed off the fact that Fleur, a clearly feminine name, seemed to have a prearranged connection with John. Without saying much, she reached out to lightly graze John's sleeve before pulling her hand back. And so, John found himself leading two girls, one older and one younger, back toward his tent. Passing by the Beauxbatons tent, John had a sudden thought. It was the perfect chance to introduce another member of the Constellation Society. And just like that, Fleur and Daphne met. Both accompanied by their younger sisters, Fleur appraised Daphne. "Blonde, quite pretty, but that gaze is unsettling." She knew that look all too well. It was the same one some of the girls at Beauxbatons used when eyeing her. Meanwhile, Daphne scrutinized Fleur in return. "Silvery hair, looks like a fairy, very beautiful. Does she like John?" The silence between them grew heavy, and John couldn't help but notice the odd tension. Trying to ease the atmosphere, he suggested casually, "My tent's pretty big. Would you both like to come and check it out?" It was a spur-of-the-moment suggestion meant to break the ice. Fleur smiled gracefully, a hint of amusement flickering in her eyes as she glanced at Daphne. "Sure, why not," she replied. Daphne shot a sharp glare at the back of John's head, clearly annoyed, and tugged at her sleeve in frustration. And so, the group expanded to include four, two older girls and their younger sisters. Fleur took John's left side, Daphne his right, while the two younger girls, Astoria and Gabrielle, hit it off instantly, linking arms and chatting animatedly. As they walked, they happened to run into Draco Malfoy. Seizing the moment, John sent out a group message through the Constellation Society badge. Might as well gather everyone at the tent, he thought. When they reached the tent, Cedric was already there, waving enthusiastically. John noticed another tent pitched nearby and greeted Cedric warmly. From the adjacent tent, a familiar face popped out. It was Percy. Percy, busy with his duties overseeing the Quidditch World Cup official receptions, had arrived early as well. "I thought I was seeing things. So this tent belongs to you, huh?" Percy remarked, walking over. Dressed impeccably in formal attire, Percy didn't seem to mind when Malfoy let out a cheeky whistle. By now, almost all members of the Constellation Society were present, except for Neville and Heinrich. It wasn't long before John spotted Heinrich approaching, his face set in a grim expression. Walking beside him was a talkative young man, Kim Lettisley. Heinrich's hand repeatedly twitched toward his wand, only to pull back with visible frustration. Well, that settled it, everyone except Neville was here. "This is Kim Lettisley," John introduced him to the group, momentarily forgetting he was wearing his Hogwarts student disguise. Kim hesitated for a moment, his gaze flickering to the silver ring on John's finger. His eyes briefly darkened, but he quickly replaced the expression with a bright smile. "Hello, everyone. I'm a student from Ilvermorny." Kim wasn't just charming, he was undeniably handsome. Unfortunately, the girls present were still subtly competing with one another. John led everyone into the tent, the luxurious interior leaving Malfoy speechless. "John, did you rob a Silverhand Johnny boutique or something?" John replied casually, "It's nothing special." Kim, however, looked at John with a meaningful expression. Heinrich noticed his gaze and frowned. Out of sight from the others, Heinrich extended a finger in warning, saying, "You'd better keep your mouth shut." Kim grabbed the finger and gave it a light squeeze, raising an eyebrow with a playful smirk. "Of course, I'm the epitome of discretion." Heinrich withdrew his hand with a cold snort. He wasn't sure if John intended for others to learn about his connection to Silverhand Johnny. Kim, however, seemed to have pieced something together. Read 12 chapters ahead. Chapter 186, Excitement and Betting. John's tent was bustling with activity. It was spacious enough to accommodate 50 people with ease. Malfoy, ever the braggart, boasted about attending with his parents as guests of Ludovic Bagman, head of the Department of Magical Games and Sports. Bagman sent tickets to the Malfoy family. Naturally, we deserve it, Malfoy proclaimed. John nearly rolled his eyes. He knew Bagman had sent tickets to many families, hoping to coax them into spending more money on betting pools. Bagman was a shrewd businessman who believed in generous giveaways when it meant bigger profits later. Fleur was subtly curious about Durmstrang and Ilvermorny, trying to glean information from the two representatives about the Triwizard Tournament. Heinrich cast her a calm, sidelong glance. Thanks to the Triwizard Tournament, he didn't have to return to Durmstrang this year. Kim Led-Isley expressed regret that Ilvermorny wasn't involved in the tournament. Although Ilvermorny was a world-class magical school, it wasn't European and thus wasn't included in the competition. Fleur was visibly proud of this, pointing out that Beauxbatons had a far longer history than Ilvermorny. Cedric, the most friendly one, was chatting easily with everyone. He and Kin had just met but were already getting along splendidly. Even Fleur, with her usual air of superiority, found herself drawn to Cedric's warm personality, and the two were soon engrossed in conversation. Meanwhile, Daphne was glaring daggers at Fleur, wary of the seemingly Vila-like woman with her enchanting demeanor. Astoria, ever nurturing, was helping Gabrielle, Fleur's younger sister, decide between the colorful selection of magical snacks spread before them. Both looked utterly delighted yet overwhelmed by the choices. The atmosphere was lively. Percy glanced at his watch, realizing he needed to leave to handle the reception of officials. As he opened the tent flap, a towering figure came into view. It was Hagrid. A group of wizard children swarmed around him, shouting things like "giant troll," which left Hagrid flustered and barely able to move. He mumbled nervously, worried he might accidentally step on one of the tiny troublemakers. "Professor Hagrid!" Percy called out as he approached, shooing away the pesky children. Percy, being polite, addressed Hagrid with respect. Hagrid was, after all, the professor of care of magical creatures. Relieved to be rescued, Hagrid beamed at Percy. He had received a ticket to the Quidditch World Cup, courtesy of John. Originally, he hadn't planned to attend, but after learning about it, Dumbledore insisted he take some time off. In the neighboring tent, Harry heard Hagrid's voice and immediately popped out, closely followed by Ron, who had managed to escape Mrs. Weasley's endless fussing. Not far from them, in a slightly smaller tent, Hermione emerged as well. Hagrid. They were thrilled to see Hagrid, who laughed heartily and asked, "Do any of you know where John's tent is? I think I've gotten a bit lost." "Sorry, Hagrid, we don't know," Harry said, unaware that John's tent was right next door. Percy, however, pointed toward the tent that resembled a circus and said, "Over there, that one, Professor Hagrid." Following his direction, Harry realized it was the same tent he and Ron had been joking about earlier, wondering if it belonged to a traveling circus. Hermione's face lit up with excitement. "John's in there." The group shuffled closer, cautiously lifting the tent flap to peek inside. Inside was an opulent tent, spacious enough to comfortably house 50 people. Hagrid tried to sneak in, but with his towering height, subtlety wasn't exactly his strong suit. Gabrielle, wide-eyed, stared at the giant man who was as tall as Madame Maxime and couldn't help but blurt out, "You're just like Madame Maxime." Fleur, thinking an unfamiliar wizard had barged in, instinctively drew her wand, her expression alert and ready. Kim, however, seemed unfazed. He'd met Hagrid before during his stint working at the Silverhand Johnny boutique. "Hagrid, it's fantastic that you could make it," John exclaimed, his face breaking into a delighted smile as he greeted him. Hagrid, noticing the little girl Gabrielle still staring at him in awe, gave her a sheepish wave. His movements were comically gentle, as if he feared even a small gesture might accidentally blow the child away. From behind him, 3 more heads popped in, Harry, Ron, and Hermione. They gawked at the luxurious interior of the tent, their mouths hanging open much like Gabrielle's. Harry, Ron, Hermione, John greeted them one by one. The trio stepped inside, utterly dumbfounded. Ron, in particular, seemed to short-circuit as he tried to wrap his head around the size of the tent. It was so large he felt you could host a Quidditch match inside, though, of course, this was an exaggeration. Introductions were exchanged among the group, but it wasn't long before John noticed something peculiar about Harry and Ron. Both of them were blushing furiously, their eyes occasionally sneaking glances at Fleur. Fleur, noticing this, gave a disdainful little smile and casually flipped her hair. This simple gesture turned the boys' ears crimson, leaving them completely flustered. Malfoy, seeing this, seemed to grow jealous, and strode over to Harry, instinctively activating his signature love and hate relation with him. The sharp remark snapped Harry and Ron out of the trance-like state induced by Fleur's Part-Vila charm. John had read about Fleur's Vila heritage. Her allure wasn't something she intentionally wielded, it was simply part of her nature. Most boys couldn't resist it. As for why the Constellation Society members remained unaffected, Their mental resilience was top-notch. Even Malfoy had been toughened by John's emotional training, a fortitude built from enduring countless verbal beatdowns. While the rest of the group chatted harmoniously, Harry, Ron, and Malfoy were practically on the verge of trading hexes in a corner. Meanwhile, Hermione approached John, eager to discuss their holiday homework. Daphne noticed Hermione approaching John and immediately moved closer, her posture practically screaming, "Let's see how you'll handle this." Hermione was baffled by Daphne's behavior. Fleur, observing the scene, nearly burst into laughter. She could easily discern Daphne's thoughts. Girls this age often saw other girls as rivals. However, Fleur herself only regarded John as a friend and had no romantic interest in him. She had initially found Cedric quite likable, but upon learning he already fancied someone, she had decisively cut off her feelings. That was Fleur, a proud and self-assured woman who would never lower herself to compete for a man's attention. Hagrid's presence livened up the tent significantly, and the two little girls, Gabrielle and Astoria, took an immediate liking to him. After all, who wouldn't adore the lovable, teddy bear-like giant? His gentle nature made everyone feel safe and comfortable. As lunchtime approached, Mr. Weasley began calling for the trio. Realizing how much time had passed, Harry, Ron, and Hermione hurriedly remembered their obligation to return. Fleur also decided it was time to leave, taking Gabrielle along with her. Gabrielle waved enthusiastically at Hagrid, reluctant to part with him. Draco, recalling that his parents were waiting for him, quickly made his exit as well. One by one, the occupants of the tent trickled out, leaving only Heinrich, Kim, and Hagrid behind. Hagrid offered to cook up a meal. But John, knowing Hagrid's creative cooking history, immediately worried about the state of his teeth. Sensing this, Kim quickly volunteered to help with the cooking and dragged Heinrich along under the pretense of needing his assistance to light the fire. Heinrich was so exasperated that he once again felt the urge to pull out his wand. Daphne, on the other hand, was reluctant to leave. Unfortunately for her, her younger sister Astoria used every ounce of strength to drag her away. Having such a sister was truly exhausting for Astoria. At lunchtime, the eldest Weasley son, Bill, and the second eldest, Charlie, arrived at their family's tent. Hagrid, upon hearing Charlie's name, immediately dashed over to discuss news about Norbert, the dragon he had raised in Harry's first year. Sending Norbert away had been heartbreaking for Hagrid, who still missed the dragon terribly. John, meanwhile, casually grabbed a bite to eat. Kim noticed his indifference and assumed the food wasn't to his liking. John simply smiled and didn't offer an explanation. Then, he overheard the unmistakable voice of Ludo Bagman outside. Bagman was enthusiastically trying to persuade the Weasley twins to place bets, much to Mr. Weasley's evident discomfort. "I seem to recall there's a proper place for betting," John remarked as he stepped out of the tent, a sly smile playing on his lips. Surely, Mr. Bagman isn't running any unauthorized betting rings on the side. Ludo Bagman, who didn't recognize John, seemed momentarily flustered. "Haha, of course not," he replied awkwardly. The Weasley twins, far from being fools, immediately became wary upon hearing this exchange. John noticed the twins were holding a significant amount of money, and his interest was piqued. It seemed that the Weasley twins had made a good profit selling magical items last year. After some thought, John continued, "If you want to place bets, there's an official channel near the stadium. Give us our money back. And the fake wands too." The Weasley twins immediately lunged to reclaim their belongings, but Ludo Bagman turned and bolted, shouting over his shoulder, "You've already placed your bets." Despite his current pudgy appearance, Ludo Bagman had once been the best beater in the game, with lightning-fast reflexes and speed. The Weasley twins couldn't catch up, watching helplessly as the striped yellow and black figure disappeared from sight. Percy returned shortly afterward, accompanied by Bartemius Crouch. They were there to find Ludo Bagman, but the men had vanished without a trace. Finally, as evening fell, the much-anticipated Quidditch World Cup began. Read 12 chapters ahead. Chapter 187, World Cup and Turmoil. The Quidditch World Cup Stadium. Even before entering, laughter, shouts, and fragments of singing could be heard from inside. As expected of the Wizarding World's premier event, John bought a pair of omnioculars from a vendor. These multifunctional binoculars could replay scenes, display slow motion, and even analyze the tactical formations of the teams. Curious, John fiddled with the device. His ticket was a first-class one, granting him access to the top-tier box seats. This section was reserved for either ministry officials or wealthy elites. Hagrid was nearby, his face glowing with excitement. The purple and gold-plated chairs were too small for him, and he initially intended to stand, but John enlarged a chair to accommodate him. Below, the crowd swarmed like ants, bustling as they streamed into the stadium. Daphne rushed over and sat beside John. Mrs. Greengrass glanced at the scene but said nothing, while Mr. Greengrass seemed a bit displeased. Hagrid suddenly became visibly nervous, nearly breaking his omnioculars in the process. John followed his gaze and spotted Madame Maxime, accompanied by students in Beauxbatons uniforms. Among them, he recognized Fleur and her sister Gabrielle with their silver hair shining prominently. They weren't in the box seats but instead were seated below amidst a sea of blue silk uniforms. Hagrid stared intently at Madame Maxime. What the? John looked at Hagrid, then back at Madame Maxime. Hagrid muttered, "She's so beautiful." Cough. John almost laughed. That statement from Hagrid was quite sudden. He managed to cover that up after coughing. "May Merling bless you, Hagrid." Seeing Hagrid looking like a tree blooming in spring for the first time, John silently prayed for his love life success. The Malfoy family arrived shortly after. Father and son shared an almost identical expression, like two peas in a pod. Beside Lucius was his wife, Narcissa, a strikingly beautiful woman. Aside from them, an unusual house elf drew considerable attention. It bore a strong resemblance to Dobby, with a tea towel wrapped around its body, seemingly used for cleaning teacups. Another elf kept its face buried in its hands. John glanced at it, his expression shifting slightly. He noticed something concealed beside the house elf. It seemed to be an invisibility cloak. John's gaze lingered for a moment before the person under the cloak seemed to sense his attention and looked back at him. John casually turned away, pretending he hadn't noticed anything. On the right side of the top-tier box, nearly at eye level, was a massive blackboard. Golden letters flashed across its surface, as if an invisible hand were writing flamboyantly on the board. It was the Quidditch World Cup advertisement board, large enough for everyone to read its contents clearly. Cornflower brooms, the perfect flying broom for the whole family. Safe, reliable, and equipped with a built-in anti-theft buzz charm. Madame Scour's universal magical stain remover, effortlessly eliminates stains. Wizard Elegance robes. Johnny Silverhand Speciality Shop, providing wizards with the finest and most comprehensive magical tools and services. Silverhand Publishing, we don't produce knowledge, we're just carriers of it. May every outstanding article illuminate the wizarding world. Silverhand Angel Investment, want my galleons? If you do, take them all. Bring your brilliant ideas, and Silverhand will guide your way. Silverhand Cellar, Magic 1993, delivering exquisite flavors to every household. Silverhand. John watched as the Silverhand brand repeatedly appeared on the advertisement board. Doing a quick mental tally, he realized just how expansive his business empire had become. Hagrid smacked his lips and remarked in his deep voice, "Silverhand Cellar, now that's a pub favorite. I had a bottle last time, much better than beer." "It sure is, Hagrid, it sure is." John smiled. Meanwhile, Harry's attention was drawn to the house elf, almost mistaking it for Dobby. "Dobby? Sir, are you calling me Dobby?" The house elf peeked through its fingers, its voice sharp and high-pitched. Harry wasn't entirely sure how to differentiate between male and female house elves, but he guessed this one might be female. He quickly apologized for the mistake, but to his surprise, the house elf knew Dobby. "My name is Winky," it introduced itself. Winky noticed the scar on Harry's forehead and let out a scream identical to Dobby's reaction when he first saw Harry. "You must be Harry Potter." "Yes, that's me," Harry replied. Winky lowered her hands, her expression full of reverence. The group began discussing Dobby, with Hermione and Ron joining the conversation. Winky described Dobby as an oddball because his insistence on being paid for his work had made it impossible for him to find employment. "A house elf cannot be without work," she stated, her tone resolute, just as the West cannot be without Jerusalem. She also expressed that Harry freeing Dobby wasn't necessarily a good thing, a statement that made Hermione visibly furious. To her, this was another example of how wizards enslaved house elves. Winky went on to explain her fear of heights but emphasized her duty to hold her master's place. This only made Hermione angrier. In her mind, her education had ingrained that house elves were a blatant example of a lack of basic rights. John glanced at the commotion but didn't pay much attention, letting the debate play out without his involvement. Percy arrived in the box while hosting officials, looking utterly exhausted. He was running around, his feet barely touching the ground, completely contrary to the calm demeanor he had claimed earlier. Barty Crouch entered briefly to inspect the arrangements, his eyes lingering deliberately on the spot where Winky was standing. After a brief stay, Barty Crouch departed. The Bulgarian wizards arrived next, speaking in an unintelligible language that left Percy flustered. Ludo Bagman, hosting the World Cup, carried on as though the angry shouts of "cheater" from the Weasley twins didn't exist. Pretending not to hear them, he amplified his voice with a sonorous charm, making it boom across the stadium. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. Welcome to the 422nd Quidditch World Cup." Before the match began, it was time for the mascot performances. The Bulgarian team entered first. John observed their mascots, Vila. Each one radiated allure, and their dances left many men entranced. Ron, in particular, looked utterly captivated, nearly leaning over the edge as if about to jump into the field to join them. If he knew what Vila looked like when angry, John thought that infatuation might vanish immediately. Next came the Irish team's mascots, leprechauns. Their performance was dazzling. They flew around the stadium in formation, leaving a trail of shimmering effects as they scattered a massive amount of gold coins over the audience. John caught one of the coins and examined it, immediately discerning its true nature. Interesting. These coins are like transfiguration, they'll only last a few hours. Playing with the coin in his hand, John listened as Ludo Bagman continued introducing the players from both teams. The Bulgarian team entered first, their star player being none other than the genius seeker Victor Krum. Seeing Krum, John couldn't help but think, is this guy really just 18? The Irish team, on the other hand, had a more balanced lineup. Their star players were chasers, which gave them a distinct advantage. Unlike Bulgaria, whose strategy centered around Krum, Ireland could quickly widen the score gap with teamwork. As the match began, John used his omnioculars to watch. He noticed Daphne craning her neck to get a better view and realized she didn't have a pair of omnioculars. Handing his to her, John smiled and said, "Here, take mine. I can see fine without them." Daphne's cheeks turned a faint pink as she accepted the omnioculars. Her heart felt warm at the thought of sharing something with John. Hagrid, noticing that John didn't have any, offered his own pair. John shook his head and declined. Instead, he winked, and his pupils shifted into vertical slits, giving him a clear view of the action. This match was truly on another level, far more thrilling than the Quidditch games at Hogwarts. Krum's fake-out move that completely threw off Ireland's Seeker was particularly brilliant. As John had predicted, while Ireland's Seeker couldn't match Krum's skill, the Irish team's chasers were exceptional. They continually scored throughout the match, keeping the game exhilarating. With each goal scored, the Irish supporters erupted into cheers. The match grew increasingly intense. Though it seemed like a close game, in truth, Bulgaria had already lost their chances of victory. Sure enough, the score reached 130-10, with Ireland in the lead. Frustrated, Bulgaria's keeper committed a foul, giving Ireland a penalty shot. Meanwhile, the mascots of both teams began mocking each other, nearly escalating into a full-blown fight. Ireland scored again, and Krum, understanding the situation, realized that Bulgaria could not win. Spotting the golden snitch, Krum accelerated toward it. He aimed to end the match with dignity, hoping to claim the snitch for Bulgaria. Ireland's Seeker noticed Krum's move and gave chase. What followed was an incredible display of broomstick flying skill, but Krum's expertise was undeniable. Ireland's Seeker stumbled once again. Krum's hand closed around the golden snitch, ending the game. The final score was 170-160, with Ireland taking the victory. During the chase, Krum had also sustained an injury, but he refused to let the medics tend to his wound. Instead, he stood with his teammates, visibly dejected. With no Minister of Magic currently appointed, the responsibility of presenting the awards fell to Bartemius Crouch. Bartemius Crouch did his best to appear amiable. After all, this was an excellent opportunity to win votes. John noticed the Weasley twins clinging to Ludo Bagman, refusing to let him leave. They had bet correctly, and if they had placed their wager with Silverhand, their winnings could have multiplied tenfold. As the match ended, John left the stadium. People along the road were still discussing the game with excitement, and the Weasley family was particularly loud in their debates. With several members of the family involved in Gryffindor Quidditch, the enthusiasm was contagious. John's tent was next to theirs, and it wasn't until near midnight that the noise from inside finally quieted. "John, you're working too hard," Hagrid mumbled, lying on his somewhat stiff pillow inside the tent. Heh. John, however, wasn't feeling the least bit tired. He was calculating how much he had earned from the Quidditch World Cup. Meanwhile, Heinrich was adamantly keeping a 3-meter distance from Kim, clearly fed up with him. Kim simply shrugged nonchalantly and grinned, reminding Heinrich that they would still be sharing the same tent, which made Heinrich's face darken even more. By the time it was nearing midnight, John had finished his calculations. His net earnings exceeded 6 figures. Just as he was about to sleep, he heard a commotion outside. Huh. Stepping out of the tent to investigate, John noticed firelight flickering in the distance. Wizards were fleeing toward the woods, and behind them, a group of masked wizards moved as a tight cluster, each pointing their wands skyward. John's gaze landed on a family of 3 suspended in the air like marionettes, their bodies twisting unnaturally. His expression turned solemn. It was such a wholesome day, but some fuckers always managed to cause trouble. Running his right hand across his face, a silver mask materialized, covering it. With a snap of his fingers, his clothes shifted in color, and a vibrant green cloak draped over his frame. His shoes sprouted wings, and in an instant, John shot upward like a rocket. Reaching an altitude of 100 feet, he drew his purple wand and aimed it at the troublemaking wizards below. Read 12 chapters ahead. Chapter 188, 188, Barty Crouch Sr. and Junior dark clouds silently gathered in the sky. The camp buzzed with lively energy as the leprechauns darted through the air overhead, waving their lanterns and letting out raucous laughter mixed with cheerful songs. It had been an incredibly joyful day. Harry had never experienced such a vibrant atmosphere before. The Weasley family enthusiastically discussed the Quidditch World Cup. Charlie even attempted to demonstrate Crumb's feint himself. Harry joined in the lively chatter, passionately debating the technicalities of fouls like copying. Even Mr. Weasley got involved, arguing with Charlie in a heated yet humorous exchange. By the end of it all, Ginny had fallen asleep at the small table, her cup of hot chocolate spilling onto the ground. Realizing it was time to call it a night, Mr. Weasley herded his children back into their tents. Harry lay on his bunk, still savoring the lingering excitement. He felt a warm sense of belonging, as though the Weasleys were his own family and Mr. Weasley was like the father he'd always dreamed of, funny and full of life. Staring at the ceiling of the tent, the noisy sounds from outside gradually turned into a soothing lullaby. As his eyelids grew heavy, he drifted into dreams where he saw himself standing on the winner's podium, clutching the World Cup as a champion. In the dream, he was reenacting Crumb's feint when a loud shout jolted him awake. Ugh! It was Mr. Weasley. Mr. Weasley ran to each child, shaking them awake as he struggled to pull a pair of jeans over his pajamas. Something's wrong. There's no time, Harry, grab any coat you can find and get outside, quickly. The sounds outside had changed. The singing had stopped, replaced by screams, shouts, and the chaotic noise of people running in panic. Sensing danger, Mr. Weasley had immediately woken everyone. The children hastily threw on whatever clothing they could find and rushed outside, only to be met with utter chaos. All around them were loud jeers, maniacal laughter, and drunken yelling. A group of people was advancing toward them. Suddenly, a flash of green light illuminated the scene. It was a group of wizards wearing hooded cloaks and masks. Above their heads floated four struggling figures, twisted into grotesque shapes. It was the campsite manager, Mr. Roberts, and his family. The group of masked wizards was growing, with more joining their ranks as they moved forward. They tormented Mr. Roberts, using wands to set fire to the tents, leaving destruction in their wake. Seeing this, Mr. Weasley quickly told Harry and the others to head into the forest while he went to assist the ministry in restoring order. Bill and Charlie had already run off ahead. They spotted Percy standing in front of the advancing group, trying to hold them back. Other ministry wizards were responding swiftly to the escalating situation. Fred, as the older brother, understood the gravity of the situation and grabbed Ginny, pulling her along to safety. The Golden Trio stayed in the middle, while George deliberately brought up the rear. As they slipped into the woods, Harry glanced back over his shoulder. He blinked a few times and raised his voice, "There's someone in the sky." "What are you talking about?" "That's the Roberts family." George began, but when he turned, he too saw the figure hovering high in the air. His voice dropped, and then, loudly, he exclaimed, "Fred! It's the Silver Hand." Fred stopped as well, and everyone turned to look. The silver mask on the figure's face was unmistakably conspicuous. The clouds overhead had already finished gathering. John gazed down from high above. His expression was cold and indifferent, almost glacial. He had no personal connection to the Roberts family, but what had started as small-scale chaos had now escalated into a massive spectacle. This form of amusement filled John with deep disgust. On his left hand, a silver ring glinted, adorned with a large blue gemstone and 5 smaller purple crystals. The wand continuously channeled magic through the silver hand. John spoke, his voice steady and commanding, "Percy, step away from there." Percy, who was about to confront the group of lunatics, froze upon hearing the voice. He looked up and saw a figure gazing down upon the chaos like a ruler surveying their domain. That silver mask. Percy instantly recognized who it was. He turned to stop Bill and Charlie, shouting, "Get out of here, now." A sudden, inexplicable sense of dread enveloped the area. The once maniacal laughter of the parade ceased abruptly. The members of the ministry, including Barty Crouch, moved to prevent anyone from approaching. Crouch drew his wand and used a levitation charm to rescue the Roberts family. The sky was smothered in thick, oppressive clouds, their weight bearing down on the earth. Silver lightning flickered wildly within the darkness, like serpents writhing through the heavens. John's gaze pierced through the scene below. His eyes transformed into slit-pupil dragon eyes, and as lightning danced behind him, it cast the shadow of a ferocious black dragon across the ground. Raising his wand, he brought it down with a fluid motion. Thunderclap. Crackling bolts of lightning writhed through the storm clouds, descending toward the crowd below. Craackle. A deafening roar of thunder echoed, reverberating all the way to the woods. Countless people witnessed this scene, as if the wrath of the heavens had descended. A brilliant white light illuminated the space between the sky and earth. Amid the thunder, a piercing cry echoed, a shrill and sharp sound. The spear of the heavens pierced the ground, and under the thunder's wrath, the earth was scorched black. The figure hovering midair was the wielder of the spear. The power of the 5 magic crystals surged madly into the glove, amplified by the Philosopher's Stone and enhanced by the ancient lightning spell combined with the Thunderbird's manipulation of the storm. The resulting strike had an expansive range, enveloping all the rioters. The lightning raged on for a full 5 seconds. When the white light finally dissipated, the rioters lay collapsed on the ground. Their disguises were entirely shattered, and their bodies were covered with grotesque scars left by the lashing of thunderfire. After the thunderous roar, silence reigned. Even Barty Crouch, a man who had lived through Voldemort's era, couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. John descended slowly, landing atop one of the fallen rioters, eliciting a scream of agony. Showing no mercy, his expression icy, John ground the heel of his boot over each of the man's fingers. The man's screams were harrowing, slicing through the oppressive quiet. It was only then that the ministry officials snapped out of their shock. None of them dared approach John directly, so Barty Crouch himself stepped forward. "Barty, my friend," John rasped in a low, gravelly voice, completely ignoring the men writhing on the ground as he stepped forward. "Don't let them trouble you." Old Barty's face was grim. He hadn't anticipated that all his meticulous planning could almost be ruined by a group of troublemakers. He gave a solemn nod and replied, "Lord Silverhand, I will make sure they pay the price." A flicker of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. He was in the middle of a campaign to become Minister of Magic, and someone dared to provoke him like this. He roared angrily, "Find them. Find every last one of them." The ministry wizards scattered to search the area. John's devastating attack had dealt with most of the troublemakers, but it was inevitable that a few had slipped through. Old Barty left to oversee the search, but the 3 Weasley brothers remained. Bill stood protectively in front of his younger brothers, feeling an intense sense of danger emanating from the masked figure before them. Charlie swallowed nervously, finding this man more terrifying than any dragon he'd ever faced, as he shielded Percy behind him. Percy, however, was puzzled. He had no connection to Johnny Silverhand, so why had the men specifically called out his name earlier? John, after his massive lightning strike, was starting to feel a bit drained. Still, he wasn't worried about the situation anymore. He had taken care of the major threats, the remaining stragglers were no more than small fry. Even a wizard like Malfoy could handle them. As he passed the 3 brothers, their cautious and united stance amused him. He couldn't help but chuckle softly and say, "Why are you so scared of me?" "Your Excellency, Johnny Silverhand, I've heard much about you," Bill said. As a cursebreaker who had faced many dangerous enchantments, he was highly attuned to peril. And the man standing before him was more dangerous than any curse he had ever encountered. If his brothers weren't by his side, Bill might have turned and bolted without a second thought. "Relax, I don't harm kind-hearted wizards," John said, shaking his head as he walked past them. Bill exhaled sharply, the tension finally leaving his body. Percy, meanwhile, stared at John's retreating figure, lost in thought. Hagrid, who was typically late to realize anything, came barreling out of a tent, shouting, "John! John!" He had sensed the danger but couldn't find John, so he began yelling and lifting tents one by one in a frenzy. John couldn't help but feel both touched and exasperated by the sight. Hagrid's strength was absolutely absurd. Hagrid grabbed one of the troublemakers and shook him so violently that the man passed out. Without hesitation, Hagrid tossed him like a rag doll, sending him flying over 10 meters. That was a full-grown man, easily over 100 pounds, and Hagrid had tossed him as if he were a lightweight ball. Kim approached Hagrid, calmly explaining that John had gone into the forest. Watching from afar, John sighed, only for a figure to silently appear behind him. It was Heinrich. Without surprise, John remarked, "Well done. It seems Kim has figured out my identity." Heinrich nodded, his expression awkward as he reluctantly admitted, "He's clever." It was rare to hear a compliment from Heinrich. John was just about to change his disguise and leave when suddenly, the sky lit up with a flash of green light. A skeletal figure appeared in the sky, its gaping mouth releasing a serpent. The Dark Mark. Gasp. The moment it emerged, tension filled the air, and everyone's nerves were stretched taut. Ministry officials immediately began operating to the location, with at least 20 wizards arriving on the scene. John's face darkened. He knew that mark too well, it was the one engraved on Lucius Malfoy's left arm. The Dark Mark. "Wait here," John instructed Heinrich before vanishing with a loud pop as he operated. Reappearing at the scene, he saw Harry, Ron, and Hermione surrounded by ministry officials. Barty Crouch looked like he was on the verge of a meltdown. Today had been an absolute disaster. Amos Diggory, Cedric's father, stormed into the area, grabbing hold of a house elf. "Here." It was her. She conjured the mark. Amos declared loudly, holding the trembling house elf up as evidence. Unfortunately, the house elf belonged to Barty Crouch Sr. The moment he saw Winky, something clicked in his mind. His eyes widened, his face turned pale, and he stammered, this can't be, impossible. He quickly bypassed Amos and hurried forward, as if to confirm something. Watching this unfold, John recalled the invisible person sitting near Winky in the VIP box earlier. His expression immediately darkened. Mr. Crouch, John called out, his voice firm and commanding. Handle your responsibilities. Barty Crouch Sr. halted in his tracks. His face was pale, and he swayed slightly but eventually returned to the scene. John nodded to him before turning and leaving. He arrived at the spot where Amos had discovered Winky. There was nothing visible at first glance. But through John's sharp vision, he noticed something, a shimmering invisibility cloak. He reached out and pulled it away, revealing a young man. The youth's pale skin suggested years without sunlight. His face was speckled with faint freckles, and his messy, light yellow hair was overgrown. Seeing the young man and recalling Barty Crouch Sr.'s earlier panic, John quickly pieced together the situation. It was unmistakable, this was Crouch Sr.'s son, Barty Crouch Jr., the very person who had caused him to falter years ago. Grabbing the unconscious young man, John immediately disapparated with a loud pop, vanishing from the scene. Read 12 chapters ahead. Chapter 189, Imprisonment and Broken Hand. John uprod next to Heinrich and tossed the unconscious body down. Who's this? Heinrich asked, staring at Barty Crouch Jr. John pulled off his mask, and his clothing reverted to his usual attire. Take him back to Silverhand Manor first. As a capable second-in-command, Heinrich didn't waste words. He squatted down, grabbed Barty Crouch Jr.'s hand, and with a wave of his wand, pop, they disappeared. Heading back toward the woods, John ran into Hagrid. Thank goodness, John, you're safe. Hagrid's face was full of lingering fear. John patted him on the shoulder and said apologetically, Sorry, Hagrid, I shouldn't have left without telling you. If it had been anyone else, being abandoned in such a dangerous situation might have led to resentment or even a fallout. But not Hagrid. He waved his hand generously and said, You must have had something urgent to take care of, didn't you? This was why John liked being friends with Hagrid. He never remembered your mistakes, he only focused on the good. Of course, Hagrid. In fact, I think I've got something you'll love. John gave a mysterious smile. Under Hagrid's surprised gaze, he reached into his pocket and pulled out a small, slightly dazed creature. Moo. Merlin's beard, Hagrid gasped, his eyes widening like saucers. His lips trembled, and he nervously wiped his hands on his coat. This little one. I've never seen anything like it before. The Snorkack shook its head, finally realizing it had been taken out of its cozy space. It burrowed back into John's pocket to continue sleeping, it hadn't even woken up during its airborne journey. John explained, This is a new creature I found. Hagrid, could you take care of it for a while? Just until school starts. Of course I can. Hagrid nodded eagerly, worried John might think he wasn't enthusiastic. Do you know what species it belongs to? Hagrid carefully took it from John's hand. Just call it a Snorkack. John couldn't tell him that he made this creature now, could he? As a magical creatures enthusiast, Hagrid's favorite things were rare and unusual beasts. Although a Snorkack wasn't exactly in the same league as dragons, when it sneezed and poofed onto Hagrid's shoulder, he was utterly captivated, his eyes practically glowing with excitement. Then, a hint of worry crept across his face. John, I've never cared for a Snorkack before. Don't worry. I don't know much about it either, which is why I need a magical creature expert to look after it, right? John chuckled. After all, as his own creation, and he didn't know much about it himself. Hagrid accepted it like a treasure, beaming with pride. As dawn broke, John said his farewells to Hagrid and left, heading directly to Silverhand Manor. Formerly known as the Shafik Manor, the estate was now heavily guarded, with layers of magical defenses to ward off intruders. Wearing his silver mask, John appeared at the entrance. Ah. Sir Silverhand. Welcome back, Your Excellency. Amen. The guards greeted him with a mix of fervent admiration and reverence. He made his way to the dungeons, where Heinrich was already waiting for him. Heinrich stood there with his usual indifferent expression, while Kim tried to strike up a conversation with him. Tommy leaned closer to John and whispered, Old Barty is in the study. John glanced into the dungeon, where the young man was bound and restrained. Even through the shimmering water mirror separating them, the madness etched on the man's face was unmistakable. John gave instructions to Tommy, ask Old Barty to come down. Tommy left to carry out the order. Turning his attention to Kim Ledisley, John offered a faint, knowing smile. You've figured it out, haven't you? Kim, composed and cheerful, responded with an easy smile, scratching his head. Honestly, I've been curious about what you looked like from the start. Yesterday, I just happened to notice the ring. John felt a twinge of helplessness, his momentary lapse in vigilance had led to his cover being blown. Still, it was no big deal. Spreading his hands, John asked, "So, what now?" "You could sell the truth about Johnny Silverhand's identity and become rich overnight." "I'm not an idiot," Kim replied with a respectful bow. "Youth has always been a valuable asset. If Johnny Silverhand's power can make Nocturne Alley tremble, then the thought of a young John Wick is enough to send chills through the entire wizarding world." John chuckled, amused. Kim truly wasn't a fool, no wonder he had caught his eye. Jean had a point. Youth wasn't a weakness. If Johnny Silverhand's strength was rooted in his own abilities, then his age only amplified the fear he could inspire. Tap tap tap. Old Barty Crouch arrived. After just one night, old Barty looked as if he had suffered a devastating blow. His steps were unsteady as he was escorted into the room, where his eyes immediately fell on young Barty, restrained in the dungeon. A struggle flashed in his gaze as he approached John. With a heavy tone, he said, "Thank you, sir." He was referring to John's efforts in crushing the mob and bringing his son back. "Tisk, Tisk, I want to make you the minister, but my friend Barty, oh, what should I do?" John said, shaking his head with a sigh. "Your negligence nearly brought down everything you've worked for your entire life. Women and children can afford to be careless, but we gentlemen cannot." Old Barty Crouch's face turned pale at the reprimand. His lips trembled slightly, but in the end, all he could manage was a weary sigh. "I'm sorry, sir. Perhaps it's because he was once my pride, my wife's dying wish, and the child she gave her life for," Old Barty said, his voice heavy with exhaustion. He seemed to age another 10 years as he spoke, his once straight back now bent. "I used the Imperious Curse on him, tasked the elf to watch over him, and yet I still softened." His eyes reflected a swirl of emotions, resentment, pain, or perhaps both. This man, who had once passed judgment on countless criminals and waged ruthless battles against Death Eaters, now appeared frail and weary. Time does not only age the body but also leaves deep scars on the soul. Sigh. John stepped forward, grabbing Barty's shoulders and giving him a firm shake, forcing him to snap out of his despair. "Old Barty, leave this to me. I'll take care of him for you." Old Barty looked at his son through the shimmering water barrier. All he could see in those eyes was hatred. Eventually, whatever words he wanted to say dissolved into yet another sigh. Old Barty left, there were still many matters requiring his attention. John could see the complicated emotions old Barty held toward young Barty, while the latter harbored nothing but simple, unadulterated hatred. Resentment, is it? John stepped into the dungeon, his cold gaze fixed on young Barty. "Do you hate your father?" "I no longer have a father." He said so himself. Barty Jr. screamed hysterically. He had been imprisoned for 13 years, and subjected to the Imperious Curse for 13 years. Back during his trial, no matter how much he wept and pleaded, explaining that he hadn't tortured the Longbottoms, old Barty had roared back those damning words, "I have no son." From that day forward, Barty Crouch Sr. became the sole object of young Barty's hatred. Bound hand and foot by chains, young Barty was helpless. John raised a hand, and the chains tightened, pulling him upright. Grabbing his left arm, John pulled back the sleeve to reveal the dark mark. At the sight of the mark, young Barty's eyes gleamed with fervor. Only Voldemort, like young Barty, had been trapped under the shadow of his father's name. In the endless days of his imprisonment, Barty Jr. had come to see Voldemort as a surrogate father, someone worth following. "Lord Voldemort will return to this world," he shouted fanatically, his face twisted with madness. Tommy entered the room with a grim expression, but John stopped him from taking action. John spoke softly to young Barty, "Do you know? Your father actually loves you." Young Barty sneered, his face full of disdain, showing no sign of caring. Looking at the dark mark, John asked Tommy, "This mark connects the Death Eaters to Voldemort, doesn't it?" Tommy nodded, though he didn't fully understand the purpose of the question. Fixing his gaze on the mark, John raised his hand and made a grasping motion in the air. The silver Wick sword materialized in his hand. Young Barty felt an inexplicable panic. When he saw the sword pointed at his left arm, he shouted, "What are you doing? Stop." "Do you know," John said softly, "the Voldemort you follow, I've already killed him twice." "Huh?" Young Barty's pupils dilated in shock. In a flash of silver light, his left hand was severed at the base. A piercing scream echoed, muffled by the water barrier enclosing the dungeon. Young Barty's eyes bulged with rage, the veins in his neck popping as his face turned a furious red, his mouth agape in a soundless roar. The agony of losing his hand overwhelmed his mind, even shaking the fervent devotion he held for Voldemort. The scene left everyone stunned and unprepared. Tommy had anticipated that John might imprison young Barty, but he never imagined it would be this ruthless. That was Barty Sr.'s son, after all. And yet, John wasn't done. He pulled out his wand and, with an indifferent tone, said to young Barty, "Radi ad animum tuum." Young Barty's convulsions ceased as his soul was forcibly dragged out of his body. On his soul, there was a serpent-like mark, Voldemort's magic. With a deft thrust of the wand, John pierced the soul and tore the mark away. Flicking his wand, he transferred the mark onto the severed hand. Carving a spell into the soul, John nodded in satisfaction and said, "Congratulations, you've been officially expelled from the Death Eaters." Pressing the soul back into Barty Jr.'s body, John snapped his fingers, and the severed hand flew into the air before him. With a wave of his wand, he conjured a box to store the hand. Muttering to himself, John said, "This might just be the bait to lure out Voldemort." Casting a glance at the now despondent young Barty, John said calmly, "You're free to move around, but I trust you understand, there's no way out." With a casual wave of his hand, the chains binding young Barty fell away. John then left the dungeon with the other three in tow. Unable to hold back his curiosity, Tommy asked, "My lord, are we really just going to leave him be?" What do you mean by that?" John scoffed. "Let him stay put. That's Barty Sr.'s son, we must ensure he's well cared for." Heinrich's expression was one of fervent admiration, utterly enthralled by the display of soul magic he had just witnessed. Tommy, however, was speechless. You cut off his hand and call that taking care of him? John had etched an inescapable mark on Barty Jr. that was the real reason he'd unshackled him. There was simply no way for him to escape. The severed hand was carefully preserved. And John ensured Rita Skeeter wrote a detailed article praising Barty Crouch Sr.'s heroic leadership in resisting the mob from the previous night. Of course, proper rewards were distributed as well. After all, you can't let your subordinates grow disheartened. Read 12 chapters ahead. Chapter 190, Going Back to School. My master, my master. When the grotesque, infant-like Voldemort was finally found, Peter Pettigrew could only mumble incoherently, as if in a stupor. Voldemort, seeing his servant's pitiful state, used what little strength he had left to heal him. Afterward, he was taken out of the dilapidated shack. Unfortunately, a witch with poor judgment stumbled into the area. Voldemort noticed she had been struck by a powerful memory charm. After curing her, he used legilimency to probe her thoughts and discovered that some of his followers were still alive. Meanwhile, as Barty Crouch Sr. headed towards Silverhand Manor, he was unaware that someone had already entered his home. Voldemort waited an entire night but didn't see any sign of his loyal followers. A week had passed since the events of the Quidditch World Cup. John hadn't returned home, his belongings were already moved to Silverhand Manor. Tomorrow was the start of the school term, and Kim Lettisley was heading back to Ilvermorny. Before leaving, John appointed him as an assistant manager for the American branch, assigning him to help Nagini. "I'm off, see you next year," Kim sighed as he said goodbye. Heinrich's face darkened as he coldly said, "Get lost already." Kim grinned, waved goodbye, and vanished through a portkey. Because of the Triwizard Tournament, Heinrich would be bothered by his fellow Durmstrang students. John spent the remaining time crafting Philosopher's Stones and finally completed the fourth one on the morning of the first day of term. They headed to King's Cross Station, with Tommy driving the car. John sat in the back seat, holding a copy of the Daily Prophet. "Rita is a smart woman," he remarked. The newspaper was filled with glowing praise for Barty Crouch Sr.'s diligence and achievements during the Quidditch World Cup. It highlighted how, during the riot, he had responded swiftly and prevented any casualties. At the article's conclusion, Rita even extended thanks to the helpful citizen, Sir Johnny Silverhand, for stepping in. According to insider reports, Sir Johnny Silverhand had taken down a large contingent with a single strike. The incident caused a sensation in the Ministry of Magic. After all, there were close to 100 wizards involved in the riot. To defeat them all with one strike, such power was clearly on par with Dumbledore's. Whispers began circulating among the public, with some quietly bestowing a new title upon Johnny Silverhand, the second king. The identity of the first king was, of course, self-evident. John finished reading the newspaper and smirked self-deprecatingly. Dumbledore's level. "They're overestimating me," he said. He wasn't being modest. By his estimation, Dumbledore's magical power was at level 7, an absolute top-tier wizard in the magical world. To put things in perspective, Hogwarts professors were likely at level 4 or 5. Snape, McGonagall, and Flitwick were closer to level 6, perhaps even at level 6, but definitely not at level 7. That was a chasm few could cross. John himself was only at level 4. It was only with the aid of ancient magic and the Infinity Gauntlet's boost that he could pull off that single attack. And while the attack had a wide range, it didn't necessarily have great destructive power. The rioting wizards had been weak, otherwise, they wouldn't have been defeated so easily. The gap between him and Dumbledore was enormous. Glancing at his experience points, he noted he was still 100 points shy of reaching level 5. John absently rubbed the ring on his finger. Once he reached level 5, perhaps he could stand a little taller. The car came to a stop outside King's Cross Station. Tommy stepped out to retrieve John's luggage. "I can handle it from here," John said, waving him off and signaling for Tommy to head back. Tommy nodded, watching John as he walked away. Walking into the station, John didn't encounter anyone familiar as he made his way to platform 9 3/4. On the train, he casually picked an empty compartment and sat down. Tom swished its tail and darted out of the compartment. John didn't stop it. Instead, he closed his eyes and began to think. This term would feature the Triwizard Tournament, but that wasn't John's primary concern. He was well aware that Voldemort's return was inevitable. All he could do was try to weaken Voldemort's power as much as possible. In John's estimation, Voldemort and Dumbledore were on the same tier of magical strength. Voldemort might currently be a bit weaker than Dumbledore, but killing him wouldn't be easy even for the most powerful white wizard. More importantly, Dumbledore was old. Voldemort, at most, was in his 60s, while Dumbledore had already surpassed a century. Even with wizards' generally robust constitutions, Dumbledore was entering the twilight of his strength. In contrast, Voldemort was at the peak of his magical power. A waning phoenix versus a venomous serpent at its prime. The difference between them was time. If only Dumbledore were younger, perhaps Voldemort wouldn't be as terrifying. But there were no ifs in life. John's fingers absently stroked the ring as he calculated the whereabouts of Voldemort's Horcruxes. Much of the storyline had slipped his mind due to the shock he received while transmigrating, but after this much time, some key details have been resurfaced. Like Snape's unyielding love and sacrifice, the Deathly Hallows, the main trio, and of course, the Horcruxes. As long as the Horcruxes existed, killing Voldemort over and over again would be meaningless. From what he remembered, aside from Nagini, the other Horcruxes were relics of the 4 Hogwarts founders. With the exception of the Sword of Gryffindor, the other 3 founders' items were Horcruxes. Unfortunately, John vaguely recalled that Slytherin's locket might be hidden in some cave. But regarding that cave, he had no solid leads. He could only speculate. It might be near the orphanage where Tom Riddle had stayed, or perhaps close to the house where Voldemort's Muggle father once lived. If only there was a device that could detect Horcruxes, he muttered. After mulling it over, John finally stopped fiddling with his ring. He opened his eyes just as the compartment door slid open. John. Daphne's initial excitement quickly turned into a composed, elegant demeanor as she remembered to maintain her image as a refined young lady. "Oh, hi, Daphne." She sat down beside John, thinking gleefully that this was finally their private time together. Once again. "Thanks for those tickets, John." "Ah, no need to thank me, we are friends after all." "Friends?" "Yes." Tossing her younger sister into another compartment had definitely been the right move. But her happiness lasted no more than 3 seconds before the compartment door opened again. "Oh. So you two were here, huh?" Draco Malfoy strutted in, exuding his usual arrogance. The moment he sat down, he noticed that the atmosphere felt chilly. Looking up, he was met with Daphne's glare, her eyes practically spitting fire. Draco shivered and began calculating how to retreat without losing face. Just as he was about to make his move, the door opened again. This time, it was Goyle, lugging an armful of snacks as he clumsily squeezed himself into the compartment, effectively blocking Draco's escape route. The tension in the compartment grew even heavier, but Goyle's thick skin made him oblivious to it. Outside, rain lashed against the train windows. Draco wished he could just kick Goyle out into the storm. However, the door wasn't done being a revolving spectacle today, it opened yet again. This time, it was Crabbe, who entered excitedly and announced, "I just saw Potter." At this, Draco's eyes lit up, and even Goyle forgot about his food. The 3 of them immediately rushed out of the compartment, Draco's arrogant voice echoing in the hallway as they left. "My father actually considered sending me to Durmstrang." Daphne clenched her fists discreetly, thrilled to finally reclaim her one-on-one time with John. As she pondered over what to say, she tucked a strand of hair behind her left ear and hesitated briefly before opening her mouth. "John." Clatter. The door opened again. Daphne's inner thoughts, "Are you kidding me?" Unfortunately for her, the new arrival was Heinrich. John greeted him, "I thought you'd go back to Durmstrang to double-check." Heinrich responded coolly, "No need. Karkaroff might be foolish, but he's not an idiot." Igor Karkaroff was the headmaster of Durmstrang. But in Heinrich's eyes, he was just a cowardly fool. There wasn't an ounce of respect in Heinrich's tone when he spoke about him. Edgar believed in the principle of respecting strength, and Karkaroff was not a powerful wizard. "He joined the Death Eater ranks alongside my uncle," Heinrich continued indifferently. "Unfortunately, he chose the most cowardly way to escape." Heinrich held nothing but disdain for Karkaroff. Although he wasn't fond of his uncle either, he found someone who gained freedom by betraying his comrades even more detestable. Daphne, on the other hand, was intrigued. Heinrich rarely spoke about Edgar. Among pureblood families, Edgar was considered an anomaly. Curiosity piqued, she asked, Heinrich, can you tell us about your family? My family? There's nothing much to say. Heinrich replied with the same detached expression, as if he were narrating someone else's story. My grandfather once followed Grindelwald and died for that man. That generation left only 2 male heirs. My uncle, he was gifted and ambitious. After losing to Voldemort, he willingly pledged allegiance to him, becoming a Death Eater. Even after Voldemort's downfall, he never returned to the family. Edgar took pride in serving powerful figures. Their family was known as the Lieutenants of the Strong, willing to lay down their lives for someone they deemed worthy. Heinrich didn't look down on his uncle, he simply thought he had chosen the wrong person to follow. As Heinrich finished recounting his family history, the rain outside grew heavier. The Hogwarts Express gradually slowed as it pulled into Hogsmeade Station. Lightning streaked across the sky, briefly illuminating Hagrid's towering figure. As he did every year, he was there to greet the students. He waved warmly at John. Read 12 chapters ahead. Chapter 191, the most popular group in Hogwarts. The carriage passed through the gates flanked by winged boar statues. On the spacious, muddy road, the rain splattered while the wind shook the carriage. Inside, there were 5 people. Heinrich looked pale and sickly, Daphne was engrossed in a small pink notebook, and Malfoy, lost in his own thoughts about how to humiliate Potter later, had a smirk plastered across his face. Astoria, expressionless, watched her sister study the little notebook with an air of intensity. Anyone unaware might think Daphne was learning some advanced magic. Only Astoria knew it was a cookbook Daphne had picked up from who knows where. Crackle. John raised his gaze, looking out of the window. Rain, driven by the fierce wind, streaked past. Shadows of trees swayed deeply in the storm. A bolt of lightning tore across the sky as the carriage came to a halt by the stone steps near Hogwarts' oak front doors. John got up and stepped out. The rain, as if recognizing him, shifted direction just before touching him. The others in the carriage followed suit. None of them opened an umbrella, the rain simply veered away, avoiding them entirely. Inside the entrance hall, students who had been chatting about their holidays went silent as they witnessed the scene. Especially the Slytherin students. Their gazes burned with admiration as they looked at the group, as if they were beholding living legends. Look, it's John Wick. Do you think I could talk to him? Don't be ridiculous. Didn't you see who he's with? Daphne Greengrass, the undisputed flower of Slytherin and the smartest woman here. Heinrich Edgar, from a family of legendary Dark Lord lieutenants, the second most powerful Slytherin. Draco Malfoy, the core Quidditch player of Slytherin, with 2.5 years of flying experience. Though, he didn't catch the golden snitch in the end. Oh my gosh, he's looking at me. The whispers were filled with words like admiration, charm, and elegance. At first, Malfoy basked in the attention, feeling quite smug. But as the conversation went on, his expression cracked. His murderous glare swept over the gossiping students. Don't bring up losing to Potter. We're still good friends. I used to like you all. Wait, I shouldn't make such a face in front of John or he'll double my training. With a pained sigh, he smoothed down his meticulously styled middle-part hair and vowed silently to reclaim his dignity. Meanwhile, Astoria felt increasingly out of place, as if the weight of everyone's stares was suffocating her. Noticing her discomfort, Daphne reached out and held her younger sister's hand, whispering softly, "Are you okay, Astoria?" The warmth from Daphne's hand pulled Astoria out of her overwhelmed state. Grateful, she glanced at her sister, but her eyes eventually landed on the pink cookbook clutched tightly in Daphne's arms. Astoria. Originally, Peeves was hiding above, preparing to drop water balloons, but as soon as he spotted the familiar black figure below, he shivered in fear. The water balloon slipped from his grasp. Before it could hit John, Peeves himself intercepted it, using his own face. "Mr. Wick," Peeves greeted, hanging upside down like a waiter bowing respectfully. John glanced at him and chuckled. "You washed your hair?" Peeves' face froze in embarrassment before he quickly disappeared into the wall. After he left, the wizards entering the area weren't so lucky. One by one, water balloons rained down. Harry took several hits square on the head, and even Hermione couldn't dodge them all. When Professor McGonagall noticed the chaos, she stormed out of the Great Hall, roaring furiously. In the Great Hall. Tonight, the enchanted ceiling wasn't showing stars but a dramatic display of thunder and lightning. When John entered, he nodded in acknowledgement toward Cedric, who had arrived earlier. After sitting down, he noticed that not everyone had arrived yet. Oh. John suddenly sensed something, his brow furrowing as he stepped out of the Great Hall. His movement caught the attention of many, but no one said anything. He is John Wick. Everyone knew him as a mysterious figure. Some whispered that he was the Night Stalker, wandering the castle after curfew. The reason for John's departure was that someone had triggered the Constellation Society's magic. He made his way to the Constellation Society's secret chamber, arriving at a wooden door. The eye on the door was closed. Tapping the eye with his wand, it reopened. Seeing this, John muttered to himself, "Confundus charm, huh?" He pushed the door open, revealing the chamber of the Constellation Society. Inside, everything appeared untouched. He stepped in and cast a heightened sensory spell. The entirety of the chamber's contents came into his view, and nothing seemed disturbed. Frowning deeply, he murmured, "Who could have entered?" The anti-theft charm was disabled by a Confundus charm. Whoever it was has professor-level skill. Spending some time in the chamber, John found no further clues. Whoever had entered was incredibly skilled. Among Hogwarts students, no one other than himself should have such ability. Then the candidates narrowed down to the professors. Professor Flitwick, perhaps. He has the skill, especially if he stumbled upon an interesting room. Thinking of the charms professor, John quickly dismissed the idea. Professor Flitwick was indeed powerful, but he was the type to exclaim over exceptional magic used in a prank, not engage in something as sneaky as this. That shifted the suspicion to Professor Snape. From what John could tell, Snape was a strong candidate. He was aware of the Constellation Society's existence and had declined John's invitation last term. It seemed unlikely that Snape would suddenly sneak in now. Could it be Professor McGonagall? The likelihood was slim. John had just seen her in the Great Hall. Forget it. There's no real damage anyway. John dismissed his thoughts. Since he was already there, he decided to install the Philosopher's Stone. Taking out the blue gem, John released it from his hand. The Philosopher's Stone floated in midair. From the ceiling, 36 beams of light descended, enveloping the stone. The Philosopher's Stone rose steadily, eventually vanishing into the starry canopy of the ceiling, transforming into a brilliant, shining star. With the Philosopher's Stone now augmenting it, the Constellation Society has essentially become a massive magical siege engine. Originally, the Constellation Society's secret chamber wasn't intended for offensive purposes. However, with the addition of the Philosopher's Stone, it could now act as a powerful amplifier, turning even ordinary spells into devastating attacks. Having completed everything, John headed back to the Great Hall. By this time, the sorting ceremony had already begun. Over 1,000 years ago, I was woven into form by 4 great and famous wizards, whose names are still known. The Sorting Hat was once again belting out its raspy tune. As John entered, his presence drew the attention of everyone in the hall, especially the first-year students, who were trembling with nerves. To the young newcomers, John's aura was nothing short of intimidating. He walked to his seat and sat down, his gaze moving toward the staff table. One seat was conspicuously empty, the defense against the dark arts professors. As his eyes wandered, they met Snape's cold stare. For a moment, their gazes locked. John's gaze held a hint of inquiry, as if speculating whether his head of house, Professor Snape, had decided to check on him to ensure he wasn't causing trouble around Hogwarts. Shifting his focus, John's eyes met another pair, sharp, wise, and unmistakably blue. Dumbledore. John's expression flickered subtly before he looked at his nose. Dumbledore, watching him closely, smiled gently. John responded with a polite nod. Between the two of them, an invisible barrier seemed to have risen at some point, silent yet palpable. Dumbledore sighed inwardly at the sight, a deep, quiet sadness crossing his heart. Have I made a mistake? He wondered. His gaze then moved away, settling on Harry. Noticing that Dumbledore was no longer paying him any attention, John dismissed the thought and turned his focus elsewhere. Professor McGonagall presided over the sorting ceremony, holding an impressively long scroll of parchment. When I call your name, you will put on the hat and sit on the stool, she told the nervous first years. Once the hat announces your house, you will join your house's table. Stuart Ackerley. At her announcement, a boy nervously stepped forward, his entire body trembling as he placed the hat on his head. The sorting hat's voice rang out, Ravenclaw. John watched the scene with mild interest. Soon after, a boy named Malcolm Baddock was sorted into Slytherin. Applause erupted. Overwhelmed with excitement, Malcolm hurried toward the Slytherin table, aiming directly for John's seat. However, he didn't succeed. The collective gazes of the other Slytherins stopped him in his tracks. In Slytherin, it was an unspoken rule, the closer one sat to John, the higher their status and strength were perceived to be. A new kid like you. Dream on. Under the suffocating silence of Slytherin's collective stares, Baddock finally chose a seat next to another Slytherin boy. The boy leaned over and started explaining a few important rules about Slytherin. First, if you see a dog wandering around the Slytherin common room, don't be scared, that's John Wick's dog. Second, if you're caught breaking curfew and don't make it back to the dorms on time, there's a good chance the Night Stalker will catch you, knock you out, strip you down, and leave you in the Great Hall, naked and feasting with knife and fork in hand. Third, in Slytherin, conflicts can be resolved by requesting a duel. It's best to have witnesses present and prove your point through strength. Otherwise, the person you defeat might claim you used potions or other foul play. The boy continued listing rule after rule, astonishing Malcolm with dozens of them. By the time the final student was sorted into Hufflepuff, Dumbledore cheerfully signaled the start of the feast. John ate only a little and then stopped, his attention elsewhere. As the meal neared its end, Dumbledore stood and made an announcement. This year's House Cup Quidditch matches would be cancelled to prepare for a bigger event coming in October. Just as murmurs of disappointment spread through the hall, the doors were suddenly flung open with a resounding bang. A man stood at the entrance, leaning on a long staff and wrapped in a black traveling cloak. John looked up, intrigued, as the man pulled back his hood, revealing long, grizzled grey hair. The new defense against the dark arts professor, the legendary Auror, Alastor Moody. In John's mind, the system chimed. Ding. Hogwarts Phase Task 4 activated. Successfully complete your 4th year as a magical apprentice. Task rewards, +1 magical blood, +3 attribute points. Read 12 chapters ahead. Chapter 192, Where did the spell come from? This was someone easily recognizable, as once you saw him, you were unlikely to forget. He looked as if he had been carved out of a piece of rotting wood, his face covered with scars on every inch of skin. His mouth stretched into a crooked gash. Where his nose should have been was nothing but a sunken space, and he had one magical eye. One of his eyes was small, dark, and gleaming. The other was unnaturally large, round like a coin, and a vivid, striking blue. The blue eye moved constantly, darting up, down, left, and right, entirely independent of his normal eye. Even more unsettling, the blue eye occasionally flipped into his head, leaving only a glaring white orb visible to everyone. Suddenly, that blue eye turned toward John. The rhythmic thumping of heavy footsteps ceased as Moody paused, turning his head to look directly at John. Their gazes met and held for a moment before Moody resumed walking. At the staff table, Dumbledore reached out to shake Moody's hand, which was as scarred as his face. The two exchanged a few quiet words, but Moody's magical eye remained fixed in John's direction the entire time. This made John frown. Dumbledore responded briefly to something Moody said and gestured for him to take a seat. Moody was a cautious man. He used a small knife to spear a sausage from his plate, sniffed it carefully, and only then proceeded to eat. Allow me to introduce our new defense against the dark arts professor. Dumbledore cheerfully broke the silence. Professor Moody. Not a single student clapped, and even the professors remained silent. Only Hagrid and Dumbledore showed any enthusiasm. Hagrid clapped twice before realizing something was off, leaving him uncertain whether to continue or stop altogether. Noticing this, John slowly began to clap. The crisp sound of applause from the Slytherin table drew the attention of everyone in the hall. When they saw it was John, Draco Malfoy immediately joined in, clapping as well. Soon, the Slytherin table followed suit, and the applause quickly spread throughout the entire hall. The thunderous applause sharply contrasted with the earlier silence. Moody paused mid-chew, his eyes, both normal and magical, fixating on the Slytherin table. Meanwhile, Harry and Ron whispered to each other, recalling how Mr. Weasley had mentioned dealing with something involving Moody earlier that morning. Apparently, Mad-Eye Moody had claimed to be attacked by a trash can. John ceased his clapping, and as if on cue, the applause died down completely. He knew Moody, or more precisely, had seen him before. Moody had purchased numerous sneakoscopes from Silverhand Johnny's specialty store, convinced that someone was always out to get him. John was fairly certain Moody had dismantled each one after bringing them home. Tommy greatly admired Moody, having witnessed the ironclad determination of the legendary Auror. This was why Tommy had offered Moody a steep discount, practically breaking even on the sale. The legendary Auror was responsible for nearly half of Azkaban's inmate population after all. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call him a living legend among Aurors. But legends often walked a lonely path. With his hands stained by the blood of so many Death Eaters, Moody had developed something akin to PTSD, distrusting everyone and everything around him. Dumbledore, as though blind to the student's unease, cleared his throat. As I mentioned earlier, he said with a cheerful twinkle in his eye, looking out over the students before him. For the next few months, we will have the distinct honor of hosting a truly spectacular event, an event that has not been held for over a century. He paused dramatically before announcing, I am delighted to tell you all that the Triwizard Tournament will take place at Hogwarts this year. The Triwizard Tournament. You're joking. Fred Weasley exclaimed loudly. His eyes sparkled as he exchanged a fist bump with George, clearly gearing up to participate. The students erupted into lively discussions. In the midst of the excitement, Dumbledore attempted to crack a joke but was promptly cut off by Professor McGonagall, who wore a look of stern disapproval. Left with no choice, Dumbledore explained the history of the Triwizard Tournament for those unfamiliar with it. In short, it was a competition where 3 champions, each from a different school, competed in a series of challenges. However, due to the high mortality rate in past tournaments, it had been discontinued for some time. This year, the Department of International Magical Cooperation and the Department of Magical Games and Sports decided that the time was right to revive it. In October, the headmasters of Durmstrang and Beauxbatons would arrive at Hogwarts with their carefully selected competitors. The ceremony to select champions would take place on Halloween Eve, and, most enticingly, the prize money was a whopping 5,000 galleons. The mention of such a substantial sum caused the Weasley twins' eyes to widen, and they could barely contain their eagerness. Unfortunately for them, Dumbledore quickly poured cold water on their aspirations. Champions needed to be at least 17 years old to participate, which meant the twins, who wouldn't turn 17 until next April, were ineligible. This also dashed the hopes of anyone younger than the 6th year, much to the dismay of Ron and Harry, who had been entertaining thoughts of entering. Meanwhile, Hermione silently protested against Hogwarts' use of enslaved house elves, having just learned that over 100 of them worked there for free. Even after the feast ended, the students continued discussing the Triwizard Tournament. As John was leaving the Great Hall, he turned back to glance at Moody, whose magical eye was swiveling wildly. Age restriction. I call bullshit. In the Slytherin common room, the discussions carried on, but they had taken a somewhat skewed direction. Yeah. This has to be because they're scared of John. Everyone knows he's the best. Exactly. John could defeat all of them by himself. This must be one of Dumbledore's schemes. We all know how biased he is toward Gryffindor. I'm going to have my father file a formal complaint. That man is unfit to be headmaster. The Slytherin students, in their characteristic indignation, were convinced this was all part of Dumbledore's conspiracy. After all, with John's abilities, where was the competition? Even Malfoy chimed in, his tone filled with righteous anger. All he ever does is coddle Harry Potter and the Gryffindors. John, this is clearly aimed at you. The decision came from the Ministry of Magic, John replied calmly, flipping through a book without even lifting his head. They're just afraid younger students might get killed. The next day. It was the first day of classes for the 4th years. Slytherin and Gryffindor only shared one class together that morning. During Care of Magical Creatures, the sight of the newly hatched blast-ended Skrewts was quite the shock for many. They resembled deshelled lobsters, pale gray, slimy, and altogether horrifying to look at. John, however, was entirely unfazed. He had encountered these creatures more times than he could count. Not everyone shared John's level of composure. If Malfoy hadn't spent so much time around John, he likely would have already begun loudly voicing his disgust. Their task for the lesson: to raise the blast-ended Skrewts. Malfoy's expression made his disapproval clear as he asked, why exactly are we supposed to raise these things? Ah. Hagrid blinked in confusion. Malfoy pressed on, I mean, what's the point? What can they even do? What use are they? This question struck at Hagrid's blind spot. He had been so focused on breeding them that he hadn't really thought about their practical uses. Hagrid's gaze naturally shifted to John for an answer. Catching the hint, John explained, when fully grown, the hard shell of a blast-ended Skrewt is an excellent alchemical material. Its tail can also be used to produce potent explosives. Malfoy had no rebuttal. After all, the boss had spoken. After a moment's thought, John added, when raising them, keep in mind that their tails can explode. Juvenile Skrewts might damage your skin, but the explosion from an adult Skrewt could easily blow off your arm. Students. Hagrid, John, my savior. 10 points to Slytherin. Hagrid clapped enthusiastically, and John earned some extra points. The other students, however, couldn't share the excitement. After all, the risk of losing a hand to an exploding Skrewt wasn't exactly a thrilling prospect. In the afternoon, John headed to divination class alone. Professor Trelawney welcomed him warmly, treating him less like a student and more like an old friend. My dear, have you seen any changes in the stars? She asked. I think I did, John replied, barely suppressing a laugh. I saw a clumsy, unfortunate soul taking a nasty fall. The astrological signs hinted at either Goyle or Crab. It was hard to tell which of them was the unlucky one. During class, Harry got caught daydreaming and was subjected to Trelawney's elaborate but nonsensical analysis. Ron, failing to keep his composure, burst out laughing. Trelawney declared that Harry was born in winter, seemingly forgetting her previous prophecy that the Savior was born at the end of July. After class, Malfoy wasted no time flaunting the Daily Prophet in front of his supposed rival, sneering and mocking Ron specifically. John glanced at the article and immediately recognized Rita Skeeter's handiwork. Due to the Quidditch World Cup incident, all the credit had gone to old Barty Crouch. As a savvy journalist, Skeeter knew that highlighting flaws could amplify moments of supposed heroism. So, she dug up the story of a missing witch official and sensationalized it. Unfortunately, Mr. Weasley had been busy the previous day dealing with Moody's antics, making him an easy target. And there's a photo, Weasley. Malfoy sneered, pulling out the newspaper and waving the interview photo around mockingly. To be fair, the burrow could easily be classified as an illegal structure in any country, only wizards would dare live in such a place. Of course, Malfoy didn't outright say anything bad about it. After all, Percy lived there too. But as he scrutinized the Weasley parents in the picture, he blurted out, "Is that your mum? She looks..." Before he could finish, Harry shouted, "Shut it, Malfoy." Malfoy paused, genuinely confused. He hadn't even said anything insulting yet. Harry tried to comfort Ron, who was shaking with anger, urging him to calm down. "Oh, right, Potter. You stayed with them this summer, didn't you?" Malfoy asked, his tone dripping with sarcasm, or was it jealousy? "Did his mum fold your clothes for you? Bet the food was great, huh?" Malfoy swore he was just making a casual observation, but Harry clearly took it differently. "And what about your mum, Malfoy?" Harry retorted, recalling the haughty expression he'd seen on Mrs. Malfoy's face. "Does she always look like she just caught a whiff of something rotten under her nose? Or is it just when she's around you?" Malfoy's temper flared instantly at Harry's audacity to insult his mother. Hermione tugged on Harry's sleeve, signaling him to back down. Realizing he might have gone too far, Harry awkwardly told Malfoy to shut up and turned to leave. Just as Harry turned around, Malfoy made his move. He didn't use his wand. John, who had remained silent on the side, suddenly narrowed his eyes, his expression turning icy. "Duck." At John's command, Malfoy instinctively crouched down. John swiftly drew his wand, conjuring a shimmering shield of armor in front of him, which deflected a curse aimed their way. The rebounded spell hit a suit of armor nearby, which instantly transformed into a white ferret. Without hesitation, John retaliated with a spell of his own. Read 12 chapters ahead. Chapter 193, Green Glaze and Prestige. The spell came too fast, so fast that people couldn't react. Harry heard the sound of a strong gust behind him and was just about to draw his wand when he saw John already intercepting. Grabbing Malfoy by his middle-parted hair and flinging him aside, John and Malfoy swapped positions in an instant. At the marble staircase, a figure intercepted a spell. John waved his wand twice in quick succession, transforming the railings on both sides into two large dogs that lunged forward. The opponent had ample combat experience and dodged the approaching dogs effortlessly. A curse shot out, colliding midair with John's blasting curse. The fight came to an abrupt halt as both sides stopped simultaneously. It was only then that the onlookers realized what had happened. John stood with a cold and imposing demeanor, his gaze radiating an icy sharpness. "Professor Moody," an astonished voice exclaimed. It was Professor McGonagall. She hadn't expected anything like this to happen on the very first day of term. At the marble staircase, Moody's small normal eye fixed on John while his magical eye spun erratically. Professor McGonagall hurried over, her face pale. Pressing down her fury, she demanded of the two who were still staring each other down, "Will someone tell me what is going on here?" Moody seemed to realize what had happened only a moment later. Fuming, he turned to Harry and barked, "Did he hurt you?" "What?" Harry was startled but quickly realized Moody was referring to Malfoy. He answered honestly, "No, he didn't." Moody nodded and began descending the stairs with his characteristic gait, his wooden leg carved into a claw-like shape thudding against the steps. "I despise cowards who attack others from behind," he growled loudly as he loomed over Malfoy. "Such actions are dirty, despicable, and the hallmark of a spineless coward." Malfoy's face darkened, his fury barely contained as he retorted, "Then why don't you see if Harry Potter dares to duel me head-on? Needing a sneak attack to defeat Potter? Malfoy was better than that. You little brat." Moody leaned in so close to Malfoy that their faces were nearly touching. John's brows furrowed. In a cold voice, he interjected, "So you're saying you didn't just ambush someone, Professor?" Moody turned sharply toward John at those words, his magical eye scanning John's wand and then locking onto his icy, indifferent expression. Squinting slightly, John continued, "Or do you think you're justified simply because you believe yourself on the righteous side?" John didn't like this Moody. Malfoy might have used his fists, but Moody had used magic. The two of them stared each other down, neither backing down in the slightest. The atmosphere grew tense as Professor McGonagall quickly pieced together what had happened from Hermione's account. This situation, it seemed, had faults on both sides. Professor Moody's use of a spell on a student had clearly angered Professor McGonagall further. "Moody. We never use transfiguration as a form of punishment. Dumbledore must have told you that." She was beginning to feel exasperated, this Moody was far too aggressive. "He might have mentioned it," Moody said nonchalantly, scratching his chin. "But I thought a good scare was in order." "We have detentions for that, Moody," Professor McGonagall said sharply. "Or you could report the matter to the head of the student's house." "I'll do just that," Moody said with distaste, turning to glare at Malfoy. Malfoy glared back defiantly as Moody reached out, intending to drag him away. A hand suddenly intervened, pressing down on Moody's wrist. John's cold gaze locked onto Moody's face. "You don't want to do that," John said icily. Professor McGonagall was taken aback by the turn of events. "Mr. Wick. And if I do want to?" Moody growled. "Your head of house is Snape, isn't it? An old friend of mine. I'd be delighted to have a chat with good old Snape." "I'm telling you," John repeated, his grip tightening. "You don't want to do that." "Ugh." A flicker of annoyance crossed Moody's face as he tried to pull Malfoy away forcefully. By now, a quiet crowd of Slytherin students had gathered around them, their faces emotionless but their eyes fixed coldly on Moody. "Let go, boy," Moody growled. John didn't reply. Instead, the Slytherin students took a step forward, their movement shrinking the already small circle around them. Professor McGonagall looked around nervously, thinking that perhaps only Dumbledore could handle this situation. "I don't abandon my friends, especially not when they're being forced to bow their heads and admit fault," John said, his grip firm enough to crush stone. His eyes locked onto Moody's, his tone deliberate and icy. "Let's not make this uglier than it already is, Professor." Behind Moody, Heinrich had appeared at some point, followed by more Slytherins joining the gathering. Daphne stood beside John, her face a mask of pride and disdain as she cast a contemptuous look at Moody. The atmosphere was tense, heavy with unspoken pressure. Even Moody, battle-hardened as he was, seemed momentarily caught off guard by the sheer weight of it. John turned his gaze to Professor McGonagall, softening his tone. "Professor McGonagall, it seems our new defense against the dark arts professor might not be entirely familiar with the school rules. Perhaps Filch would be more than happy to provide him with a copy of the handbook." He released his grip, and Moody's hand dropped to his side. When John lifted his head again, his usual calm expression had returned. "Go back," he said quietly. With that, the Slytherin students parted, creating a clear path. John took the lead, walking out of the gathering. Daphne jogged a few steps to catch up and positioned herself beside him. On his left, Heinrich had already fallen into step. Malfoy let out a cold snort and turned back to Harry. "Potter, you should face me head-on instead of hiding behind your new babysitter." Harry flushed with embarrassment, his face turning red. Ron, who had initially been furious, quieted down as the Slytherins encircled them. Hermione, meanwhile, watched John with astonishment, surprised by the sheer authority he now commanded. It was just as the Slytherins began to disperse that Snape arrived. At the forefront of the group, John and his companions bore the Constellation Society insignia on their chests, the badges gleaming with starlight. Snape's expression shifted subtly, a complicated mix of emotions crossing his face as he murmured under his breath, "John Wick." Hogwarts was never a place where secrets could be kept for long, especially when, for the first time in its history, a student had openly clashed with a professor. Few bothered to analyze the cause of the incident anymore. In the eyes of the other three houses, all they knew was that Slytherin, once scattered like grains of sand, had suddenly fused into a unified, radiant emerald glass. Under the light, it dazzled with an undeniable brilliance. The matter soon reached Dumbledore's ears. Even he hadn't anticipated such an event. And yet, it seemed Moody had been at fault. The old professor's use of transfiguration as punishment had angered McGonagall enough that she had voiced her complaints to Dumbledore, decrying Moody's excessive methods. John Wick. He's grown to such an extent already. Dumbledore's expression turned complex as he learned of the three moves exchanged between John and Moody. There was no doubt about Moody's strength, he was a legendary auror, responsible for putting half the prisoners in Azkaban. In fact, Dumbledore had once considered Moody as one of the few capable of succeeding him in opposing Voldemort, should anything happen to himself. For someone as experienced as Moody to engage in a skirmish with John, only for neither to come out on top. "What do you think, Severus?" Dumbledore turned to Snape, who was seated in the headmaster's office. "I've told you before," Snape replied evenly, his expression unreadable. "Slytherin is already in the palm of his hand. You've seen it yourself." Yes, he had seen it. Besides the heads of houses, who else could command such influence? Those Slytherins had even encircled a professor for John's sake, something utterly unprecedented. Even during Voldemort's school days, his influence had never gone so far. Students naturally held a reverence for their teachers. Yet for John, those Slytherins had cast aside that innate respect without hesitation. Dumbledore could no longer discern the path ahead for John. All he could do was ensure the student did not venture down an irredeemable road. For the first time, Dumbledore found his thoughts wavering about the role of the chosen savior. The King of Slytherin, impressive, isn't he? The price for it came the next day during potions class, as John became the target of relentless questioning by Snape. But in response, John racked up points like crazy. No kidding, if Snape asked how to brew the elixir of life, John could probably tell him, no problem. Snape, so infuriating, but I still have to award points if he answers correctly. Thus, within just 2 days of the new term, Slytherin's points skyrocketed, prompting the other 3 houses to loudly accuse them of cheating. In response, Slytherin scoffed. After all, cheating could never compare to the greatness of having John Wick. And so, time marched on to the 3rd day of term. The first class was Defense Against the Dark Arts. Coincidentally, or perhaps inevitably, Gryffindor and Slytherin were once again paired for this class, as they seemed to be nearly every year. This year was no exception. Professor Moody's lessons had gained wide acclaim among the 6th years, so the students were particularly excited. As the sound of his clunking footsteps echoed down the hallway, Harry and Ron craned their necks eagerly. That scarred face appeared in the doorway of the classroom. Read 12 chapters ahead. Chapter 194, Hardcore Teaching and the 3 Unforgivable Curses. Seeing Moody's unfriendly face, the more timid students shivered in fear. They hurriedly pulled out their copies of The Dark Arts, a guide to self-defense, and waited silently. The atmosphere was unusually quiet, unlike any other class they'd attended before. "Put those things away," Moody growled in his gruff voice as he hobbled to the podium, leaning on his staff. He sat down heavily and added, "You won't be needing these textbooks." The students exchanged puzzled looks but eventually put their books away. Ron was intrigued. From Fred and George, he'd heard that this class was supposed to be quite fun. The lesson began with roll call, a standard way for the professor to quickly learn the names of the students. Without lifting his head, Moody read down the list with his normal eye while his magical eye roved around, scrutinizing each responding student. John Wick. Here. At the mention of his name, the atmosphere grew noticeably stranger. Moody paused briefly but resumed calling out names as if nothing had happened. "All right," Moody said after finishing the roll call. "I received a letter from Professor Lupin about your progress last term. You've learned quite a bit about dealing with dark magical creatures." Mentioning the beloved Professor Lupin emboldened the students, and they murmured their agreement softly. However, Moody abruptly shifted the tone. "But when it comes to handling curses, you're severely lacking, severely." Moody seemed particularly opinionated as his wooden leg thumped against the floor. He stared at the students, his magical eye darting erratically. "That's why I plan to give you all a taste of what it's really like between wizards. I have 1 year to teach you about the 3 unforgivables." Before he could finish, Ron blurted out nervously, "What? What did you just say?" Moody's magical blue eye swiveled sharply to focus on Ron. Ron swallowed hard, regretting his outburst immediately. It had been an impulsive slip, and now, faced with Moody's intense scrutiny, he'd rather be facing a room full of spiders. Just as Ron was bracing himself to become the first student ever sent to Azkaban for interrupting class, Moody surprised him by laughing. "You're Arthur Weasley's son, eh?" Moody said, eyeing Ron's bright red hair. "Yeah, I see it now. A few days ago, your dad helped me out of a particularly tricky spot." "That's right, I'm only teaching for a year, as a favor to Dumbledore. After that, it's back to a quiet retirement." Moody seemed unbothered by Ron's interruption, much to Ron's immense relief. From across the room, Malfoy let out a quiet snicker, deliberately making it audible. The smile vanished instantly from Moody's scarred face, and his magical eye whipped around to fix on Malfoy. Malfoy's smirk faded, though his expression still carried a hint of defiance. After all, it was hard to show much respect for someone openly name-dropping connections in class, especially when that same person had attacked you the day before. Moody scrutinized Malfoy for a long moment before letting out a rough laugh. His coarse hand slapped the desk loudly, signaling for everyone to refocus on the lesson. Moody got down to business, the first dark arts defense class of the term. Clutching a piece of chalk in his hand, he barked loudly, "Who can tell me which spells are punished most severely under wizarding law?" The question hung in the air as a few trembling hands were raised, including Ron's and Hermione's. Moody's gaze swept across the room before pointing at Ron. His voice, though gravelly, carried a softer, more measured tone. "Weasley." Right," Ron began hesitantly, "my dad mentioned one once. It's called the Imperious Curse or something, isn't it?" "Ah, yes." Moody boomed approvingly. "Your father would know about that one. The Imperious Curse caused the Ministry plenty of trouble over the years." As he spoke, Moody quickly scrawled, "Imperious Curse," on the blackboard before hobbling to the desk. Supporting himself with his fake leg, he opened a drawer and pulled out a glass jar. "Some of you here aren't entirely unfamiliar with the effects of the Imperious Curse, are you?" His magical eye locked onto John, who met his gaze without flinching. Inside the jar, 3 large black spiders scuttled around frantically. Ron instantly regretted speaking up, silently swearing he'd never willingly share a room with spiders again. "From what I've heard, back in your first year, a poor child here fell victim to the Imperious Curse," Moody said as he reached into the jar without hesitation, plucking out one of the spiders. He held the spider in his outstretched palm, ensuring everyone could get a good look at it. Holding his wand aloft, Moody pointed it at the spider and muttered, Imperio. The spider, now under the curse, sprang off his palm, dangling by a single thread of silk as if it were swinging on a trapeze. It spun in midair, somersaulted, and landed on the desk, where it stood on its hind legs and began to perform a tap dance. Laughter rippled through the classroom, and even Moody's lips twitched upward ever so slightly. You think it's funny, do you? He rasped, his voice cutting through the mirth. Would you still laugh if I used it on one of you? Would you enjoy it then? The laughter died instantly. Moody's gaze shifted to John, who had been quiet since entering the classroom. In a softer, almost menacing tone, Moody continued, total control. The victim has no will of their own. I could make them jump from a window, drown themselves, or make them. His voice dropped further. Kill someone else. The bluntness of his words sent shivers through the room. Faces paled, and unease spread like wildfire. Fixing his unsettling gaze directly on John, Moody added, Wick would understand that feeling, wouldn't you? The helplessness of being completely at someone else's mercy. The room fell utterly silent. All eyes turned to John. It was well known that back in his first year, John had once been subjected to the Imperio's curse. John's expression remained impassive as ever. He noticed Daphne casting a concerned glance his way. With a subtle shake of his head, he reassured her. There was no need to worry, after all, he'd only faked being controlled by Quirrell back then. Let Moody say whatever he liked. Years ago, many wizards fell victim to the Imperio's curse. It created a nightmare for the Ministry of Magic. They had to figure out who was lying and who had acted under compulsion. The Imperio's curse can be resisted. I'll teach you how, but it requires immense strength of character. The best defense, though, is to avoid being hit by it in the first place. Moody's gaze lingered on John for a moment longer before he suddenly bellowed, constant vigilance. The spider was roughly snatched up and tossed back into the glass jar. Moody's gaze swept over the class as he barked, who else knows another curse? To everyone's surprise, Neville raised his hand. Moody pointed at him. Longbottom. Neville spoke softly but clearly. There's the Cruciatus curse. Moody's expression shifted slightly as he focused both eyes, normal and magical, on Neville. From the jar, he pulled out a second spider. He muttered an engorgement charm, causing the spider to swell until it was larger than a tarantula. Ugh. Ron pushed his chair back, as though that would keep him safe. Raising his wand, Moody pointed it at the spider and intoned, Crucio. The spider writhed violently, its limbs twitching in agony. Though it made no sound, its tortured movements made it clear that it was screaming internally. Neville's face turned ashen. He squeezed his eyes shut, pained and overwhelmed. Stop it. Hermione's sharp voice broke through, cutting into the heavy atmosphere. Moody halted immediately. Lowering his wand, he muttered a spell to shrink the spider back to its original size before tossing it back into the jar. Extreme pain, Moody said softly. If you know the Cruciatus curse, you can drive someone insane without any other tools. Now, who knows what the last curse is? Hermione raised her hand for the third time, and Moody finally called on her. The killing curse, Hermione whispered, as if speaking louder might accidentally cause harm. Yes, that's the last one, and the most unforgivable one of all, the killing curse. Moody's lips twitched as he forced a grim smile. He pulled out the final spider and raised his wand. The students' faces were filled with pleading, silently hoping he wouldn't utter the incantation. Avada Kedavra. The words were spoken almost tenderly, like a gentle goodnight. Green light flared, piercing their eyes, and the spider's body went completely still, without a single visible mark. It was dead. Several students clamped their hands over their mouths to suppress screams. The spider's lifeless body slid across the desk from the impact, heading toward Ron, who recoiled in terror, almost toppling from his chair. Quiet, cold, and deeply unsettling, Moody said. That's the killing curse. No counterspell, no defense against it. His normal eye focused on Harry, while the magical eye turned toward John. As far as people know, only one person has ever survived this curse. And I mean the fully powered killing curse, Moody said, his voice steady. The students exchanged uneasy glances as Moody continued, the Avada Kedavra requires a tremendous amount of magical strength as its foundation. Any of you could draw your wands, point them at me, and recite the incantation. Moody chuckled, though the sound was as unpleasant and unnerving as the curse itself. I suspect the worst I'd suffer is a bloody nose. Just like Wick, his situation was both pitiful and remarkably lucky. The person who cast the curse on him was so weak, they probably didn't even have as much magical power as you lot do now. Hearing himself mentioned again, John grimaced. Really? There was an actual boy who lived sitting over there who'd taken Voldemort's killing curse head on, and he talks about the killing curse of Quirrell. A/N, you guys remember how Hagrid carried John, Draco, and Harry when Quirrell suddenly emerged and cast a killing curse at John? Ch29. Could Moody give him a break for once? The reason the unforgivable curses were labeled as such was simple: using any of them meant a guaranteed trip to Azkaban. Of course, Moody wasn't going there. Reality was what it was. You couldn't expect some people to be treated the same as ordinary folks. After class, the students bolted from the room like freed rabbits, their steps hurried as they chattered about the lesson. "John, you've collected 2 out of the 3 unforgivable curses," Malfoy quipped. As he said this, Goyle, distracted by talking to Crabbe, walked straight into the back of Malfoy's head. Well, Fatty fell down. Read 12 chapters ahead. Chapter 195, 195, Neville's Thoughts and My Rejection. Neville stood alone in the corridor, his hand unconsciously clenching tightly. It hurts, it hurts." The armor he used as a sparring partner screamed, and Neville finally reacted. Looking at the armored hand that was crushed by him, he was a little embarrassed. Hermione, who had already been worried about Neville, noticed something was off. "Neville," she asked softly, approaching him cautiously. "Oh. Hi," Neville stammered, trying desperately to bend the crushed hand of the armor back into shape, clearly flustered. Seeing the mangled hand, Ron gulped hard and whispered to Harry, "He could totally crush my head with one hand." Harry nodded in agreement. Neville had grown significantly taller and noticeably more muscular. His arms were now thick and defined, and the little belly he once had was gone, replaced with a well-developed chest. If it weren't for the loose wizard robes, his physique would be impossible to hide. Hermione, ever observant, moved closer with concern. She could tell something wasn't right with Neville. As the trio tried to comfort him, Malfoy's aggravating voice echoed through the hallway. "Hey, Neville Longbottom. Did you get so scared you lost your mind?" Ron immediately spun around like a hound catching a scent and shouted, "Get lost, Malfoy." Malfoy ignored him and continued provocatively, 3 laps around the Black Lake, are you in, or not?" "What's this about 3 laps around the Black Lake?" Harry asked, confused. Neville abandoned his attempts to fix the armor's hand and replied to Malfoy, "Add some weight to it." Malfoy grinned and turned to leave. Neville thanked the trio, saying, "Thank you for checking on me." "I'm fine, just a little." The words caught in his throat, and a hint of melancholy flickered across Neville's face before he quickly headed downstairs. Harry, puzzled, asked, "Since when did Malfoy get along so well with Neville?" Hermione glared at him with exasperation and snapped, "Have you ever noticed what Neville's been wearing?" "What?" Ron looked equally clueless. "The badge. Percy mentioned it before, the Constellation Society badge." Hermione, the future Minister for Magic, stared at the 2 dimwits as if they were hopeless. "No way," Ron said, incredulous. "When did he join?" "I had no idea." Harry nodded in agreement. They had shared a dorm with Neville all this time and never noticed. Hermione's expression was one of utter exhaustion. She'd had enough. The world might as well just end now. The sound of heavy footsteps echoed from behind. The trio turned around to see Moody limping toward them, his gruff voice booming, "Have you seen Longbottom anywhere?" Neville was trudging along with weights strapped to his body, dragging a suit of armor behind him on a wooden plank. The armor was shouting loudly, "Slow down, I'm falling apart." Neville pressed forward with determination, panting heavily, while Malfoy, drenched in sweat and gritting his teeth, trailed behind, also pulling a suit of armor. The armor Malfoy was dragging yelled out, "Woohoo, I'm a knight. Faster, my little dragon." Malfoy looked like he wanted to throw the armor into the lake. Near the edge of the Black Lake, tentacles surfaced. The giant squid watched the scene with interest, while a few mere people emerged, placing bets on who would win. John sat on a large boulder, which bore marks from being dragged over a long distance. He stared at Neville and commented, "Neville seems preoccupied today." John reflected on Neville's parents in St. Mungo's, suspecting that the Cruciatus curse from class had stirred up unpleasant memories. Beside him, Heinrich took off his robe, revealing a short-sleeved shirt, and handed John a glass of water. John accepted it and downed it in one gulp, narrowing his eyes thoughtfully. Neville's parents' situation needs to be addressed. The torture from the Cruciatus curse left their minds damaged. To help someone regain their mental stability was as complex as performing a soul surgery. With his unicorn-based mental magic, John figured he might be able to give it a try. Glancing at his magic reserve, which was set to level up in a few days, John decided to make his attempt after the upgrade. After 3 laps, Malfoy collapsed onto the ground, while the suit of armor behind him waved a stick it had picked up, complaining, "How dare you stop?" "Shut up!" Malfoy snapped, glaring at the armor. Looking ahead, he saw Neville still running. "Neville," John called out from atop the boulder, signaling him to stop. When Neville turned, his face was streaked with something, sweat or tears, it was hard to tell. His eyes were red, his emotions raw. He seemed desperate to release his pent-up feelings through sheer exertion. John lightly touched his Constellation Society badge, a calm smile on his face. Your parents, I will heal them for you. Neville, who had been pushing himself to his limits, suddenly seemed to lose all strength. His legs gave out beneath him, and he collapsed to his knees by the lakeshore. He tried to stand but couldn't, eventually propping himself up with one hand on the ground, the other wiping his eyes. John, I know how they tortured my parents. Everyone says my parents are heroes, but I. Neville sobbed, letting loose tears and snot, emotions he had suppressed for far too long. The members of the Constellation Society didn't laugh or tease him. Instead, they stood silently, waiting. I just want to see my mom and dad happy and healthy. Even if it's just to hear them call me Neville once more, he shouted. Everyone mourned the loss of Harry Potter's parents, the tragedy of the boy who lived. But in that same year, Neville Longbottom's parents had also met a cruel fate. Malfoy staggered to his feet and growled, "Stop crying." "Huff I. I'll run another lap with you." John glanced at Malfoy's trembling legs, his expression a mix of amusement and disbelief. He waved dismissively and said, "You'd better go lie down in the common room. Neville, it's all right now. Trust me, I can heal your parents." Neville cried his heart out, finally releasing all the emotions that had been bottled up since leaving the hospital. The next day, Neville was radiant, as if nothing had happened. Meanwhile, John was writing letters in the Great Hall. 100 owls flew into the hall, creating their usual lively commotion. Amid the flurry, no one noticed a black, long-eared owl landing on John's shoulder. The snowy owl, Basil, nuzzled against the black owl, Riddle, before both owls took off in different directions, each carrying several letters. "I'll need to make a trip to the Forbidden Forest," John murmured. "I'm running low on unicorn horn." Treating Neville's parents would require the aid of potions, and John had already used his last batch of unicorn horn in a potion for Nagini. Friday arrived. In class, John remained consistent in his performance, a relentless point-scoring machine. Outside of defense against the dark arts, he was almost always the top scorer in every subject. Malfoy managed to answer a few questions as well, earning 5 points. After a full day of classes, John headed toward the Constellation Society's secret chamber. Before entering, John glanced at the magical wards. Since the incident at the start of the school year, there had been no further intrusions. This Confundus charm is quite powerful. John stepped into the secret chamber and raised his hand to summon the next star chart. After inspecting various aspects of the chamber, he upgraded the wooden door's enchantments. Entering the armory, John replenished the materials needed. He had designed the armory as a production line for crafting strike rings and various other items. Powered by a large, perpetual alchemy array, the Constellation Society's secret chamber operated continuously. A special faucet in the chamber dripped pure magical liquor, while any liquid with impurities flowed back into the chamber's pipeline to fuel its maintenance. John capped the bottles, sealed them with wax, and carefully placed them into the storage cabinet. As he exited, he ran into Luna. She was wearing the meteor-patterned shoes John had gifted her. While they fit perfectly, the flashy design didn't quite match her whimsical demeanor. "John," Luna called out, her voice ethereal and pleasant. John didn't mind her seeing him emerging from the Constellation Society's chamber. Smiling, he said, "Perfect timing. I was just about to look for you." Luna tilted her head, her expression slightly dazed. "It seems like a good thing." "Of course," John said softly, walking beside Luna. "Do you have time tomorrow? I have a gift for you." "I was planning to look for Crumplehorn Snorkax tomorrow," Luna replied. John chuckled and said mysteriously, "What a coincidence. That's exactly what I'm doing too. Don't you remember? I promised you last term." Luna's eyes lit up, and the two made plans. After parting ways at the staircase, John headed to the library to look for books on mental healing. In the library, he ran into Hermione. He stared at the badge pinned to Hermione's chest, hesitating. "Spew?" As if the act of expelling large quantities of something rapidly and forcibly. "Is that a joke or are you gonna run a vomiting club?" "Hey. It's not spew. It's SPEW, the Society for the Promotion of Elfish Welfare." Hermione huffed indignantly. John's eyes widened in confusion. "You created this?" Hermione nodded firmly. "Yes, I initially wanted to name it the Stop the Outrageous Abuse of Our Magical Brethren and campaign for a change in their legal status, but it didn't quite fit." "It definitely doesn't," John said dryly. "So, you're trying to fight for equal rights for house elves?" "Exactly." Hermione exclaimed, clearly finding talking to John far easier than dealing with her two clueless friends. Smiling, she extended an invitation. "John, would you like to join us?" "Sounds great." Hermione's smile grew even brighter. The next second. "But I refuse." Hermione's smile froze on her face. In disbelief, she shrieked, "Why?" Read 12 chapters ahead. Chapter 196, Equal Rights and Luna. Hermione hadn't expected her house elf rights promotion society to be rejected so outright. She couldn't understand why John would refuse such a good cause. Don't tell me you're like Ron, thinking house elves enjoy being enslaved. Hermione's voice unconsciously rose. No, Hermione, John shook his head and replied calmly, but let me ask you this, why are you so determined to help house elves? Why? Hermione froze for a moment before responding, isn't it obvious? We shouldn't stand by and watch them be enslaved like this. They should be paid for their work, not do it for free. Wrong. John looked at her, his expression tinged with a faint exasperation at her naivety. Do you know how wizards came to hold their current status? Before Hermione could respond, John continued, his tone carrying a faint chill. Through slaughter. A great deal of slaughter. As if on cue, a gust of cold wind seemed to sweep through, sending a shiver down Hermione's spine. At the beginning, wizards and many magical creatures didn't coexist peacefully. You should know about the Goblin rebellions. House elves were also among the losers of those wars. In those wars, countless wizards died. The house elves were enslaved, and the pact prohibiting them from using wands was established. John's words caused beads of sweat to form on Hermione's forehead as she began to grasp the weight of what he was saying. To the victor goes the spoils. The losers pay the price. House elves seem pitiful because so many wizards once fell at their hands. His brown eyes gleamed faintly, exuding a cold light, the persona of Johnny Silverhand was leaking. Wizards are the beneficiaries. In the Muggle world, similar things have happened. It's not about species, it's about winning and losing. Indeed, this has happened everywhere at some point. This is the wizarding world. Perhaps there have been kind masters who freed their slaves, but as the saying goes, those who are not of our kind will always have different hearts. After being enslaved for so long, house elves are steeped in servility, thoroughly brainwashed by wizards. But once the first house elf rises in rebellion, others will gradually awaken. When that happens, will they coexist peacefully with wizards and their own kind? Either domesticate them or drive them away, John said calmly. The goblins in Gringotts also lost to the wizards, but do you think they've given up their ambitions? They've never let go of their desire for control over the magical world. The greedy glint of a goblin's eye flashed in Hermione's mind, leaving her momentarily dazed. John's words were brutally realistic, stripped of fantasy. This wasn't a storybook, for John, this was a real world. Perhaps, at some point in the past, he might have felt joy when seeing fictional outcasts liberated in a story. But in reality, if cats and dogs capable of wielding guns were freed, would they still be humanity's best friends? House elves are incredibly powerful. Even without a wand, Dobby had knocked Lucius Malfoy flying. Hogwarts anti-apparition spells are ineffective against them. For John, the current house elves are the best version of house elves. Grant them equal rights with wizards, and sooner or later, wizards will find themselves in another war against house elves. Hermione left, her step somewhat unsteady as she departed. John wasn't sure if she would continue to hold onto her beliefs, but regardless, he would still consider her a friend. Entering the library, John sifted through a considerable number of books. There were few resources on the subject of the mind, but he sat there, reading diligently. After going through book after book on mental studies, John had formed a preliminary plan for treating the Longbottoms. Excessive trauma has caused them to shut themselves off. He rubbed his chin, finding the Longbottoms' condition particularly tricky. After all, it involved the Cruciatus Curse, one of the 3 unforgivable curses. Mental magic requires unlocking the door to their minds, which demands immense empathy. That means I have to be just like them. John felt a headache coming on. Did this mean he would need someone to cast the Cruciatus Curse on him? He had no masochistic tendencies, and even if the curse was used, it might not work. At the very least, he needed to achieve empathy. It was akin to tuning a frequency, he had to align his own mind with that of the Longbottoms to be able to receive their signal. Going from 0 to 1 is incredibly difficult. Then again, if it were easy, Dumbledore wouldn't have spent all these years watching Order of the Phoenix's heroes remain in a state of madness. John packed up his books and left. Saturday. The weather was pleasant today, and John got up for his morning exercises. Just because there was no Quidditch this term didn't mean training wasn't necessary. Malfoy had gone out early. With Montague now the new Quidditch captain, Malfoy hadn't contested the position. Flint's graduation had left the team in need of a tactical overhaul. As a core player, the team's strategies were gradually shifting to center around Malfoy. Since it was just a routine practice, Malfoy didn't need to use his firebolt. The firebolt that Lucius had ordered for Malfoy was still en route, a reward for helping Slytherin clinch the championship. Though, it was also partly tied to some winnings from the World Cup. Malfoy had expressed interest in pursuing professional Quidditch, and John fully supported him. That particular venture had been especially lucrative for John, allowing him to make a substantial profit. In his enthusiasm, John had distributed bonuses to all his employees, further solidifying his prestige. Among this year's incoming students, there was a werewolf. As for how John discovered this, it was because he had sponsored the students' enrollment. Secret enrollment, carried out discreetly, had its reasons. The situation needed careful observation first. With Lupin as a precedent of the werewolf community, Dumbledore had allowed a werewolf to enroll as well. However, the student wasn't sorted into Slytherin but Hufflepuff instead. This was ultimately a good thing for the young werewolf wizard. Hufflepuff was known to be the most inclusive house. Johnny Silverhand would be responsible for supplying Wolfsbane potion until the young werewolf graduated. Oh, by the way, this young wizard was the adopted grandson of old Jack, named Little Jack. After finishing his morning exercise, John headed to Hagrid's hut. He had made an appointment with Luna, and he was also going to the Forbidden Forest to look for Weiwei. At the hut, Hagrid hadn't come out yet, but Fong had already bounded out. Fong enthusiastically circled John, who promptly stuffed its mouth with some dog food. "John, you're here," Hagrid greeted cheerfully when he emerged. He had been busy lately studying the cute snoring beast John had given him. The little creature had given him plenty of surprises. It had a talent for something akin to apparition, and it was impressively powerful. It could even move around inside the castle. The Snorkack ate all kinds of plants, but its current favorite was dragon fruit. When John entered, he saw the Snorkack with its head buried in half a dragon fruit, eating heartily. There was also some Dittany placed nearby. It had grown slightly larger, but it was still small enough for John to pick up effortlessly with one hand. John lifted it and examined it closely. The Snorkack's fur had a waterproof quality. Dew simply slid off without soaking in. "Hagrid, what are you up to?" Noticing Hagrid acting suspiciously, John glanced over and caught sight of him hiding a piece of paper behind his back. Hagrid turned his head awkwardly, trying to conceal it, but a portion of the paper was still visible. "Madame Maxime." Spotting the words on the paper, John raised his head to look at Hagrid again. Hagrid, as if caught red-handed, looked embarrassed and stammered, unable to explain himself. Luckily, John just gave it a quick glance before turning his attention back to the Snorkack, whispering to it in a low voice. "Moo." The Snorkack, whether it understood or not, nodded solemnly as if it did. After finalizing their plans, John bid farewell to Hagrid. However, just as he walked out the door, he abruptly turned back. Hagrid, who had just let out a sigh of relief, jumped in surprise. "Oh, right, Madame Maxime likes tulip perfume. You could spray a little on the letter," John said casually. Hagrid's face turned beet red, and John turned on his heel to leave. Upon arriving at the Forbidden Forest, John immediately spotted Luna wandering dreamily as she stepped inside. She was looking upward, as if searching for something. "I was thinking, maybe the crumple-horned Snorkack might stay in trees," she said. Her ethereal voice was as melodious as a song, calming anyone who heard it. Hearing this, John found it amusing and replied in a mock-serious tone, "Really? I think I found a crumple-horned Snorkack in a tree once, too." As his words trailed off, John noticed Luna staring at him. He felt as though she had seen through his clumsy lie and quickly added, "It might also be in tree hollows, right?" Luna nodded in agreement. John beckoned her to follow, and the two of them walked deeper into the forest. After some time and distance, they had ventured into a denser part of the forest. "Shoo!" John suddenly stopped, causing Luna, who was following closely behind, to accidentally bump into him. "Ow!" Clutching her head, Luna looked in the direction John was staring. In that part of the forest, there was a very large tree. It seemed like two trees intertwined, their trunks merging into one. On the trunk, there was a hollow. "It's there," John whispered, lowering his voice. Luna spotted a small head poking out of the hollow, struggling to emerge. The curved horns on its head seemed almost too big for it. Her eyes widened, and John could clearly see an expression of astonishment on Luna's face. It seemed like this was a first for her. A slight movement in the bushes caused a rustling sound, startling the crumple-horned Snorkack. It quickly retreated into the hollow but soon peeked out again. This time, it locked eyes with Luna. The Snorkack couldn't hold back and let out a fart. With a loud pop, the entire creature vanished. "Where did it go?" Luna asked, starting to look around when she felt something crawling over her shoulder. She glanced down to see the crumple-horned Snorkack clinging to her robes with its tiny paws. Gently, she cupped it in her hands and, in her ethereal, soft voice, said, "Hello, my name is Luna." Her earnest self-introduction left the Snorkack stunned. It froze for a moment before finally letting out a soft moo. Luna laughed, her smile bright and radiant. "Thank you, John," she said. John felt as though she understood everything. Leaning against a tree, he silently watched her, a small smile playing on his lips. He waved his hand dismissively. Read 12 chapters ahead. Chapter 197, 197, Poachers. Since John had heard the description from Luna, John thought that maybe he hadn't created this new beast but had made it come to reality. Luna called it a crumple-horned snorkack and John's naming sense was never good, so he decisively changed its name from crooked-horned snorbeast to crumple-horned snorkack. The crumple-horned snorkack seemed to adore Luna, showing her an unusual level of affection. John speculated that this might be due to the intentions behind its creation. Magic is deeply mysterious. Sometimes, a single word or even a fleeting thought could become the foundation of a spell. Luna was a clever witch. As Ravenclaw once said, wit beyond measure is man's greatest treasure. Just as John was preparing to escort Luna back, a commotion came from the forest ahead. It sounded like a large animal was charging through the woods. "Stay back." John stepped in front of Luna protectively and drew his wand. He fixed his gaze on the source of the noise, which was growing louder by the second. To their astonishment, a massive magical creature burst out from the trees. Its fur resembled a tiger's but was unkempt and wild, and it swung its long, peony-like tail with vigor. The beast leaped into the air, landing briefly on a tree before crashing heavily to the ground. John's eyes were wide with surprise as he muttered, "Eh? What is that?" Before he could get a closer look, the creature, which had lain motionless for a moment after its fall, suddenly sprang up and darted away with incredible speed. It moved so quickly that all John could do was point a finger in its direction. In an instant, the creature disappeared into the depths of the forbidden forest. John saw it clearly. The large magical creature had a collar around its neck, with spikes that pierced into its fur, and it radiated fear and panic. An escapee. The collar was a tool used by poachers to prevent animals from escaping and to facilitate their taming. "Luna, I'm taking you back." John spoke seriously. Something was clearly wrong. Poachers had entered the forbidden forest. These were ruthless people, and if they were discovered, the outcome wouldn't be good. But SSH. Without another word, John grabbed Luna's hand and quickly headed back the way they had come. Not long after they left, a group of wizards emerged in pursuit. A thin man with a thick beard stared at the bloodstains on the ground and cursed loudly, "Damn beast, don't let it die out here." They continued their chase. John and Luna made it out of the forbidden forest, where Hagrid found them. Hagrid, with a stern expression, shouted, "John, you shouldn't sneak into the forbidden forest. It's very dangerous in there." John, his ears ringing from Hagrid's loud voice, raised his hand to stop him from continuing. "Hagrid, there are poachers in the forbidden forest," John said, turning to Luna. "Luna, it's very dangerous here." "But aren't you scared?" Luna asked curiously. John froze for a moment. Should he tell her he planned to capture those poachers? The forbidden forest was home to a herd of unicorns, and Wei Wei was still in there. John didn't want anything to happen to her. "It's fine. Hagrid will be with me," John said, patting Hagrid's belly. Hagrid, now thoroughly alarmed by John's words, looked anxious. "Those damn poachers. How can they hurt such adorable creatures?" In a hurry, Hagrid dashed back to grab his crossbow. In his urgency, he even forgot that John was still a student and pulled him along, asking, "Where are they?" "I'll lead you there," John replied. He had promised to meet Wei Wei, and he was worried she might run into the poachers. After saying goodbye to Luna, John and Hagrid sprinted into the forbidden forest. John moved through the trees like a nimble monkey, while Hagrid's long strides carried him swiftly. Before long, they returned to the spot where they had encountered the giant magical creature and found wizard footprints there. "They're indeed poachers," Hagrid said, recognizing the tracks immediately. "Only poachers wore spiked boots like these." He asked, "What kind of animal was it?" "It looked like a tiger, or maybe a lion, with incredible speed and a tail like a blooming peony," John described. Hearing this, Hagrid pondered for a moment before exclaiming excitedly, "Oh! It might be a Zoyu. That's a magical creature, very rare." John could clearly see the eager glint in Hagrid's eyes and strongly suspected that Hagrid wanted to rescue the Zoyu and secretly keep it as a pet. "Unfortunately, we have no way to track it. Centaurs don't usually like helping," Hagrid said, looking disappointed. He sighed deeply. "Back in the day, Aragog would have helped me, but now all his offspring are gone." Hearing the name Aragog, John awkwardly cleared his throat. "Ahem, actually, I can help." He took out his wand, placing it in his palm. Without any visible movement, the wand pointed in a specific direction. "This is the point me spell. I marked the Zoyu when I saw it earlier." The wand's direction was clear, and John began to walk that way. Hagrid, his voice booming with approval, said, "John, you're a genius." Following the wand's guidance, the two of them hurried through the forest. Along the way, they came across large footprints. This discovery only made Hagrid more certain it was a Zoyu. Picking up speed, they pressed on. Before the sun fully set, they heard voices. "That creature is too hard to catch." If we hadn't restricted its abilities beforehand, it would have already escaped. Stop complaining. If you hadn't fallen asleep, it wouldn't have gotten out in the first place. Hurry up and catch it. Once we finish this job, I'm retiring, one of the men said. Yeah. Look, here's a picture of my girlfriend. Isn't she beautiful? I'm marrying her as soon as I get back, another added, showing off a photo. Honestly, I've been thinking about retiring too. Getting old, can't keep up with this work anymore, another chimed in. Haha, well then, let's finish this one job and call it quits, the bearded man, apparently the leader, said with a laugh. There were 4 of them in total, and John assumed the bearded man was in charge. Listening to them casually plan their futures, John couldn't help but pause in thought. Why do I suddenly feel like I'm the villain here, he muttered to himself, bemused by their oddly relatable banter. Shaking his head, John cast a disillusionment charm on himself. John. Hagrid turned to check, only to find that John had vanished. I'm here. I'll go take out the leader first, John whispered back. With silent, calculated steps, John moved closer to the group. The 4 poachers were chatting and walking so casually that anyone watching might think they were just out for a stroll in the Forbidden Forest. Once John was close enough to the bearded leader, he glanced briefly at his wand, then without hesitation, swung a solid punch at the back of the man's head. Boom. The bearded man flew through the air from John's punch and collapsed to the ground, knocked out cold. Knockout by physical means. The other 3 were shocked, but as experienced poachers, they reacted immediately, launching spells toward the direction where the bearded man had been hit. The 3 spells shot through empty air without any resistance. Just as they were about to shout out a warning, a scream erupted from one of them. Turning around, they saw one of their companions clutching his hands, which were twisted and hanging limp, clearly broken. A wand floated ominously in midair, and without a moment's hesitation, the 2 remaining poachers launched their attacks in that direction. The wand, however, was flung straight at one of them, striking him square on the forehead. Before he could react, his vision went dark, and he crumpled to the ground, unconscious. The last remaining poacher was now drenched in sweat. Panicking, he shouted, "Who's there? Come out! Come out!" His cries were answered only by the rustling of the trees in the gathering twilight. From the shadows, he could feel a pair of eyes watching him. He fired spell after spell in that direction, but fear overtook him, and he turned to run. Instead, he slammed into something solid. No, it wasn't a wall. Fuck. It wasn't a wall at all. Looking up, the remaining poacher saw Hagrid gripping his shoulders. With a swift motion, Hagrid hurled the man through the air. The poacher collided with a tree and promptly passed out. John deactivated his disillusionment charm and thought to himself that if he had just let Hagrid charge in earlier, none of this would have been so complicated. He collected the wands from the 4 poachers and conjured ropes to tie them up securely. With the poachers dealt with, John found a compass-like object on the bearded man. A tracker, huh, he muttered. Suddenly, the pointer on the tracker began to spin wildly. Before John could react, a tunnel-like portal materialized before his eyes. From within the portal, a massive head leapt out. It was the Zowu. Its enormous maw, full of sharp teeth, lunged directly at John. If not for his quick casting of a shield charm, John was certain he would have been devoured. Hey, over here! Hagrid shouted in alarm. He charged at the Zowu, tackling it to the side. Holding his crossbow, Hagrid tried to soothe the frenzied creature. It must be that collar those blasted poachers put on it, he said. Hagrid attempted to calm the Zowu, but it was utterly enraged and continued thrashing about violently. It leaped continuously between the trees, like a hunting lion. Hagrid wasn't afraid of the Zowu itself, but he was deeply concerned about John getting hurt. John drew his wand, intending to immobilize the creature. It's no use, it's too fast, Hagrid warned, frustration evident after several failed attempts to communicate with the Zowu. If John used a spell, it might only make things worse by further enraging the already panicked creature. He needed a different approach. An idea struck John, and he decided to try using mental magic to communicate. Tuning into the creature's emotions, he sensed an overwhelming fear dominating its thoughts. Seizing an opportunity, John activated the speed of his enchanted meteor boots, propelling himself towards the Zowu. In midair, he grabbed hold of its thick mane and channeled his mental magic. Big guy, we're not going to hurt you. Read 12 chapters ahead. Chapter 198, Comfort and Rescue. Darkness engulfed John's vision, and an overwhelming surge of emotions, unease, panic, fear, dread, poured into his mind all at once. He could feel the Zowu's torment as if it were his own, even the sharp pain of the collar's barbs piercing into its bones was vividly clear. Gore. SSS. Drawing in a sharp breath, John forced himself to endure the discomfort and softly whispered words of reassurance. Hey, big guy, the sun's setting. Through the mental magic, his soothing words reached the Zowu's mind, causing its frantic movements to slow. Hagrid's booming voice rang out in excitement, "John, it's working." Clinging tightly to the Zowu's mane, John continued in a gentle tone, "It's okay, the bad guys have been caught." The Zowu began to calm down, though it still remained highly wary. John shouted, "Hagrid, do you have anything to help the Zowu calm down?" With Hagrid being a magical creature expert, there was no need to ask anyone else. Hagrid, who had been panicking moments ago, quickly responded, "Wait here," before rushing into the woods. During this time, John did his best to continue soothing the Zowu using his mental magic. The creature bore numerous scars from its captivity, the worst of which were on its eyes and neck. Its left eye was dull and lifeless, seemingly blind, while the vision in its right eye was cloudy, like that of someone severely nearsighted. The collar around the Zowu's neck continued to tighten, leaving John with no choice but to focus on calming it. He didn't have a free hand to remove the cruel device. Hagrid returned, holding something that looked suspiciously like an oversized cat toy. Approaching cautiously, he waved the toy in the air, trying to capture the Zowu's attention. With its severely nearsighted eyes, the Zowu had to get quite close to see what Hagrid was holding. The moment it spotted the cat toy, John felt the tension ease in the creature. It stretched out its massive paws, batting at the toy with a playful motion. It was working. Exchanging a glance with Hagrid, John quietly shifted his hands toward the collar. This device was cruel by design. Any resistance would activate its mechanism, severing the creature's neck. Poor beast. Several steel spikes had already pierced deep into the Zowu's flesh. If they went any further, it would be fatal. For most wizards, this would be a daunting task, but for John, a master of alchemy, it was manageable. He extended his right hand, and a silver ring slid over 2 of his fingers. Gently pressing against the collar, John sent a pulse through it, causing the magical structure within to collapse instantly. With a simple reductio, the collar shattered into fragments, and the embedded spikes withdrew. The Zowu let out a pained cry as the spikes were removed, a sound that oddly resembled that of a massive, disgruntled cat. Hagrid waved the giant cat toy, and the Zowu obediently lay down on the ground, seemingly pacified. John inspected its wounds, noticing that the injuries bore traces of dark magic, which made them resistant to ordinary healing spells. "They'll heal with time and care," Hagrid said, his eyes shining with excitement. The mental abacus in his head was practically clattering as he calculated the logistics of keeping the Zowu. John gave Hagrid a withering look. The Zowu was practically made for Hagrid's aesthetic, massive in size and radiating a ferocious energy. But keeping a Zowu wasn't just impractical, it was borderline suicidal. Not only was it highly dangerous, but it could also traverse space at will. Ignoring Hagrid's enthusiasm, John pulled out a handful of galleons. With one hand holding the coins and the other pressed against the Zowu's wound, he began to channel a spell. Gore. The Zowu flinched at the sensation, its massive head turning toward John with the intention to bite. But just as quickly, it stopped, distracted by a strange, ticklish feeling emanating from the wound. Using the coin spell he had learned from the ancient goblin magic, John watched as the galleons vanished rapidly in his hand. Unbothered, he casually pulled out more coins to continue the treatment. When you have money, you can afford to be extravagant. Meanwhile, he discreetly took out a vial and collected a sample of the Zowu's blood as it oozed from the wound. Bit by bit, the fragments of the cursed collar embedded in the flesh were expelled, and after burning through a staggering 500 galleons, the wound was finally healed. "Ridiculously expensive, good thing it has no value to me," John muttered. Even opening a store by yourself couldn't match the speed of the coin spell taking the profits away. In less than half a minute, John had burned through 500 galleons. Even wasting money wasn't this extravagant. With the pain gone, the Zowu became noticeably more cheerful. It sprang up, hopping around in joy. Its vision was still problematic, but with proper rest and recovery, it should heal over time. Without drawing attention to himself, John quietly stashed away the vial of Zowu blood. From the edge of the Forbidden Forest, a unicorn came bounding toward him. It was Wei Wei. Beside her was a centaur, someone familiar, Firenze, whom John had met during his first year. There was no denying it, Firenze was incredibly handsome. Wei Wei circled around John a few times, then gently touched him with her horn. "The Forbidden Forest has had a lot of large animals active lately. I was worried about you," she mentally said with concern. Touched by her care, John reached out and patted Wei Wei's mane. Meanwhile, Firenze approached the Zowu and began conversing with Hagrid. The poachers had woken up. Upon seeing Hagrid, they started yelling, especially the one whose fingers had been broken. His screams were particularly miserable. Hagrid decided to hand them over to the school for punishment. These poachers had been sneaking into the Forbidden Forest every year to capture rare magical creatures. Firenze came over to express his gratitude. The Zowu's rampage had caused chaos in the Forbidden Forest, affecting some of the creatures, and the poachers had captured several magical animals. John handed the poachers over to Hagrid and Firenze for them to deal with, knowing they would rescue the captured creatures. As he was about to leave, John turned to look at the big cat following him and felt a headache coming on. "Why are you following me?" "Gore." Zowu tilted its head. He could sense the Zowu's feelings of fear and vulnerability, likely a result of forming a dependence on him after being rescued. John needed to visit the unicorn herd, but if the Zowu followed, it might frighten the unicorns. Wei Wei assured him it wouldn't be a problem, explaining that the Zowu, as a benevolent creature, wouldn't eat anything other than dead animals. With no other choice, John reluctantly brought the Zowu along. Since its vision was impaired, John held up his glowing wand to light the way for it. After passing through the waterfall, John arrived once more at the unicorn's habitat. Clark wasn't there, so Wei Wei led John to collect the unicorn horn. As payment, John left behind a bottle of Starry Brew, a magical drink rich in power, which immediately won over a large group of unicorns. When Clark returned, he was greeted by the sight of a group of drunken unicorns. In the end, John left the Zowu with Hagrid. After repeatedly promising to return, the Zowu reluctantly agreed to stay behind. Hagrid, brimming with excitement, prepared an assortment of food for the Zowu, piling up things like dead sheep and pigs in front of it. True to his word, John returned the next day to check on it. The Zowu was overjoyed, bounding around like an oversized house cat. Hagrid's small hut was nearly toppled by its antics, but far from being upset, Hagrid was thrilled. Poor Fong, however, wasn't as pleased. Terrified of the Zowu, he refused to go inside the hut, worried it might collapse and bury him. John had thought that after their previous conversation, Hermione would drop the idea of forming her society. To his surprise, she went through with it anyway. Harry and Ron, looking utterly miserable, were roped into spreading awareness among students. They were practically going around asking, "Have you heard about Amway?" The Society for the Promotion of Elfish Welfare hadn't even managed to gain a foothold. Understandably so, most wizards were used to house elves being servants and weren't about to give up such a convenient arrangement. Even the famously inclusive Hufflepuffs weren't keen on the idea, especially since they often relied on house elves for midnight snacks. Without house elves, who would make their late-night meals? Draco Malfoy, upon hearing about the society, was seething with anger. He still hadn't forgotten how Harry had tricked the Malfoy family's house elf. So it was premeditated. Feeling a bit guilty, John averted his gaze. He couldn't very well admit that back then, he simply found Lucius Malfoy annoying and had nudged Harry into doing it. "Sorry, Harry, but you're just going to have to take the blame for this one," John thought to himself, silently apologizing before pretending as if nothing had happened. Basil flew over carrying some letters. Taking them, John glanced through and noticed that there really weren't many people researching mental magic. He had sent inquiries to a few authorities on healing magic, but unfortunately, none of them could confirm whether his method would work. Some, however, did provide constructive feedback. They suggested that if John's approach, using empathy to break into the minds of the Longbottoms, was successful, then healing might indeed be possible. No one dared guarantee success, though. After all, no one had ever attempted such a thing before. Setting the letters aside, John tapped his fingers on the table. It seemed that there was at least some potential in his plan. Among the letters Basil brought back were a few from Tommy. It seemed Basil had noticed them and decided to deliver them along the way. The letters mentioned that the investigation into Tom Riddle's family home and the orphanage had already begun. John had instructed them to notify him immediately upon any discoveries, with no need to conduct further investigations. With only a surname to go on, given the current reach of Johnny Silverhand's network, finding the target was just a matter of time. Meanwhile, another matter arose. Barty Crouch Sr., who had been away on official duties for some time, returned home to find that his house had been broken into. Something happened at old Barty's place. John frowned. Recently, Barty Sr. had been preoccupied with work and, with his son absent from the house, had rarely been home. Additionally, since he had dismissed the family's house elf, it ruled out the possibility of the elf returning. Was this a direct move against Barty Sr., or was there some other motive at play? Read 12 chapters ahead. Chapter 199, Leveling Up the Magic. Harry had been corresponding frequently of late, pouring out his thoughts to Sirius Black. Before the school term started, he experienced pain in his scar and saw something in his dreams. He mentioned the pain in his scar to Sirius, who became worried. Initially, Harry intended to tell Sirius about his dreams, but then Malfoy's words came to mind. "Potter, you should face me directly, not hide behind your new babysitter." Harry disliked Malfoy immensely, but those words made him waver. He realized he had been troubling too many people. Even Hermione tried to persuade him to tell Dumbledore. But Harry felt he shouldn't bother Dumbledore too much. In the end, he only told Sirius that it was likely just a psychological effect, leaving Sirius half convinced. Hermione, meanwhile, dragged Harry into working on the Society for the Promotion of Elfish Welfare, SPEW. Membership cost just 2 sickles, with the funds going toward promotional efforts. Unfortunately, even at such a low price, no one was interested in joining. A significant portion of their peers thought the trio had lost their minds, with Malfoy being the loudest among them. He often mocked Harry, comparing him to a beggar clutching a coin jar. This left Harry feeling deeply embarrassed. As he said this, Malfoy would lean in, staring at the badge labeled SPEW, and laughing uproariously, while smugly flaunting his own intricate and beautiful Constellation Society badge. On Malfoy's badge, the stars would even shift and change. Ron huffed indignantly, saying, if someone like Malfoy can get in, then the Constellation Society can't be that great either. Meanwhile, Professor McGonagall assigned so much homework that it was practically burying them alive. Whenever they complained, McGonagall would always wear a stern expression, insisting it was for their own good. After all, the next school year, they would be sitting for their OWLS. This exam was incredibly important. Today was Defense Against the Dark Arts class. The last lesson had been quite interesting. Especially for boys of their age, seeing the 3 unforgivable curses was an undeniably cool experience. Outside of class, the only places one might witness them were among dark wizards or in Azkaban. But what shocked everyone was when Professor Moody announced that he would be casting the Imperius Curse on each student in turn, to demonstrate the curse's power and test whether they could resist its effects. Using an unforgivable curse on students, this lesson was even more extreme than the first one of the term. Even Hermione thought it was too much and raised an objection. Dumbledore wants you to experience this, Moody said, his magical eye swiveling to fix on Hermione. Unless, of course, you prefer to learn the hard way, waiting for someone to cast this curse on you, leaving you completely at their mercy. Well, fine, I agree. You can continue, Hermione replied, though her face turned crimson. She lowered her head, clearly reluctant to miss out on the lesson. After all, this was practice with the Imperius Curse, something no other class would offer. John felt a bit puzzled. Dumbledore actually approved this. Moody pushed the desks to the sides of the room and scanned the students, as though carefully selecting the perfect volunteer. Wick, you've experienced this curse before. You should be familiar with it, he said, his gaze locking on John. It seemed Moody wanted John to go first. Malfoy's face contorted with anger, and he looked as though he was about to rush forward to accuse Moody of something. John, however, remained calm, his expression indifferent as he stood and walked to the front of the classroom to face Moody. Was it his imagination, or did Moody's gaze carry an intense, almost analytical curiosity? Pointing his wand directly at John's chest, Moody uttered, Imperio. Being under the Imperius Curse was a strange sensation, one that John had already experienced back in his first year. After casting the spell, a hint of mischief flickered in Moody's eyes as he tried to make John perform ballet. But John simply looked at him with an expression of calm disdain, as if he were staring at a fool. I think I've already passed, John said evenly, showing no signs of being under the curse's control. This made Moody's heart jolt. What kind of overwhelming mental strength was this? If this lesson is only going to be like this, I think I'll attend to other matters instead, John said, glancing at Moody with faint disinterest. He had clearly seen through Moody's intent and didn't bother to mask his disdain. Under the astonished and admiring gazes of the other students, he walked out of the classroom. From the first class of the term, John had already lost any good opinion of Moody. Initially, he held a certain amount of respect for the legendary Auror. Unfortunately, Moody's unreasonable favoritism towards Harry and hatred towards Slytherin during that lesson had ruined all of it. Moody's face twitched as he watched John leave without hesitation. Meanwhile, Malfoy secretly delighted in the situation. With a grim expression, Moody began calling the other students up, one by one, to practice resisting the Imperius Curse. At first, some students were confident that they could emulate John's resistance. However, once under the curse, they ended up singing, dancing, or even behaving as if they were squirrels. When it was Malfoy's turn, he eyed the other students with utter contempt. Can't even maintain a shred of self-control. Pathetic. 1 second later. I'm a dancing beetle. Malfoy crouched on the floor, his shoulders twitching rhythmically as if he were performing a dance. Oddly enough, it didn't look half bad. The dancing beetle was an insect known for its flamboyant movements. Even when being chased by predators, it would often stop to prance around arrogantly. As a result, some wizards used dancing beetle as a subtle insult to describe someone as frivolous or self-absorbed. Potter. Harry's name was called next. As he watched Malfoy's impromptu dance performance, he couldn't help but shiver slightly. John hadn't left the classroom just to wander aimlessly, he had something important to do. He was about to level up. With less than 10 points remaining to hit his next level, he decided it was better to focus on that rather than waste time in the classroom. Exiting the classroom, he headed straight for the room of requirement. Once inside, he began his training regimen. As he completed his final sit-up, a familiar notification echoed in his ears. Ding! Magic level successfully upgraded. Current magic level, 5. Heh. Without stopping, John finished the rest of his workout. Once everything was completed, he wiped the sweat off his forehead. Looking at his stats panel, he saw that upgrading to level 5 magic required 10,000 experience points, leaving him feeling overwhelmed. At this rate, just relying on training, who knows how long it'll take, he muttered, frustration evident on his face. Though becoming invincible wasn't realistic for now, he needed at least enough power to protect himself when facing Voldemort. He calculated that he'd only feel confident about confronting Voldemort head-on if he reached level 6. As it stood, his chances of winning were probably 30 to 70, 3 parts effort, 7 parts hoping not to get killed. At the very least, he needed to last more than 3 minutes in a fight. A 3-minute man sounded less than ideal. Hopefully, Voldemort doesn't come back too soon, John sighed. Since his magic level progression was slow, John had to pin his hopes on improving his skills. He still had 2 free skill points, but allocating them required careful consideration. Is there some kind of skill that's an instant kill? Like a universal equality type spell? Scrolling through the spell list, John scanned carefully. Fiendfire has leveled up. His eyes landed on Fiendfire, now sitting at level 5. John paused in surprise. Among all the spells he used, Fiendfire was undoubtedly the one he employed the least. While other spells were manageable, Fiendfire's overwhelming power made it a double-edged sword. Once unleashed, it almost always resulted in death or severe injury, and controlling it was notoriously difficult. He hadn't expected that as his magic power increased, Fiendfire's strength would also rise accordingly. If I use Fiendfire, does that count as universal equality? The sheer destructive potential of Fiendfire came to mind. It was powerful enough to burn down even the Room of Requirement. Fiendfire was a conjured flame, and the caster's control, or lack thereof, did nothing to diminish its ferocity. Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, John considered the possibility. It wasn't entirely out of the question. The problem was that releasing Fiendfire would almost certainly label him as a dark wizard. The aftermath would undoubtedly bring a host of complications. Other spells, such as Confringo or similar destructive curses, were powerful but didn't have the same, universal equality, appeal. Avada Kedavra seemed promising at first glance but would still fall short against Voldemort. Transfiguration might be worth focusing on instead. After a while, he closed the stats panel. Now that his magic level had increased, the power of his spells had grown significantly as well. John decided to experiment with Fiendfire. Compared to his attempt in second year, this time it was clearly much easier to control. Could it be because of the elemental magic influence, he wondered. After extinguishing the flames, John noticed the rapid depletion of his magic power. He exited the Room of Requirement just as classes let out. Heading to lunch, he overheard Malfoy's angry, sputtering complaints. Malfoy had apparently performed a full dance as a Bowtruckle during class under the effects of the Imperius Curse. Even after shaking off the curse, Malfoy couldn't help but suspect that Moody had done it intentionally. Daphne, meanwhile, wore a look of pure disgust. She had been forced under the curse to act like a rabbit in front of everyone. The humiliation was so intense that Daphne lost all interest in cooking for the day, a small blessing for John, as it meant he narrowly avoided any culinary disasters. I shouldn't feel thankful to Moody for this. I shouldn't. Despite the absurdity, the lesson had given the students some insights into the Imperius Curse. Heinrich, upon hearing of Malfoy's embarrassing ordeal, dragged him off with a frosty expression. Rumor had it Malfoy ended up dancing the entire afternoon as well. Meanwhile, John's complete immunity to the Imperius Curse left the professors dumbfounded. The students, on the other hand, were abuzz with gossip, dubbing John an ancient wizard who must secretly be over 100 years old. Read 12 chapters ahead. Chapter 200, Neville's Special Training and Ron's Outspokenness. Saturday. John pulled Neville aside for a private conversation. They walked together out of the castle, heading past the Whomping Willow to the Shrieking Shack. Neville, though no longer as timid as before, still found this unusual and asked, "John, what are we doing here?" John glanced around to ensure no one was nearby, then pulled a small pouch from his bag. He took out the Silent Heart and hung it on the doorknob. Once activated, the Silent Heart ensured that no sound from within the Shrieking Shack could escape. The whole setup looked suspicious. Neville trusted John wouldn't harm him, but he couldn't help swallowing nervously. Just as Neville was beginning to wonder what on earth John had planned, John tossed a wand to him. Then John asked, "Neville, do you want to heal your parents?" Neville caught the wand, looking utterly bewildered. When he processed what John had just said, he froze for a moment, then nodded forcefully. "Of course I do." "Are you sure?" John stared at Neville with a very serious expression. Without a moment's hesitation, Neville nodded again, his face full of determination. Seeing Neville's resolve, John felt reassured. In a casual tone, John said, "All right, starting now, I'll teach you how to use the Cruciatus Curse." "What?" Neville stared at John in utter disbelief, as if he had just heard the most absurd thing imaginable. He cried out, "The Cruciatus Curse." That was one of the unforgivable curses. Even Moody hadn't gone so far as to teach students that. He didn't even have the energy to wonder how John had learned it. All he could think about was how the wand in his hand now felt like a burning coal. If he were caught using an unforgivable curse, he'd be sent straight to Azkaban. Neville wanted to refuse, but before he could get the words out, John's face turned stern. "Don't you want to save your parents? Then you need to learn this curse." The refusal caught in Neville's throat. His face turned bright red from holding back his protests. John didn't care about his hesitation. Better safe than sorry, he had to ensure Neville mastered the curse. Empathy was key to the treatment, and who better to act as the medium than Neville, the son of Frank and Alice Longbottom. Their blood ran in his veins, a connection that even the deepest madness couldn't sever. If no other method of creating empathy worked, John planned to make Neville the one to carry out the spell. At the same time, John wanted to see whether Neville had what it took to act as a member of the Constellation Society. Sometimes, achieving a goal requires doing things that go against one's nature. October. John served as Neville's sparring partner for the Cruciatus Curse, but honestly, there wasn't much progress. The issue was Neville's excessively kind heart. It was a great quality in general, but right now, at this critical juncture, it was proving to be a major obstacle. So, during lunch in the Great Hall, John turned to Malfoy for advice. "Draco, any tips on how to make someone despise you quickly?" Malfoy looked up, completely baffled. "Despise me? Why are you asking me that?" John stared at him silently. "Why you? Do you really not have any self-awareness?" "Ahem, I honestly have no idea," Malfoy stammered, feeling oddly guilty under John's gaze. "Do you really not understand your own reputation? If the school held a competition for the most annoying person, you'd easily make the top 3, John said meaningfully. The other 2 spots would go to Filch and Professor Snape." Malfoy. Well, that hit right where it hurts. Fine, Malfoy had to admit he was naturally gifted in this area. He told John that the key was to relentlessly target someone's sore spots. Focus on their vulnerabilities and hit them where it hurts most. The more someone valued something, the more you should degrade and insult it. Hearing Malfoy's detailed advice was like an epiphany for John. He sincerely complimented, as expected, "When it comes to being despicable, no one outdoes you." Malfoy. "If I weren't educated, I might have thought you were complimenting me." With the secret to quickly becoming annoying in hand, John found himself gradually mastering the art of teaching Neville the Cruciatus Curse. Time passed swiftly. There was now only 1 week left before the arrival of the 2 visiting schools. A large group of students had gathered around a newly erected notice at the base of the marble staircase. The representatives of Beauxbatons and Durmstrang will arrive at 6 o'clock in the evening on Friday, October 30th. Afternoon classes will end half an hour early that day. John noticed many students' faces light up with joy, especially the Gryffindors. That day happened to have a potions class, and they weren't even trying to hide their disdain for Snape. Glancing at Heinrich, John smirked. "You'll get to see your schoolmates soon." Heinrich, looking as pale and listless as ever, lazily raised his eyes. Just a bunch of background noise. John couldn't help but silently think, who talks about their schoolmates like that? Karkaroff doesn't care about the rest of them, Heinrich sneered, his face full of derision. He's an extremely self-serving man. Krum is the only one he values. Krum. That Bulgarian seeker from last time. John glanced at Heinrich and asked, "Do you know him?" "Not really." "Barely counts as a rival," Heinrich said arrogantly. "His fame is something Karkaroff loves. Wherever Karkaroff goes, he likes to take him along." John didn't press further and turned his attention to Ernie Macmillan, who was dashing off to inform Cedric. In John's opinion, Cedric was a strong contender to become a champion, assuming no one cheated. After all, they were all part of the same society, and everyone knew each other well. Cedric's strength was undeniable, even Heinrich found him challenging to deal with. That idiot wants to be Hogwarts champion too. A voice interrupted John's thoughts. He paused mid-step and looked toward the source. Ron was pushing his way through the crowd, speaking with his usual lack of tact. It wasn't just John who stopped. Heinrich also halted, his icy gaze locking onto Ron. "He's no idiot," Hermione immediately defended Cedric upon hearing Ron's remark. "You're only upset because he beat Gryffindor in Quidditch. I've heard he's an excellent student, a prefect even, and he wears the Constellation Society badge." Hermione had a good impression of Cedric, he gave off a genuinely pleasant vibe. "You like him just because he's handsome," Ron said sharply. Bringing up the Constellation Society, Ron raised his voice mockingly and said, "Even Neville has a Constellation Society badge." Hermione, furious, shot back, "I don't like people just because they're handsome. You shouldn't say such things." She was livid that Ron would think that of her. Ron was about to retort with a jab about Hermione's second-year crush on Lockhart, but when he looked up, someone was blocking his path. "Ron, you need to learn to control that loose tongue of yours," John said, his gaze fixed on Ron, who had once again failed to hold back his words. Correcting him, John continued, "Neville and Cedric are both outstanding individuals. I'm honored to have them in the Constellation Society." Ron's face turned bright red with embarrassment. Feeling humiliated, he muttered, "It's not even a decent group, Malfoy's in it. Ron Weasley." John's expression turned cold, his voice carrying a sharp chill as he said, "I've warned you before. Learn to control your mouth and stop insulting my friends." Seeing Ron get chastised, Harry stepped in and said, "John, Ron didn't mean any harm." "Yeah. I hope not," John replied, glancing at Harry with a calm yet firm expression. Heinrich's golden eyes glimmered from behind his hair as he looked at Ron. It seemed that, with just one word from John, he'd draw his wand without hesitation. Harry met John's calm and indifferent gaze, unwilling to back down, but under that serene and detached stare, he felt a pang of discomfort. "John, I'm really sorry, Ron didn't mean it," Hermione said hurriedly, stepping in to shield her two friends. Her reasoning was simple, she feared John might beat them senseless. After all, this was the same John who, in their first year, had killed a mountain troll right in front of them. Her two friends might have mistaken John for Malfoy. Malfoy. Am I just easier to pick on or something? John didn't say anything further. He turned and left with Heinrich. After they were gone, Ron grumbled in dissatisfaction, "Does he really think Cedric will be the champion? If it weren't for the age restriction, it might have been me." Then, in a fit of pique, he added, "Anyway, it's not going to be anyone from Slytherin." "Enough, Ron," Hermione said. Harry, who secretly agreed with Ron's sentiment, wisely chose not to voice it, especially seeing Hermione's angry expression. Read 12 chapters ahead. Chapter 201, Bows Batons and Durmstrang. John's relationship with the Golden Trio wasn't as good as it had been. In their first and second years, they could still be considered friends. But as they grew older, their interactions became fewer and fewer. If it weren't for Hermione today, Ron would have had to pay the price for insulting Cedric. After all, to John, Cedric was a true friend. As for Harry and Ron, they were just the protagonists from the books he had read in his past life, which he can't even fully remember due to the shock his brain experienced after transmigrating here. The boy who lived, the one who saved everyone by killing the Dark Lord when he was a baby, the savior of the wizarding world. For some reason, John thought of Dumbledore. That old man, step by step, had pushed Harry into the role of the protagonist. You could even say that the title Savior was given to Harry by Dumbledore himself. A wave of gloom settled on John's face, and he remained silent. Heinrich was also reticent, as usual. In the days that followed, John continued teaching Neville in the Shrieking Shack. He caught some mice, bugs, and the like for practice. At first, Neville could only use the Cruciatus Curse on insects. But eventually, he progressed to using it on small animals, which was good enough. Calm your emotions, Neville. Seeing Neville struggle to calm down after using the Cruciatus Curse, John placed a hand on him and used mind and soul magic to soothe his emotions. The downside of dark magic was precisely this, it subtly influenced the user. John was learning from Draco about being a prick to others and was becoming good at it. John's continuous provocation and efforts to stir up Neville's hatred toward himself often left Neville unable to keep his composure. Neville gasped for breath, his bloodshot eyes staring at John as he rasped, "Sorry, John." He adjusted himself repeatedly to resist the urge to punch John. Though, in truth, he had done so before, only to be promptly beaten by John in return. With John's combat abilities, no one aside from Hagrid could really rival him. John cast an Aguamenti charm to help Neville fully regain his composure. As Neville returned to his usual self, John sighed and asked, "Neville, do you want to give up?" "It's not too late." Neville wiped the water off his face and clenched his fists, replying, "John, I'll stick with it." Although he didn't fully understand why John wanted him to learn the Cruciatus Curse, as long as it could save his parents, he was willing to endure. For that, John felt a pang of guilt. "All right, tomorrow the two schools will arrive. Make sure you adjust your mindset. Your Cruciatus Curse is good enough now." John sent Neville away to calm down, not wanting to risk being ambushed while unprepared. When he returned to the Constellation Society's secret room, he noticed a new firebolt displayed next to his own. Draco really is ostentatious. There was no need to guess who it belonged to. Malfoy must have noticed John decorating the room with his belongings and decided to do the same. Taking out a few magic crystals produced by the secret room, John began processing and crafting them. By the time he finished and left, it was already late at night. Walking silently through the castle, he encountered Snape patrolling the corridors. John quickly cast a disillusionment charm to avoid detection. October 30th. The students were instructed to wear their cloaks. Snape, disgruntled about his class being cut short by half an hour, scowled and barked at the Slytherins to hurry down to the entrance hall. The heads of houses were busy managing their respective students, with Professor McGonagall appearing even more stern than usual. Weasley, straighten your hat. Miss Patil, remove that ridiculous and laughable thing from your hair. A scolded Ron hastily fixed his hat, while a displeased Parvati Patil frowned and removed a large butterfly ornament from the end of her braid. Professor McGonagall didn't glance at them but instead turned to address the group loudly, follow me, everyone. First years at the front, no pushing. She worked hard to maintain control over the nearly chaotic crowd. The students filed down the steps in a line and stood in front of the castle. The cold evening brought a crisp freshness to the air, with a slight chill seeping in. The night sky was falling, and a pale, translucent moon hung over the forbidden forest. Hagrid stood nearby, holding two large fans that seemed like tools for directing traffic. The students eagerly chatted about all the fresh and exciting possibilities, including how the two visiting schools would arrive. Some suggested by train, others said it might be a port key. Flying broomsticks, apparition. Various theories filled the air, and they seemed quite intrigued by the students from other schools. Draco Malfoy glanced around and, noticing Heinrich's absence, whispered, "Where's that Heinrich guy gone? Have you forgotten that he's just a temporary transfer student here?" John cast him a sidelong glance and replied flatly, "He's a Durmstrang student. Naturally, he wouldn't be here with us to welcome them." "Ah, that makes sense," Malfoy said, finally understanding. Ever since Malfoy started his physical training, John had noticed that Malfoy seemed to use his brain less and less. As for Goyle and Crabbe, the two large boys, they only seemed to grow in size, nothing else about them seemed to develop at all. John had once suspected that Goyle and Crabbe might have traces of magical creature blood in them. Malfoy asked, "John, how do you think they'll arrive?" Clearly, Malfoy's curiosity had been piqued by the discussion. Daphne stood on tiptoe, her face wearing a haughty, indifferent expression. John found it amusing, she was obviously curious. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Beauxbatons is likely coming in a carriage pulled by flying horses. Madame Maxime raises 12 Abraxan horses. As for Durmstrang, I'm not as familiar, but Heinrich mentioned their school has a black ship. They're probably coming by sea." As he speculated, a black dot appeared in the distant sky. At first, it was just a speck, but as it grew closer, it became larger and more distinct. A student spotted it and screamed, "It's a dragon." "Don't be ridiculous, it's a flying house," another student retorted. The enormous object flew over the treetops of the forbidden forest. The castle windows illuminated it, revealing a massive carriage. Calling it a house wasn't entirely wrong, as the carriage was enormous, practically the size of a small building. It was being pulled through the air by 12 winged Abraxan horses, each as large as an elephant. Phewish. The carriage descended rapidly, its wings stirring up a powerful wind that forced 3 rows of students to step back in a hurry. Daphne, standing on tiptoe, lost her balance as the retreating students bumped into her, causing her to fall backward. Ah! Just as she let out a scream, thinking she was about to hit the ground, a hand firmly caught her by the waist. Steadying herself, she opened her eyes and found herself staring at a face up close, features with a distinctly Slavic elegance. Daphne's cheeks flushed involuntarily. John glanced at Astoria, who was standing ahead. He thought he saw a sly glint in her eyes. "Are you all right?" With his hand still supporting her slim, soft waist, John helped Daphne regain her footing. Daphne's ears burned red as she lowered her head and murmured a barely audible om. Once both of them had steadied themselves, they turned their attention to the carriage that had landed ahead. The Abraxan horses pulling the carriage looked far more spirited compared to when John had last encountered them, each one holding its head high. The carriage door bore a crest of 2 golden, crossed wands, with 3 stars shooting out from the tip of each wand. The door opened, and a boy in a light blue robe stepped out, bowing as he unfolded a golden staircase beneath the carriage before stepping aside. Then, a gleaming high-heeled shoe emerged from the carriage. It belonged to Madame Maxime. She appeared as magnificent as ever, dressed in luxurious attire. Her hair was tied back into a shiny bun, and she was adorned with an array of beautiful opal jewelry. Her black satin dress clung elegantly to her figure, covering her from head to toe. Dumbledore led the applause, and the students followed enthusiastically. Many craned their necks, eager to get a clear view of the visiting headmistress. Madame Maxime was extraordinarily tall. When she extended her hand, Dumbledore performed a courtly handkiss without even needing to bend over. "Welcome, Madame Maxime," Dumbledore said warmly. "Welcome to Hogwarts." "Dumbledore," Madame Maxime replied in her deep voice, "I trust you are well." "Very well, thank you," Dumbledore responded. "My students," Madame Maxime said casually, waving a hand behind her. About 12 or 13 young men and women descended from the carriage, forming a neat line behind Madame Maxime. Each of them looked to be around 18 or 19 years old. However, their thin clothing left them visibly shivering in the chilly air. Harry was observing them closely when something caught his eye. One of the students had something sparkling on their chest. Looking more carefully, he realized it was a badge, glittering like stars in the night sky. But the student's face was obscured, hidden in the shadow cast by Madame Maxime's towering figure. Nearby, Hagrid, equally large in stature, seemed unsure where to place his hands. When Madame Maxime nodded toward him, he grinned foolishly in return. He eagerly promised to take good care of the Abraxan horses. Madame Maxime led her students up the steps, disappearing into the castle. After a while, a strange gurgling sound echoed, drawing John's attention to the lake. In the lake, the calm surface of the Black Lake became turbulent as a large whirlpool formed in its center. A long, dark mass slowly rose from the vortex, followed by the emergence of a grand ship. The ship gleamed under the moonlight, its eerie appearance resembling a skeleton, as if it had just been dredged up from the depths of the lake. An iron anchor splashed into the shallow water, and a plank was lowered onto the shore. A group of people disembarked from the ship. They were all tall and broad-shouldered, wearing heavy fur cloaks. The man leading them had silver-white fur draped over his shoulders, soft and sleek, matching his equally silver hair. The men greeted Dumbledore warmly. This must be the headmaster of Durmstrang, Karkaroff. He had a tall and thin frame, with a pointed goatee whose tip was curled into a small twist. Despite his outwardly enthusiastic demeanor, he exuded a sense of cold detachment. "Victor, come here and warm up." Karkaroff beckoned Krum to come forward, completely ignoring the other students. John finally understood why Heinrich had such a low opinion of him. A/N, they are finally here. This is gonna be fun. Hee-hey. Read 12 chapters ahead. Chapter 202, The Goblet of Fire. After welcoming the two schools, all of Hogwarts staff and students entered the Great Hall. The moment John walked in, he noticed Heinrich, now wearing Durmstrang's uniform. Heinrich was already seated at the Slytherin table. Once Slytherin students took their seats, the Durmstrang students joined them at the Slytherin table. Beauxbatons chose to sit at the Ravenclaw table, and John could feel glances being cast toward him from that direction. He smiled and greeted Fleur, who had her face partially concealed under a scarf. The Great Hall no longer displayed only green banners, instead, the house banners of Hogwarts were hung throughout. At the Slytherin table, Krum greeted Heinrich. "Edgar," Krum called out. Heinrich glanced at him briefly and responded, "Krum." The two nodded at each other in acknowledgement, but their interactions made it clear they weren't particularly close. Meanwhile, other Durmstrang students who noticed Heinrich didn't seem too pleased. Some muttered under their breath, appearing to grumble something about their misfortune. Malfoy, observing this, decided against striking up a conversation with Krum. Instead, he turned and asked Heinrich, "It seems like you don't get along well with them." "They're just a bunch of losers. After losing to me, I isolated them," Heinrich replied with a calm expression. This attitude was just short of John standing up and declaring, "Everyone here is trash." Malfoy, ? He looked over at the Durmstrang student sitting at the far end of the table, then back at Heinrich. "You isolated all of them by yourself?" Karkaroff had also noticed Heinrich. His expression darkened slightly, but he managed to hold back any outburst. Edgar was notoriously stubborn, and every time Karkaroff saw Heinrich, he couldn't help but be reminded of that Edgar who had been at Voldemort's side. That Edgar had been an unsettling figure, especially because, even after the Death Eaters were apprehended, there was no news of his capture. This only deepened Karkaroff's fear. "The starry ceiling is fascinating. We don't have magic like this back at home," Krum said. Among Durmstrang's students, Krum was undoubtedly the most famous. In terms of popularity, even Karkaroff couldn't compare to him. Malfoy, who aspired to pursue a career in Quidditch, was naturally very interested in Krum. "I'm Draco Malfoy, seeker for the Slytherin Quidditch team," he introduced himself. As fellow seekers and Quidditch enthusiasts, Malfoy and Krum quickly found common ground and struck up a conversation. John, on the other hand, wasn't engaging in any small talk. His attention was drawn to the staff table, where 4 additional chairs had been set out. 2 of the chairs were for the 2 visiting headmasters, while the other 2 were likely reserved for representatives from the Ministry of Magic. Johnny Silverhand, the sponsor representative, would arrive after the tournament officially began. After all, since they were footing the bill, even Hogwarts had to show them some respect. The staff entered, filing into the main seating area. At the very end of the line were the 3 headmasters, Dumbledore, Karkaroff, and Madame Maxime. Beauxbatons followed a more formal, European-style education system. When their headmistress appeared, the students immediately stood up and remained standing until Madame Maxime had taken her seat. This was in stark contrast to the more laid-back, free-spirited culture at Hogwarts. A few Hogwarts students, not understanding this display, couldn't help but chuckle. Dumbledore, however, didn't sit down. He stood and waited until the hall fell completely silent. "Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, ghosts, and especially our honored guests," Dumbledore began, his eyes twinkling as he glanced toward the foreign students. "It is with great pleasure that I welcome you to Hogwarts. I hope and trust that you will find yourselves comfortable and happy here." From the Beauxbatons direction, a faint snicker was heard, as if someone found his words funny. "The Triwizard Tournament will officially begin at the end of tonight's feast. For now, I invite everyone to eat, drink, and make yourselves at home." Dumbledore, who was never one for long speeches, quickly concluded his remarks and took his seat. Karkaroff immediately leaned over to engage him in conversation. Plates in front of everyone instantly filled with food. John casually grabbed a few things and placed them on his plate. If this had been in the past, seeing so many foreign dishes might have delighted him. Unfortunately, now even the exquisite French bouillabaisse tasted no different from plain water to him. The feast didn't stop Malfoy from keeping his mouth running, his conversation with Krum only grew more animated. Initially, Krum had been responding half-heartedly, but after hearing some of Malfoy's points, he began to take the discussion more seriously. Daphne looked thoroughly disgusted by the sight of the two of them talking, eating, and spraying bits of food as they spoke. Gracefully sipping her soup with a spoon, she suddenly felt a waft of fragrant air. Her instincts as a girl told her that the newcomer would undoubtedly be a formidable rival. Sure enough, when Fleur removed her headscarf, she immediately drew a wave of attention. With a serene demeanor, Fleur had left the Ravenclaw table and made her way over to Slytherin. "John, we meet again," she said. Her silver hair flowed like silk, and with just a glance, she had one boy blushing and hurriedly vacating his seat for her. Her eyes lit up when she spotted the French bouillabaisse. "John, aren't you eating?" John chuckled lightly at the question, tapping the table with his finger. The French bouillabaisse floated up and landed gently in front of Fleur. Her smile was radiant, revealing her perfectly white and aligned teeth. "Thank you." Daphne's pale gray-blue eyes shot Fleur a wary glance. Fleur raised an eyebrow in response, which only made Daphne mutter in frustration, "What's so special about that?" "John loves the food I make the most." Pansy, sitting nearby, looked utterly speechless. Did Daphne even hear herself? Krum, too, had been briefly captivated by Fleur's appearance, though the amazement faded almost instantly. Like a student discovering something new, he pointed out with a puzzled tone, "You're all wearing the same badge." His gaze shifted between them. It wasn't surprising for Hogwarts students to wear matching badges, but why were Heinrich and Fleur sporting the same ones? Krum's manner of speaking was blunt and carried a thick accent, but it didn't hinder communication. Malfoy puffed up his chest, speaking proudly, "We're all members of the Constellation Society." Constellation Society? Krum looked confused. Fleur on the other hand looked at the jealous-looking Daphne. She chuckled and said, "John, I think I should return to my classmates." Fleur picked up the bowl of French bouillabaisse, preparing to return to the Ravenclaw table, when John called out to her with a soft smile. "Let's gather later. The badge will guide you to the meeting spot." "All right," Fleur replied carefully, delicately carrying the bowl of French bouillabaisse as if it were a priceless treasure. "I think she truly loves it," John thought. The feast concluded. The golden plates were magically cleaned, gleaming once again. Dumbledore stood up once more, and an air of excitement mixed with nervousness began to spread through the great hall. John, however, remained unaffected. He merely glanced at the empty seat, thinking to himself that old Barty had better make good use of this opportunity. "The moment we've all been waiting for has arrived," Dumbledore said, smiling down at the upturned faces. "The Triwizard Tournament is about to begin, but first, allow me to explain a few things before bringing in the box." The box. Students perked up at the mention, whispering among themselves about what kind of box it might be. Dumbledore continued without pause, "First, let me introduce two esteemed guests. Please welcome Mr. Bartemius Crouch, head of the Department of International Magical Cooperation." Applause echoed through the hall. "And this is Mr. Ludo Bagman, head of the Department of Magical Games and Sports." Another round of applause followed. The students were no strangers to these names, having heard them repeatedly during the Quidditch World Cup. Old Barty managed to squeeze out a stiff smile. It was advice John had given him, claiming it would make him seem more approachable. The robes on Barty Crouch were meticulously arranged, making it clear that he was a man of precision and discipline. However, the butterfly bow tie on his chest added a touch of ease, giving people a relaxed feeling and preventing any sense of oppression. This was a design specially commissioned by John, who had hired a stylist to create the look for Barty. The goal was to leave a positive impression, friendly yet professional. Most of the audience at the school were students, and being overly rigid might not go over well. Striking a balance between formality and approachability was the key. Barty had also brought Percy along, who stood to one side without stepping forward. He nodded in John's direction as a greeting, and John tapped his badge, signaling that they would gather later. All the members of the Constellation Society were present, and John felt that a celebration might be in order. Dumbledore continued speaking, mostly praising the hard work of Barty and Ludo. John, however, didn't pay much attention to the details. The main point was that the judging panel for the Triwizard Tournament would consist of the 2 ministry heads and the 3 school headmasters. Dumbledore then instructed Filch to bring the box forward. Filch, dressed in a brand new tailcoat, carried the large, jewel-encrusted wooden box up to the table. Some students stood on their benches to get a clearer view. Filch carefully placed the box on the table, while Dumbledore continued explaining the process. This year's Triwizard Tournament would consist of 3 tasks, spaced out across the school year. Each task would test the champions in various ways. For example, magical ability, courage, reasoning skills, and the ability to overcome danger. You already know, Dumbledore continued calmly, that 3 champions will compete in this tournament, each representing one of the participating schools. We will grade them on how well they complete each task. After the 3 tasks are finished, the champion with the highest score will win the Triwizard Cup. The selection of the champions will be carried out by an impartial judge, none other than the Goblet of Fire. Dumbledore drew his wand and tapped 3 times on the lid of the box. The lid slowly creaked open, making a slightly harsh, grating sound. Dumbledore reached inside and pulled out a large, roughly hewn wooden goblet. Although the goblet itself looked unimpressive, it was filled with blue flames dancing wildly inside. Every student who wishes to be considered as a champion must write their name and school on a piece of parchment and drop it into this goblet, Dumbledore explained. Those who aspire to become champions have 24 hours to submit their names. Tomorrow night, on Halloween, the goblet will choose the 3 students it deems most worthy of representing the 3 schools. Tonight, the goblet will be placed in the entrance hall, where any student who wishes to participate may access it. John couldn't help but notice something peculiar in Dumbledore's tone as he said, may access it, almost as if there was a hint of anticipation for someone to break the rules. Of course, Dumbledore wasn't naive. He had set up an age line around the Goblet of Fire. Those underage wouldn't be able to cross it. Read 12 chapters ahead. Chapter 203, 203, Dangerous Thoughts and Age Line. Finally, Dumbledore emphasized the binding nature of the Goblet of Fire contract. Once the contract is formed, if your name flies out of the goblet, you cannot refuse to compete. This caused some of the eager young wizards, who had been itching to make a name for themselves, to calm down. The Goblet of Fire was placed in the entrance hall, sitting on the stool usually reserved for the Sorting Hat. As the feast concluded, everyone began to leave. All right, back to the ship, Karkaroff said as he approached the Slytherin table, speaking warmly and caringly to Crumb. Victor, how are you feeling? Are you full? Shall I have someone bring you some hot mulled wine from the kitchen? His attitude was kind and gentle, like that of a headmaster who deeply cared for his students. However, when another Durmstrang student, eyes gleaming with anticipation, asked if he could have some mulled wine too, Karkaroff's demeanor changed in an instant. I wasn't talking to you, Polyakov. Karkaroff snapped harshly. And I see you've spilled food on the front of your robes again, you troublesome boy. The speed of his attitude shift left the Slytherins utterly dumbfounded. Goyle leaned over and whispered to the person next to him, is he Crumb's dad? It wasn't just him, other students were starting to think the same thing. Karkaroff overheard this and shot a vicious glare at Goyle. John chuckled softly. It seemed that favoritism was present in every school. Madame Maxime led her students over, and Karkaroff's expression immediately changed, as if nothing had happened. John, we meet again, Madame Maxime greeted him warmly, clearly in a good mood. The Beauxbatons students curiously looked over. John stood up, neither overbearing nor servile, and replied, it's an honor, Madame Maxime. Hogwarts has many interesting places. I hope you all enjoy your stay. His demeanor was impeccable, leaving the Beauxbatons students visibly impressed. You're still the same, making me feel like I should take you to Beauxbatons, Madame Maxime said, pausing before adding, but it seems you don't need that now. She glanced at the Slytherin table, where several students were glaring at her. She smiled, gave Karkaroff a polite nod, and then led her students away. Fleur blinked, touched her badge, and indicated she would attend the Constellation Society gathering. It was only then that Karkaroff turned his attention to John. When his gaze shifted to Heinrich beside him, a complicated expression flickered in his eyes. Heinrich, you should come with us, Karkaroff said. Fine, but Headmaster Karkaroff, we're not that close, Heinrich replied as he stood, completely unfazed by Karkaroff's darkened expression. He gave John a slight bow and walked straight toward the door. Karkaroff, with a dark expression, followed behind. As he reached the door, he came face to face with the trio. Karkaroff froze. His eyes widened as if he had seen something unbelievable, leaving him completely stunned. Yes, that's Harry Potter. A furious roar erupted. Moody stood behind him, his heavy body leaning on his staff, the blue magical eye fixed on Karkaroff. At the sight of Moody, Karkaroff seemed to recall something, and his face quickly turned deathly pale. This scene didn't escape the others' notice, and Heinrich's lips curled into a mocking smile. Scared, Headmaster Karkaroff. His voice wasn't loud, but it cut through the air sharply. Karkaroff's eyes widened further as he stared at Moody. It's you. Unless you've got something to say to Potter, you'd better keep moving. The Durmstrang group blocked the doorway, leaving no room for argument. Karkaroff said nothing, glaring at Heinrich before silently walking away. Look at that, our great Potter, always traveling with his babysitters, Malfoy sneered. Harry was about to leave, but upon hearing this, he couldn't help turning to look. It was Malfoy, grinning in a way that begged for a punch. He pretended to faint dramatically, while Goyle and Crabbe played the role of doting nannies, fussing over Malfoy with exaggerated care. The sight made Harry's anger surge. Moody came over and pulled him back, his gruff voice softening as he said, "Don't pay them any mind." Harry turned away without a word and walked off. Moody took a few steps, then turned back to cast a long, penetrating look in the direction of Slytherin. The Constellation Society's secret chamber. The lighting was dimmed, with starlight projected from the dome ceiling. Various glowing texts of different colors floated in the air, dispersing and reassembling when touched. The hazy beauty of the scene was utterly enchanting. A luminous white wine trickled into crystal glasses, its sweet, fruity aroma spreading delightfully through the room. This was Fleur's first time entering the Constellation Society's chamber, and everything inside fascinated her. The round table was already filled, except for the seat directly opposite John. "I'm very glad," John said with a light chuckle, holding his crystal glass delicately. "The stars have gathered together. This toast is to Fleur Delacour, our dear friend, for joining us here." He raised his crystal glass, and the others smiled as they followed suit. The wine slipped down their throats with a sweet yet slightly tangy flavor. It was cool as it went down but left a warm sensation throughout the body. It was Fleur's first time tasting such wine, and she couldn't help but savor it for a while. A shooting star fell from the dome above, landing in their glasses and turning into wine, filling the glass once again. "This toast is for our graduated friend, Percy Weasley," John continued. Percy wore a smile, his demeanor showing a bit of the maturity he had gained since leaving school and stepping into the working world. As the gathering continued, everyone shared their conversations, discussing the situations in various schools and venting about work-related matters. Eventually, the topic shifted to the Triwizard Tournament. As Barty Crouch's assistant, Percy knew a lot of insider details. Malfoy, after downing a few glasses of wine, let out a small burp and asked, "John, are you going to join the tournament this time?" The three eligible participants at the gathering all paused, their gazes fixed on John. Their eyes sparkled with anticipation, competitiveness, and an eagerness to prove themselves. John took a sip of his wine, then shook his head with a faint smile. "I won't be entering." The three looked somewhat disappointed. They had no doubt whatsoever that John could bypass Dumbledore's age line. Whether it was Fleur, Heinrich, or Cedric, they, all of the Constellation Society, had complete confidence in John. The gathering came to an end. The next day was Saturday. Students who usually loved to sleep in were, for once, all up and about early. In the entrance hall, at least 20 people had gathered. They were all carefully observing the Goblet of Fire. The Golden Trio was there too. Ron eagerly asked a third-year girl, "Has anyone put their name in yet?" "Yes, the Durmstrang lot," the girl replied. "I haven't seen anyone from Hogwarts sign up yet." "Bet someone snuck in last night while we were sleeping," Harry said. "If it were me, that's what I'd do." As they watched, laughter erupted behind them. It was Fred, George, and Lee Jordan. The three came down the stairs, visibly excited. "Done it," Fred said smugly to the trio. "Just drank it." Fred and George had come up with the idea of using aging potion the day before. Now, they'd already drunk it. Since they were only a few months shy of the age limit, they were brimming with confidence. "I don't think it's going to work," Hermione said skeptically, clearly unimpressed. "This is Dumbledore's magic we're talking about, I'm certain he would have accounted for that." The three ignored her, trembling with excitement. The Weasley twins held up their pre-written names on parchment. In full view of everyone, they leapt toward the Goblet of Fire like they were diving into a pool. At first, nothing happened. They burst into triumphant laughter. But the next second, they were both flung backward and landed on the ground, their hair and beards suddenly long, white, and bushy. The twins sat up, laughing hysterically at first, but then they couldn't help but start bickering and tugging at each other's new facial hair. Dumbledore, having witnessed the scene, stroked his own beard, as though comparing its quality to theirs. He kindly informed the group that several others had already tried the same idiotic tactic of using aging potion to bypass the age line. After that, Dumbledore walked back into the Great Hall. John arrived with Malfoy, and when he saw the twins' beards, he couldn't help but laugh. Entering the Great Hall, he noticed it had already been transformed into Halloween decorations, with bats and pumpkins as the timeless theme. They were loudly discussing who had already thrown their name into the goblet of fire. John didn't care and casually picked up a piece of bread to eat. He was thankful that Daphne had overslept today due to being hungover. He'd heard that she had planned to prepare a special Asian dish she learned from Master Chang's book. Cedric asked Joe about the dish's name and told John that it was a pork dish and Daphne wanted to add cherry as the core. Yeah, I should probably kill that Chang or Chong guy before it's too late, John thought. He was probably joking about the killing part, but he looked serious. Cheers erupted from outside as someone else put their name into the goblet, breaking John's dangerous chain of thought. It was Angelina Johnson, a chaser from the Gryffindor Quidditch team, a tall girl with dark skin. The trio of Harry, Ron, and Hermione were delighted. Seamus Finnegan chimed in, yeah, better her than that pretty boy Cedric Diggory. For some reason, Gryffindors seemed to believe no one from the other houses deserved to be a champion. Hearing this, Malfoy couldn't resist mocking, pretty boy. Cedric could crush you with one hand. Harry should know that better than anyone. With that one sentence, Malfoy successfully drew all the animosity toward himself. This was a skill unique to Malfoy, a consistent top 3 contender on Hogwarts' most hated students list. Ron glared at him and shouted, that's because of the Dementors. Harry still beat you. Sure, Malfoy sneered, but my team won, didn't it? Unlike you lot, whose sole purpose seems to be making the boy who lived look good. Oh, and by the way, Malfoy added, twisting his mouth with practiced malice, it was John who drove off the Dementors that day, not Harry fainting from fear. Malfoy's barbed words made him seem like he'd graduated top of his class from the League of Insults. Is that so? John's so great, but he can't become a champion. Ron blurted out carelessly. As soon as the words left his mouth, the atmosphere froze. Not just the Slytherins, but even the other students fell silent. The strange tension in the air made Ron finally realize that his mouth had gotten him into trouble, again. Everyone's gaze shifted to John. He calmly finished chewing his bread, sighed, and muttered to himself about how even a simple meal couldn't be peaceful. Taking a sip of water, he stood up and began walking toward Ron. This action made the Gryffindors instantly go on high alert, like they were facing a dangerous threat. Read 12 chapters ahead. Chapter 204, The King and the Four Champions. Ron, you've raised a very interesting point, John said as he approached the Gryffindor table. Even though there were more than a dozen people at the table, they all grew nervous as John drew near. Hermione seemed like she wanted to speak up, but John raised a hand to stop her. Champion. You must understand, not everyone enjoys taking rule-breaking as a form of amusement, as you seem to, John remarked, his voice calm and measured. The Great Hall fell silent. Dumbledore, seated at the staff table, was watching the scene unfold but did not intervene. John sighed softly and said, courage does not equate to recklessness, and adventure does not mean overstepping boundaries. Ron's face turned bright red, clearly uncomfortable with the way John was speaking to him, as if he were a child being lectured. Oh, really? But you're destined to never become a champion, aren't you? Ron shot back loudly, as though trying to prove he was right. John simply stared at him quietly. Just as Ron began to worry that he might actually get punched, John chuckled. With a playful yet mocking tone, John said, so, you're saying you want to become a champion? If it weren't for the age line, I absolutely could. Ron yelled, fully committed now, even though his voice wavered. Hearing this, John nodded thoughtfully. Then, in a louder voice, he announced, perhaps the people outside should make some room. The crowd outside the Great Hall, curious about the commotion, began filing in to see what was happening. John was smiling, but his eyes carried no warmth as he turned back to Ron and said softly, I hope you'll stick to your word. He raised his hand and made a grasping motion in the air. The summoning charm activated. Accio Fire Goblet. The goblet of fire, originally placed in the entrance hall, began to shake violently. The students nearby, sensing something was off, quickly stepped aside. In the next moment, the goblet of fire shot out like a cannonball, flying through the air at breakneck speed. It landed perfectly in John's outstretched hand, securely caught. The Great Hall fell so silent that you could hear a pin drop. Even Dumbledore was momentarily stunned as he watched the scene unfold. The wooden goblet, burning with blue flames, rested in John's hand. Those nearby instinctively stepped back. John placed the goblet of fire directly in front of Ron. The blue flames crackled and flickered, casting an eerie light on Ron's pale face. Now, you can be the champion you want to be, John said. His sharp, imposing gaze bore into Ron, who looked utterly overwhelmed. Malfoy took the lead in jeering, laughing loudly, go on, Weasley, throw your name in. I'll remind you, John added coldly, putting your name into the goblet means signing a contract with it. Even if it means picking your teeth in the jaws of a dragon, you'll have to show up. John's icy words cut deep. Ron tried to muster the courage to toss his name into the goblet, but his hands refused to obey. He hadn't even prepared a name slip, never imagining the situation would actually occur. Standing there holding the goblet of fire, John resembled a king wielding a flaming scepter. His gaze swept across the Gryffindor table, a silent yet undeniable assertion of power. Among those present were Seamus, who had just mocked Cedric as a pretty boy, and Dean, who was convinced he could become a champion if the age restriction were lifted. The two loudmouths shrank back like quails as John carried the goblet of fire around the long table. "Go ahead, throw your names in. Let me see if you have the same courage to back up the words you mutter behind others' backs." When the goblet reached Harry, John smiled faintly and said, "Harry, aren't you going to give it a try?" Harry clenched his fists tightly, his emerald green eyes fixed intently on John. "Mr. Wick," Dumbledore's voice finally broke the tension. He looked at John with a complicated expression and said, "Put the goblet of fire back where it belongs." John bent at the waist in a polite bow, his tone deferential as he replied, "Of course. I would never go against your wishes." With that, he turned and headed toward the entrance hall. The crowd parted to clear a path for him on both sides. John stopped just outside the age line, then took a single step forward, crossing into the circle. Magic rippled and enveloped him, but the age line had no effect on him. His expression remained impassive as he walked through it, carrying the goblet of fire with him. John personally placed the goblet back in its original position, his actions deliberate and calm. Walking within the age line, his every step felt like a resounding slap to the faces of those who doubted him. It wasn't that he lacked the ability, he simply didn't care enough to prove himself to those beneath his notice. Malfoy jogged out of the hall, spreading his arms wide as he turned back toward the crowd inside. He laughed loudly, declaring, "Our king sits high upon his throne, disdaining to play games with the weak. The king of Slytherin, why would he ever lower himself to compete personally?" His words echoed in the hall, leaving a lasting impression. Ron had no face to stay any longer. With a pale complexion, he hurried out of the hall. Harry and Hermione quickly followed him. As Hermione walked, she couldn't help but recall John's demeanor just now. He felt unfamiliar, this John was entirely different from the one she used to know. Razor-sharp and unrestrained. He had trampled over the age line and the rules Dumbledore had painstakingly set up. John Wick no longer intended to play the NPC in Dumbledore's make-believe game. Fleur spotted John. Dressed in her light blue school uniform, she pinched the edges of her skirt and gave him a slight curtsy. Wearing the emblem of the Constellation Society, she stepped forward and placed her name into the goblet of fire. Madame Maxime, having witnessed everything earlier, seemed equally surprised. She likely hadn't expected that John could simply ignore the age line set by Dumbledore. The Beauxbatons students, too, cast peculiar glances at John as they queued up to place their names into the goblet. In the Shrieking Shack, where John was teaching Neville, he provided him with an unregistered wand. This way, there was no need to worry about being discovered while using dark magic. In the evening, John and Neville left the Shrieking Shack. They made their way to the Great Hall, where the champions for the Triwizard Tournament were to be selected that night. On the way, Neville hesitated several times, opening his mouth as if to speak but ultimately staying silent. Seeing this, John sighed and said, "If you have something to say, just say it." "John, do you dislike Harry and the others?" Neville asked cautiously, clearly having heard something. "I heard people say you've had a falling out with them." Neville seemed conflicted. He thought Harry and the others were good people. Sensing Neville's concern, John shook his head and said, "Not at all. I don't dislike Harry, and Hermione is my friend. It's just that Ron Weasley spouted nonsense this time." He was telling the truth. If not for Ron, he wouldn't have clashed with Harry at all. He had no interest in dealing with the so-called chosen one. His path had never been about competing with students. Although Dumbledore's actions were often questionable, John wasn't petty enough to take it out on children. "Yeah, Ron can be a bit strange at times," Neville said, relieved. When they reached the Great Hall, the two parted ways. At the Slytherin table, a seat was always left open for John. No one dared to take it. Candlelight illuminated the Great Hall, and the goblet of fire had already been placed at the front. The students were eager to know the results, and the Weasley twins were now free of their large beards. However, they still had to wait until the Halloween feast was over to hear the announcement. Finally, the golden plates returned to their spotless state. The noise in the Great Hall suddenly grew louder, filled with anticipation. Dumbledore stood up, and every pair of eyes focused on him, full of expectation. "All right, the Goblet of Fire is about to make its decision," Dumbledore said. "I estimate we'll have the results in just about a minute. Now, listen closely. When the names of the champions are announced, I expect them to come to the front of the hall, walk along the staff table, and proceed into the room next door." He rambled on for a moment, and soon, the minute had passed. With a grand gesture of his wand, Dumbledore extinguished all the candles in the hall except for the jack-o'-lanterns. The Goblet of Fire began to emit a dazzling glow, its blue and white flames turning red. Sparks crackled and leaped out like fireworks. A tongue of flame shot into the air, and a piece of singed parchment slowly floated down. Dumbledore reached out and caught it, announcing clearly and powerfully, "Victor Krum." This result was within everyone's expectations. Heinrich remained expressionless, though a trace of dimness flickered in his eyes. Krum stood up, left his seat, and followed the process by entering the adjacent room. The applause gradually subsided. A few seconds later, the Goblet of Fire spat out a second piece of parchment. "The champion for Beau's batons," Dumbledore announced, "Fleur Delacour." Fleur rose gracefully, her silvery hair shimmering as she lightly moved between the tables. She, too, entered the adjacent room. Once again, the Goblet of Fire turned red. Flames shot high into the air, and the third piece of parchment emerged. "The champion for Hogwarts," Dumbledore declared loudly, "Cedric Diggory." Cheers erupted, especially from the Hufflepuff table. Malfoy, noticing Ron's sour expression, raised his eyebrows smugly and shot him a mocking look. The commotion eventually quieted down. Just as Dumbledore was about to conclude the selection process, the Goblet of Fire turned red yet again. Sparks crackled and flew, and a long tongue of flame reached into the air, producing a fourth piece of parchment. Instinctively, Dumbledore reached out to catch it. He stared at the name on it, his expression tense. After a long moment of silence, he cleared his throat and announced loudly, "Harry Potter." This scene caught everyone off guard, even Dumbledore himself. When Dumbledore took the parchment, he instinctively glanced at John. After the announcement, there was no applause. Harry saw his fellow Gryffindors sitting at the table with their mouths agape, staring at him. "I didn't put my name in," he said in confusion, trying to explain to Ron and Hermione. "You know I didn't." "Harry Potter. Where is Harry Potter?" But before he could clear things up, Dumbledore called him away. Harry stood up awkwardly, stumbling slightly as he stepped on the hem of his robe. He followed the path forward, looking flustered. John cast a glance at him, while Malfoy nearly burst out laughing. "Look at the boy who lies, acting all innocent." John gave him a chance to enter, and he refused. Turns out he'd already snuck his name in, Malfoy sneered. The Slytherin table erupted in laughter, treating the scene like a joke. Their voices weren't hushed, and the Gryffindors were both furious and anxious. Daphne tugged on John's sleeve and asked curiously, "Was it him?" John shook his head and replied, "He doesn't have the ability." He dismissed the possibility of Harry cheating, based purely on capability. The only explanation was that someone else had entered Harry's name. This would require a very strong confundus charm. John's thoughts drifted to the time when his Constellation Society's chamber had been breached. Read 12 chapters ahead. Chapter 205, 205, Discussion and Cold War. The Great Hall buzzed with noise. John noticed Percy trying to restore order. "Percy." John called out to him. Percy glanced around the hall before stepping over. John was also curious about the fourth champion but was more interested in figuring out how to handle the situation. "The room next door is in chaos. Madame Maxime and Headmaster Karkaroff think this is unfair, and Mr. Crouch is in a very difficult position," Percy explained without hiding anything. There seemed to be a brewing conflict in the other room, leaving old Barty in a dilemma. He wasn't sure if the tournament could continue. With such an apparent injustice, the Triwizard Tournament was turning into a joke. Hearing this, John chuckled. In a low voice, he said, "Tell old Barty that a competition full of surprises attracts more attention." Percy's eyes widened in shock at John's casual use of Barty Crouch's first name. However, this wasn't the time to ask questions. He gave John a deep look and headed into the adjacent room. Inside the noisy room, Karkaroff and Madame Maxime were demanding an explanation from Dumbledore. The three champions wore different expressions. Fleur raised her head arrogantly, Krum frowned deeply, and Cedric looked utterly confused. Dumbledore, Karkaroff, Madame Maxime, Professor McGonagall, and Professor Snape were all present. Old Barty stood to the side with a grim expression, while Bagman looked like he was thoroughly enjoying the drama. "Hogwarts has 2 champions. I don't recall anyone telling me that the host school could have 2 champions," Karkaroff said icily. "This is impossible," Madame Maxime added. "Hogwarts cannot have 2 champions. It is highly unfair." They were pressing aggressively, and in their eyes, Dumbledore seemed like a biased, doddering old fool. "This matter can only be blamed on Potter," Karkaroff, Snape said, his eyes glinting with hostility. "Potter is insistent on violating the rules. Since entering this school, he has repeatedly broken school regulations." "Thank you, Severus," Dumbledore said firmly, cutting him off. Snape had no choice but to fall silent. Dumbledore finally looked down at Harry. Harry gulped as Dumbledore practically ran toward him. "Harry, did you put your name into the Goblet of Fire?" Dumbledore asked very, very calmly. "No." Harry knew everyone was watching him, and he tried his best to remain calm. Dumbledore asked again, still being very calm, "Did you ask an older student to help you?" No. Harry was growing agitated. Is Dumbledore doubting me too? Ugh, I think he's gonna choke me next. He's definitely lying. Madame Maxime accused loudly. Professor McGonagall couldn't stand for this and spoke up. Dumbledore, stop shaking the boy so much. There's no way he could have crossed the age line. I am certain of that. Oh. But didn't John Wick cross it? Karkaroff interjected slyly, cutting off McGonagall's defense. Dumbledore paused for a moment, a flicker of complexity flashing in his eyes, before asking, then, did you ask John to help you? When these words left his mouth, Harry could feel the surrounding gazes darken. Struggling to breathe under the pressure, he loosened his collar and said, no. The scrutinizing stares were piercing, making Harry feel like he had become a liar in their eyes. Dumbledore's gaze shifted to Snape, who pondered for a moment before speaking in a slow, deliberate tone, I think. John Wick would consider it beneath him to do such a thing. Yes, beneath him. Everyone knew what had happened earlier that morning. That boy, he was enigmatic and unfathomable. Mr. Crouch, Mr. Bagman, Karkaroff, growing impatient, turned his attention to the two ministry officials. Surely, as objective judges, you must agree that this situation is improper. Ludo Bagman wiped the sweat from his round face with a handkerchief, glancing at old Barty as if signaling that he was the one to make the decision. Old Barty's face remained grim as he opened his mouth to speak. Creak. The door opened abruptly. Percy entered hastily, ignoring any sense of decorum, and rushed to old Barty's side. He whispered something into Barty's ear for a moment. Old Barty, whose expression had been dark, finally seemed to brighten. We must adhere to the rules. The charter clearly states that anyone whose name is ejected from the Goblet of Fire must participate in the tournament, declared Barty Crouch Sr. with an air of finality. Karkaroff opened his mouth to protest but was silenced by a sharp glare from Crouch. Faced with the men who had once sent him to Azkaban, Karkaroff dared not argue further. However, his expression was as sour as curdled milk. Then you must bring the Goblet of Fire back and allow each school to select a second champion. The Goblet of Fire has already gone out. It will not reignite until the next tournament, Crouch replied impatiently, clearly annoyed with the former Death Eater. This left Karkaroff's face twisted in frustration. He spat out a threat: if this was how things were handled, they would not be participating in the next tournament. At that moment, Moody entered the room, effectively cutting off any further argument. The magical contract is binding, they must all participate. Moody's sharp gaze fixed on Karkaroff as he added, this works out well for you, doesn't it? Works out well. Karkaroff feigned confusion. Moody let out a cold laugh, his magical eye whirling menacingly as if seeing straight through him. Someone put Potter's name into the goblet, knowing full well that if it was drawn, Potter would be forced to compete. That would require an exceptionally powerful Confundus charm, something Potter is incapable of performing. Moody's tone grew darker, laced with mockery, as he said, maybe someone hopes that Potter will meet his end because of it. The room fell into an uneasy silence, tension thick in the air. Karkaroff looked particularly unsettled, a flicker of panic flashing across his face. He knew exactly who Moody was alluding to. The discussion eventually ended with Harry being retained as a competitor, but the meeting dissolved in a state of dissatisfaction. The Constellation Society's secret room. John had already been waiting. With two of the champions coming from the Constellation Society, John opened a bottle of their signature drink, Constellation. He kindly reminded everyone not to drink too much. Fleur looked rather frustrated as she said, John, this is so unfair. Cedric appeared slightly embarrassed, as he was Hogwarts' official champion. John chuckled lightly and replied, this is a conspiracy. Someone wanted Harry Potter to compete, that's all. Percy arrived last. He hesitated to speak as he looked at John. John nodded slightly, signaling him to sit before continuing. As they discussed the outcomes of the earlier deliberation, Fleur vented her grievances, her frustration growing alongside the amount she drank. Heinrich remained silent, seemingly in a low mood. The first task was centered on courage, but the details of the challenge were kept secret, leaving everyone clueless. When the competition began, the champions' only weapon would be their wands. It was only after completing the first task that they would be given any information about the second. All the effort and strain came with one significant perk: champions were exempt from exams. Not to mention the sizable prize in galleons sponsored by Sir Silverhand. After the gathering ended, only John and Percy remained in the secret room. Percy spoke bitterly, why do you call Mr. Crouch old Barty? You've already guessed, haven't you? John leaned back in his chair with a faint smile. It's just as you suspect, Percy. He placed his hand on the table, revealing a silver mask resting there. Even with his earlier suspicions, Percy couldn't help but take a sharp breath, forcing a wry smile. No wonder Mr. Crouch values me so much. You're mistaken, Percy. John shook his head and said, I only gave you the chance to cross the threshold. It's your excellence that made old Barty value you. Then, does Mr. Crouch know? Percy asked hesitantly. John shook his head. Old Barty didn't know. This brought a gleam of hope back to Percy's eyes. He had thought his recognition came solely from John's influence. It's not yet the time for old Barty to know, Percy. I hope you'll keep this a secret. John looked at Percy seriously and said, the Triwizard Tournament isn't just a stepping stone for old Barty, it's also yours. You've already shown promise at the World Cup's terrorist situation. The Triwizard Tournament can help you progress even faster. John's words left Percy feeling fired up, and he immediately promised to carry out his responsibilities flawlessly. Harry Potter becoming a champion was witnessed by the entire school. This also meant that everyone believed Harry had cheated. Of course, it was just what they thought. Even Ron suspected him, going as far as asking if he had used his invisibility cloak to do it. This infuriated Harry, and by the next day, he and Ron were locked in a cold war. Once per school year. This time, it's not Hermione, which is rare, John remarked, sipping plain water and watching with interest. Daphne, who usually didn't concern herself with Gryffindor's affairs, couldn't help but ask out of curiosity this time. Why do they fight every year? Probably some kind of law. Just like how Harry is always pulled into trouble, I call it the triangle imbalance law. John clicked his tongue, unsure whether to call their friendship strong or fragile. If it's strong, then why does it fall apart every year? If it's fragile, then how do they always reconcile and work together afterward? By the way, Hufflepuff and Gryffindor weren't on great terms either right now. The Hufflepuffs believed Harry had stolen the glory that rightfully belonged to Cedric. The situation was eerily similar to Harry's second year. Harry thought back, how did he solve it that time? Read 12 chapters ahead. Chapter 206, 206, Front Teeth Match Big Stick and Interview. Care of Magical Creatures. John watched as the blast-ended Scrirt sprinted ahead while Malfoy chased after it. So, this thing needs to go on walks like a dog to burn off energy. John fell into deep thought. Why had Hagrid never taken the Scrits on walks before? A student yelped in pain after getting pricked by the sharp spines on the Scrit's body. John looked at the trembling Scrirt in front of him and raised an eyebrow. A wave of pressure emanated from him, making the Scrirt take off at full speed. Under his control, however, it never ran beyond John's designated range. Meanwhile, Hagrid was pulling Harry aside for a private conversation. Hagrid's hair seemed to be deliberately styled today, sleek and shiny, as if he had used some kind of motor oil. I remember Gilderoy Lockhart's shampoo being really effective at removing grease. Maybe Hagrid could use some. Thinking of Lockhart, John recalled how the man had once confidently pitched his own homemade shampoo to Silverhand Angel Investments, convinced it was a brilliant idea. As an esteemed alchemy master, John had immediately seen through it. Besides being made of expensive ingredients, the shampoo was utterly useless. It wasn't until an alchemist recruited from Johnny Silverhand's specialty store improved the formula that the shampoo was officially launched under the brand name Swagger King. Naturally, the spokesperson was Lockhart himself. The marketing results were fantastic. Under the influence of the idol effect, sales skyrocketed. The product even made its way overseas, raking in a huge pile of galleons. Should we have Gilderoy make a guest appearance at the Triwizard Tournament? As John pondered the potential chaos Lockhart might unleash, Hagrid wrapped up his conversation. Harry glanced in John's direction and paused for a moment but ultimately didn't come over. Instead, it was Hagrid who approached, his face flushed. His awkward, fidgety demeanor sent a wave of goosebumps down John's spine. John, do you know anything that could make someone more charming? Perhaps it was because the tulip perfume idea had been a hit last time. Hagrid hastily tried to cover up, as if afraid of being misunderstood. I mean, a friend of mine, he. No need to say more, I get it, John raised a hand, cutting off the imaginary friend before he could materialize. After thinking for a moment, he said, a well-groomed beard and tidy hair can go a long way. With that, John recommended Swagger King shampoo to Hagrid. In Hagrid's confused days, he successfully sold 5 bottles. Harry got chosen as a champion, Hagrid said worriedly after resolving his friend's issue. But he doesn't seem happy about it. That's normal, John replied casually. Only the people who wronged you truly understand how unfair it is. Hagrid deeply related to that statement. Realizing it belatedly, he asked excitedly, so you believe in Harry too? Sorry, Hagrid, I tend to be blunt, John responded calmly, prefacing his next words with a polite disclaimer. But given Harry's skill level, I'd sooner believe that Hermione snuck out at midnight to put his name in. Alright, that was a harsh take, just shy of outright saying that Harry, who was only slightly better than Ron, simply wasn't capable of it. Crude, but highly convincing. John's blast-ended Scrirt was showing signs of wanting to pick a fight with another Scrirt. He whistled, and it obediently ran back to him. Hagrid was utterly amazed. At Hogwarts, a certain type of badge was becoming popular. No need to guess, it was, of course, the work of our ever-wealthy and extravagant young master, Draco Malfoy. For a time, John seriously wondered if Malfoy had turned bitter and vengeful after breaking up with Harry. Even though, as far as he knew, they had never actually been together. Malfoy, eager to show off his handiwork, tried to give John a badge. John stared at him as if he were an idiot. Malfoy slinked away, looking a little put out. Meanwhile, everyone else got a badge for free, red ones in support of Cedric, and with 2 taps, they turned green, displaying the words Potter stinks. No wonder he's been so invested in learning alchemy lately. True love, indeed, John remarked, before casually tossing the badge to Goyle. Goyle fumbled to catch the badge. Cedric was already quite popular even before becoming a champion, and after being chosen, his popularity soared even higher. A large group of giggling girls surrounded Cedric, making his embarrassment plainly visible. After all, it wasn't exactly a secret that he liked Cho Chang. With Malfoy having gone to such great lengths to prepare so many badges, it would be a waste of money if some sort of conflict didn't break out. Sure enough, after potions class, Malfoy stepped forward to provoke Harry. His badges were seen on many students, with only a handful of Harry's closer friends choosing not to wear them. Like it, Potter. Malfoy deliberately spoke loudly. You should take a closer look, they have another feature. With that, he tapped the badge twice, revealing the green text Potter stinks. He looked every bit like some domineering CEO trying to win over a beauty by flaunting his wealth, except in this case, he was trying to provoke Harry's anger instead. Hermione smoothed down Harry's ruffled feathers and shot back sarcastically, "Oh, so clever. How utterly brilliant." If anyone had mastered the art of sarcasm, it was her. The tone was so cutting that for a moment, one could almost mistake her for Snape. Ron, however, didn't take a stance alongside them. Instead, he stayed with Seamus and Dean, neither supporting nor opposing. In the end, Malfoy got what he wanted, he and Harry started fighting. Densajo. Furnunculus. The 2 spells clashed in midair. The casters were fine, but the bystanders weren't so lucky. Hermione's teeth started growing uncontrollably, while Goyle's nose sprouted a hideous boil. Ron quickly rushed forward to check on Hermione, and Harry turned to do the same. But before he could, Malfoy lunged forward, grabbed Harry by the collar, and threw him down. Anger took over Harry, and the next moment, he and Malfoy were grappling. Seeing things take a bad turn, Ron jumped in to help. 2 against 1. And then, both of them lost points. Because Snape had arrived. If there was one thing you could always count on, it was that Snape would never miss an opportunity to deduct points from Gryffindor. Malfoy lifted his chin arrogantly, like a victorious rooster. His hair was a little messy, but he was otherwise unscathed. Ron, on the other hand, had taken a solid kick. He was rolling on the ground in pain. When John heard about this, he nearly spat out his drink. He had only taken his eyes off Malfoy for a few hours, and the guy had already stirred up this much trouble. As a result, during potions class, Harry kept glaring in their direction with eyes full of hatred and anger. John had to admit that Malfoy's ability to make enemies was truly unmatched. In fact, he even thought Malfoy's ranking on the most hated list could probably climb a few spots higher. This level of aggro drawing, John knew he could never match it. During class, Colin Creevey, a first year, entered the room. He was looking for Harry, which immediately irritated Snape. When Snape heard it was for an interview, his patience ran out completely. He ordered Harry to take all his things and get out. As Harry stepped out, a flash of green light caught his attention, making him turn to look. It was that infuriating Potter Stinks badge. His expression darkened as he walked out. John was already aware of the upcoming interview. Rita Skeeter had once sent him an incredibly humble letter, politely asking for his advice on how to cover the event. Naturally, John hoped she would go for the most sensational and explosive angles. After all, that was the best way to attract attention to the Triwizard Tournament. At the same time, he had set up a betting pool, published in the Daily Prophet. The wager. Predicting which of the 4 Triwizard champions would take home the trophy. He even introduced high-stakes bets for each individual task. The promotional campaign had already been running at full blast for quite some time. Currently, the biggest favorite was Star Seeker Victor Krum, followed by the boy who lived, Harry Potter. Yes, Harry was the youngest competitor, but he had one massive, game-breaking buff, the Chosen One. If not for Krum's already massive popularity, Harry might have been the top pick for the front page. Rita Skeeter did not disappoint. When John opened the Daily Prophet that day, he couldn't help but once again marvel, now that was true talent. According to the article, the boy who lived, Harry Potter, would often shed tears in the middle of the night, quietly sobbing as he missed his parents. Anyone who didn't truly know Harry might actually believe this nonsense. Turning the Chosen One into a pitiful crybaby, the sheer contrast made for an explosive headline. Even Malfoy couldn't help but ask if it was true. John merely rolled his eyes at him. You fought him last time, couldn't you tell for yourself? What kind of tragic little victim starts throwing punches in a fistfight? Read 12 chapters ahead of WN. Chapter 207, Cheating and Poor Cedric. Stuffing Malfoy's sudden and inexplicable sense of guilt back where it came from, John wondered if he should send Malfoy to the library for a while. As one of the top 3 on the most hated list, you actually feel guilty. But since when did Hermione become the beautiful, top student which Harry had a romantic encounter with? When did those two start dating? Well, let Rita write whatever she wants, but tell her to cut out the nonsense. Massaging his temples, John felt that Rita had really let her imagination run wild. Or maybe he had underestimated her talent for stirring up trouble. Hearing that the article was full of lies, Malfoy immediately went to provoke Harry. Pansy, holding hands with her best friend Daphne, stared at the newspaper and scoffed sourly, "Stunning beauty." Her. It was clear Pansy had strong opinions on the matter. Meanwhile, Hermione was equally irritated. She was already swamped with work, and now she had to deal with being falsely labeled as Harry's girlfriend. As if she wouldn't know if she were his girlfriend. That's called motherly love, okay? Hermione, who had been forced into the role of an unwilling mother figure, was not happy about it. To make matters worse, she had been stuck playing messenger between Harry and Ron during their fight, and her frustration had reached its peak. Finally, it was time for the trip to Hogsmeade. John glanced at Malfoy, who was planning to buy a new polishing kit to maintain his firebolt. Stroking his chin, he held a letter from Tommy in his hand. There's a cliff near the orphanage, it might be a possible Horcrux hiding spot. Having more people on the job made things easier. After thorough investigation, they had finally managed to locate the cave from the memory. Memorizing the location, John planned to find an opportunity to explore it. Of course, the place was extremely dangerous, he had no intention of going alone. Why go solo when you can form a raid party? As they headed for Hogsmeade, Malfoy, who had been walking beside John, was swiftly sent packing by Daphne's sharp glare. No awareness at all. Secretly pinching John's sleeve, Daphne's eyes curved into a smile. Want to grab a drink at the pub? For once, John had some free time, and while his sense of taste was still intact, the butterbeer at the Three Broomsticks was definitely worth it. Daphne, delighted at the chance for some alone time, quickly agreed. The two of them entered the pub and found a table to sit at. Looking around, John noticed that the Silver Hand Cellar series was selling particularly well, with one drink, Crunchy Ice Fruit Delight, being especially popular. After drinking it, one would burp out a bubble that instantly froze. It might seem childish to young wizards, but for adult wizards, it was just right. John ordered 2 butterbeers, and before long, he noticed Ron entering with a few other Gryffindors. Looks like this breakup is pretty final. It was rare to see the Golden Trio acting separately. John took a sip of his beer, then caught sight of a ring of foam sticking to Daphne's lips. Without thinking, he casually grabbed a napkin and wiped it off for her. He truly did it without any ulterior motive. Meanwhile, Daphne froze in place. Hermione. Noticing Hermione walking in alone, John saw her order 2 butterbeers. His eyes narrowed as he spotted her discreetly sliding one of the beers under the table. An invisibility cloak. That's way more advanced than Barty Jr.'s. John had to focus carefully before noticing even the slightest trace of it. It was completely unlike Barty Jr.'s cloak, which could still be seen through. Returning his attention to Daphne, he was surprised to find her face as red as an apple. What's wrong with you? Daphne stammered, completely losing her usual dignified demeanor as a young lady. Outside, Pansy, who had been out shopping, suddenly pressed her face against the glass as if she had seen something shocking. Her wide eyes stared unblinkingly into the tavern. This action immediately caught Malfoy's attention. He dragged Goyle and Crabbe over, and the 3 of them squeezed into the already narrow space in front of the window. Now, 4 people were crammed together, their burning curiosity practically visible in the air. They were completely oblivious to the strange looks they were getting from passers-by. Inside the bustling tavern, Madame Rosmerta was clearly displeased, because Moody had brought his own drink. John's seat was in a rather secluded corner, but Moody's magical eye was quick to lock onto him. Sitting next to Moody was Hagrid. The magical eye spun again and shifted toward Hermione's direction. Moody patted Hagrid on the shoulder, prompting Hagrid to notice Hermione as well. The 2 of them walked toward her table. John's ears twitched slightly as he picked up on Hagrid's gruff whisper, partially obscured by his thick beard. "Harry, come to my hut at midnight. Wear your invisibility cloak." After saying that, Hagrid then awkwardly acted out a half-hearted goodbye to Hermione. Little did he know, John had overheard everything. He stared at Moody's retreating back and muttered to himself, Moody's magical eye can actually see through invisibility cloaks. And why is Hagrid asking Harry to meet him at midnight? Wearing the invisibility cloak meant there was something to hide. This piqued John's curiosity, especially since it seemed like Moody had been the one to remind Hagrid. I'll check it out tonight. With that thought, he took another sip of his butterbeer. Tasted like plain water. By the time John returned to Hogwarts, the sky had just darkened. Oh shit. She's gonna murder another good fruit. He noticed Daphne heading toward the kitchen and quickly pulled her back. Just take a break for today. Daphne wasn't listening at all, her eyes were fixed on the hand he had grabbed, her face turning as red as a persimmon. After much persuasion, John finally got her to drop the idea of cooking. He let out a sigh of relief and, upon entering the Great Hall, saw Malfoy being used like a servant, carrying a ridiculous amount of shopping bags. Even Goyle and Crabbe looked utterly miserable, both of their hands full. Shopping is all about the experience, Pansy declared grandly. But in reality, she kept winking at Daphne. Today, she had gotten her fill of watching Daphne and John's interactions. As Daphne's best friend, she was even more excited about Daphne's progress than her own love life. Unfortunately, Malfoy suffered the most. He had planned to spend the day coming up with ways to humiliate Harry, but instead, he got dragged along as a human pack mule. Large and small bags of goodies, many of which came from Honeydukes. Pansy generously shared them with the Slytherins. Pansy, I got my fill of romance today, so you all get some too. John thought Pansy's occasional bouts of madness were understandable. After all, Malfoy had also acted on impulse when he distributed those badges to the entire school for free. Those two were definitely cut from the same cloth. Midnight. John never even returned to the dormitory. He walked straight out of the Constellation Society's secret chamber. He strolled openly through the corridors past curfew and even ran into Mrs. Norris. He picked her up for a quick petting session and slipped her 2 small fish treats as a bribe. Then, just around the corner, he bumped into Filch. The two of them locked eyes in a silent standoff. John cleared his throat. After a brief, mutual understanding, both of them deliberately turned their heads away, pretending not to see each other. To avoid further encounters, John cast a disillusionment charm on himself. With no further interruptions, he arrived at Hagrid's hut. Not far away stood the massive Beauxbatons carriage. Crouching outside the door, he soon heard a knock. When the door opened, Harry slipped inside, pulling off his invisibility cloak. John was speechless. Why did this feel like some kind of secret rendezvous? Just as he was about to move closer, a Zowu suddenly burst out of the forbidden forest. Its left eye was still blind, but the right one had recovered slightly. It darted around chaotically, sniffing the air before crouching down in front of John, trying to reach out with its paw to confirm his presence. Cut it out. John was flicked by the Zowu's tail. He patted its massive lowered head in reassurance. I've got things to do. I'll come see you in the daytime. Activating his mental magic, he calmed the creature. The Zowu obediently nodded, but as it walked away, it kept glancing back at him, clearly reluctant to leave. A while later, Hagrid emerged from his hut, dressed in formal attire, his hair meticulously combed. John's eyes widened. He had to focus to spot Harry walking beside him. They approached the Beauxbatons carriage and knocked on the door. The one who answered was Madame Maxime, also dressed elegantly. Hagrid extended an invitation to Madame Maxime, and John's expression turned odd. Did Hagrid really invite Harry to watch him go on a date, he muttered. He highly doubted Hagrid was that mischievous. Watching them leave, John decided to follow. He admitted, he was a little curious to witness Hagrid's first date. Then, from the bushes, he spotted Karkaroff. He was a bit stunned. Were all these headmasters really this idle? One was on a date, another was lurking in the bushes. At this rate, would he run into Dumbledore next? If so, where would Dumbledore be hiding? Under the carriage? He noticed that Karkaroff was heading in the same direction as Hagrid, which made him even more curious. Following along, he soon heard some commotion in the distance. First, a few men shouting loudly, then a deafening, high-pitched roar. A dragon's roar, why does it sound so familiar? John quickened his pace, and soon, he saw a group of men jumping around anxiously in front of several dragons. There were 4 in total, all roaring fiercely. He suddenly recalled Fleur mentioning that the first task was a test of courage. And what could be a better test of courage than a dragon? His expression darkened. They explicitly said the task couldn't be revealed in advance, yet one by one, you're all finding loopholes to cheat, huh? He glanced at Hagrid, who had brought Madame Maxime along, and couldn't help but feel a little sorry for him. Was this the magical world's version of a honey trap? The headmasters personally seducing people just for a tournament? And honestly, weren't they just bullying the honest guy here? John glanced at everyone present, Karkaroff, Madame Maxime, Hagrid, and Harry. So they were all in on the cheating scheme, huh? And poor Cedric, the only decent guy, was completely left out. John felt like Cedric was the hapless prey in a melon patch, surrounded by juicy gossip, yet he didn't get to taste a single bite. Roar. This isn't fair. A familiar roar echoed through the air. John turned around and spotted a Hungarian horntail that looked strangely familiar. Amoham. Read 12 chapters ahead. Chapter 208, 208, The Dragon and New Quest. John had always thought that his encounter with Amoham ended in that forest. He never expected to run into it again in the Forbidden Forest. And not just Amoham, there were 3 other dragons with it. All of them had been subdued by a group of dragon tamers. Among them was a familiar face, Charlie Weasley. They should be fine now. We gave them a sedative. They were asleep the entire way here, and we figured waking up in a quiet night would be easier on them. Charlie Weasley spotted Hagrid. They had just worked together to finally restrain the rampaging Hungarian horntail. The 4 massive dragons lay on the ground like small mountains. Hagrid rubbed his hands together excitedly, his eyes filled with admiration as he asked, "What kinds do you have here?" "That's a Hungarian horntail, the smaller one over there is a common Welsh green, the silver-blue one is a Swedish shortsnout, and that one is a Chinese fireball," Charlie explained as he glanced around, noticing Madame Maxime strolling along the enclosure, gazing at the unconscious dragons. He frowned. "Why did you bring her here? The champions aren't supposed to know what they're up against." Unfortunately, Hagrid, already ensnared in the honey trap, was still gazing dreamily at the dragons. "I just thought she'd enjoy seeing them." Well, Charlie could only sigh helplessly. What a romantic date. Hagrid hadn't forgotten his original purpose for coming here and asked, 4 dragons in total, so each champion will have to face one, right? What exactly do they need to do? "I think, probably just get past the dragon," Charlie speculated, his tone uncertain. "We'll ensure the champion's safety. The dragons they chose are all nesting mothers guarding their eggs. But I can tell you this Hungarian horntail is the fiercest one I've ever seen." Noticing Hagrid eyeing the dragon eggs greedily, Charlie warned him not to get any funny ideas. They had already counted every single one. Harry, listening from the side, understood clearly he was going to have to face a dragon. The realization felt both absurd and nerve-wracking, filling him with unease. He also needed to hurry back to the Gryffindor common room's fireplace. Sirius had arranged to speak with him tonight. Although they could communicate via owl, Sirius insisted that some things were better said face-to-face. Hagrid, thrilled to be so close to real dragons, was led around by Charlie, excitedly taking everything in. None of them noticed that there was still someone else present. John stared at the half-squinting Hungarian horntail. Even with so many sleeping spells cast on it, it still hadn't fully lost consciousness. Connections in high places make everything easier, huh? Charlie continued talking about how Mrs. Weasley was heartbroken over the stories about Harry in the Daily Prophet. John narrowed his eyes, this kind of privilege was truly enviable. Madame Maxime had seen enough of the 4 dragons and was now leading a reluctant Hagrid away. Once they had all left, John quietly approached Amoham. He had the disillusionment charm on, but at this distance, Amoham could still catch his scent. Amoham's half-closed eyes seemed to struggle to open wider, but its eyelids were too heavy. John crouched beside Amoham's head and whispered in dragon tongue, "Amoham, are you okay?" "Dragon speaker," Amoham weakly responded. "How did you get caught?" John was puzzled as to how Amoham had ended up in this situation. At the mention of this, Amoham's response was full of bitterness. "Someone revealed what happened in the forest. A group of wizards ambushed me and took me away. I was supposed to go to the Breathless Valley to complete my trial, but now that's impossible." Amoham sounded utterly dejected. It had been living freely, only to suddenly be captured and sent to Romania for captivity. A mighty black dragon couldn't possibly endure such humiliation. Unfortunately, a single dragon alone was powerless. It had ultimately been subdued by more than a dozen stunning spells. Ding! Challenge quest triggered, participate in the Breathless Valley Dragon Trial. Rewards, +1 to any stat, blessing, unknown. An unknown blessing. John was momentarily stunned. He had thought the Gate of Objects was already mysterious enough, but now he was facing something completely unknown. As he continued his conversation with Amoham, he learned what the Breathless Valley actually was. The Breathless Valley was the sacred land of dragons. Every great dragon would travel there to undergo a trial and earn their true name. Just like Amoham, this name was given to it by the dragon elders after it passed the trial. Of course, some dragons were born with names. For example, fire dragons raised by wizards, those who never completed the trial. Their dragonhood was considered incomplete, and true dragons looked down on them. Wait a minute, I remember Charlie saying that this batch consists of nesting mother dragons. John stared blankly at Amoham. So this was a female dragon. Who on earth names a mother dragon Amoham? I was supposed to undergo the inheritance trial. I had a chance to become the Dragon King of this era, Amoham lamented, devastated that its path to kingship had been cut off before it even began. Wait. Amoham suddenly thought of something. Its weak voice grew slightly stronger as it said, "Dragon Speaker, Amoham begs for your help. Take me to the dragon homeland." All right, John had been wondering how he would get there himself. Now, it seemed like he had found a way. He said, "After the first task is over, I'll take you away." Right now, he didn't dare to act recklessly. Who knew if Dumbledore was lurking around somewhere, just waiting for him to make a mistake? The dragon tamers were all highly skilled wizards. Rescuing Amoham alone, without being able to use lethal force, was a tall order. Just as he finished speaking, he heard a strained voice from the neighboring Swedish shortsnout. "Dragon Speaker, plea." The Swedish shortsnout sounded even weaker, struggling to communicate. However, John could clearly tell that they were asking for his help. The other two dragons also spoke up weakly, their voices as faint as a mosquito's buzz. None of them wanted to go back to Romania. Sigh. "All right, but you all must follow my orders." Saving one dragon was saving four was the same. John agreed, but he laid down 3 ground rules: they could not disobey his commands. He was worried that if all 4 dragons lost control, things would spiral out of hand. The 4 dragons all agreed. It seemed that among dragons, dragon speakers held a very high status. They had no resistance to following a dragon speaker's orders. With the agreement settled, John prepared to leave. He carefully avoided Charlie Weasley's position and made his way back to the castle. On the way, he was once again blocked by the Zowu. The giant beast flopped onto the ground and started rolling around, forcing John to comfort it again. After coaxing the big cat, John finally returned to the castle. Casting the disillusionment charm over himself, John headed toward the dormitory. Usually, this trick worked flawlessly. But this time, he ran into trouble. Thump, thump, thump. A sound echoed through the corridor. John frowned. It was Moody. If it were any other professor, it wouldn't be a big deal, but Moody's presence made things tricky. He hadn't forgotten about that magical eye of his, the one that could even see through Harry's invisibility cloak. Though his disillusionment charm was strong, it was nowhere near as overpowered as an invisibility cloak. The thump, thump, thump sounds grew quicker. Moody might have spotted the sneaking wizard, John. John turned and ran. Moody's magical eye might be ridiculously powerful, but it had one glaring weakness: his speed wasn't great. And that just so happened to be John's specialty. Competing in speed against a disabled man. John had zero guilt about it. Before Moody could catch up, John had already slipped into the Slytherin common room. By the time Moody arrived, all he saw was the door slowly sealing shut. He stood there for a moment, seemingly frustrated that he hadn't managed to catch a future Death Eater. John, however, hadn't actually gone back to his dormitory. He stood right behind the common room door, separated from Moody by just a thin barrier. It seems like Moody was deliberately waiting to block me. John narrowed his eyes. Moody normally patrolled nowhere near the first floor. It looked like he had been lurking there for quite some time. John waited for a while, making sure the person outside had left. The next day, John arranged to meet with Cedric. "Did any professors come to see you today?" John got straight to the point. Cedric was stunned for a moment before shaking his head. "No. Why would a professor look for me?" He looked puzzled. Hearing this, John sneered inwardly. So much for fairness. Harry was a Hogwarts champion, was Cedric not one too? If this was done under Dumbledore's orders, then John could only say that he was even more disappointed in that old man. The first task is dragons. You're probably the only one still in the dark about it. Not bothering with any pretense, John told Cedric everything he had seen the previous night. It was already tough for an honest person to survive. If he, as a friend, didn't help, Cedric would truly be left clueless. Cedric was shocked. Dragons. John smiled slightly, signaling for him to stay calm. "Don't worry. I'll help you. Don't forget, there was a dragon speaker here." Though he felt a little guilty about Fleur, Cedric was the only one without any help. After explaining everything to Cedric, John went off to class. On his way to the charms classroom, Cedric's bag suddenly tore open. He told his friends to go ahead while he stayed back to pick up his things. Seizing the opportunity, Harry approached him and whispered, "The first task is dragons. Read 12 chapters ahead." Chapter 209, Picking up the Golden Egg and Ludo's Daring. What's the best way to handle a dragon? Make the dragon go easy on you. Of course, John wouldn't stoop that low. That would be disrespectful to Cedric. But making the other dragons a little harder to deal with. That wouldn't be too difficult. Cedric told John that Harry had warned him about the first task being dragons, which surprised John. I thought he'd keep it to himself. Didn't expect the chosen one to actually care about fairness. John had to admit, he wasn't that noble. Even if Harry wasn't selfish, John hadn't forgotten how the Hogwarts professors played favorites. Cedric was a champion, yet no one had even tried to help him. Hagrid was just simple-minded, Cedric wasn't his friend, so he hadn't thought of it. But the other professors? Not a single hint. Not even a vague warning. Tomorrow was the first task of the Triwizard Tournament. John and Cedric discussed their strategy for dealing with the dragons. It's impossible for students to actually defeat a dragon, so the task must involve stealing something. Analyzing the possible objective, John recalled that Charlie had mentioned all the dragons were nesting mothers. During this period, dragons were extremely sensitive about guarding their eggs. He speculated that the task would likely involve snatching a dragon egg. He said, since it's about taking something, the key is making sure the dragon can't see for a while or distracting it. Cedric nodded in agreement. After thinking for a moment, he suggested, maybe I can use transfiguration to lure the dragon away. That would take too long, John shook his head. I think, the key to winning this task is time. Trying to draw the dragon away is too slow. It's better to make the dragon stop moving or to speed yourself up. Maybe you could use a firebolt and summon it with the summoning charm. Cedric, as a seeker, had no problem controlling a broomstick, and John was happy to provide the best one. But Cedric looked utterly shocked. Wouldn't that be cheating? The first task is supposed to rely only on your wand. Fair point. From Cedric's perspective, summoning a broom from outside the arena was no different from bringing one in directly. After all, anyone could use a summoning charm. Ah, the classic humble brag from top student Cedric. Meanwhile, somewhere, Harry, who was struggling to master the summoning charm overnight, was crying. John switched tactics. Instead of running away, they should make sure the dragon couldn't move. The sleeping charm was unreliable, dragon scales were too thick. The best approach was to restrict its movements. Using the terrain to trap the dragon and then using transfiguration to quickly move the object away. The two finalized their strategy and began practicing. November 24th. Today was the day of the first task. Morning classes ended early, and all lessons were suspended after noon. The cold weather made people involuntarily shiver. The Triwizard Tournament was being held again after a century, so it drew significant attention. Barty Crouch Sr., as one of the judges, had already gained recognition for his excellent handling of the Quidditch World Cup. This led many to pay closer attention to him. The former head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement still looked as energetic as ever, giving the impression that he could keep working for another 100 years. The arena was set up in the Forbidden Forest to ensure quick response in case of dragon-related accidents. John didn't walk over with Malfoy and the others. Instead, he calmly accepted a ring that Tommy respectfully handed him. Slipping the ring onto the ring finger of his left hand, John glanced at Kim Laidsley, who had arrived with them, and chuckled. You really don't seem like a student. The Silverhand's internal Floo network certainly makes things convenient for you. The Silverhand had established a connected Floo network across all its stores, including its branch in America. My studies are basically complete. The school doesn't mind letting me take a look at this legendary Triwizard Tournament. Jean grinned brightly, wearing a white mask identical to Tommy's. Tommy, somewhat concerned, asked, My lord, Moody's magical I might see through your disguise. No matter, John stroked his handsome face with his right hand, and a silver mask appeared, covering his entire face. Confidently, he said, this mask is enchanted with multiple spells, his magical eye won't see through it. Knowing that Moody's eye could even see through the invisibility cloak, John had upgraded his mask overnight. The mask was originally made of mithril, and John had layered it with multiple concealment enchantments, making it impossible for the magical eye to penetrate. Seeing this, Tommy suppressed his worries. With Silverhand Johnny's specialty store attending as a sponsor, they had secured excellent seats. With a snap of his fingers, John's wizard robes transformed into a deep green cloak with a hood, completely shrouding him in an air of mystery. He stepped forward, with Tommy and Kim closely following behind. The Forbidden Forest was livelier than usual, making the centaurs restless. A young centaur was arguing with his parents about whether they should go watch the dragons. Suddenly, the male centaur tensed up. He drew his bow, aiming at the unexpected intruders. Put down your weapon. A deep, hoarse voice sent the young centaur on high alert, his eyes locked onto the three figures who had just appeared. Beneath the silver mask were eyes like those of a predator. The young centaur stopped arguing and instead curled up in his mother's embrace, letting out a frightened cry. In the end, the centaur family couldn't withstand the pressure and turned to flee. John, am I really that scary? All he had done was activate his dragon aura of intimidation and mystery. Kim grinned and said, You are, after all, known as the second king of the wizarding world. Fine. John curled his lips, toned it down a bit, and stepped into the bustling dragon arena. Inside the tent set up for the champions, all four of them looked uneasy. They had all learned a day in advance what they would be facing, but so what? These were dragons, massive beasts even adult wizards struggled to handle. Knowing ahead of time only gave them an extra day to feel nervous. Fleur's face was pale, Crumb looked even more brooding than usual, and Cedric was pacing back and forth, muttering under his breath. Gulp. Harry entered and saw the scene, unable to stop his own nerves from rising. The only one who seemed particularly cheerful was Bagman, dressed in his old Wasps team robes. He called the 4 champions over, took out a cloth bag, and had them draw lots one by one. It was at this moment that they learned the exact task. Retrieve the golden egg. Cedric silently noted that John had guessed correctly, it really was about seizing an object. This boosted his confidence, easing the stiffness in his face as he managed a smile. Fleur stepped forward first and drew the Welsh green, securing the second slot. Next was Crumb, who picked the Chinese fireball and would go third. Cedric and Harry exchanged glances before Cedric reached into the bag and pulled out a silver-blue Swedish shortsnout. Around its neck hung a tag marked with the number 1. Harry's face turned pale, his luck was awful. He had drawn the most aggressive of them all, the Hungarian horntail, and would go last. Mr. Diggory, you'll be going first. Step into the arena when you hear the whistle, Bagman announced, then turned his gaze toward Harry. Mr. Harry Potter, could I have a word with you outside? Ludo Bagman's eyes gleamed with the slyness of a seasoned hustler. While Harry was still confused, Bagman outright asked if he needed any help. The implication was clear. Bagman, Harry, do you want to cheat? Just say the word, and I'll help you right away. Harry was stunned and stammered, no, I don't need it. Bagman was about to say something when a voice suddenly interrupted their conversation. What do we have here, Ludo Bagman? Perhaps you've forgotten, you still owe a debt. The low, raspy voice was like an ice cube slipping down one's collar, sending shivers down Bagman's spine. His round, babyish face twisted in terror. Harry turned toward the source of the voice. The sight of that silver mask immediately reminded him of the scene at the Quidditch World Cup, making him even more nervous. Bagman forced an awkward smile, the corner of his eye twitching. Respected Sir Johnny Silverhand, this is a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. A deep chuckle came from behind the silver mask, carrying the unsettling sensation of walking on shifting sand. At the Quidditch World Cup, you secretly ran a little betting ring, lost big, and had to borrow money from me. I thought you'd have learned your lesson. Ludo. Tell me, what have I done wrong to make you show me such disrespect? The voice was like a judge pronouncing a death sentence, making Bagman's legs tremble. The cheerfulness from before had completely vanished. Now, he only cursed himself for stepping outside in the first place. The silver mask was right in front of him. From beneath it, Bagman could see those eyes that didn't seem human, filled with a chilling coldness. Ludo, if you think you can manipulate the tournament to take galleons from Silverhand, then the flowers blooming in the dirt of Nocturne Alley will owe their growth to your efforts. Bagman couldn't bear it anymore. He frantically swore that he would ensure a fair and just competition. Then, grabbing Harry, he stumbled back into the tent. Harry's face was pale, his already anxious heart now feeling like it was about to leap out of his chest. After warning Ludo Bagman, John entered the stands and took his seat. Several discreet glances were cast his way, but he remained indifferent. Tommy spoke up. Ludo Bagman has placed a huge bet on Harry Potter winning. He's probably trying to use the tournament to clear all his debts. John nodded noncommittally. Bagman had racked up an enormous gambling debt at the World Cup. If he didn't find a way to make his money back, he'd likely have to flee the country. It wasn't surprising that he had thoughts of manipulating the Triwizard Tournament to turn a hefty profit from the bets. Well, a surefire way to get himself killed. The first whistle blew, and John watched as Cedric stepped into the arena. His opponent, the Swedish Shortsnout, was glaring at him with a fierce and predatory gaze. Standing before a dragon, just not buckling at the knees, already showed exceptional mental resilience. Cedric gripped his wand tightly, his mind racing through the plan. The competition was set in the Forbidden Forest, meaning there were plenty of natural materials to use. He didn't charge in immediately. Instead, he pointed his wand and transfigured the hard ground into a muddy swamp. The ground beneath the Swedish Shortsnout loosened. Seeing this, Cedric again aimed at the ground and turned the ground around the golden egg into spikes, making the dragon off balance. Read 12 chapters ahead. Chapter 210, Who is Abyss? The first task successfully concluded, and the second task was scheduled to begin on the morning of February 24th of the following year. Inside the Constellation Society's secret chamber. On the table, 2 golden eggs lay there. 8 people surrounded the eggs, as if trying to decipher some mystery from them. Mr. Bagman said the clue for the second task is hidden inside the golden egg, Cedric said gently. Fleur added, I opened it before, and the sound inside was suffocating. As she spoke, Malfoy, unable to resist his curiosity, reached out and touched the egg. A piercing shriek erupted, making him quickly shut it again. The others all shot him murderous glares. Malfoy gave an awkward smile and said, I was just curious. You're not a cat. Why are you so curious? John glanced at him. He picked up the golden egg. In fact, he had already figured out part of the mystery. His lips curled slightly, and he looked at the two expectant competitors, chuckling. Unfortunately, for the sake of fairness in this competition, you'll have to figure it out yourselves. Oh, come on, John. Malfoy wailed, having had his curiosity piqued, only for John to shut it down like this. If only one person in the group were competing, John would have shared the answer. But with both of them in the tournament, that wasn't an option. The dragon task had been a collective act of cheating, but this time, that wasn't the case. Then let them compete fairly. Fleur smirked proudly. She understood John's meaning perfectly and taunted Cedric, looks like we'll have to see who comes out on top. Looking forward to it, Cedric replied with a harmless smile. Both of them were now determined to win. After setting that matter aside, the group moved on to other topics. Percy mentioned that the Triwizard Tournament had already drawn significant attention within the wizarding world. A few minor incidents had occurred, including someone impersonating Mr. Malfoy to skim a bottle of rare wine. Malfoy immediately spoke up, explaining that the bottle had been something his father had eagerly anticipated. Having it intercepted halfway had sent Lucius into a furious rage. It was suspected that someone had used Polyjuice Potion to deceive the staff at Silverhand's wine cellar. While it wasn't a major event, it had caused a minor stir in the wizarding community before fading from attention. Meanwhile, the missing ministry official had yet to be found. A search of his home revealed a marked map of Albania, suggesting that he had traveled there. Hearing this, old Barty let out a sigh of relief and took another sip of his mead. The gathering in the secret chamber was an enjoyable one, but Neville had to leave early for something. After Neville left, John tapped his glass to get everyone's attention and made an announcement. We need to do something big for Neville. This matter concerns his parents, so I want every one of you to be involved. His serious tone made everyone sit up straight, focusing intently. With a face full of solemnity, he then dropped a bombshell. I'm going to ostracize him, bully him, isolate him, and make him hate me. What? John, have you lost your mind? Malfoy froze for a moment, then grinned. Ah, you must be drunk. Draco, I'm not drunk. John sighed, but his expression was serious, not at all like a joke. Gradually, the secret chamber fell into silence. Everyone stared at John. After a brief pause, Cedric asked, Can I ask why? The idea of bullying someone, especially a friend, was difficult for Cedric to accept. Not just him, everyone else was also afraid of missing any details, listening with utmost focus and seriousness. Do you remember Neville's parents? John looked at their faces and said calmly, I've found a way to heal them. But for it to work, Neville must be personally involved. And for that, I need his hatred. At the mention of hatred, Malfoy was the first to react. A method? You mean, like the emotional training you did with me? He had been trained by John before, using insults to provoke his anger. Something like that, but Neville has a better temper than you, John nodded. That's why I need you all, not just yourselves, but also to influence others, to isolate him completely. If he doesn't explode in silence, he'll be destroyed by it. John's cold and sharp tone sent chills down their spines. This method of pushing someone off a cliff, if Neville ever found out, he would surely hate him to death. Daphne immediately jumped up in protest, her voice sharp. Why does it have to be you? Neville will want to kill you. She didn't want anything to happen to John. A person pushed into the abyss could be extremely dangerous, and she didn't want John to take that risk. It wasn't just her, Cedric also frowned and said, John, you're doing this for Neville's sake, but it will hurt your friendship. It doesn't matter. John chuckled. Isn't that what friends are for? To step in when help is needed. He looked at Cedric and said sincerely, if I were in danger, you'd come to save me, even at the cost of your own life, wouldn't you? Cedric fell silent. Percy stared at John for a moment before saying, the price is too high. He will understand. I believe that. John's tone left no room for doubt. The others could only accept it. Heinrich had never doubted John, and this time was no different. He said, I will stay by your side to protect you. There's no need. John waved off the offer and instructed Heinrich, for now, stay close to Fleur. I suspect something unusual might happen because of the Triwizard Tournament. Something unusual? What do you mean? Percy asked urgently. John's voice deepened. Harry's participation wasn't an accident. Someone is plotting something through the tournament. We need to be prepared. Although they hadn't seen the mastermind yet, the ability to manipulate the Goblet of Fire meant their opponent was undoubtedly powerful. The tournament wasn't just about the Ministry of Magic's elections, it was also Percy's chance to establish a foundation for himself. If Barty Crouch Sr. became the next Minister of Magic, his vacant position would need to be filled by someone else. Percy might not become the department head, but he could still secure a key position of power within it. A single move could affect everything. John needed to plan ahead. Hearing this, the others also promised to stay vigilant. Only Daphne remained furious. After leaving the Constellation Society's secret chamber, John looked up outside and saw a team escorting 4 massive iron cages as they departed from Hogwarts. His eyes turned into vertical pupils. With a blink, his vision zoomed in. He could clearly see the dragon handlers' wary expressions. I'll wait until they're further away before making a move. Silently, John stepped into the darkness and vanished. Charlie Weasley yawned. The freckled dragon handler complained, "They're not even letting us rest for a night. This is way too rushed. It's better to be cautious. These are fire-breathing dragons. If something happens near Hogwarts, that would be terrifying." An older dragon handler scolded him, "At your age, how can you even sleep soundly? When I was your age, I was already subduing rampaging dragons all by myself." The freckled wizard immediately shut his mouth but rolled his eyes internally, thinking, "If you're that amazing, you should be the Minister of Magic." Charlie laughed heartily. He loved taking care of dragons, so he didn't find it tiring. He once had a chance to join a professional Quidditch team, but his passion for dragons outweighed his love for the sport. The group moved through the Forbidden Forest. After walking some distance, the forest became eerily silent. Charlie's instincts told him something was wrong. He stopped, raised his ears, and said, "Listen." The other dragon handlers didn't understand at first, but Charlie's face was deadly serious. The older handler also sensed something was off and exclaimed, "It's too quiet." The Forbidden Forest was home to many magical creatures. How could it be so silent? Not even the chirping of insects or birds. Charlie's expression darkened. A faint whooshing sound seemed to brush past his ears. The clouds in the sky parted, allowing moonlight to pour down. Charlie's eyes widened in horror as he looked at the ground, his pupils shrinking. A massive shadow loomed over them, its grotesque silhouette stretching across the forest floor. "On guard!" He shouted loudly, turning his head just in time to see a pair of terrifying, large brown eyes in the pitch-black darkness. "What, ha!" The freckled dragon handler had no time to react before a tail, swift as a lunging basilisk, struck him and sent him flying. The older handler had just drawn his wand when a fierce gust of wind tore through the area, blowing his wig away. A crimson glow burned within the shadows. Run. Without hesitation, Charlie rolled to the side and fired a stunning spell from his wand. The faint glow of his spell was insignificant, but it reminded the others that they were wizards. They all sprang into action, casting stunning spells toward the looming shadow. A dragon's breath burst free from its jaws, an inferno of crimson flames surging overhead before landing on the cages meant to contain the dragons. These cages, designed to hold dragons, melted like snow under the blazing heat. The next second, a deafening roar echoed through the forest. Roar. Amohan charged out of the shattered cage, its massive wings beating the air as it unleashed another fiery breath onto the ground. The shadow did not stop. It opened its jaws once more, and searing flames melted the remaining 3 cages. 3 more thunderous dragon roars shook the Forbidden Forest. Their fury from being imprisoned was now unleashed upon the humans below. The dragon handlers were no match for 4 raging fire dragons, especially with an unknown giant dragon standing among them. Charlie had never imagined death could be this close. Even though he wasn't directly struck by the dragon's breath, the lingering heat drained the very life from the earth around him. The massive black-shadowed dragon easily tore open the top of a carriage, revealing the dragon eggs inside. As expected, here they are. Having found the eggs, the black dragon didn't hesitate. It grabbed the carriage, flapped its wings, and let out a resounding roar. Roar. The other fire dragons immediately halted their rampage. They took to the skies, responding to the call and following the black dragon into the distance. The older dragon handler coughed up blood, his arm burned but not critically injured. Still in shock, he gasped, What was that?" Charlie rasped, "A dragon. A dragon we've never seen before." Right now, they had no way of retrieving the fire dragons. Some of their team members were severely injured, but thankfully, no one had died. By morning, the entire magical world was in an uproar. A never-before-seen dragon, terrifyingly powerful, had taken multiple stunning spells without even flinching, and had led the other dragons away. Some curious souls gave this dragon a name, Abyss. Other than its massive brown eyes, the dragon was as black as the abyss itself. Read 12 chapters ahead. Chapter 211, The Aroma of Wine and the Coquettish Big Cat. The Ministry of Magic reminds wizards in Hogsmeade to be on guard against the vicious and dangerous dragons that may suddenly appear in the vicinity. As of now, 5 dragons remain missing. In the Great Hall, Malfoy read out loud from the Daily Prophet. Daphne scoffed in disbelief. "Vicious dragons? You mean the ones from the Triwizard Tournament?" Yesterday, the dragons had put on quite the show, even the so-called savior had been smacked by one. Because of how dangerous the situation was, Harry Potter was finally cleared of any cheating suspicions. Everyone knew that only a complete lunatic would voluntarily get involved in something so risky. Malfoy's badges weren't popular anymore, the ones who still wore them only supported Cedric, and hardly anyone used the green side. Shoveling a bite of breakfast into his mouth, Malfoy spotted Neville approaching. Neville asked in confusion, "Where's John today?" Daphne elegantly spread jam onto her bread while Malfoy glanced at Neville and sneered, "Well, if it isn't Gryffindor's star of the celebration. I imagine you're having quite a good time." Malfoy's sudden change in attitude left Neville at a loss. He looked around for help. Just then, Heinrich walked over. Neville, seeing a potential savior, turned to him, only for Heinrich to frown and snap coldly, "Get lost." His voice was loud enough that the people eating breakfast paused. Neville froze in place, confusion written all over his face. What? He had no idea what he had done wrong. "Go back to your seat, Longbottom," Malfoy sneered, his expression full of disdain. "There's no place for you here." Neville couldn't find the words. He thought maybe leaving early yesterday had upset them. Feeling dejected, he trudged toward the Gryffindor table. On the way, he ran into Cedric. The usually warm and friendly Cedric now looked at him as if he were something dirty, pinching his nose as he walked away. That only made Neville feel even worse. "Oh, right, Neville," Cedric called out after passing him. Neville turned around with a flicker of hope, only to be met with a cruel verdict. "John said you'd best figure out where you stand." "Got it." With that, Cedric left, greeting Heinrich along the way. Malfoy would probably call him the top student. But Neville felt like he no longer belonged in the Constellation Society. After rescuing Amohan and the other dragons, John hid them deep within the Forbidden Forest, somewhere no one would find them. The unicorn's habitat. It had cost him several bottles of stellar essence to get the unicorns to agree. He planned to head to Silent/Breathless Valley next year for a trial. Until then, the dragons would have to wait. Some of the dragon eggs seemed close to hatching, but the mother dragons, overflowing with maternal instinct, didn't mind staying put. However, John had been hit with too many stunning spells, causing him to oversleep. Even in his dragon form, where his scales had a weak magic-resistant effect, a dozen stunning spells had almost knocked him out completely. At the same time, he noticed that his dragon form had grown taller. It seemed that as his magical power increased, his transformed state would also become larger. By the time he woke up, he had already missed breakfast. Still groggy, he went through his morning routine like a robot. His steps were unsteady as he walked down the stairs, and those who saw him were worried he might fall. Seeing Hogwarts' top academic overachiever looking so sleep-deprived surprised many students. Rumors began to spread. Some said John had done something big, possibly sneaking off to find the missing dragons. Others speculated that he had caught someone up to no good and had fought them off in an epic battle. Whatever the theory, everyone had already accepted one thing as fact: John would never do anything bad. That was thanks to the good reputation he had built over the past 4 years. His exhausted state lasted the whole day. Even Malfoy could tell that John seemed unusually tired. "John, what exactly were you doing last night?" "Just. Ugh. Leave me alone." John ate with his eyes closed, not in the mood to talk to Malfoy. "This is my time to shine." Daphne had an idea, blushing. She was just about to feed John herself. But Heinrich smoothly cut John's food into small pieces and, at just the right moment, brought it to John's mouth, letting him take a bite effortlessly. Daphne was so furious she almost slammed her plate down, glaring at Heinrich with burning rage. Heinrich, however, remained completely unfazed. After dinner, John skipped his usual training, went straight to bed, and fell asleep instantly. He slept well, but when he woke up the next morning, he still looked half asleep. This state lasted all the way until Friday. Snape, face dark as ever, gave John a death glare, looking just about ready to shove his head into a cauldron to wake him up properly. But, unfortunately for Snape, John, despite keeping his eyes half closed, accurately processed each ingredient, handling them in perfect order and brewing his potion flawlessly. This made Snape's expression even darker. He was now forced to award points to a student who had spent the entire class looking like he was asleep. So frustrating. Slytherin, 20 points. After awarding the points, Snape hurried away, taking out his irritation by immediately picking on Neville. Neville was already feeling down from being isolated, and now he felt even worse. Sniff sniff. Meanwhile, John was wandering drowsily through the corridor when he suddenly caught a whiff of alcohol. Following the scent, he staggered forward, his steps uneven. He finally stopped at a corner, and just then, his fatigue seemed to fade away. Blinking in confusion, he glanced around, wondering where had he wandered off to. The smell of alcohol drifted over again, and John continued walking toward it. Just as he turned a corner, he nearly bumped into someone, a heavily scarred face appearing right in front of him. "Wick, what are you doing here?" Moody asked gruffly. "Ah." John took a step back to maintain some distance and apologized. "Sorry, I think I took a wrong turn." His smile was perfectly polite, neither too distant nor too friendly. With a slight bow to Moody, he turned and headed in another direction. Moody stared after him, muttering something under his breath before stomping off on his wooden leg. John hadn't visited the Zoo for a few days. After the last Triwizard Tournament event, Hagrid had temporarily hidden it in Aragog's old cave. Now that it had been let out again, the Zoo was absolutely thrilled. Its massive tail, blooming like a peony, swayed back and forth, looking incredibly beautiful. John patted the Zoo's head, clearly sensing its joy at seeing him. The Zoo rolled over onto its back, its big, adorable eyes gleaming with anticipation, as if waiting for John to pet it. Suddenly, the Zoo seemed to catch a scent, a look of suspicion flashing across its face. It got up and circled John twice. Cough cough. As a student, it's perfectly reasonable for me to have the scent of fire dragons on me, right? John maintained a straight face, conveniently taking advantage of the fact that the Zoo had no idea why a student would be involved with fire dragons. That aside, John really did like the Zoo, especially because it was just like a giant feline. It was fluffy, and it loved playing with cat toys. Thinking of this, John unwrapped the gift he had brought, lifting the shrinking charm on it. A large, fuzzy ball appeared. The moment it saw the round object, the Zoo became excited. John levitated the ball with magic, and the Zoo eagerly stepped forward, batting at it with its massive paw. Every time the ball rolled, the Zoo grew even more excited. Before long, it was completely addicted to playing, completely ignoring John as it chased the fluffy ball around. Watching with a smile, John said, "Haha, glad I went through the trouble of making this fur ball." After all, crafting something sturdy enough to withstand the Zoo's giant paws was no easy feat. All the materials had cost John a hefty sum, and he also had to infuse them with magic to ensure the ball remained intact. After visiting the Zoo, John prepared to head back the same way he came. The cold wind brushed against his cheeks as he spotted Hagrid feeding the Thestrals pure malt whiskey. The scent of alcohol was overwhelming, it even lingered in the air during class. Some younger students with low alcohol tolerance always ended up red-faced just from passing by, looking as if they were drunk. Did Hagrid pay for this out of his own pocket? John watched as Hagrid continued pouring barrel after barrel of whiskey into the troughs. Just the cost alone was staggering. Hogwarts didn't charge tuition fees. Its funding came from ministry grants, board investments, and public donations. Of course, Hogwarts wasn't just burning through money without replenishing its coffers. The four founders had set up a Hogwarts Foundation to handle both spending and income. Later generations of alumni also contributed donations and sponsorships. John wondered if the Thestrals' expenses were covered under these funds. On a related note, nearly every notable shop in the British wizarding world made some form of financial contribution to Hogwarts. Since John was a sponsor himself, he figured part of his own galleons might be paying for this. Watching what might be his money being guzzled down by Thestrals, John couldn't help but feel a pang of pain. 3 seconds of heartache. Okay, 3 seconds are up. Earned it back, heh? John continued on his way. Read 12 chapters ahead. Chapter 212, Dobby's work and the crystal ball exploded. Hogwarts' kitchen had 100 house elves working at all times, so John grabbing a late-night snack was nothing out of the ordinary. He hadn't visited much since his 3rd year. Tonight, on a whim, he decided to stop by. Reaching the kitchen entrance, he skillfully scratched the pear on the fruit painting. The pear let out a giggle and transformed into a bright green door handle. As he stepped inside, a shrill voice immediately rang out. "Get out, you disgraceful freak." John spotted an older house elf, furious, pointing at a familiar figure. Looking closer, he realized, wasn't that Dobby? A whole group of house elves glared at Dobby with hostility. Next to him stood another familiar elf. If I'm not mistaken, that's Winky, from the Crouch family. John narrowed his eyes, unable to figure out why 2 rogue house elves had shown up here. The yelling continued, with an endless stream of insults pouring from the mouths of the other house elves in the kitchen. They called Dobby a disgrace to all house elves, a filthy creature who tarnished their reputation by demanding payment from great wizards. Coming from the Malfoy household, Dobby had long since grown used to this. Dobby faced the accusations fearlessly, but Winky wasn't nearly as strong-willed. She sobbed loudly, starting as soft whimpers, but soon escalating into full-on opera-level wailing. The moment John stepped inside, the house elves who had been scolding Dobby immediately lowered their voices. "Mr. John Wick." Dobby let out an excited squeak and ran over, waving his tiny hands wildly. Dobby knew it. Dobby knew he would one day meet John Wick again. As he rushed forward, Winky continued crying in the background. The house elves who had been leading the insults all made faces of disgust and stepped back, wanting nothing to do with Dobby. "When did you get here, Dobby?" John asked. "Today, sir." Dobby started work today. The pay is 1 galleon per week, and Dobby gets 1 day off per month. Professor Dumbledore originally offered Dobby 10 galleons a week, but Dobby bargained him down to this. Dobby's face was full of lingering fear, as if taking that much money would have gotten him hit with the Cruciatus curse. The moment he finished speaking, the other house elves couldn't help but hurl more insults, as if he wasn't receiving 1 galleon, but a pile of dung. Even though 1 galleon wasn't much, in the house elf world, it was an explosive amount, let alone the fact that he even had a day off each month. This completely shattered their worldview, and the other house elves cursed Dobby furiously, refusing to associate with him. But since the esteemed wizard, Professor Dumbledore, had spoken, they had no choice but to accept working alongside the abnormal Dobby. "Well, I didn't expect this." John shrugged, surprised to have run into Dobby here. Winky was still crying. To shift the focus, John asked, "How much are you getting paid, Winky?" That only made her cry harder. Tears gushed like a broken dam as she shrieked. Winky was cast out, but Winky has not fallen that low. Alright, so Dobby really was the only house elf of his kind. John didn't hold much hope for house elves gaining equal rights, but he also didn't feel like getting involved. While looking around the kitchen, he noticed a spot that had been polished until it gleamed. An older house elf, puffing up with pride, declared, "That was cleaned by Puffy. That is where Miss Greengrass cooks." Puffy was the elder house elf's name. Apparently, for house elves, serving a wizard individually was considered the highest honor. The other house elves looked on with envy as John approached. The table was neatly arranged with knives, from the smallest paring knife to a full set of specialized blades. There was even something resembling a crescent-shaped guillotine. Everything had been scrubbed spotless and was sharpened to perfection every single day. There was also a section for ingredients, fresh fruits of all kinds, various meats preserved with magic to keep them fresh, different types of flour, and an array of grains and nuts neatly stored in jars. John was stunned. With this setup, it was practically like moving an entire marketplace into the kitchen. He also spotted a small notebook, which turned out to be Daphne's personal cooking notes. He wanted to open it, but considering it was Daphne's possession, he restrained himself. Good friends shouldn't pry into each other's privacy. Even though that notebook likely contained the source of his suffering. After making a round through the kitchen, John left. Before he departed, all the house elves gave him a deep bow as a send-off. Anyone unaware of the situation might have thought they were bidding him farewell forever. A week had passed since the first task, and the fiery excitement of battling a dragon had gradually been extinguished by the reality of coursework. At the very least, John no longer saw students in the corridors provoking Filch as if he were a dragon, only to get caught and sent to detention. Filch, meanwhile, was experiencing a second spring, not in romance, mind you, but in physical fitness. After being utterly left in the dust last school year, he had been training relentlessly to improve himself. Where he used to struggle just climbing 3 flights of stairs, he could now charge up to the 7th floor in one go without breaking a sweat. John congratulated Filch and even gifted him some weighted steel blocks along with a pair of shoes that had a speed-enhancing charm. Filch was delighted. That very night, he managed to catch 3 students sneaking out after curfew. The young wizards couldn't understand how Filch, who had been on the ground floor, managed to reach the 4th floor in just a dozen seconds. One Gryffindor student, just a step away from the common room entrance, turned around for a moment, only to find that Filch, who had been at the end of the corridor, had suddenly appeared right behind them and dragged them away. Even the Weasley twins, notorious for their nightly escapades, were now hesitant to venture out. Another day of making great contributions to improving Hogwarts' learning environment. John nodded in satisfaction. Divination class. Honestly, whether John attended or not made no difference, since Professor Trelawney continued to show him an unusual amount of favoritism. Gazing into the crystal ball, John found that he could already make out images within the swirling mist. A darkness spreads, it drowns in death, grasping for the living to pull them under. Water, both life and poison, once consumed, cannot be stopped until all is drained. The champion's choice will lead to bloodshed, death blooming under the night sky, and an unquenchable flame that will claim the dearest of all. Unknowingly, his eyes had turned a ghostly gray, his voice hollow and raspy, like an empty vessel echoing in the dark. At some point, Trelawney had appeared in front of him, silencing the other students, who had been noisily fabricating their own predictions. Her voice trembled as she softly called out, "Dear." John's gaze shifted away from the crystal ball, his gray-white eyes appearing eerie and mysterious. The color slowly faded from his eyes, but an inexplicable, unbearable feeling welled up inside him. Lavender's fearful voice quivered. John started making death prophecies again. Taking a deep breath, John forced away the unsettling sensation. A crack suddenly appeared on the crystal ball, and in the next instant, it shattered with a loud explosion. Even Trelawney was startled, clutching her chest in shock. The entire class felt an overwhelming sense of foreboding. Harry and Ron, who had recently reconciled, stared at John with expressions of unease and suspicion. Forcing a stiff smile, John turned to Trelawney and said, "Sorry, Professor, I'd like to take a leave of absence." The class had only been in session for half an hour, yet John was already asking to leave. Trelawney, full of concern, immediately granted his request and even awarded him 30 points for his prophecy. Leaving the classroom, John's face remained grim. That prophecy gave him a terrible feeling. Could this be about something happening around me? Arriving at the Black Lake, John tried to calm himself. Staring into the water, for the first time, he felt an unsettling fear deep inside. It'll be fine. If I equip everyone properly, everything will be fine. John tossed a stone into the Black Lake, and it just so happened to hit a merperson who had poked their head above the surface. The merperson cursed loudly in the water. John shot them a look. The merperson immediately shut their mouth and fearfully dove back into the lake. By the time John returned to the castle, news of his latest death prophecy had already spread. This time, the message was even more direct than the one in third year. The warrior's choice will lead to bloodline slaughter, death will bloom in the night, and an unquenchable fire will take away a beloved one. Ernie Macmillan swallowed nervously, his expression tense. This is telling us that one of the champions is going to die. Hannah Abbott gasped, covering her mouth in shock. Which champion will die? I think it's Harry Potter. I mean, you all know. Ernie trailed off as he noticed Harry walking past. After John started feeling better, he made his way to the Great Hall. He spotted Malfoy deep in discussion about something, looking absolutely delighted. John immediately walked over and doubled his training regimen. Among all the people involved, John figured Malfoy was the most likely to run into trouble. After all, he attracted way too much hatred, he could probably get into an accident just by walking down the hall. Read 12 chapters ahead. Chapter 213, The Song and Bubblehead Charm. Lately, Hogwarts Castle had been filled with champions wandering around, clutching their golden eggs. Fleur was feeling frustrated. She knew that John had already cracked the secret, but for the sake of fairness to Cedric, she had to figure it out on her own. Along the way, she tried all sorts of methods. Cedric was in the same boat, but thanks to his familiarity with Hogwarts, he was able to solve the mystery of the golden egg more quickly. As a prefect, he had access to the most luxurious bathing facilities at Hogwarts. One day, while taking a bath in the prefect's bathroom, Cedric accidentally dropped the golden egg into the pool. He dove underwater to retrieve it, just in time to hear the song coming from within the egg. Come seek us where our voices sound. We cannot sing above the ground. And while you're searching, ponder this. We've taken what you'll sorely miss. An hour long you'll have to look to recover what we took. But past an hour, hope is gone, it is gone forever, never to return. Cedric was stunned. After listening to the song, he surfaced from the water, his hair still covered in bubbles. He muttered to himself, so this is the clue for the second task. He hesitated, wondering if he should share this discovery with others. Harry told me about the first task. Even though I already knew, his kindness is something I can't ignore. Then Cedric thought about Fleur. As a friend from the Constellation Society, he should be on the same side as her. One was his schoolmate, the other his society member. He decided to consult John. John understood his dilemma. Twisting the ring on his finger, he chuckled and said, "Cedric, you have a noble character. Your selflessness is truly admirable." Cedric blushed slightly at the praise. John continued, "Follow your heart. But there's no need to rush to tell them, let them figure it out for themselves. Fleur is a proud person, she might solve it in a few days." Hearing this, Cedric decided to hold off on sharing the information. Time at Hogwarts passed quickly. 7 days of December had already gone by. Rain, snow, and fierce winds raged over the ancient castle. Care of magical creatures was still held outdoors, and students in the pumpkin patch were shivering from the cold. Because Hagrid had been busy taking care of the 12 Abraxan horses of his goddess, he had been paying less attention to the blast-ended Scroots. As a result, they had been fighting each other, and only 10 remained. Even in winter, the Scroots showed no signs of hibernating. Their thick shells stored heat, and the liquid in their tails served as an ignition source. John stared at the Scroots, thinking that if he could extract the ignition fluid from their tails, he might be able to create a powerful explosive. Just as he was pondering this, a beetle flew onto the fence and perched there. The more John looked at it, the more familiar it seemed. Activating his insight, he saw that the insect radiated magic. It was Rita Skeeter. Her recent Savior series articles had received widespread praise. Determined to dig up more sensational news, she had even ignored Dumbledore's ban and sneaked into the school. "I never realized she was this gutsy before," John thought as he watched the beetle fly behind Hagrid's hut. Moments later, a woman in a magenta robe emerged. That signature crocodile skin handbag was still slung over her arm, and greed was practically written in her eyes. Hagrid also noticed Rita and, looking puzzled, asked, "Who are you?" "I'm Rita Skeeter, a reporter for the Daily Prophet," she answered smoothly. Noticing John's gaze, she winked at him in what she thought was a seductive manner. John's face darkened. "All right, you're done for." Though Hagrid was a bit naive, even he knew that Dumbledore had banned Rita from Hogwarts. He had no intention of entertaining her. But Rita's ability to dig up sensational news didn't rely solely on her animagus form. She deliberately acted interested in the blast-ended Scroots, coaxing Hagrid into talking. Sure enough, the moment Hagrid heard that someone was interested in Scroots, his face flushed with excitement. As a magizoology expert, he was absolutely thrilled. Rita also noticed Harry was present, and her eyes instantly lit up. Using the pretense of an article for an animal studies column, she successfully tricked Hagrid into agreeing to an interview on Friday. Before leaving, Rita greeted Harry. Then, turning to John, she was about to flash her gold-toothed grin and flirt with the handsome student when she met John's deep, pressure-filled gaze. The words died in her throat as an image of a silver mask flashed through her mind, instantly terrifying her into a quick retreat. John silently withdrew his aura of fear, watching her flee with an indifferent expression. Knowing Rita's nature, that Friday interview is bound to be a trap. When it came to finding a sensational scoop, Rita would stop at nothing. If it were someone else, John wouldn't have bothered. But Hagrid was his friend, there was no way he would just stand by and watch him get set up. So he handed the matter over to Tommy. Tommy didn't even need to act personally, just a subtle reminder to Rita that during Hagrid's imprisonment at the Ministry of Magic, Sir Johnny Silverhand had spent a fortune to bail him out. Originally eager to make a big splash with her article, Rita immediately lost her enthusiasm. The second task of the Triwizard Tournament required retrieving an object from underwater within an hour. But how to stay underwater for an hour? That was the real problem. John saw Cedric emerge from the Black Lake, his head encased in a bubble. As expected of a sixth-year academic prodigy, John almost wanted to applaud. The bubblehead charm. "Looks like you've already found a solution." Cedric smiled. "I'm still not proficient. I need to practice a few more times." Meanwhile, Malfoy wasn't running laps today. John had assigned him a special task, provoking Neville. Bullying people was practically second nature to Malfoy. For example, when he showed up by the Black Lake, his hair was a complete mess. "John, I think we should call it quits." Malfoy winced as he spoke, his split lip making him suck in a sharp breath. "Neville's way too aggressive now. I barely said 2 words to him before he started swinging at me." "You didn't fight back." John glanced at him. Malfoy hesitated before answering, "Of course, I fought him on equal footing." John gave him a doubtful look just as Heinrich walked over. The pale-faced Heinrich twitched slightly and said, "Draco, along with Goyle and Crabbe, tried to gang up on Neville, and ended up getting chased all the way back to the common room." Well, well. So this was what Malfoy called equal footing. John looked at Malfoy speechlessly. Malfoy, looking embarrassed, muttered, he grabbed the sword from the armor. That idiot Goyle was too slow and almost got slashed. So aggressive already. John was stunned. He had underestimated Malfoy. His ability to attract hatred was far stronger than all of John's previous month of insults combined. Even someone as mild-mannered as Neville had been provoked into using a greatsword against Malfoy. If Malfoy didn't pursue a career as a main tank, it would truly be a waste. But it still wasn't enough. Using a sword meant Neville was still holding back. That wouldn't do. Thinking this, John said casually, "When the day comes that Neville pulls out his wand on you, then you'll know you've succeeded." Malfoy's face twisted in misery. This is so unfair. Why was everyone else just avoiding Neville while he had to face him directly? That sword had nearly taken his face off today. To make things worse, Pansy had laughed at him mercilessly. "Don't worry. Believe in yourself. At this rate, you'll succeed in a few days." John didn't forget to encourage him. Pfft. In the entire Constellation Society, only Malfoy had this particular talent. If not him, then who else? The Constellation Society was in charge of isolating Neville, while the actual suppression, insults, and mockery were left entirely to Malfoy. A clear division of labor. Meanwhile, Cedric dove back into the lake. An hour later, he resurfaced, proof that he had successfully mastered the bubblehead charm. Heinrich watched the scene before him and recalled the lake at Durmstrang. The Edgars all graduated from Durmstrang. My uncle was 2 years older than my father, and my father often spoke of how my uncle used to dive and swim in the lake. John could tell that Heinrich disapproved of his uncle's choices, yet he didn't hold any particular resentment toward him. Moreover, his father and uncle seemed to have shared a close bond. As the sun slowly dipped toward the horizon, John asked, "What kind of people were your father and uncle?" "Well." Heinrich sat down on a large rock, a trace of nostalgia flickering in his golden eyes. "My uncle was a born metamorphmagus animagus. Sometimes, he would transform into our grandfather's likeness just to scare people. He left behind a wine cellar at home, filled with fine liquor. My father was the opposite. He was like a scholar, he never followed anyone, preferred drinking tea, and only occasionally had a little alcohol. He was more focused on academic research. If not for Edgar, he might have been well respected. I don't want to be like my father. I want to prove to them that the light Edgar pursued can truly pull him into brightness." 2 generations of Dark Lords had tainted the Edgar name, turning them into a symbol of madness and dark wizards. No one said it outright, but everyone kept their distance. John patted Heinrich on the shoulder and said seriously, "That day will come. You'll be proud of your choices." A fervent light shone in Heinrich's golden eyes as he nodded firmly. The sun finally set, and its glow disappeared from his gaze. It was time for them to return to the castle. Read 12 chapters ahead. Chapter 214, Isolated Neville and the Threat. "Neville, I hope you won't keep your head down during class." In Transfiguration class, Neville was called out by Professor McGonagall. They were learning cross-species transfiguration, but Neville seemed lost in thought. When he was named, he only lowered his head even further. Hermione, unable to bear it, whispered, "Professor, Neville has been feeling a bit down lately." Professor McGonagall gave Hermione a sharp look and said sternly, "Miss Granger, feeling down is not an excuse for turning a guinea fowl into a wooden mouse in my class." She was as strict as ever, making the students immediately straighten up. But in the end, McGonagall was still a soft-hearted person. After scolding Harry and Ron, who were mock-dueling with fake wands, she cleared her throat and addressed the class before dismissal. "I have a few words to say to all of you. The Yule Ball is approaching. This is a Triwizard Tournament tradition and a great opportunity for us to interact with our foreign guests. The ball is open only to students in 4th year and above, though you may invite a younger student if you wish." As McGonagall spoke, Lavender Brown let out a loud, silly giggle. Parvati quickly elbowed her, signaling that McGonagall was still watching. Though in truth, Parvati herself was struggling not to burst out laughing. Because both of them had the same face in mind. "You are required to wear your dress robes," Professor McGonagall continued, pretending not to notice the 2 girls' antics. "The ball will take place in the Great Hall on Christmas night at 8 o'clock and will end at midnight." Hermione seemed lost in thought, staring off into space. "Now, the Yule Ball will give us a chance to, well, let our hair down and relax a little." The moment McGonagall finished speaking, Harry's eyes instinctively landed on the tight bun at the back of her head. It seemed that for Professor McGonagall, simply letting her hair down was already a rather scandalous act. But that does not mean we will relax our expectations for Hogwarts students' behavior. McGonagall's sharp gaze swept across the students. "If any Gryffindor student disgraces the school in any way, I will be most distressed." The old deputy headmistress tried to phrase it as tactfully as possible, but she knew, as children raised in the current generation, the students were quite mature for their age. Especially the girls, while students in her generation were still busy cramming for exams, they were already discussing which boys were the most attractive. They thought about the Durmstrang boys with their strong, muscular builds and the Beauxbatons boys with their gentlemanly manners. The boys were a little slower to catch on, but they too had started discussing which girls were the prettiest. Harry was asked to stay behind by Professor McGonagall. Meanwhile, Hermione spotted Neville, who was radiating a heavy, brooding aura, and quickly ran to catch up with him. "Neville, are you okay?" she asked worriedly, looking at his pale expression. Neville forced a smile and said, "Hermione, I'm fine." "Really?" Hermione asked skeptically. "Did something happen? I saw you with Malfoy the other day." Malfoy had bullied Neville before, but after Neville joined the Constellation Society, the 2 of them had stopped fighting. But just 2 days ago, she had seen Neville snatch the sword from the suit of armor and furiously chase after Malfoy. "Maybe I did something wrong," Neville muttered in confusion. He had no idea what was happening. He had asked others, but all he received in return was cold indifference and mockery. He couldn't stand it anymore. He had once been a timid boy, bullied by Malfoy in their 1st year. After joining the Constellation Society, he and Malfoy had let go of their past grudges, and with John's help, Neville had found confidence. He truly liked the Constellation Society, but now, everyone treated him with indifference. It was driving him to the brink of madness. He could have endured the darkness, but the warmth of the sunlight had made him reluctant to let it go. Hermione wanted to comfort Neville, but he simply lowered his head and turned away. As he walked off, he accidentally bumped into a suit of armor. "Armor, ow. Can't you watch where you are going? Blind oaf." "Humph. The Yule Ball." John had also heard about the ball. But hearing it from Snape made it sound like he was discussing how to dissect a disgusting slug and toss it into a cauldron. It seemed their head of house had been single for over 30 years. For some reason, Daphne was sitting a bit farther away from John today. She was whispering with her best friend, Pansy, probably discussing the ball. Malfoy teased, "John, who are you inviting?" "Hey, I'm not a champion, so I don't have to find a partner," John replied, shaking his head. He had no intention of dancing, mostly because he rarely did. Unless one counted a bunch of drunk men flailing around like lunatics, in which case, the last time he had danced was when he was a kid at his grandfather's house with gunshots as music. Malfoy's smirk stiffened. "Why are you making it hard for me, mate?" He glanced subtly in Pansy's direction, only to see her making a throat-slitting gesture. Swallowing nervously, Malfoy forced himself to casually ask, "But this is a tradition that hasn't happened in a century. Wouldn't it be a shame not to dance?" "Good point." John stroked his chin thoughtfully. Just as Malfoy breathed a sigh of relief, John asked with complete seriousness, "So, you're going to dance?" No. I mean, fine, I'll go." Malfoy had wanted to deny it, but when he turned his head, he saw that Daphne, who had been chatting with Pansy, was now staring straight at them. He didn't know legilimency, but he could read the message in those eyes. "Do you want to die?" "No, I don't." Malfoy struggled internally. John asked in genuine surprise, "So, who are you inviting?" He figured Malfoy would most likely ask Pansy. Astoria. Malfoy's voice grew quieter. "What the?" John's eyes widened in shock. "Aren't you supposed to invite Pansy?" Perhaps his surprise was too obvious, because Malfoy looked even more guilty, his expression unnatural as he muttered, "I'm gonna invite Astoria Greengrass." "Why do I have to invite Pansy?" "Aren't you childhood friends?" John said matter-of-factly. "You even got jealous over her in second year." "I did not." Malfoy reacted like a cat that had its tail stepped on. Seeing John's calm expression, he finally admitted in frustration, "Fine. I did have a crush on her at first, but then I realized, she just sees me as a tool." Malfoy huffed angrily. "She spends money like crazy and always makes me carry her stuff. Since when has this young master ever been treated like a servant?" "I remember," John murmured, lost in thought. "Astoria is only a second year right now." As he spoke, the way he looked at Malfoy completely changed. "No, it's not like that. I just thought she wouldn't have a chance to go, so Malfoy panicked." He could clearly feel that John was now looking at him like he was absolute scum. "All right, no need to explain." John straightened up and said seriously, "I'm not an unreasonable person. Oh, by the way, you're adding 3 more laps to your training today." Malfoy nearly collapsed to his knees. He had already run double the laps 2 days ago, why was it another 3 today? "Yeah. Not unreasonable, my arse." With that interruption, Malfoy lost all interest in asking John who he was planning to invite. When he looked up, he saw Neville standing there. Out of instinct, he immediately put on his usual punchable expression. Unfortunately, Neville wasn't here for him. Walking up to John, Neville hesitated for a moment before pursing his lips and saying, "John, I'd like to talk to you." "Talk about what?" "Talk about how much money your 2 parents lying in the hospital have cost." Malfoy was an expert at provoking people. John saw Neville's fists clench tightly. Without a word, he nodded and got up to leave. Neville quickly followed behind him, while Malfoy, realizing this wasn't the right time to keep taunting, stayed in the Great Hall. When he turned around, he saw that his previous seat had already been taken by 2 girls. With great difficulty, he opened his mouth, Daphne smiled gently. "You don't need to say anything, I understand." That afternoon, Malfoy was struggling through his training run, clutching his stomach as he ran. Durian, mango, and scrambled eggs, what a terrifying combination. Covered bridge. John stopped in his tracks and looked at Neville. Thinking about everything he had been through recently, Neville still held onto a sliver of hope as he asked, "John, did I do something wrong?" "No." John shook his head. Then he lifted his gaze. The coldness and disgust in his eyes pierced straight into Neville's heart. "It's just that your dullness, which doesn't fit in with the Constellation Society at all, has become unbearable to me." Neville's face turned pale. John stepped closer, a dangerous glint in his eyes as he whispered, "You'd better know what's good for you and disappear from this school." "You know, Neville, I know your weakness." The threatening tone left Neville in shock. He gasped for air, sweat dripping down his forehead. Disgust flickered across John's face once more as he sneered, "Your parents. I really don't understand why you'd believe any random lie. Did you really think I would save them?" Neville's head snapped up, his eyes locked onto John with an intense, unwavering stare. John let out a soft laugh, leaned in closer, and said coldly, "I was just fooling you. But if you ever make me unhappy, I wouldn't mind making your parents disappear. I know they were Aurors, but there are still Death Eaters around, aren't there? No. You can't. I can, John said indifferently. You know nothing about me, Neville. I have never been a good person, you should have realized that by now. Neville seemed to lose all strength. He gripped the railing tightly just to keep himself from collapsing. John walked past him without a backward glance. No one knew how long Neville stood there, but eventually, a dangerous darkness flickered in his eyes. He couldn't let anyone harm his parents. Even if that person was John Wick. Read 12 chapters ahead. Chapter 215, Kidnapping the Longbottoms and Counterattack. If one does not erupt in silence, they will perish in silence. If it had been the old Neville, he might have just cowered and endured. But after John's training, Neville was no longer the kind of wizard who could be easily bullied. In that moment, his hatred for John reached its peak. John hadn't actually left. He was watching everything unfold from the shadows. He knew the time was ripe. Now, he needed a good person to guide Neville. That person had to be someone who could lead Neville away. And Percy Weasley was the perfect candidate. Ever since Neville realized that his complete isolation was due to John's hatred, his whole demeanor had become strange. Even when Malfoy provoked him, he didn't react at all. Did I push him too hard? Malfoy started to wonder if he had bullied Neville too much. John glanced at him. Could this guy really not see that Neville was just bottling up his emotions, ready to explode? Malfoy was still deep in thought when, out of the corner of his eye, he spotted Astoria. Instantly, he threw all other concerns to the back of his mind. John watched Malfoy walk away, then turned to Daphne, who was hesitating nearby, and asked curiously, "Your sister just walked past." Huh. Daphne was still deep in thought, so she looked a bit dazed. John couldn't help but sigh, so fragile, this so-called sibling bond. With only a week left until the Yule Ball, Daphne was still debating whether or not to speak up. At that moment, Fleur walked over confidently and directly extended an invitation to John. "John, would you like to be my dance partner?" As she spoke, her eyes flickered toward Daphne, the corners of her lips curling into a subtle smile. It looked like a deliberate provocation, instantly making Daphne bristle. "No way." Daphne shot up from her seat. Fleur raised an eyebrow and said nonchalantly, "You're not inviting John, so why can't he be my dance partner?" She honestly couldn't stand it anymore. At first, Fleur assumed Daphne would have invited John by now, so she hadn't even considered him. But with only a few days left until the ball, these two still hadn't made a move. As the responsible big sister type, Fleur decided to step in and give them a push. As for expecting John to invite Daphne, come on, she'd sooner believe John would invite Heinrich. Anyone in the Constellation Society with a functioning pair of eyes could see what Daphne meant. Unfortunately, John was the one person who was completely blind to it. WWEL. Daphne was left speechless and stammered, "John's busy, right?" She had only said it offhandedly, but to her surprise, John actually nodded. "Indeed. Sorry, Fleur, but I have something to take care of that day." As soon as he finished speaking, Fleur looked at him strangely, while Daphne regretted her words and asked, "John, you're not going?" There was a hint of hope in her eyes, but unfortunately, John really was unavailable. His response was a simple, "Sorry." The light in Daphne's eyes dimmed. Fleur shrugged and said, "All right then, I guess I'll just have to ask someone else." After Fleur left, Malfoy returned, looking absolutely smug. He didn't notice the slightly gloomy atmosphere. Seeing how close the two were standing, he foolishly asked, "What's going on?" "John, did you invite Daphne?" What greeted him was Daphne's death glare. And just at that unfortunate moment, Astoria ran over and asked, "What kind of dress should I wear?" From the corner of his eye, Malfoy spotted a plate of egg tarts flying straight at him. Lately, Neville kept waking up from nightmares. He dreamed of his parents being taken by intruders, with that sinister voice telling him to leave this school. The figures around him shifted and swayed, their laughter echoing as they mocked Neville. "If you don't leave the school, then your parents will disappear forever." "No, don't." Neville jolted awake, screaming. He opened his eyes and looked around, he was still in his dormitory. "What's wrong?" came Ron's groggy mumble. "Nothing." With that answer, Neville watched Ron flop back down and continue sleeping. Now fully awake, Neville couldn't go back to sleep. He got up, walked to the window, and looked outside at the falling snow. The wind howled through the cracks in the door, whispering like ghosts, making the silence even more eerie. Quietly, he opened the door and walked down to the common room. At this hour, the lights were out, and the room was empty. The Yule Ball was the day after tomorrow, but Neville hadn't invited a dance partner. He sat down on the couch for only a moment when his Constellation Society badge, which he had never been willing to take off, suddenly vibrated. He froze for a moment, as if just now realizing that he had instinctively put the badge on. Reaching out to touch it, his face was filled with bitterness. The moment his fingers brushed against the badge, a projection popped up. It was a message from Percy. Neville, I can't believe it, John has gone mad. Seeing this message, Neville was stunned. He quickly asked what had happened. More messages popped up one after another. John left the school. Heinrich said he kept muttering something about the street mongos. He said this is a disgrace, that he needs to correct this shame. He's planning to imprison someone in a place where they'll never be found. I'm following him, the direction he's headed, it looks like the Whomping Willow. Oh no, he noticed me. Reading these messages, Neville suddenly recalled his dream. He stumbled to his feet, not even bothering to put on a coat, and dashed out of the common room. Inside the shrieking shack, John sat there, 2 wands placed on the table before him. Percy sent out his final message, help me, then looked at John with a complicated expression and asked, do you really have to do this? John shrugged indifferently and said casually, the kindness you've occasionally shown him over this time has already become his lifeline, hasn't it? The Constellation Society had ostracized Neville, while Percy had been the one offering him small acts of kindness. Neville had long seen Percy as his last hope, and now that John was about to take even that away, there was no way Neville would sit still. All right, Percy sighed helplessly. I know I can't change your mind. His gaze shifted to the collapsed bed. He hadn't expected John to be so resourceful, to have actually kidnapped someone from the hospital. On the bed, the Longbottoms were sleeping peacefully. It had been John who had contacted Tommy and Kim, arranging for them to steal the couple from the hospital in the dead of night. Everything needed to be completed here. Percy had a small medical kit filled with various potions strapped to his side. Percy, I think we need to make this look more real. Wait, you're not going to. A flash of red light burst before his eyes, Percy was knocked unconscious. Thud. Now we wait. John waited quietly. Before long, Neville triggered the magic left behind in the secret passage of the Whomping Willow. Standing up, John did a few stretches, rubbing his face with both hands. He tucked the unregistered wand into his waistband, he would need it soon to make sure Neville successfully counterattacked. After waiting a little longer, John finally heard the sound of the door bursting open. Immediately, he slipped into his role, turning around with a look of surprise. The twisted expression and pale complexion on his face hadn't even settled yet. On the ground, right where John's wand was pointing, lay Percy, his condition unknown. John. Neville, already on edge after Percy's last message, completely broke down at the sight before him. He roared and charged at John, whose face briefly showed a hint of panic. Of course, it was only for a moment. John quickly regained his composure and fired a banishing charm, sending Neville flying backward. Neville Longbottom, you've got some nerve showing your face in front of me. Neville slammed against the wall with a heavy thud. Looking down at him from above, John smirked in disdain. Why? Neville demanded in fury. Why did you go after Percy? Isn't he your ally? Ally? Ha ha ha. John let out a cold laugh, as if mocking Neville's naivete. They're just my subordinates. Did you really think I saw the Constellation Society as friends? What a joke. Still chuckling, he flicked his wand, sending a flash of red light straight at Neville. Crucio. Neville screamed in agony, his eyes bloodshot as he glared at John. John scoffed, the Cruciatus curse humming in the air like a demon's whisper, tormenting Neville without mercy. They were nothing more than tools for me to gain power. Listen well, Neville Longbottom, you disgust me. So much for pureblood pride. In the end, you're nothing more than a pathetic mutt begging for scraps. With a sneer, he shattered the last of Neville's defenses. Shut up. Like a cornered beast, Neville let out a guttural roar. From the corner of his eye, he caught sight of 2 figures. His gaze snapped toward the bed, his eyes widened. Mom. Dad. Oh. Looks like you found the little gift I prepared for you. John smiled like a devil. Do you like it? This is all on you, Neville. If only you disappeared like you were supposed to, I wouldn't have had to do this. Seemingly assured of his victory, John leisurely approached Neville. Neville wanted nothing more than to kill him. Suddenly, he noticed the wand at John's waist, accidentally exposed. A spark of intuition struck him, he calculated the distance. The moment it was right, Neville let out a furious roar and charged at John with all his might. Caught off guard, John was knocked to the ground. His wand slipped from his waist, straight into Neville's grasp. Overwhelmed with fury, with all the resentment and pain he had endured, Neville roared the spell he had practiced countless times. Crucio. Read 12 chapters ahead.